We are now the head coach of the New York Giants, and this is season number 2. All games, all in one video, so grab your popcorn, get ready, as we're taking a journey through rebuilding our horrible team and horrible record last year to maybe compete for Super Bowl champion this year. As for last season, though, we did finish up with some good Pro Bowlers on our roster. Saquon Barkley was able to make it. Jalen Hyatt actually got snuffed, but Dexter Lawrence was going to be able to make it. And even though he had 3 kick returns, Darrington Evans wasn't able to make it to a Pro Bowl, so I think he completely got snuffed. But luckily, Deonte Banks and James Williams were able to make it. But Drake May wasn't the only rookie quarterback who struggled, as every single rookie quarterback didn't make it to the playoffs. And this Super Bowl is going to be Dallas taking on the Buffalo Bills. And ultimately, Josh Allen was actually able to take home the trophy. So going into the offseason, the first thing we need to do is figure out what players we want to bring back in our re-sign period. And with 3 player options to accept, I'm going to go ahead and take all of these guys' options. Evan Neal, though, needs to play better this year. And Darrington Evans is somebody I definitely want to bring back, but at age 27, this contract's too much, so I'm going to let him hit free agency. And I think I'm going to do the same thing with Tommy DeVito, as well as some of the other guys on our roster. Lincoln Tomlinson, I'm going to let walk, but Jamie Gillen, I'm going to let him hit free agency as well. And if we let Eric Gray walk, that means we're going to enter free agency with only one running back on roster, and I think that's going to be okay. And the only player I'm going to try to bring back is Ladd McConkey. We picked him up halfway through the season, but he's going to test for agency as well, so our re-sign period is kind of a dud. And going into free agency, a lot of high overall players were actually let walk into it, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of players we can bring in this one. A big name wide receiver would be awesome to grab, but I'm not sure any of these guys are going to fit our mold. Besides Nico Collins, another tall guy to replace Isaiah Hodgins would be awesome. But I think our focus should be rebuilding our offensive line. There's a lot of guys here, and especially letting Lincoln Tomlinson walk, this would be probably the smartest move for us. And so I think it's only right that we offer Tyron Smith a 1-year deal, and that's going to allow us to move Evan Neal to the inside of the offensive line and maybe take him away from the tackle spot that he's been playing terribly in so far. JOK is an interesting prospect to bring in, especially at his age, but I don't think he's going to be able to play well in our 3-4 defense. But Jabril Peppers on defense is a very enticing prospect. Dane Belton broke out, Xavier McKinley's playing well as James Williams, so we could maybe build up one of the best safety cores and have them really spread out around the field for us. Run 5 safeties at once would be kind of cool. And so I'm going to try to offer him a 1-year deal, and it was a low offer, so we are still the top on the leaderboard for him. Guard spot, I want to bring in another low overall guy to try to compete with Cody Ford and Jack Nelson, who have both played pretty terribly for us this year. And I know Jalen Mayfield's had a rough career so far, but maybe he can revitalize it here with us. And while we're trying to bring in Jalen Mayfield, I'm actually going to trade to bring in another guard, and that's going to allow us to move away from Ben Bredesen. But Boogie Basham, as well as Greedy Williams, didn't get a lot of time for us this year, so we're going to make a move to bring in Kenyon Green. And so while digging ourselves into a cap nightmare, these are the guys that we offered, but we only have 1.8 million left in cap. And after the first day, the only guy we were able to get was Tyron Smith. And so that meant the only other offer that we're going to give out is going to be to Presley Harvin at punter. And with nobody still signing and Jabril Peppers skyrocketing in value, we're going to withdraw his offer. We're going to save up the money right now and instead make sure our kicker's set, as Graham Gano actually retired after the season. And going into day number 2, Jake Elliott's the only one that took a contract with us. But finally, we have some players signed here as Ladd McConkey comes back, Eric Gray's going to come back, Albert O's brought in to be tight end number 3 for us, Calvin Joseph at corner, as well as Omari Thomas to come fill a backup D tackle spot. But I still need Presley Harvin to be our punter because I have no money left. At the end of stage 2, our free agency class is finally set. It wasn't a lot of high overall players, but we did build out our roster enough. The only problem is money's going to be a big problem going into this next year. And looking at the mock draft right now, I thought we had pick number 8, but thanks to some losses from the Bears and the Texans, we're actually sitting at all the way number 12, and it has us taking Abdul Carter. And with money being a problem, I think our best solution is to finally say Drake May's our starting quarterback and move on from Daniel Jones. And with the buyout clause after a year or 2, it's going to give us enough money to be able to make this trade. Roman Wilson has to be tagged onto this deal to make sure the cap all works. And it is going to be accepted, so Desmond Ridder, who led the Falcons to another abysmal season, is going to get taken over by Daniel Jones at the starting job. And that's going to be exciting because there's one guy in this entire draft class I want to try to go after. And with the money saved, I'm bringing back Odell Beckham Jr. to hopefully get him a championship in a Giants uniform. On top of that, I'm bringing in some defensive linemen just in case Dexter Lawrence or Kayvon Thibodeau go down with injuries. And all of those guys are going to accept, so that's going to be huge for us. We also spent some extra money to bring in a mentor quarterback for Drake May going forward. So now that we have the 3rd overall pick in the draft, it's time to jump in and see if we can nab Travis Hunter and see if he can make a big impact for us, or will we get screwed over? And just to take the extra precaution, I'm going to do a private workout for him, but if he doesn't work out, I want to see Bear Alexander and then Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame because I want to make sure we get man-to-man corners. So first on the board is the Browns, and this is the pick that I'm worried about right now, and they're going to go ahead and take Bear Alexander, so the other guy we scouted. And looking at the Patriots on the trade block, their needs are not corners, so I think we should be okay. This is just a fingers crossed moment. Hopefully this works out for us, and they do go Harold Perkins at middle linebacker. So that means we're going to go ahead and select Travis Hunter out of Colorado. He's going to play corner for us as well as wide receiver, maybe even return man, but I want to get him on the field as much as possible, and he he is going to be ahead in development at 94 speed. And watching the next picks go by, Shadur Sanders is actually going to go over to Green Bay, and the Rams are going to take Kelvin Banks to be their new starting tackle. But the one I'm interested in is the Bears, and they go Walter Nolan. And with our pick in the draft, the Atlanta Falcons are actually going to go with Benjamin Morrison, so the other guy that we were interested in at corner. And this sucks because at the pick right before ours, the Broncos actually go ahead and pick the tight end that I was actually looking at to draft. We don't have a third-round draft pick from a trade made in season number 1. We really have to make this pick count here. I like the way our offensive line is, and it really just comes to the fact, can Brevin Jordan and Daniel Bellinger be the tight end grouping for us that's going to help carry this offense? Because other than that, I'm looking at a left or right outside linebacker for us. I'm not going to lie, Jermaine Alexander out of Alabama looks like an interesting prospect. I really like his block shedding ability, but the awareness is what gets me. But we could bring in another James Williams at safety, 6'4", 220 pounds, Nick Emirari. Looking at his awareness and block shedding, that could be huge. We could build up the best safety combination in the league. So with Nick Emirari, James Williams, and Isaiah Simmons, I really think we could play positionless defense, so I'm going to go ahead and select him. And he is a normal dev, but 90 speed, 90 jumping, and fantastic strength to the safety position could be interesting for us. And that's one of the things. I love drafting based off body type because we can get these guys overalls up, but we are not going to pick again until the 4th round. With Jeremiah Alexander gone, instead I'm going to go with Juwan Howard. I like his block shedding as well, and the B2C awareness could be good for us. But backing up Christian Harris, I think he has enough speed to be able to make it work. The 4.8 is a little scary, but I think we can get it. He may not be the best overall, but 77 speed isn't that great either. At the rest of the roster, the overalls aren't the best, but I needed to fill in some spots on our team. But it's so awesome to see how good Travis Hunter is. A 79 overall coming in, and he's going to be around a 76 at receiver for us. Now, looking at our roster, we have superstars across the board because Andrew Thomas went up and Drake May was finally revealed. The wide receiver room, it's probably the best the New York Giants have ever had it in at least the past 20 years because we have Jalen Hyatt as well as Travis Hunter now playing receiver for us. OBJ is back, and Keon Coleman's revealed as a star. On defense, Bryce Huff's going to be there, but Christian Harris went down from a star all the way to a normal, and I don't know what I'm going to do with strong safeties. Dane Belton going to continue to develop, or do we start the rookie Nick Emimori? But we could also move James Williams over there. And Travis Hunter is going to be our number 3. He's going to be our slot corner, but I think our secondary solidified. It's one of the best in the NFL, and maybe our linebacking core went from the strongest to the weakest. And that's all going to lead us now into the preseason, where we need to see what players are going to earn a starting role. And so the preseason finished up. Drake May didn't get a lot of playing time because we know he's going to be our quarterback going into week number 1. With Max Duggan struggling for the first 2 games, I brought in Stenson Bennett to try to compete in the 3rd one, and that didn't go too well. The one thing that did stand out is Eric Gray only averaged 2.1 yards per carry, so maybe he dropped down to number 3 back, and Pierre Strong's going to get that number 2 slot going forward. But both Roman Wilson and Travis Hunter balled out for us at receiver, and Roman Wilson earned himself a roster spot because of this. And I'm a little worried because in the preseason, we averaged 6 points per game, but it's time to go down and make our cuts. Starting off, it's telling me to cut Odell Beckham Jr. I think KJ Hamler is going to be the first cut that we're going to make. We have too many slot guys. And once again, Ladd McConkey is not going to get too much time on our roster. And with Roman Wilson balling out, actually Isaiah Hodgins will no longer be with us going forward. And Jack Nelson really struggled in our preseason games, so that means I do need to keep Ben Bredesen on our roster at least for now, just in case he doesn't pan out. And Michael Hoyt's going to be another guy to go, but I don't like the other outside linebackers we have on our roster. Juwan Howard, I guess, made it by happenstance, but I think Corey Foreman's going to be backing up both of those positions. And even though Javarius Owens got an interception, I still have to move him back down to the practice squad. We just don't have the room, and that leaves one player left on our roster, and it's probably going to be Rashad Lawton. Instead of cutting him, I'll move him down to the practice squad, and that's going to be it. So we're going to go ahead here, take a look at our roster, and then jump into week number 1. And so going into week number 1, this is what our defensive roster is going to look like. Dane Belton's getting the start only because he's a star right now, but Nick Emirari is going to get some time, trust me. And that's because he's actually listed as a camp standout for us, and oh my, his face scan is absolutely horrible, but he's going to be one of those guys who could be a key piece of our defense moving forward, and if we get at least 2 combined interception and pass deflections, we can continue his breakout. But on offense across the board, we're going in with 5 superstars. I did not expect to get this many of them already, but Jalen Hyatt's breakout has been awesome for us in the first year, so I hope we can continue that. But I am burying Odell Beckham Jr. on our depth chart a little bit. I want to give it up to the younger guys to see what they can do first. Travis Hunter is also buried there, but he's going to be our second slot receiver, so we'll see how the rotation works with the auto sub. Going through the first 4 weeks of the season, these are going to be our focus players. Travis Hunter is going to be a big one for us, Nick Emirari and Dane Belton. I'm leaving James Williams out of it, but I'm going to use our franchise points to unlock that for us soon. Going into week number 1, we're actually starting off the rivalry between Drake May and Caleb Williams. And with us winning the toss, it's actually going to be Caleb Williams who's going to come out first for the Commanders. They have Jahan Dotson back receiving, and he's just going to take a knee, so here he comes. And even though we have 5 superstars, I think our big goal is going to be our defensive prowess. I want to be able to stop Brian Robinson as well as hold Caleb Williams in this game. Well, it looks like they're going to be without Scary Terry, but this makes it so much more of a problem for us is across the middle, Stingley's going to have a good breakup. The type of playbook that we're bringing into this year is going to be a lot of man-to-man coverage. I want to be able to go after teams a lot and bring the blitzes and force the ball out fast, and Bobby Okereke is able to get a sack. And so on 3rd and 19, they're going to try to go deep here, but we got the pressure in the face again, and Bobby Okereke is going to have another sack, and Caleb Williams goes down with an injury already. As much as I hate to see an injury, that's going to be awesome for us. Even though Travis Hunter is a great kick returner and punt returner, it's going to be Darrington Evans getting it. With 3 kick returns last year, I have to do it again. So starting off, I want to get Saquon Barkley involved as quickly as possible, and he's got a good run up the middle. Finished with 1,700 all-purpose yards, and I want to be able to get those kind of numbers again, and we're going to go up and over the top here, and that one's going to be batted down. So we're already in a 3rd and 4 here, and it's going to be a pull, but the offensive line gives way. Green's going to be a big problem for us at that guard spot as the worst overall play. With Caleb Williams going down, Cade Klubnik's going to come in right away, and they're going to go out to Brian Robinson early, and I just completely whiffed on that tackle, but luckily Bryce Huff's able to finish it off, and he had a pretty good career at Clemson overall. I mean, he wasn't able to win a lot of games, at least so far, but it looks like he did enough to get onto the Commanders roster. But it's 2nd and 2, and we're going to go ahead and bring a blitz in again. A rookie quarterback, we want to get in his face right away, and they're going to go quick to the outside. Dane Belton's not able to get there. This is a great start. We're getting dotted up by a backup running back, but the blitz gets there again, and Kayvon Thibodeau's got 1.5 sacks already in this game. He only finished with 8 last year, so this is a good start. So man-to-man across the board here on this 3rd down. I'm going to try to get out. Nobody's open, and they're going to take a deep shot, and Banks couldn't get there, and that's one of the best catches I have ever seen, and this drive continues. So the Commanders have had nothing but sacks and deep pass plays that go their way, and I was running with it, and I changed up, and Travis Hunter gets burned there. And I forgot, that's actually Deontay Banks. We changed his number to 3. Travis Hunter is running 12 and 11. And I know it's Phil Simms' number, but because we had to create 2 players, it's the only way I can make it work. But now on the goal line here, they're going to go to a run, and Rodriguez got the edge, and the Washington Commanders are going to get in for the first touchdown. So we definitely need to respond here, and Darrington Evans is going to get a good kick return to start. But this Drake May and Caleb Williams rivalry can't have Oh, he's open out the seam. I'll say what I'll say later, but Keon Coleman's got a good grab. But it can't have Cade Klubnik coming in and sweeping the victory out from underneath of us. After the good pass, we're going to go to the run here, and our offensive line gets burned again. Green cannot block. But I want to try to run behind him one more time. We're going to get the cutback lane, but big man is there in the middle. That's Jonathan Allen. And so that means we're already in a 3rd and 11 here. And if we can get Wan'Dale Robinson and jumping up, almost intercepted, and we're going to have to punt this football away again. Coming back out, we need a big play. We need to stop, but Brian Robinson's had nothing going for him so far. But that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter, and the Commanders so far have had our number. I think the way we win this game is just by running the football, but they're going to go quick to the outside here. Good tackle by Dane Belton. Remember, we need to get him 2 interceptions if we want a chance at a breakout again. But with how the Commanders are playing, this is going to be a difficult thing to do, and we're going to come back to it across the middle, and they have another good grab. And so Cade Klubnik already is 8 for 8 in this ball game here. And now Brian Robinson's got a hole, and I wasn't expecting the run unless we could give it chase. Deontay Banks is able to bring him down, but they're already inside the goal line, and I was completely expecting that to be a play action. And playing against the AI on the hardest settings makes this very, very difficult as they run up the middle here, and we're able to bring him down. So now on 3rd and goal, they're going to go back to the air, and I think we got it all covered up, but on the corner of the end zone, Dane Belton's going to be the one to let up a touchdown. It was man-to-man across the board, and I was fully expecting a run. So with us having no answer for the Commanders, this is where we need to put a good drive together here, and Saquon Barkley's going to start us off. But Tyron Smith, our biggest free agent, already goes down with an injury in this one. So that means Joshua Izaditsu is going to come in, and we got no thing, and we're going to try to throw this away, and that's going to be an intentional grounding call. I swore I was out of the tackle box on that one, so we're already in a 3rd and long here, and I'm going to try to go out to Jalen Hyatt on the corner, and that one's going to be batted down. And this is not the start I wanted heading into this season. And just one play in, the Commanders already have good field position, and Kayvon Thibodeau drops an interception. That could have been a make or break play for us in this ball game, but on 3rd and 1, we need a stop, and they're going to go to the run to the outside, and we cannot bring him down, and he's actually breaking tackles. And we're just going to continue to bring the blitz on this team here, Brian Robinson, and we're going to be able to bring him down with Micah McFadden. And he's actually garnering a lot of major trade interest, but I'm not going to do anything just yet. But that's going to be another missed tackle from our team, and Singletary is eventually going to save a touchdown. But Cade Klubnik is absolutely beating us up right now. Man-to-man was the answer last year, but maybe it's not the answer this year, because across the board, we're just losing. I'm thinking about moving to more zone coverage right now, because usually our answer has been man, as Brian Robinson's going to take this one all the way into the end zone. We've been running man-to-man coverage. It worked for us all last year, but so far, we've been absolutely absolutely torched across the board. We just need some spark, and last season it was Darrington Evans who was able to give it to us, but he's got nothing here. But I want to go back to our roots here and just get Saquon Barkley involved in the run game, and he's going to have enough here for a first down and more, and we're just going to continue to feed him here up the middle, but our offensive line cannot do anything. We only have 10 plays so far in this game on offense, but in total, the Washington Commanders have 15 pass plays alone, as Saquon Barkley is going to help us pick up another first down. But we're now past the 2-minute warning, and I just want to get a score here and be able to hold them, and we did get this one off. I didn't think it was going to work, and we're going to cut this to the outside, and maybe we lose a couple yards, and Saquon Barkley is actually going down with an injury, grabbing his side, so in comes in Pierre Thomas. I realize I meant Pierre Strong, but also Eric Gray's coming in as well. Wan'Dale Robinson's going to have a catch to the side, and there is going to be a flag for a late hit out of bounds, and these are the kind of breaks that we're going to need to win this ball game. And with Saquon Barkley just happening from cramps, all he needs to do is drink some water, because we need to bring him back into this game desperately. But we're going to try to take a shot to the end zone. Actually, we're just going to dump it off to Brevin Jordan, and with hurry up being called, they're stacking the right side. We're just going to run inside zone, but Jonathan Allen is absolutely dominating us, and I guess this is what it's like playing Dexter Lawrence on the inside, because this is absolutely atrocious. We're going to go out to Saquon Barkley again. He's going to have enough for the first down, breaking 2 tackles, and my hope is on this boot slide, we're going to have Wan'Dale Robinson open, and he's going to be able to catch it. Can we get a good juke move? He breaks one, but with 55 seconds left, I'm going to let this clock run a little bit more. My hope is the double team between Andrew Thomas as well as Kenyon Green can work here and run this one up the middle, but there's absolutely nothing going. But on 3rd and goal, they're actually not stacking the box at all, so I'm going to risk it one more time. We have to be able to try to run this one in, and we just get stopped. So not what we wanted at all. I'm going to go ahead and take the field goal here with our new kicker, Jake Elliott. Welcome to the roster, and he's got our first points of the season. And it took all the way to the second to actually put these points on the board, but so far this game has been atrocious for us. We don't have any turnovers, but our offense just isn't working. But that touchdown's going to take us into halftime, and you see across the board, the Washington Commanders have had their way running the football so far. We start with the ball here in the second half, and I want to continue to try to lean on the run, but Saquon Barkley, 9 for 18 so far in this game. So that just means we're going to need to go to the air here to try to get it to work, and underneath, Jalen Hyatt's got the first big catch this season. He finished last season with 1,100 yards, as Saquon Barkley finally gets his first good run, but he averaged almost 20 yards of reception, and that's only because we had the ability to just run him deep all the time, as Barkley's going to break 1 tackle and get enough for another first, but football falls out, and luckily Brevin Jordan was able to follow. So this drive's starting out hot for us. We're going to go out to Wan'Dale Robinson. We can't beat the guy to the edge. Jalen Hyatt, not the best known for blocking, but the air attack might just be how we win this football game. We're going to go out to Saquon Barkley again up the field, and that one's actually held on, but it's going to bring up a 3rd and 7. We've had no luck so far running the football, but Saquon Barkley already 7 receptions in this game. Make it 8 here as he's breaking more tackles, but I need to go away from him to be able to pass the football here, and it's going to be across the middle. Keon Coleman's got a good grab, and with only one corner out there, I want to go out to Wan'Dale Robinson, and we have the edge, and Wan'Dale Robinson's got our first touchdown of the year as our slot corner. We definitely needed that one from him, because now it's a 10-21 ball game. My hope is this is a tale of 2 halves kind of game. We need our offense to explode here, and we need our defense to clamp up, and that's going to come with running a lot of zone coverage. It's going to start out with us running cover 3 here, but they're going to go to the run, and there's a lot of room for Rodriguez, but we come all the way across the field and make a good tackle. And after we traded for Stingley last season, he actually ended up missing 6 of his 8 games for us, which did suck, but Travis Hunter here is going to be in the hook to curl zone. As they go to another run, we force it back inside, but they're going to have another first down. That run was from Jalen Warren, who's somebody that we actually went after this year, and Sexy Dexy finally makes a good stop on the interior. He's actually getting outdueled in this game, by the way. Jonathan Allen's been playing, so I'm definitely going to need him to step up in this one as they go to the air, out to the outside. And why are we so far behind it? Bobby Okereke just can't cover right now. But on 3rd and 5, I want to get this ball out as quickly as possible, and it's a broken coverage, and it is dropped, and we are going to be able to get the ball back. Dane Belton lined up on the wrong side of the field against the tight end. I tried to run him over, and thank God Cabe Klubnik doesn't have the awareness yet. Our defense finally did it. We gotta stop here, and Saquon Barkley, I need to get him involved in all facets. The running game's still not working for us, but the one thing I like about our team so far is the fact that we have absolutely no turnovers across the board, and Drake May struggled a lot last year with interceptions, but that just hasn't been the case this so far. But Saquon Barkley to the outside, finally we're able to get a run over 5 yards in this football game. So maybe it's the stretch plays that we need to get to work for us. As we go to the outside one more time, Saquon Barkley's got a good juke, and I'll still take 4 yards at this point. That's going to bring us to the 4th quarter, and we need to start airing the ball out down the field more, stop taking the checkdowns if we want to make a comeback in this game. And with no high safeties, this is where we're going to take a deep shot, as we're going to go underneath to Wan'Dale Robinson on the corner, and Wan'Dale Robinson's able to bring it down at the 2-yard line. I cannot believe that pass fit in there for us, but getting us down to the 2-yard line was huge, and we just need to be able to punch it in this time. And with Saquon Barkley not working through the air, we're going to have to pass this one. Can we lead it that way? And it is intercepted. I thought about it. I said earlier about no turnovers, and we finally get a turnover right here. There was nobody open, and I just tried to force one in the window. Maybe I should have stepped up and ran instead. So this is really where we need to get a stop. And Brian Robinson's got a hole up the middle. Absolutely jukes out Deontay Banks, and just like that, he's in the open field. Banks is going to have to give chase, and we weren't able to bring him down all the way to the end zone. It was one juke move. That's all he had to make. Deontay Banks got shaked out of his shoes. The score is 28-10 at this point. So this is definitely not the start we wanted in this football game at all. It's been an abysmal start, but Saquon Barkley needs to be the one to maybe bring us back in this one. Or I do want to take a deep shot to Jalen Hyatt here, and we're going to the hurry up already just because I think with time running down already in this ball game, I just want to make big plays, and we're going to take a deep shot here, and that's not going to get in. I tried to run that hurry up to keep them in the 4-3 look, but it is now 3rd and 2, and Wan'Dale Robinson is going to be open underneath, and he's been having quietly a pretty good day so far. Maybe not even quietly, but that's going to top 80 for him, and we're going to continue to try to work our way down the field here, and Jalen Hyatt's going to be open on the comeback, and it's actually jumped. Forbes Jr., you saw it all the way. I cannot believe we threw another interception. With the sliders this hard, sometimes the CPU is going to react to our passes before our own wide receivers even do. If you look at it here, he turned before Jalen Hyatt did. That sucks for us on defense. So our goal here is to force a punt and not get juked out of our shoes. And for the first time we do that, as Brian Robinson on 10 carries has 180 yards and 2 touchdowns in this ball game. But they're in a pretty heavy package, and the counter plays here. And we just need to be able to get to him, and we do force him down. And I'm only rushing 3 guys here, but they do go to the run. We're there with Travis Hunter. If we can get across, we can't. Deontay Banks is going to have to tackle him, but not before Jalen Warren picks up the first down. I really wish we were able to get him in free agency, but up the middle, a fumble is going to happen, and the offensive lineman is going to be the one that picks it up. That was our opportunity to maybe come back in this football game. The fumbles are just not going to happen in this game at all. As across the seam, Travis Hunter is going to get burned, and that one's going to bring them all the way down to the 1-yard line in this game. Cade Klubnik is wheeling and dealing on us, having his way. And so we're going to run commit on the goal line here, and they actually go to the air, but luckily enough, Hill is going to be the one that gets the sack. So a score here will put this one away, but let's try to get a stop underneath, and there is going to be a flag, and that's going to be pass interference on Isaiah Simmons. And I don't think this is a pass interference. I thought the contact was at the same time, but at the inches yard line, they're going to go to the air again, and they should have learned their lesson, as Dexter Lawrence is going to get half a sack. The clock's going to continue to whittle down here as they go to the air one more time, and we have another sack. So I think it's a little too late in this football game right now, and Jalen Hyatt's getting absolutely jammed up on the outside. Keon Coleman's got a good catch though, and I think the problem in this game is that Saquon Barkley got absolutely beat up to start, and we're just gonna throw this one away. So we're already in a 4th and 10 here. I just need us to try to convert it, and we're gonna fit it in the window, and that's going to be Wan'Dale Robinson again, but I wasn't able to get out of bounds. So we're going to have to hurry this ball up and try to get it all to work here. We're going to go screen to Darren Bellinger. And Belly's got a lot of room here, and I can't get this stiff arm enough to get out of bounds, but that's going to bring it to the 2-minute warning. But Keon Coleman's going to be open on the drag, and he's going to push down out to the 2-yard line. I want to at least get one more touchdown here in this ball game, and I want to try to be able to get it to Jalen Hyatt on a whip route, and that's great route running from him, and he's going to be the one to be able to punch it in. He's also a receiver that has really struggled for us today in separation. He's been getting jammed off the line almost the entire game, and so down 2 scores this late, we need to be able to get a stop and an onside kick. And we actually are going to be able to get this. No, we don't get the onside kick. I would love to just have a little bit of hope. The Commanders are just going to run the football here again. It'd be great to get a nice tackle, but it's not going to happen. Or a strip would be huge for us. And so the strip is set to aggressive, and we're run committing, and they actually go to the air, and we knocked the ball out last second with Deontay Banks. But they are in field goal range, and they're going to try to get another one in here with Myers, but that's going to be wide left. So we still have a little bit of life on our roster right now on our team, and we're going to take another deep shot here to Jalen Hyatt, and that one's not going to be able to be caught. And with the deep pass is still not working, we just need to pick up this first down, and Jalen Hyatt on the crosser is going to grab this one, and he's not going to get out of bounds, so we have to go to the hurry up, and we need to get this ball to the sideline as quickly as possible. I'm just going to throw it up to Coleman, but that one's going to be intercepted. It was a weak pass, and I threw it late, and so we got rushed, tried to force the ball. The Commanders are going to take a knee, and they're going to walk away with the win in this ball game, and this is definitely not the way we wanted to start off this season, and maybe Drake May's turnover problems are still here, and who knew that Cade Klubnik would come out and shred us across the board? We just weren't able to get anything working. Saquon Barkley was only able to have 46 yards on the ground. And another bad thing coming out of this is Dane Belton's not going to continue his breakout that he had from camp. And our next game is going to be a rivalry game where we have to slow down DeAndre Swift. It's going to turn into a running back matchup as Saquon Barkley also has a breakout opportunity in this game. And with the Philadelphia Eagles winning the toss, so we're going to be the one starting off with the football here, but not in the greatest field position. And so our goal in this game is to have absolutely no turnovers across the board from Drake May at all. I want to incorporate more of the tight ends into the pass game just like that, but that one is a fumble, and we already have a turnover in this football game. But luckily, this one's going to a booth review, and that's going to bring our offense back out on the field, so we save ourselves from a horrendous start. So with the second life, here we go, and we're actually just going to scramble up with Drake May, and he's going to have a lot of room, but with no safeties over the top, this is the type of play I think can work for us, and we're going to go up to it. Daniel Bellinger is going to be able to drop the ball, and Belly's off to a really rough start in this football game. And the Eagles got shut out early in the playoffs last year, so our goal this year is to do the exact same, keep them out of the division playoffs, out of the Super Bowl, and bring ourselves to the top of the division. And we did beat the Philadelphia Eagles twice last year, so our hope is to do that again, but they're going up and over the top here, and that's going to be a huge catch given up. But what beat the Philadelphia Eagles last year was the ability to stop the run and force Jalen Hurts to pass the football, and so that's going to be our goal again today. But the pressure is definitely going to be to get there, as they're going to go out to Swift. We're going to be able to rally and tackle on this one, hopefully. And on a 3rd and 6, we're going to bring some insane pressure to get the ball out, and that's actually going to work, and the Eagles are going to be forced to take a field goal. But instead, they're actually going to go for it here, and we're going to bring the pressure. Stingley's going to get the interception, our first one of the year. I got excited, spamming triangle, hit the hurdle, but nonetheless, we picked off Jalen Hurts to start this football game. I am so happy that he is back and healthy for us, and we're going to start off with Saquon Barkley on the ground, who's got a massive gain up the field, almost out to the 50-yard line, and he has almost got half of the rushing yards that he did last week. Starting off the season, we are number 32 in the league in rushing offense, and I do want to change that, and I think that's going to help Drake May and help limit our turnovers in this game. My worry is this Philadelphia Eagles defensive line is absolutely insane, but we're still having our way right now. Roman Wilson, good blocking on the outside, and we're going to try to catch him slipping here with a read option. They don't bite, but the hole's still there for Saquon Barkley, and I will run him all the way down the field if I need to. But with them stacking the box, we're going to go to the air, and Belly's finally going to have his first nice reception where he doesn't fumble and doesn't drop it. And we traded away Darren Waller last season because I really thought he could be the answer for us at the tight end position, and I'm really going to need to see a lot out of him, or Brevin Jordan's going to start to take more ones reps for us. But at 70 overall, he's really not going to be the answer for us, he struggled to block there, and Saquon Barkley's going to go down with another injury. So in 2 weeks, he's already gotten injured twice. So here comes in Eric Gray, and he gets absolutely swallowed up. So we're just going to take the 3 points here. And it is nice to walk away with 3 points, but Saquon Barkley's going to be out with a quadriceps strain in this game. So that means Eric Gray and Pierre Strong are going to split time again today as they go to a run. Dane Belton's not fast enough, and he actually misses the tackle, and DeAndre Swift's out to the open field. And that's already the 4th run this year that we've let up for over 20 yards. And the thought process behind the 6-man blitz is I want to be able to get the ball out as quickly as possible here. But Jalen Hurts here is going to test Dane Belton down the sideline, and this one's going to be mossed by no other than DeAndre Swift. And so Nicky Nwarni is going to come in at safety because I can't handle Dane Belton right now anymore. We just need to be able to limit the big plays. That's what we need to do in this ball game, and running the football is going to be a lot harder here, as Saquon Barkley was such a big piece to our team. Pierre Strong's going to have the catch on the outside. He's actually got a little bit of speed to him. He's going to make it a much manageable 3rd and 4. With Wan'Dale Robinson one-on-one to the outside, we're going to have him sit, and he's going to bring in this hitch route, and he's going to be making guys miss. And if we didn't hit that extra juke move, I think he would have a chance to break that one. He's had a hot start for us so far this year, as Belly's going to be open on the sideline, and we can't be able to make many moves with him, but that's going to bring us the end of the 1st quarter. And looking at the stats, it's pretty even across the board. We just need to be able to finish drives. I am going to try to go back to the run here on this stretch, and we do have a little bit of space, and Pierre Strong's got a good run for a 1st down. And the one play that's working very, very nicely for us right now is going to be the corner route to Jalen Hyatt. I was going to say the stretch play to the outside, but that play works, and we're going to be down on the 2-yard line, and these are the plays that we need to be able to punch into the end zone. We are going to try here with Pierre Strong up the middle first, but that's not going to work. He gets suplexed, and I'm looking at a quick pick here to Bellinger to be able to get into the end zone. If we could just get him up the field and beat him, but that's not going to work either, and I want to be able to see if this is going to work for us. Jalen Hyatt, the whip route, and he's going to get in for the end zone, so he got us down there, and he's going to be the one that's going to finish it off for us. That play is going to be a great one for us as we continue deep into this season, and we've gotten burned in man coverage again and again, and DeAndre Swift's got a crazy run to the outside. We need to be able to bring him down, but on cover 2, we couldn't get anything working either. Our linebackers are having no way, and I said going into the season it was going to be a weak point for us, and it's really showing here at this part. Maybe Isaiah Simmons is the problem for us, is they're going to slant route underneath, and it's just completely dropped. And on this 2nd and 10 here, they're going to go back to the run again, and actually Jalen Hurts is going to keep this one. Bryce Huff's going to beat him to the outside, but he's still going to have enough for the 1st. And so it only took him a couple plays, and they're already across midfield here here. Xavier McKinney coming down for a good tackle. He wasn't able to finish the job once again. And they're looking like the 2023 Giants. We haven't had any luck tackling so far, but that's going to be a good breakup. And so on 3rd and 9, we're bringing the 6-man blitz. We need to be able to get it out, and Deontay Banks is going to have the interception this time. We have had Jalen Hurts' number every single time we played him so far. And after Deontay Banks' 3rd career interception against Jalen Hurts, we're already put into a 3rd and 13. We tried running once, didn't work, and then an incompletion. And Wan'Dale Robinson on the outside is going to be able to make the grab. Nope, he drops it. We're already punting this football away, and we only burned a little bit of time off the clock. So we have 2 interceptions on Jalen Hurts already. We need to get another one here, but instead, he's actually pulling this run to the outside. And why can't we just bring him down if he's already got him across midfield? And I was just a second late reacting to it, but the Eagles are going to go to the air. And with Jalen Hurts scrambling, he's going to put the ball up. He's got him burned. And we couldn't break it up, and Devonta Smith's going to be down at the 7-yard line. Jalen Hurts' stat line so far is absolutely crazy. 100 yards, 2 interceptions, and only a couple attempts on the day. As they go to the air one more time, and he threw it right behind Stingley, but A.J. Brown's going to get into the end zone here to make it a 14-10 ball game. With 3 minutes left here in the first half, I want to put another score on the board. I think that's going to be crucial for us right now, and we're going to throw this one out to Jalen Hyatt, and he's going to drop this. So I want to try to go to him here again, and maybe we could sit it down. He does make the catch this time, and this is where I am going to go to the hurry up. I want to try to run this football here underneath. We have him in a bad spot, and Strong's going to have a good run here for 5. And so the 2-minute warning is here, and we have all of our timeouts, and I'm actually going to test Wan'Dale Robinson up over top, and he's not able to bring it in. He's one-on-one with Hassan Reddick and somehow can't figure out a way to outrun him. So now 3rd and 5, we need to get the conversion here, and the sack comes through. Andrew Thomas can't get any good protection, and we had less than 2 seconds on that throw, but Presley Harvin's going to try to pin them deep, but they're still going to have the opportunity to return it. We're going to come down with Travis Hunter, go for the hit stick, and that's not going to work. But the Eagles now may have enough time if they want to try to do something here across the middle, and they're going to burn us in this cover 3, and they're already at midfield. I'm making sure now if we're a man-on-man team, I want to have our matchup set by speed. But I don't know who had Smith there on our team, but he got wide open, and he's going to get in for a touchdown. And I don't know what Stingley was doing here, but he just bolted across the field to absolutely nobody. Everybody else was already in coverage. So it went from, hey, let's maybe push the ball downfield to we definitely need to push the ball downfield here. But after that Eric Gray drop, I just want to get a completion on this one, and Belly's going to be the one that have it, and we're going to stay in bounds because just in case, I want to make sure this clock's going to run. And let's see what we can do with it. I'm running a drag to the other side now. And we're just going to take off with Drake May. Get up the field, and he's got the first down. And maybe you could say this is bad clock management, but I was so worried about giving the ball back to the Eagles here because honestly, this is a very, very manageable score for us. But Travis Hunter is going to get absolutely picked off here. And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, Darius Slay is going to get this one, break a couple tackles, and he's going to have the ball at the 42-yard line. The way the AI react in this game is absolutely insane as they go underneath and we're able to break it up. But with the pass reaction set to 100, it makes it almost impossible. Luckily enough, there's no damage done in terms of a touchdown, but they still are going to attempt a field goal here. And this one's going to be wide left. So we're just going to go into halftime with a score that could have been. But I still do want to try to test a Hail Mary. Why? Because why not? And we're going to throw this one deep to the end zone here. It's going to maybe be overthrown and knocked down. We may have 2 interceptions in this ball game, but the Eagles are just completely outplaying us, especially through the air. And to make it worse, the Eagles start the half with the ball, and we're going to continue to bring the blitz here on them. And Xavier McKinley's going to have a good tackle on the outside. And we're going to need our secondary to step up in this game, especially coming from our captain if we want to make it. And that's just going to be a lot of blitz across the board. That's what we need to do. Blitz the football, force him to make bad throws, and this one goes underneath and is caught. I think if we could just force one more interception, that would be huge. And again, did you see Stingley there? He ran all the way across the field right away, and it was actually Travis Hunter. I wonder if there's some glitch going on right now in Madden because he left way too soon. I had the man coverage set to speed, but we're now going to send it by a depth chart because I think that's going to be how we're going to do it. But Dexy gets a good stop there on the inside, and that's going to set up a long 3rd down, and that's definitely going to see the Eagles trying to pass the foot, and it happened again. Are you kidding me? I just don't know what's going on with Madden and these glitches right now, but it's screwing over our franchise mode. So I set it back to auto for right now, so hopefully it doesn't become an issue again. But what is going to be an issue is DeAndre Swift getting loose down the sideline into the 10-yard line. And once again, we need to run all the way over with Stingley to try to make it to work. And we do get a sack, luckily, with Dante Core alone coming in to make the play. And it really just feels like our defense is just lost across the board. We have no way to get anything working. We can't even tackle here. Thank goodness Xavier McKinney's able to fix it up. But we need to force them to a field goal here. That's exactly what we need to do, and it's Dante Corleone, actually Bryce Huff coming in for a sack, and we're going to force them to a field goal. It's bend but don't break in this game, but it is a 14-point score going into the middle of the third quarter. And to maybe provide a spark, I did bench Darrington Evans, and we're going to have Travis Hunter come back and do kick returns for us, and he's going to be able to get a good one here. And the Eagles have more than double our yards in this game so far, and Daniel Bellinger's open across the middle, and that's going to be a good grab. And we started off this game hot, but we've completely fallen off at this point, as Wan'Dale Robinson's going to be open again. And Wan'Dale Robinson's got the speed on the sideline, and the simple combination is able to beat the zone coverage here. And what happened there is the corner ran deep with the streak, and the corner slid underneath of that, and Wan'Dale Robinson's able to get a huge touchdown here in this ball game. And the lead seemed a little bit worrisome, but coming back to us quickly in the game and making it a 7-point game is huge, but it's going to be getting a lot harder as Dexter Lawrence is going to miss some time now with an injury. But with muscle cramps, I need to bring him back into this game. I don't want to fall to 0-2 to open up the season, especially against two division rivals. And Devonta Smith's absolutely burning us so far. Swift's breaking a tackle, but that's Corey Foreman, who did get a little bit of time with us last year, but I guess we're playing him more now today with the Christian Harris missing and skipping plays. But he's going to be able to do some good work for us on the inside as they go back to the air here. And it's underneath, and this one's on me. I missed him, as Swift's going to have all day to run, and we can't freaking bring him down. I thought he was going to break out right there. I completely thought he was going to break out right, but he broke back inside and completely juked me out. And maybe trash talking the Eagles coming back into this game didn't work, as that was a complete pick play, but Dallas Goedert's going to have the touchdown. I feel like at this point in the game, our best players are just not getting onto the field, as we're going to take a bad sack here in this one. I was waiting for that wrap to develop, but it just didn't here. We just hit again as we throw, and so already backed up to a 3rd and 17 now. This is where our life gets a little bit miserable. I'm going to try to throw it up to Jalen Hyatt, and the movement's there, and Jalen Hyatt's able to bring it in, and we're going to keep this team on the field. I want to go hurry up. I want to go down the field, make sure everything's all good, and it's going to be a draw play to try to catch him slipping. And Strong's got a good run, and that's what we needed in this ball game here. And so going into the fourth quarter, we're down 2 scores, but this is how we get back. We need the big plays like Jalen Hyatt to keep us in this ball game. I am going to go hurry up a little bit throughout this fourth quarter just to try to keep them in certain personnel groupings that I do like here, because Wan'Dale Robinson should be open right underneath, and he does drop it. So on 3rd and 10, we are going to go to the screen play to try to get it to work. Draw them all the way back. Great blocks on the outside. We need that juke move to get there because the blocks didn't. And so on 4th and 5, it's all right here. We need to be able to make the stop, and we try to throw it up, but Blankenship's got the interception. I tried to get Blankenship to run with Travis Hunter, but that didn't work. Now we definitely need stops here, and Swift to the outside. We're going to get there with Simmons if we can finish tackles. As on just 18 passes, Jalen Hurts has already got almost 300 passing yards in this ball game so far. And DeAndre Swift on 9 carries already has 92 rushing yards. It's just been that kind of game for us here, as Nick Emery is going to come down with a good tackle, and I'm going to need those kind of plays from the rookie now that he's starting over Dane Belton, at least for right now. But this is probably the biggest 3rd down of the game so far, and the pressure's coming, and we need to be able to make the tackle, but Dane Belton isn't able to get there, and so any more yardage would put them into field goal range, and Isaiah Simmons makes a good tackle. But I'm desperately worried about starting this season 2-0 as we get burned again. AJ Brown makes it. Derek Stingley looks stupid here as they're on the 12-yard line, and with them now in shoe clock, it makes this life a lot harder. But Stingley comes up with a huge interception, and he's still up, and I don't know how that interception came through, but we still have life in this ball game here as Jordan Mailata now goes down with an injury. And for some reason, we always have the number of Jalen Hurts. It's as simple as it is. We have his number, and we're going to try to run down the field here, and I want to take a deep shot early on this 1st and 10. They're pressing across the board. Maybe Jalen Hyatt's going to be another one we try to go after, and I am going to go after him, and he is open. Jalen Hyatt versus James Bradbury. I'll take the 95 speed Jalen Hyatt all day. And just like that, we turn a turnover into now a 1-score ball game with a lot of time still left to play in this one. This is huge for us. And even though Jalen Hurts has 4 touchdowns on the day, I would love to also give him 4 interceptions. That's the kind of energy I want right now. And that's a bad missed tackle from Travis Hunter. Sexy Dexy finishes it up. This is all comes down to this drive here. We need to be able to make the stops. I'm running with the underneath, and Jalen Hurts is going to take off, and that's another good tackle, this time coming out from the linebacker Christian Harris. So just like that, they're already in a 3rd and 9 here, and I'm bringing blitz again, just like I have for about 75-80% of this game, and we're going to run out with it. And he's going to throw a cross body, and Emery, I went for the swat. I wanted to confirm the swat. The interception would have been nice, but I just wanted to make sure we could force a breakup, and we're going to get the ball back here. That was such a good pass breakup by the rookie. This is the kind of energy that we need here, and we're going to try to run this one back, and it's going to start about the 37-yard line, so we still have a lot of life in this one. So it all comes out right now. We need to be able to stay alive here in this ball game and Nobody's open. We're going to start throwing this one away. And after a good run by Eric Gray to set up a 3rd and 2, we're going to go right back to him underneath. And he's got another first down on a good run. Jordan Davis goes down with an injury, so that's going to burn an Eagles timeout. And they're just playing no overhanging linebackers, one-on-one inside, and that's going to give Strong another good run up the middle. And I'll continue to run it like this in crunch time if they're going to do no over-the-top linebackers. But on the next play, we jumped off sides. And so with 1st and 15, we're going to go to the play action here and throw it to the outside. And Daniel Bellinger's got a good grab on the sideline. And so on 3rd and 6, we're actually going to set up the screen here and try to get to work. And we didn't get it off. And that's going to set up a horrible sack in this one. And I'm going to try to take a comeback route here to Jalen Hyatt to make sure we can get it to work. And he does. And that's the play of the game. Jalen Hyatt's been balling out late for us in this one as he tops 200 passing yards or receiving yards in this game. And we're going to go back to him again here. And Jalen Hyatt's going to get into the end zone. This is the first 200-yard receiver in Giants franchise. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is the first time we've had a wide receiver get 2 touchdowns in a single game for us. That's the type of streak we've been on in our passing game for the past season and a half. And we are going to take the field goal here. I'm not going to go for it. I don't want to force it to overtime. Jake Elliott against his former team's going to put that one in. And so I really don't know. Are the Eagles going to take this to overtime, or are they going to go to the air? And they are going to go to the air, but they're actually letting the clock dwindle down here. 40 seconds, 39. The clock continues to go. And we're going to go underneath with Travis Hunter, and we almost had the interception. And I know I'm risky bringing the blitz, but I just want to be able to force the ball out as quickly as possible because I don't trust it. And the Eagles are going to go to another hurry up. And they're down to 10 seconds in this ball game. And they go underneath again, and we're just there to make the easy tackle. And I think it looks like we're going to take this one to overtime. So going into overtime, the stats in this game are insane. Somehow we were able to come back against the Philadelphia Eagles on the back of Jalen Hyatt. But going into the coin toss, we did win, and we are going to elect to receive. So if we score here, it's game over. And honestly, luck has just been on our side in this one as we're going to try to get a good return out. It's not the best one in the world. So we're going to go back to the screen. Hopefully we don't mess it up this time, and we don't. And if these blocks can hit, we're going to have a lot of space. Pierre is strong. Just take it out of bounds. And Drake May's now almost at 400 passing yards in this one. And after the incompletion, we're going to go to the read option here up the middle, and that's going to get us a couple of yards, but we're already now into a 3rd and 9, and we need to get to the 39-yard line. And if we can get this the outside, Wan'Dale Robinson's open here, and he's going to get enough for the first down, so we're going to keep it alive. And I'm also trying to drain clock as we do this, because the last thing I want in this ball game right now is to just have the Eagles win on a last-second field goal, because at this point, I'd be okay with even a tie. Every one of our receivers has had a great game so far in this one. Even Belly at tight end's been doing pretty good, and that truck's going to make it a 3rd and inches. And we're going to give the Eagles a taste of their own medicine with a tush push right here, and he's going to be a fumble, and that's going to make it 4th and 1. But there is a booth review on the fumble. If it does count as a fumble, it's a 4th and 1. If it doesn't count as a fumble, that should be a first down for us, and that should definitely be the first. And so luckily the play was going in our favor, and we do continue to have the ball here. We're going to up and over the top, and can we get it in? We can't, to Keon Coleman. I'm just going to check it down to Pierre Strong, who's got a catch, and he's going to be able to get upfield to make it a 3rd and 2 and manageable for us. And I'm so excited with how this game's gone so far. Keon Coleman's going to have a huge catch here on 3rd down, and we're just milking our way all the way down the field here. Drake May's going to have a run, and he's just going to slide down, and that's going to set up a play action. All I want here is Brevin Jordan to get out into the flat, but I actually see him. Jalen Hyatt, 3 touchdowns, and that's absolutely game for the New York Giants. We got single-handedly carried to victory by one receiver absolutely breaking out. Jalen Hyatt's going to be the future of the New York Giants. This is the type of games you saw from him in college, but I'd never expected him to have these types of games in the NFL for us. And I lost connection to EA servers after, so no matter what, we're forcing ourselves to win here. You saw it firsthand. And I love that EA servers just completely crashed on us. We lost all progress in the game right as we won it at overtime. And EA may have made it 28-14, but we're never going to forget the performance that we saw Jalen Hyatt put on. But in this game, it still gave him 134, but no touchdowns to his name. And I don't know how to feel about this, but Saquon Barkley was back and ran a full game for him. But nonetheless, we move on to week 3 of the season. And because we beat the Eagles, we got plus 10 morale. But we're going up against the New England Patriots, and they have Nick Chubb now, but thanks to injuries, we're still going up against Mac Jones. And we're going to set our scouting focus across the board to tight end, because I don't know if Daniel Bellinger is going to be the future for us. Going into the draft this year, I don't know how strong this tight end class is going to be. But we do have some upgrade points. For Andrew Thomas, we only got pass block finesse. But for Travis Hunter at corner, we're obviously going to put it to man-to-man. And these stats are going to be applied to both the receiver version and the corner version. And the ability slot being there is a great sign. And playing at home, it's nice to have one of the first games ever in Giants franchise. We're a higher overall team than the team we're playing against. But we did lose a toss, and Darrington Evans is going to have to start us off here with a kick return. And he hasn't had the same mobility and impact that we saw last season. So that's where maybe I pull the trigger and have Travis Hunter start returning for us, but Saquon Barkley starting us on the ground with a good run. With 78 yards in week 2 and 43 yards in week 1, maybe this is the time where we can finally get him over 100. And so backed up into a 2nd and 8, we're going to go to a Daniel Bellinger screen, and if we can get the block to get there, and Andrew Thomas, no, that's Smith that gets there, Bellinger's going to get all the way up to make it a 3rd and 1. And even though they stack the box, we're going to give it off to Saquon Barkley here, and Keon Coleman's even coming into block. So we are looking hot here on our first drive, but we do go to a play action here, and Brevin Jordan on the outside's got a good grab. But he's going to go down with an injury, so in steps in Lawrence Cager. And these press situations the corners put us in are awesome. I want to be able to attack him more, but the pass is going to be complete to Saquon Barkley on an angle route, and we're driving in this game, but Brevin Jordan's going to be out, and Albert O's actually going to come in instead of Lawrence Cager. But it's time to go to the screen to Wan'Dale Robinson here on the outside, and Keon Coleman's such a good blocker on the outside. And so hopefully this is going to finish a perfect drive for us, and we're going to go to the end zone here, and Hyatt's got it for a touchdown. So we're going to try to continue his hot streak that he's had so far this year. Yeah, the stats got wiped out from week 2, but we all know how good he is. But there is going to be a booth review on this touchdown, and looking at it, his feet may not have been in. We got 1, we got 2, that should be a touchdown. And so it is going to count, and we're going to kick this field goal to start off this game 7-0. And our defense was the strong point for us last season, but this season they haven't so far, but Sexy Dexy starts it off strong. And it's nice to have him back from injury. That's going to be huge for us as they go out here to Nick Chubb, and he's going to make one guy miss, and Nick Amawari's going to get the tackle. And expect him to get a lot of playing time today on this 3rd and 5. They go to the air, and it's caught, and it's going to be enough for the first. And that catch came out from former Ohio State wide receiver Emmanuel Buka as they go to a screenplay here. Nick Amawari, we're coming over to bottle it up. And it really seems like the New England Patriots completely rebuilt their receiving room, but Nick Chubb to the outside, and Belton's going to hold him from the first. As their starting receivers are Emmanuel Buka, Juju Smith-Schuster, as well as Alec Pierce, the former Colts wide receiver. But on this 3rd and 1, they're going to the air. We're going to be out with it, and Isaiah Simmons is there to bottle it up. And there hasn't been an incompletion yet from any quarterback, but we're the ones who started off with a score as Saquon Barkley up the middle is going to get a couple. And we're going to stick with it again, another inside zone, and there's a lot of space here. Saquon Barkley hit the sprint button immediately. We're able to make a couple guys miss, but we're all the way out now to the 35-yard line. And with no corners out there, we're going to go to an immediate swing pass to Barkley and just have him beat a guy one-on-one, and the spin isn't working. But Daquan Jones goes down with an injury on the interior defensive line for the Patriots. So I'm coming out and running right at his back up here, but the hole's clogged up, and Barkley's only able to get 2. But the nice thing is we're already at 50 yards with him, and I'm going to scramble out here with Drake May. I see Wan'Dale Robinson, but I'm not going to force it. Jalen Hyatt was open on the drag, but I was worried about throwing the ball across my body, and I didn't quite see him until it was too late. So we're going to have to punt this ball back to the Patriots here, and Jones is making 2 guys miss, but they're going to start with the 30-yard line. And I still can't believe the Patriots are sticking with Mac Jones here as he just cuts back here. Nick Chubb's got a good gain. That's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter, and we're looking pretty solid so far, but I didn't realize their quarterback that got injured was actually Marcus Mariota, so it wasn't a big-name quarterback. I thought they went out and drafted one, but in simple Mac Jones fashion, he's 4 for 4 passing yards. That's about it, and he misses this one right here. We're going to be able to make it a 3rd and 11, and we're going to bring a 6-man pressure against a 5-man offensive line, and the pressure's going to get there as that's James Williams, and we're going to pick it up with BJ Hill, and BJ Hill's going to have a entourage leading with him, and he's going to get into the touchdown diving in, and it really seems like Mac Jones is just taking step by step back in his career. I don't expect him to be the quarterback next year, but second-year safety James Williams at 6'4", 225 makes the play of the day so far for us. So now can our defense continue to bottle them up? Dame Belton, who's getting some time, but he's not going to be playing as much today with Nick Amawari taking the start, but he comes up and makes a good TFL. And really, I want to make Mac Jones beat us. It's as simple as that. We're going to go there, and Banks gets the interception. Mac Jones is just not it, and Banks may have the first pick 6 in Giants franchise, but he's not able to get it there, and just in a couple of swings, 2 turnovers from the New England Patriots. In typical New England Patriots fashion, we're going to be inside the red zone one more time. So here we go. We're inside of the red zone already, and Saquon Barkley's going to be very open in the flats. Can we make one juke move? We do, and he's going to put us down into the 4-yard line. And if we can get this read option to work, we should be able to get in the end zone, but it doesn't. And the Patriots are losing another defensive lineman in Yannick Ngakoue in this game. The Patriots defense is actually nuts if you really think about it. The players that they have, and Barkley's just breaking tackles, but he's not able to get in. It's just that this Patriots defense is getting put into really bad situations, and Belly's going to get the touchdown right here on the little spot route. So we're already up 21-0. So New England Patriots so far only have 1 passing yard. That's it. And they're going to get maybe only 2 or 3 more here as we're coming up to make a good tackle. So they're already in another 3rd down situation, and they're going to go out to the outside, and he's not going to have enough for the first, and we're just going to get this ball back. This Patriots offense is even worse than I think they've ever been. And according to overall, they do have the absolute worst offense in the league this year, and Belly's going to get a good stiff arm here. It's all awesome in this game to be winning the turnover battle so far, as Barkley's going to have another run, but he's not getting enough for the first down, and we're definitely getting a holding call here that's going to back us up. And that one's going to be on Andrew Thomas, and it's his first one of the year. But the New England Patriots are losing another defensive player in this game due to injury. 2nd and 15, we're just going to dump it off to Bordeaux for his first catch of the year. So on 3rd down and long, we're going to go to a screenplay here to try to get it to work. We need to beat him to the edge, and if we could just cut it back, that's not going to be enough, and we're going to punt this football away. It feels weird playing with the lead, something we haven't done a lot through the first 2 seasons of Giants franchise, especially with a 21-point lead. I can't be saying much, as they're going to go to a pass here to Hunter Henry, who's got the grab, and he's going to make it 2nd and inches. I am thinking about putting Deontay Banks into the slot. I think that'll be better for us, and moving Travis Hunter to the outside, but that's going to be something I'm really going to have to look at and see how that progresses, because Travis Hunter does not have better tackling than some of the other guys on our team, as they throw it underneath, and Juju Smith-Schuster makes it 3rd and inches. The Patriots are considering this hurry up here, but they're actually going to do a draw play underneath, and Nick Chubb's actually having quietly a pretty good day. And after they finally burn a timeout, they are going to go back to the air, and we do get burnt on the sideline, but that's a bad throw by Mac Jones. And we're rolling our safeties. We're playing them down because they cannot throw the ball deep, and actually 2 big trucks coming out, and Travis Hunter has to give chase, and just like that, Nick Chubb gets into the end zone. And I was talking about how good Deontay Banks' tackling was, but there, it looked kind of rough. But maybe I'll give him a pass, because that is Nick Chubb, one of the best running backs in the league. And I still can't believe the Cleveland Browns let him walk. I know he was coming off an injury there, but still, he's one of the best running backs in the league when healthy. And with Ezekiel Elliott finally retiring, that's probably the best move for them there, as Belly makes another good juke move. And looking at the stats, the Patriots are pretty even with us, but it's the turnover differential that has made this game so far. The only bad part in this game is the Patriots got the ball back to start, and we have nobody covering the tight end underneath, and he's going to be able to run up for a little bit, and that's Adam Troutman. And he's actually had 2 catches for -2 yards in this game, so that was his first good catch, but it's going to be Nick Chubb getting enough for the first. But this year, we've just kind of had running backs have their way with us as they go 4 verticals and actually break this one off, and Juju's got the catch. I need our defense to make a stop here. Yeah, it's been awesome to get interceptions, but maybe a 3rd and out would be something new to us, because if it wasn't for turnovers in the Eagles game and this game today, we would be definitely struggling. But it is a 3rd and 4. We're bringing Travis Hunter on the blitz up the middle, and we had a free run at the quarterback, but James Williams wasn't good enough in coverage. But it is 2nd and 10. And across the board, we're going to have another interception here. Travis Hunter is going to get his first of the year. And our secondary is elite. He's going to get up and run, but not for much there. So that's the 2nd interception of the ball game for us. 2 interceptions, 1 forced fumble. And we are dominating the league right now in the secondary. Travis Hunter getting his first one of his career, and hopefully many more for us. And the cool thing is his dead trade's going to be released very, very soon. But Saquon Barkley to the outside, not going for much. And look at the kind of attention that Jalen Hyatt's garnering. Double coverage on the outside there, so we're definitely not going to throw it his way. But the sack is coming through, and Andrew Thomas completely whiffed on Quincy Roche. So on 3rd down, I want to throw to the sticks here. We're going to go underneath, and that's going to be Jalen Hyatt dropping the ball. It's poor accuracy coming out, and the Patriots are going to start with pretty good field position. And with Bailey Zapp not here, there's really nobody to turn to in this kind of situation here, unless you want Marcus Mariota throwing the football. But here we go on 3rd down. The ball's coming out, and we're able to break it up last second, but we're going to lose Micah McFadden to injury. Hopefully he's not out for too long, but we finally do force a 3 and out. We haven't scored yet in the 3rd quarter. Let's put together a pretty good drive here. We're going to start with Bellinger on the outside. And Drake Mays had a really good day throwing the football to start. He's 12 of 14 as Jalen Hyatt's got a good grab, making him 13 of 15 for 115 and 2 tutties. But the goal is to get Saquon Barkley over 100 yards, something we haven't done so far this year, and he's got enough to make it a 3rd and 1. But I'm not going to run it. We're going to go to the air here, quick to the outside, and that one's almost jumped. I tried to force that ball there on 3rd and 1. I should have just run it with Saquon Barkley. And with Presley Harvin, we've got a great punt to pin them back, but it bounces into the end zone. And I guess what I would like to see in this game is maybe a pass over 10 yards for the New England Patriots. Is it really that hard? Dane Belton giving chase to stop the first down. He's going to get it, make it a 3rd and 1. And even though we stalled out, we still have a 2-score lead, so I just want to preserve it and stop the New England Patriots on this drive. And they start by autoing out to the single eye here, and they're going to run it up the middle. Actually go play action. We're going to have the blitzer, and Corey Foreman's going to get the sack. I wasn't expecting him to get that much playing time this year, but with our defense struggling, I've been running a little bit more 4-4 and letting him get in the ball game. So it's time for Darrington Evans to revitalize our offense here on a nice punt return, and he's got the edge, and he's going to get us all the way out to midfield. And it's the returns like that that make me want to keep him in and not switch to Travis Hunter. But a touchdown here, that's the goal. We're going to go out to Wan'Dale Robinson, and that one's jumped. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, that's how you throw a football game, because I needed this one so bad to go down, revitalize our offense, get a touchdown. Instead, we give the Patriots the ball at the 12-yard line. And I just wanted to have a game without one interception. That's the way it's been so far, as Banks just jumped that. I was going for the swat with Stingley. I cannot believe that was intercepted, and I didn't even watch it. I need to see what happened here. Banks just completely jumped it while being in coverage on Emmanuel Ibuka, and so in 2 games, we have 3 interceptions back-to-back. That's absolutely insane, but I can't have any more turnovers here on this drive as Barkley's going to get to the open field, get a nice juke to the outside, and we're not able to break that one, but we are closing in on the 100 yards rushing mark, so we're going to keep it on the ground here. Actually, throw it out to Wan'Dale Robinson because the bubble was there, and he's got a good gain. So this game's been all in our favor so far besides the interception, and we're going to go up and over the top here. Alberto, he cannot juke for anything at all, but the face mask does come out, and that's going to let us almost have the ball inside the red zone. We're going to go out to Wan'Dale Robinson again, who's going to get up for a good gain. And at slot receiver, he's been awesome for us so far this year. One player who hasn't got a lot of time today is Keon Coleman, and I want to try to go to him here, and that's going to be broken up. Anytime I want to throw deep, it's really a 50-50 whether our offensive line holds up, but on 3rd and 4, we have to convert, and I'm going to try to throw it underneath, and that's jumped again. Reaction time just can't be there, and I just cannot make those kinds of throws. And I need to stop leading passes because it's been absolutely no help for us so far in this game as the comeback route's going to be there again for the New England Patriots. I don't know if you can tell, I'm just so mad with how this game has transpired from Drake May. I really thought it was going to be a perfect game. And on 2nd and 10, Mac Jones is going to throw to the outside, and we're going to have an easy... No, he breaks the tackle, and he's going to break another one. He's going to get all the way up the field here. So the former New York Giant Paris Campbell with a great play there, out to the outside, and Stingley's got the interception. Mac Jones is absolutely horrible. And if we could just get the first interception return in Giants franchise, that'd be awesome. Right here, Derek Stingley down the sideline, and he's going to end this football game right here. In typical Mac Jones fashion, his accuracy's been all over the place. We've been able to pick him off, and let's do it one more time. That would be so much fun. As actually Deonte Banks gets burned on a wheel route here. We're not able to bring him down, and they're already up across midfield all the way out to the 33. But if we could not allow 20 more passing yards, we'd actually finish the game here with some under holding a quarterback under 200 yards. Never mind. And we're going to go to the zone here on 2nd down, and they're going to throw underneath, and we're there to make a tackle. Juju breaks one, fighting his way into the end zone, and he actually gets there running through James Williams of all people, the 6'4", 220-pound safety. Luckily, it is still a 2-score game, but they're going for the onside kick here. I brought out our hands team, and let's see if we could just recover it and send this game to be over. And what a great play by Keon Coleman. Hasn't got a lot of receptions today, but that's a big play coming out from him. And all we need here is just a couple first downs to put this one away. And Saquon Barkley, if we could just get the block from Andrew Thomas, would have been perfect. But I'm already milking the clock here as Barkley's going to get up the middle for another good gain, making it a 3rd and 2. And so on 3rd down, we're going to read option. It is going to be a pull read here. Drake May... We got him confused. Drake made down the stay in bounds. He fumbled it. Are you kidding me? He fumbled. I tried to stay in bounds. Anytime I get tackled with Drake May, it's been a fumble so far. Dallas Cowboys game last year was an absolute killer. Oh, and he was down. We need to take that to booth review. And looking at it, it's not allowing us to challenge. But looking at it here, his knee seemed to be down. And even on top of that, it touched a player while the player was out of bounds. So it should definitely be in our favor here. And they're going to go to the air right away. This is killing me here. We have a free rusher. And Derek Stingley's going to make the play on the outside. Ibuka's going to be forced out. But I thought we were going to hold Mac Jones under 200 yards today. But that's not the case. Instead, we're getting held. And Paris Campbell's off to the races here in this one. This probably becomes a 1-point game. I tried to get off the block here with Banks, but he wouldn't let me. And Paris Campbell takes this one all the way. The Patriots still have all 3 of their timeouts here. So we just need a first down. And Saquon Barkley, I needed him to stay in bounds. So we force him to burn it. And they will. But they also got the 2-minute warning to help him, so this is going to make it a little bit more dangerous, and Barkley gets held and he fumbles the football. This is an absolute masterclass on how to blow a football game, but this is going to booth review. He's definitely down this time, so please, refs, make the right call. Take this to review. His elbow forces the fumble. We're running an RPO here on 3rd and 1, and we just need to get the first down. Barkley's going to be able to get it, and he's actually going to make it a 4th and inches. Play call, said to go for it. We're going to run a QB sneak, and hopefully this tush push works. And Drake May's able to get it. No, he gets stopped. Barrymore on the inside. We're just completely throwing away this game. I don't know about you, but those yard markers make it seem like we should have already had the first. And nonetheless, I still think we got it. So this is absolutely killing me in this football game as they go screen to the outside. And the blockers are there, and we're going to be able to force them out. And at this point, if we lose, it's destiny. I cannot believe the game has gone this way so far for us. And they're actually going to run the football backside. Corey Foreman, please make the tackle. And Mac Jones cannot win this game with 4 interceptions on the day. It just shouldn't happen. We're there to break it up last second with Travis Hunter. And we're going to bring the blitz, force this one here on this 3rd and 2. They still have 1 timeout to play with. Man's coming in motion. And we're looking at the underneath. The spot routes there. And we break it up again with Travis Hunter. And we're bringing the blitz here. And they're going to go to the run. And Sexy Dexy bottles it up. That's going to be the ball game. I'm taking a knee. I'm done. I'm out. We got screwed over by the refs, and that's going to bring this game to a finale. And with everything going wrong in the second half, we somehow escaped this game with a victory, and Mac Jones still balled out with 320 passing yards, and Drake May, I need to stop throwing interceptions with him. But the nice thing is Saquon Barkley actually got 100 yards rushing. And receiving, we did spread the ball out a lot. But I can't believe the game our D-backs put on. This is what we were looking for when we went out and drafted Travis Hunter. And after that game, we got more upgrade points for him. We're going to put it on man-to-man. We got some +1s, plus the +4 play recognition, which is huge. And the first mock draft is out, and it has us taking Caden Proctor, a tackle out of Alabama. But we do have some trade offers coming in for Wan'Dale Robinson, Micah McFadden, as well as BJ Hill in the middle. Looking at Drake May's performance, I need to build more chemistry in this team so far. And so we have a goal of beating the Lions with 4 touchdowns. And it's awesome to see Deonte Banks still balling out. He got player of the week in week number 3, getting 2 interceptions. But with a home game in MetLife Stadium, I want to try to run the ball. If we were in Detroit, life would be a lot easier inside of the dome, but we need to get 150 rushing yards now. And so I promise you we're going to fail one of those goals. And looking at some trade offers that are coming in for Micah McFadden, there's none of these that are really interesting me so far. We could bring Jason Pinnock back to the New York Giants, but so far none of these guys are really piquing my interest at all. But going to weekly strategy, I want to stop the run. That's it. Jahmyr Gibbs is one of the most dangerous players in the league, and I do want to counter the blitz. And the Lions may be 1-2, and they actually have the worst offense in the league at number 32 and have the 30th ranked defense in the league. So I don't know what's been going on with the Lions for the first couple of games. But BJ Hill, who actually got a touchdown for us last game on the fumble recovery, will not be playing today. And before we jump in, Nika Mawari's got an upgrade point. He's actually up to a 75 overall now, actually playing at a 76 because of the morale boost. But finally, we're going to get our project guy Jack Nelson up an overall point. He's going to be up to a 71, and the pass block is going to be there. And it's going to be time now to play this very, very rainy game. We won the toss and did defer to the second half, but there's 14-mile-an-hour winds that are going to be facing us all day long, so that's going to be something we have to watch out for, especially when kicking. And coming into today on defense, I made a lot of adjustments to our formation subs. You're going to see Nika Mawari getting a lot more playing time, but also keeping him and Dame Belton on the field at the same time. Just like right here, Isaiah Simmons on the left-hand side and Mawari in the middle, as well as James Williams. That's 3 safeties on our defensive line here. We're going to bring a 5-man pressure it underneath. Stingley's going to open us up with an interception. Stingley only has Jared Goff to beat. Can we get him? And we do, but Amon-Ra's going to be there to bring us down. And so with 5 safeties on the field at once, we're able to make it work. My goal was to build the best secondary of all time, and we did it just right here as Saquon Barkley's going to get in for a 1-play drive touchdown to finish off the turnover. And we're off to a hot start in this ball game. But right as I say that, we missed the extra point, and Corey Foreman's going to have to come in because Isaiah Simmons got injured while blocking. So Corey Foreman's going to get a lot more playing time for us on defense. They go to the ground here with Gibbs to start. And he was a very serviceable backup last year, so I'm actually excited to get him a little bit more playing time, but Gibbs up the middle is going to have a good run. Gibbs scares me a lot because he right now is one of the most athletic players in the league as we break this one up to force the punt. But as the fastest running back in the league, he is going to cause problems for a long time as Darrington Evans isn't able to break a tackle. But on offense, we did make a lot of changes across the board. Today, we're running it with formation subs that are going to allow a bunch more receivers to get playing time. So that means guys like Travis Hunter and Odell Beckham Jr. will get more time as we're going to have to Saquon Barkley, though, for the first down. He's going to break some tackles here, get almost out to the 35-yard line. It is weird to see Odell Beckham Jr. out there on the right side, but he's not going to get a block, and we're going to get tackled. But he's going to be rocking number 6 for us for this season. I know it's not a number he's used to. This tenure is going to be a lot different than his first one in New York because we're going to go underneath here to Jalen Hyatt, and I can't turn up the field, and we're going to punt this football away. But coming back out on defense, we need to continue to make stops, and they're just going to these slant routes that just aren't working for them. Never mind, a bunch of tackles are broken, and somehow that play works out. And that catch actually comes out from Evan Stewart, the rookie here, as they go to the outside. And in this pouring rain, it's going to be hard to throw the ball. So in one more passing situation, here we go. They're going to go out to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they're able to bring this one in over Deonte Banks. And I did move Banks into the slot because I think this is going to be a better spot for him for right now. But signaling the outside gets burnt on the slant again from Evans. And we're going to start shading underneath in all of these situations here as Gibbs has got to run to the outside. Travis Hunter's giving chase, but Jahmyr Gibbs is just too fast down the sideline at 95 speed. I think he's up to 96 now because of the last year. But I was worried about another passing play coming out, and that one just didn't go our way. And I'm really worried if that missed field goal is going to come back to bite us here as we're going to go out to the outside, and Evans can't break the tackle. So we're going to go back to the run here to start this drive, and the hole's there for a second. But I think that was Green that couldn't hold on to his block. And one thing I heard from a lot of you guys is you want to see Drake maybe able to run the football a little bit more, but that time the read option doesn't work. This is all setting up a 3rd and 5 here, and I want to recapture the lead, and we're going to have to go up and over here, but the bad pass coming in, but Roman Wilson's got it. It's so nice to see other receivers getting time for us. Roman Wilson, a great receiver in his own right at Michigan. So far this season, we haven't gotten any good plays to work. Long distance run from Saquon Barkley just aren't happening. But that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter where we're neck and neck with the Lions. And so So now in the second quarter, I want to put a good score up on the board. And I see the drag route coming out. And who's that? That's Odell Beckham Jr. for his first catch of the season. And I'm so excited to see him back in a Giants uniform. But this does create a weird situation where there may not be a 1,000-yard receiver for the Giants this year because I really want to spread the ball out. But Barkley's got a good run up the middle. And we were only able to have one last year with Jalen Hyatt, but we're going to go underneath and Wan'Dale Robinson gets a drop. So on 3rd and 2, they're stacking the box. So we're actually going to go to the air here and we're going to throw it right underneath Keon Coleman. The Florida State receiver in his second year is going to get us down to the 2-yard line. And with no overhang linebacker, Saquon Barkley should be easy able to walk this one in for his second rushing touchdown of the day. Drake May's come out firing on all cylinders, and in the run game, we're actually doing a lot better with Nick and Marari in the middle. We're already forcing him to a 3rd and long here, and it's going to be a screen pass underneath, and we're able to break it, and Travis Hunter's the one who brings him down. He doesn't have a catch yet in this game, but does record his second tackle, and with the 14-mile-an-hour winds, this punt is very, very short, as Evans is going to catch it and go down right away at the 46. And I'm really not looking to take any deep shots here. I want to stay consistent, but we're actually going to scramble up here and get back to about the line of scrimmage with Drake May. I was worried about the Florida product, Alex Anzalone, there in the middle. As our drag, I can't even find him. I don't know where he is, and we're just going to throw this ball out. I didn't realize that Brevin Jordan got stuck up on the offensive tackle, but now at 3rd and 9, we need to be able to convert here, and Daniel Bellinger to the outside, and we're able to bring it in with Daniel Bellinger, and he's going to get down, and Josh Olchey's going to go down with an injury for the Detroit Lions. So after nothing on 1st down, we're going back to the run here, and Saquon Barkley's got all day in the middle, and that should make this 3rd and 4 very, very manageable that Drake May's actually going to pull and just slide down nice and easily. And with a slant concept here in tow, I don't see anybody open right away, but Wan'Dale Robinson's going to make the grab, and he's going to hold on to it this time. He had that drop earlier, so I was getting worried about that, but this could be the second time we almost put up 20 points this season already at the break, and we're just going to throw this one out. And so on 2nd and 10, we're going to the play action. I want to look for Saquon Barkley out in the flats, and we got one guy to beat. We're able to do it, but we do get pushed out of bounds, making it a 3rd and 2. So it's this or going to be a field goal here, and Saquon Barkley gets stuffed by Alex Anzalone, the Florida product. Why missing Pennsylvania product? And we're going to have to go ahead and take a field goal here and make it 16-7 in this ball game. And that may take us to halftime. We're now at halftime, and these are the stats so far, and we're looking pretty good in this ball game if we can just contain our lead. With the 14-mile-an-hour winds, we are receiving here in the second half, and let's start it off hot here with a good return, and Darrington Evans is going to get us all the way out to the 34. And I'm very happy with the way this game's gone so far, but we saw it against the New England Patriots. When we start making mistakes, we let teams back in ball games. But we're going to the air here to start out, something we usually don't do, and Brevin Jordan's going to be open in the flat, so we're going to get a nice little juke move. But Evan Neal's going to go down with an injury, so that's going to bring in Jack Nelson at the guard position. And I'm going to try to force the ball here to Jalen Hyatt, one-on-one coverage, and he's wide open in this one. If we get a juke move to the outside, he almost breaks the tackle. But because of how dangerous his speed is, they're going to give us so much cushion. I think the only receiver we haven't gotten the ball to on our roster so far today is actually Travis Hunter, but Hyatt's going to be open here, a good juke move, and he's going to have back-to-back nice catches. With Evan Neal's injury, I'm going to be able to bring him back into this ball game. And we are going to continue to move the ball through the air here. Keon Coleman on the drag route is going to get absolutely smashed right away. I threw him right into a big hit. So we're finally going to go back to the run here, and the stretch play's got a little bit of opening, and the juke move back inside is going to get us a couple. But this is the way this offense needs to operate. Very quick and precise down the field, as we actually do take a sack to Van Ginkel. I know I saw some of you guys in the comments saying go out and trade for him. Well, he's sacking us in today's ball game, and so that means we are going to have to settle for a massive 42-yard field goal, and I think I missed it here with the aim. I hit the button a little too soon, and Jake Elliott's not going to be able to put this one in. It's a missed field goal in this game and a missed extra point. This wind has been absolutely atrocious, and we also have the sliders for kicking accuracy set all the way down to make sure field goals are going to be harder for us. So I talked about it earlier. Bad things happen when you start making mistakes. As Corey Foreman just got absolutely destroyed, and I don't think Corey Foreman saw it because he got depleted. But we recover though, and Dane Belton did make a good tackle. Now we're going to give chase to Gibbs here to the outside, and Imawari is going to get a good tackle. And we have already put the Lions into a lot of 3rd and long positions here. Stingley's got another breakup. And I didn't even realize, but the Lions punter, he got hurt. So that's why the punts for them today have been absolutely horrendous. And that's allowing us to win the field position battle. But we're going to go underneath to Odell Beckham Jr., who's got the grab. So it's still weird to say his name in a New York Giants uniform again. I'm going to have to get back used to that. But now in a 3rd and 5, we're going to have to find a way to pick this up. And Wan'Dale Robinson's not quite open. And we're just going to take off with Drake May. And there's a lot of space. And if Odell Beckham Jr. can continue to pick up the blocks, that's going to be huge. But Drake May on a 33 yards now on the day is going to get us down to the 15-yard line. So across the board, our team has been absolutely feasting days. We're going to go underneath to Odell again, but he doesn't bring it in. So here comes a read option style play here, and we're going to take off with Drake May again. And if Drake May can cut this one back and try to get into the end zone, he doesn't fumble though. I'll take that one. But that's going to put us at a perfect opportunity to run this one in for Saquon Barkley's 3rd rushing touchdown of the day. He's not quite able to get it there. there. But we're going to run it again here on the inside, and Saquon Barkley's able to punch this one in. And instead of making it a 23-7 ball game, we are going to go for this in the 2-point conversion. And this is a play I liked a lot in these different 2-point situations. And Daniel Bellinger's open, and the dive doesn't quite get there. We're in. And so Detroit's been one of the worst offenses and worst defenses in the league so far this season. And we're kind of seeing it here, as if we could continue stopping them, that would be huge. But what I'm worried about is when they finally start going to the air here, because Jared Goff really hasn't so far in this ball game. But it was Donovan Peoples-Jones on that catch there, and we have one-on-one across the board here, and James Williams comes up the middle. He led our team in sacks last year, and he's off to a good start this year, and he had the forced fumble in last game. So after the good sack, it makes it 2nd and 20 as they go underneath to Laporta, and Laporta's able to break one. But he's now up to an 87 overall, but we've been just bottling him up today because the amount of safeties we have on our team, we can really just make things a lot easier for us as this ball's thrown out, and the Lions are going to punt again. As so far today, the Lions are only 2 of 8 on 3rd down, but on our offense, we've actually been 7 for 10 so far, as Brevin Jordan's not able to hold in that one. But Jack Campbell and Alex Anzalone in the middle have been absolutely phenomenal. Is this going to be Odell Beckham Jr. on the drag route making a nice grab? But finally, he checks into the ball game for us as a receiver. We're going to go to him very quickly here, and Travis Hunter can't hold on to it. And we're running 5 wide. I'm going to look to Jalen Hyde on the slant route, but we're actually going to scramble out. And he is open, but I'm going to take off with Drake May because I don't want to force anything. But now on a 3rd and 5, we're going to look to Wan'Dale Robinson to try to pick it up, and the ball's going to be there, and Wan'Dale Robinson's got a nice grab. And I am very, very excited about his development. We're going to go up and over the top. Wan'Dale Robinson's got the grab, and we can't juke himself into the end zone. His development's going to be huge for us as we continue to build up this wide receiver core. Odell Beckham Jr. is on our roster for this year, but that's it. After the 1-year contract, will most likely retire. But being on the goal line, we have the opportunity to get Saquon Barkley his 4th rushing touchdown of the game, and he's going to get down to the 2-yard line, and it was the false start that brought us back 5. So it was just a game of back and forth there, and Barkley's going to punch this one almost in, but we do get stopped by Smith. And so 3rd time's the charm here if we can get it in with Barkley, but that's absolutely not going to happen and force us to a 4th and goal on a field goal. So we are going to get it in, but it does suck that we weren't able to punch in the touchdown. So our defense have come out in the first 4 games and really shown that they are the best, but it's going to go to the outside here, and Donovan Peoples-Jones does stay in. But so far in this game, we've only held Jared Goff to 114 passing yards, no touchdowns, and 1 interception. As maybe this will be the first time we're holding a quarterback under 200 yards receiving, but we don't make it easy, do we? Anytime we say that, a big play pops off. We did the same thing against the New England Patriots in last episode. So the curse of 200 may continue here as they go to play action. We're running with it here. Out the outside, if we could have actually intercepted that, I'm not going to lie, from the air and throw. But the Lions coming out in 9 formation, they still go to the air. It's just not what I expected, and we're able to make a good tackle. And let's see here if they can finally convert a 3rd down. They only have 6 rushing attempts in this game, and they almost went to one there. But the crossing route is able to slide in, and that's going to put them down on the 1-yard line, and it's going to be a pitch play to the outside, and we actually get picked up from the tackle, and it's David Montgomery who's going to get into the end zone, making it a 14-27 game. So it's simple. All I want here is a couple runs and a good 1st down. We're going to end the game right here, and Saquon Barkley starts it off with a good run, and it's going to be a read option. It's going to see actually Drake May pulling it here, and Travis Hunter with a great block on the outside, and we don't slide down. Instead, we dive for it. And I can't believe that Drake May's actually got more rushing yards than Saquon Barkley in this one, but it's not going to last for long here as Barkley's got a good run and now get over him, and we're going to continue to milk this one down here. Our offensive line finally playing well, but this is a fumble, and thank gosh that Green picks it up. But 1 more 1st down should seal it in this ball game. They may start burning their timeouts here soon. They do, but I'm going to try to throw them off here with an RPO bubble, and we're just going to slide down with Drake May. And the injury to Evan Neal's actually going to stop the clock, so we know they're going to pass the football here, and they have the weapons for it across the board as they're going to underneath to start, and that's almost intercepted by Travis Hunter. And I'm so excited to see what his depth trade is soon. When that gets revealed, it's going to be absolutely awesome. But this game's just about over here as they go to a screenplay, and we're there with Nick Emerwari to make the tackle, as well as James Williams. And that's the best feeling ever. We have 2 safeties that are both 6'4" and absolute units, and James Williams is that guy, and he's going to get the sack there, forcing a 4th and 15, and we're going to bring the 2 big safeties again. I'm actually going to drop the 1 safety. As he goes to the outside, and Stingley's got his 2nd interception of the day, and that one's going to seal it. But that's going to bring the game to an end, and the Detroit Lions have had a rough start to the season, moving to 1-3, and the worst offense and worst defense in the league rankings for them through the first quarter of the season do continue. But on our side, we played a turnover-free football game with Drake May having 250 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, and Saquon Barkley putting up 90 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns on the ground. But what I do love here is we were able to spread the ball across the field. Travis Hunter is the only guy on our roster without a catch, and Stingley coming back from injury this season, he's off to a hot start. He's already got 2 picks in their last game, and he's got an overall boost here, and we're going to apply it to man-to-man, and the +3 awareness is going to jump him up. And with the 2 sacks from James Williams, Cowboys, he's also got an upgrade point right after this game. And the play recognition or press are going to be huge as we continue to play him in a linebacker spot. And though we didn't complete our passing goals, our rushing goals did work out for us, and we're going to get some XP from that right here. But going into week number 2, it looks like we're going to have a breakout development. But now on to the next week here, it looks like Derek Stingley is actually going to get a breakout opportunity. And all we have to do is hold Justin Fields under 150 passing yards. And the critics are coming out asking about Drake May's success. And I can't believe this, but we actually have an opportunity to upgrade him to an X factor. So that means in our game plan, we're going to defend the short pass. And our offensive game plan is just to throw it deep. 400 passing yards is a lot to get to. And with the Bears being 0-4 so far this season, it is a cold opponent game for us. And we were given a ton of development points going into this game. First with Travis Hunter, we're going to place it on playmaker. And I'm actually going to try to play him a lot more today and move him into some more packages. And with Drake May, I have to put it on field general. And the ability slot is there for them as he finally up to an 80 overall. And with Jalen Hyatt, I still want to put it on deep threat. He's going to be our number 1 receiver for so far. And if we can get another speed, it would be awesome. But we do get a release. And so even though the Bears are 0-4 to start the season, there's so much on the line for us in this game. So we need to jump in and make sure to secure the W. So losing the coin toss, we are going to come out on offense first here. And it's Darrington Evans out to the outside. If we could kick it off with a good return, we only have the kicker to beat. And Darrington Evans, I was thinking about benching him, but he's going to take this one all the way to open up the football game. And he was able to break one tackle and then absolutely go to the distance to open this one up. And that's his 4th kick return for the New York Giants in the first 2 seasons of Giants franchise so far, and I could not be happier. And so even though the Bears kicked off, they're going to be the ones having the first offensive snaps in this ball game, and Nick Emirwari is going to have a good tackle to kick it off. He's definitely going to get more playing time today over Dane Belton, but the one guy I am worried about stopping today is going to be wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. in his 2nd year. And behind Caleb Williams, he actually finished 2nd in the league in Offensive Player of the Year votings for rookies. But we're going to leave Kayvon Thibodeau on a spy, and we're just going to try to rush 3 today as across the middle. It's going to be the Bears with a catch, and they're making us miss here. Travis Hunter can't get in tow, and it's going to be Aaron Anderson for the Chicago Bears getting in for the touchdown. We just couldn't bring him down. And Xavier McKinney's been struggling this year tackling, and it showed here as the Bears easily tie up the football game 7-7. And so here we go. Can we do it again with Darrington Evans? We're going to break this one to the outside, and we're not able to break a tackle this time. And so finally, we'll have the ability to get out here on offense, and Saquon Barkley is not able to get it to the edge. Montez Sweat has been balling for the Chicago Bears defense so far, but we're going to go to the air here. Just a screen pass to Saquon Barkley, who's going to have some open space here, and he's got a good gain of almost 20 yards. And with the goal today trying to be 400 passing yards, we need to throw the ball early and often here, and I see him, and the crosser's open, and that's Roman Wilson with the grab. I love the opportunities that we're creating for our other receivers on our roster today. We across the board, a lot of them are going to get in different formations, but the one player I did add a little bit more into our formation subs is going to be that of Travis Hunter, as Wan'Dale Robinson's got a screen pass. And we did just take a bad sack here on a screen play, but Wan'Dale Robinson's going to get wide open on the whip route. I just love him underneath as our slot receiver. As already in this game, we have almost 80 receiving yards. If we can get to the corner, that would be a touchdown, but we're just going to have to settle for a field goal. So that was the first errant pass for Drake May, but nonetheless, Jake Elliott's going to kick it in, and we're going to take back the lead. And our goal today is have Justin Fields not beat us with his legs, as that's a good breakup from Stingley. And if you remember, if we hold him today, we're going to have a good opportunity to break out Stingley as well to a superstar. And that would give us 2 superstars on our roster at the cornerback position. But as I said, they're going up and over. Marvin Harrison Jr. is actually going to stay up, and Stingley gets burnt there. So just like that, maybe I need to double cover him here, but Khalil Herbert's up the middle for a good carry. But I think it's time we do bring a lot of pressure here, as out to the outside, Cole Kmet's going to make a good grab. Jet motion coming in for the Bears here, and they're going to go inside again, but Sexy Dexy on the inside's got a good tackle. And that's going to bring us to the end of a very exciting first quarter. But having Dexter Lawrence in the middle for us is such a great thing, as Justin Fields actually going to step up and run here, and if we can get a big hit, instead he breaks one, ball's on the ground, and they do end up recovering it, so the Bears are going to be down on the 1-yard line. And that was Braxton Jones with the fumble recovery, but Justin Fields is going to pull this one and walk into the end zone to give the Bears back the lead. And this is starting to look like a very bad trap game for us in this one, as we're 3-1, and I don't want to fall to 3-2 this early in the season, because we have some divisional games coming up, and being 4-1 would be absolutely imperative for our team. But we get out to the 28-yard line here with Evans. The trade deadline's kind of looming this season, and we have a lot of moves that we may need to make on the defensive side, because run pass, it doesn't matter. Teams are just having their way with us, as we're going to go up the middle with Barkley again and make it a 3rd and 5. But if they're in man coverage, Travis Hunter should be open here. Instead, we're going to go underneath. Nice catch with Jalen Hyatt. He's going to get up all excited and actually go down with an injury in this one. So that means both Roman Wilson and Travis Hunter are going to get a lot more playing time in this game, and we're just going to try to scramble out. And actually, the ball goes on the ground here. Drake May fumble. Luckily, Green falls on it. And so the scramble out didn't work, and that's going to put us in a really bad 2nd down. So a screenplay here seems like the only logical solution to this, and we're going to whip it out to Saquon Barkley. Can we let this block set? We do, and we have a lot of running room to make up for, and he's only getting about half of it back. Coming back out, we need to be able to get a stop on the defensive side. We're coming all the way across the field with Nick Emirwari, who's such a good tackle. But in these moments, I am missing Isaiah Simmons a little bit, but the sack's going to get there on the inside. James Williams is going to finish him off. And Barkley's off to a slow start in this ball game, but no matter. We're going to go to the outside, but the pass rush gets there again for the Bears. So already we're put into a 3rd and 10, and Travis Hunter is going to be open here. We're going to fire this one, and he's going to drop it. That's not a good play coming out from Travis Hunter, whose depth trait should be revealed very, very soon. So the only thing we can do here is try to pin him deep, and Presley Harvin's got a good punt, and it should hit off of Marvin Harrison. Oh, we should have let it hit off of him. And so the Bears are coming back out, and I want to continue to try to bring the blitz on him here, try to get Justin Fields in some bad situations, but McKinley can't run with a tight end. And when you have a safety with his kind of speed against a tight end, you think it would actually work. And so that brings up another 1st and 10, and they're going to run this one up the middle, and we get a good stop on it. And looking at our defense, there was only 10 players on the field for that one, so I don't know what's going on. So have you ever heard of kicking yourself? That's what we're doing right now, but up the middle, Sexy Dexy's got another good play up, bottling up the Khalil Herbert run, and he actually goes down with an injury. And on this 3rd down, we're bringing out the blitz because I want to get the pass rush there right away, and it's going to be Derek Stingley in coverage, able to stop him, able to hold him from getting the 1st down, and they're going to punt this football away. And so it's going to be a 2-minute warning drive, and we're going to start it off here with a run with Drake May, and as long as he doesn't fumble, I'll take that one all day, and that's going to lead us into the 2-minute warning. And I haven't talked about it much yet, but actually the Chicago Bears have a very good secondaries. That one's almost picked off, but with Quandre Diggs as well as Jalen Johnson, it's going to create a difficult matchup for Drake May in this game, and that personal foul is going to give us a couple more yards on Montez Sweat, and so that penalty is going to bring us across the 50-yard line, and they're showing blitz here, so we're going to be able to maybe throw this one deep. And I see him. If we can get Roman Wilson in coverage man-to-man with a linebacker diving into the end zone, he's down at the 1-yard line, and our goal is to hit 400 receiving yards, and so far we're kind of on track in this one. And with Saquon Barkley having a rough game running the football right now, we're going to give him this one, at least get him a touchdown here, and we're going to capture the lead right before going into halftime. And so with 1:10 left on the clock, the Bears are actually going to the air here as they go out to the running back, and I didn't run with him enough, and he's going to be able to step out of bounds. And against an elusive quarterback like Justin Fields, it makes us a little bit harder as we're going to try to... I tried to swat it down with Stingley. That one didn't work. I tried to hit square, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get in before the 2-minute warning. I meant halftime, but I'm just flustered. I cannot believe that pass went in there. I tried to hit the swap button. Derek Stingley just didn't click on the right way, and I love that dive move after, as Marvin Harrison Jr. has kind of had his way with us in this football game. So we have to regain in this one, and I see some space in Darrington Evans. I cannot believe how good Darrington Evans is as a return specialist. I was hating on him to start the season, and he's already got 2 in this game. That is absolutely ridiculous. So coming out of halftime, are we getting outdueled by Justin Fields? Yeah, pretty much so far, but a good tackle coming in from Deonte Banks. So bringing it to a 3rd and 8, I want to get the pressure to get there in this ball game, but the crossing route's going to be open, and actually Deonte Banks last second's going to be able to break it up. Speed from the Bears receivers is showing in this ball game, as both Derek Stingley and Deonte Banks have had their troubles in this one. And the only corner that really hasn't been tested in this one is actually Travis Hunter, as Evans got another good return. So far, the only corner that hasn't been tested in this ball game has actually been Travis Hunter, and he's done a good job on the inside. But we are having trouble pushing the ball down the field here as another big sack comes out, and this one's Tyron Smith, and Montez Sweat's got his first sack of the day. And so on 2nd and 20, we're coming out, we're running 4 verticals here, and I see him down the sideline. If we could get the ball to him, no, it's going to be Travis Hunter not being able to connect. And so he had the initial burners on there, but wasn't able to make it work, as we're going to go to the outside, and the blocks aren't going to be picked up, but Saquon Barkley stays in. And so we weren't able to pin him deep, but that's okay. They're going to go run at the middle here, and actually Branson just ends up making me miss there as a good run comes out. And so the run blocking sliders have been pretty rough so far to us. Every single running back this season's had their way. And so they're going to continue here on the ground, and Justin Fields has got so much open space. We need to be able to bring him down here, and that's going to be Dane Belton making the tackle. And I went through and adjusted the settings again to make sure that we're not going to give up a single run to Justin Fields anymore, but he is dotting us up. And in man-to-man coverage, we're struggling a lot in this ball game as pressure's going to get there. Dexy's going to have to give chase, and he's got his first sack of the ball game. He's already got 2 TFLs, so add a sack onto that one for him. And we're going to go ahead and put Kayvon Thibodeau in the spy again, but up the middle, Herbert's back in the ball game. He's going to make it a 3rd and 8. So one last time, we're going to try to bring the blitz, force this ball out early, and those completely burnt, broken crossers coverage. Our linebackers run into each other, and SkylarTott, you ever heard of him? He gets into the end zone for the Chicago Bears. Can we maybe make it 3 in this ball game? Wouldn't that be a great feat here, as Darrington Evans is going to get chased down, not be able to get it? I could have my hopes and wishes on that one, but our goals are changing in this ball game right now, as now we go from, hey, let's get an X factor for Drake May, as instead let's go for the win in this ball game, as the Bears are putting up good numbers. And that means we're going to go to Saquon Barkley a lot more, but the fake run comes out here. Wan'Dale Robinson can't get around the Keon Coleman block. So fantasy football owners are struggling here with Saquon Barkley today, but he's finally got some open field. Can't get the juke move to work, but finally the best rush of the day from him. But I think we're going to be able to find him out here in the flats. We're going to go to him right away, as he's got a lot of open space. The spin move does work, and we're going to stiff arm him and take this one all the way up to the 21-yard line. As 14 for 21, Drake May starts in this ball game, but that's going to take us to the start of the fourth quarter here. And so let's try to run this one here with Saquon up the middle. They were fully prepared for it, and it did not get anywhere. But on a 3rd and 5, we need to get this one able to work, and we're underneath to Wan'Dale Robinson, and he's not able to hold on to it. And so we are going to take the field goal instead of going for it. Jake Elliott's going to be the one to kick this one up, and we're going to make it a 1-score ball game. That's a drive I'm definitely going to want back in this ball game here, but we can maybe wrap him up for stop him from getting the first down, and James Williams is able to do it. So on this 3rd and 4, we are going to bring a blitz, and they're going to go quick underneath, and if we can break it up, no, we can't. Travis Hunter does get burned there. So the clock slowly moves its way down in this one, and we're going to go to the outside, and we're almost able to get there with Dane Belton. Why is he doing better in coverage against linebackers than Xavier McKinley has in this game so far? Same with Nick Amawari. I'm not quite sure what we need to do with him. Maybe he's the guy we move at the deadline. I'm going to need all the recommendations that you guys have because I want to get hot, especially at the end of the season here, and Bryce Huff's got a good tackle on 1st and 10. But they are going to a 5-wide look here. We're going to have a free rusher up the middle, and Micah McFadden is able to make the sack of the day with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, down by 1. We're going to force Chicago Bears out of field goal range and make them punt the football. And so 4 minutes left in the ball game. This is the drive we're going to have to do it. We're starting off with Saquon Barkley here to the outside, and he's got a good stiff arm, and that's going to get up to a gain of 12, but Andrew Thomas is going to get hurt on the play. I did tinker with the injury slider a bit, but we're still getting guys injured here because of such bad injury ratings. I am going to check it to another run, and we're going to take this one up the middle. Barkley's got a good truck. Again, he's carrying defenders down the field. If we can just have our way in this 4th quarter running the football, that would be a beautiful thing. Saquon Barkley again continues to plow forward, and with Andrew Thomas having a low injury risk, we're going to bring him back into the ball game. I really want to continue to run the football to let the clock run here, but this hole opens up, and the cutback lane was there. I saw it last second. Keon Coleman at receiver has been one of the best blockers for us we could ask for, and this is not the way I expected this game to go here, but we're making it work. Saquon Barkley can't get the run moving, and the Chicago Bears aren't going to burn any timeouts, so we're going to continue to let this clock run. And my hope here on this next run is if Andrew Thomas can get up to the linebackers, and he does, and Saquon Barkley's got a good run, and we're going to stay in bounds here, and finally the Chicago Bears burn timeout. And this finish is all that you could ask for here as we give this one to Travis Hunter, and that doesn't go anywhere. But Barkley, who was a non-factor through the first 3 quarters, made this one work here as another one's going to make it a 3rd and 4. And with all timeouts burned, we're going to run this one more time, and we're not able to get the first down, but the clock's going to run out, and we're going to try a field goal here. And with 60 yards on the final drive, Saquon Barkley's going to be the one to help us walk away with the win here today. And though we didn't probably get Drake May's X Factor, I think it was a pretty complete game. It's our 2nd game this season with no turnovers, something we haven't had all through Giants franchise with him in season number 1 and in season number 2. And so with 30 seconds left on the clock, we just have to hold him out of field goal range. It's as simple as that, and it's going to be Bryce Huff getting the initial pressure. And with a tackle in bounds, it would all but seal it in this ball game as we're going to run out, and the sack does come out from Christian Harris. What a good play here, and that's going to leave 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 left in this ball game here as Justin Fields is looking for something but can't find it, takes it out of bounds, and we're going to walk away with the win. The comeback was needed against the 0-4 Chicago Bears, and we were able to get it done on the back of Saquon Barkley. And Drake May definitely didn't get his breakout to superstar X Factor, and Saquon Barkley had 2 rushing yards going into the 4th quarter, and he was able to become alive for us. And Travis Hunter still wasn't able to get the ball. He did have 1 drop in this game, as Roman Wilson actually led us in receiving yards, and we did finish up with 5 sacks. But the nice thing is Travis Hunter did get a skill point upgrade, and we're going to spend it on man-to-man. And Derek Stingley didn't get his breakout either, but avoiding the trap game, everybody got plus 1,000 XP. And it's crazy because going into next week, we're playing another team that's 0-5. But before we jump into the game, there's one player I do want to re-sign in Wan'Dale Robinson, but we're going to start him off with a low offer and see if he's going to accept it, and he does want a bigger salary, but that's okay for right now. But past the trade deadline, there's a lot of guys here on our roster that we may need to bring back, so let me know which guys you want to see return to Giants franchise in year number 3. And we are still struggling at the linebacker spot with Isaiah Simmons still out with injury, and so I am going to try to pick up another middle linebacker as well and get a better guard for our offensive line going forward. But I'm not budging to make this 3rd round a 2nd round, so we're going to cancel this trade and move on. But Cordero Flott is somebody that I want to move, and today we're going to try to stop Quinn Ewers. And in year number 2, he's off to a rough start with 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. But the moment of truth is here. We're going to head over to our corner, the 3rd guy down. Travis Hunter is going to be revealed as a superstar for us, and that's going to be huge for us because playing DB and wide receiver, we're going to be able to develop him in 2 different spots. And so going to our formation subs, I'm going to put Travis Hunter in a little bit more at receiver, but my worry is the drop problems coming out from him. And this is a huge upgrade point for us us in the middle. Sexy Dexy, we're going to go ahead and put it on run stopper. And his block shitting's already immaculate, but now we got +3 to that. And with Deontay Banks, I'm going to put it on man-to-man like always. Our team runs it 80% of the time. And with the morale, he's already up to an 84 overall. And Keon Coleman's having a pretty quiet season for us so far, but he has been good in the run game. I'll have to admit that. And we're going to get him now up to an 80 overall. And the +3 medium route's huge. And the hardest guy for us to develop on this roster is going to be Daniel Bellinger all season long. He is a normal dev, and it's going to be hard to get him up to a star, but here's a great upgrade for him. But he's got stiff competition in Brevin Jordan, who's a very good tight end in his own right. And with a win today, maybe we could be first in the NFC East, but we have to jump in to win this one. And our goal in this game is to not have a turnover, and let's get Travis Hunter some of his first catches in a Giants uniform. But we're going to have to wait because the Raiders are on offense first with us winning the coin toss. And with the second-year quarterback struggles, we're going to try to bring pressure on him all day long, but we do have to stop Josh Jacobs, who's in the open and absolutely gets shooketh by Dane Belton here. Stingley's able to push him out, and I'm flabbergasted on how bad that tackle attempt was. So new game plan already. Make Quinn Ewers beat us. Stop the run, stack the box, make him throw the footballs. They have another run to the outside here. Thank gosh, Nick Emerwari's over to make the tackle. And so we're going to sit heavy today in the 4-4 defense as they go out to the outside. Christian Harris gets burned by the tight end, and the Raiders are having their way with us on the opening drive. So already on the 3-yard line here, they're going to go to the run to the outside. We're coming up with Xavier McKinney, but it's going to be Dane Belton finishing off the tackle. And they are stacking the box here. It's going to be a pitch out to the weak side, and Nick Emerwari's going to be able to chase him all the way down. It's going to be a 3rd and goal from the 1. And they're coming out in 12 personnel. We just have to be able to make the tackle, but we can't. And Josh Jacobs going to take it in for a first drive touchdown for the Raiders. Going into this next drive against them, we're going to have to stack the box heavily and force Quinn Ewers to actually pass the football. We've had a lot of magic here with Darrington Evans last week. Let's see if we continue it here. A good return all the way out to the 27. And so we're now finally able to see if we can make our goals come true today. Travis Hunter, we need to get him involved. And we're going to try to go to him very early in this ball game on the whip route. And I see him out, and we're able to miss the throw. And so our drive started with a false start and an incompletion. So we're going to have to take Quan Barkley here to try to make something work and maybe make it a 3rd and 1. And we do. And we're going to go to Barkley up the middle to pick this one up here. And we do have a nice hole, and he's going to be able to punch it through. There are a lot of early first down mistakes for our team as we're not able to get things working. But on second down, Saquon Barkley's got an open space again. He's up to 21 yards rushing on the day already. So this may turn out to be the battle of the running backs here. Is underneath. We're just going to go Darren Bellinger. He's got a nice grab going down, making it a 2nd and 2. But he actually gets injured, so in comes in Brevin Jordan. And he's actually been one of the better players on our roster when it comes to staying healthy this year so far. But I do want to get Travis Hunter open here on this drive as we go to him to the outside. And he's got so much speed to him, and he's going to be able to get us the first down. And so finally he has a catch in a ball game without dropping one. But Daniel Bellinger is going to miss a lot of time here with a ruptured disc with the shot he took to the back. And the only problem is we're going to have to come out here, and we're not going to have the ability to really run the football behind the tight ends, as Daniel Bellinger is one of our only good tight end blockers. And a nice screen by Wan'Dale Robinson was able to get us down to the 1-yard line. We're going to try to throw us across here, and that's almost picked off as we tried to force it to Travis Hunter. So it is 3rd and goal here, and I was looking for the whip route, but I do see Brevin Jordan sitting, and he's going to get in for a touchdown. So he comes in to replace Daniel Bellinger, and he's able to make up for it here by catching a touchdown, and that's also going to see Albert O get a lot of time in this ball game as well, so I'm excited for that. So 2 long drives for both teams here, and we're going back to stacking the box, and Nick Emerwari's got the interception. Quinn Ewers tried to throw it over Nick Emerwari's head. Nick Emerwari, standing at 6'4", isn't going to let that happen. That's why I love having the safeties that can play in the box for us. Isaiah Simmons, Nick Emerwari, James Williams, super athletic players for us that can jump up and make picks like that. And after the turnover, I want to take a shot to the end zone right away. We're going to try to test it here, this time to Albert O, and Albert O was almost able to bring it in. So maybe I got a little overzealous, but no worries. We're going to settle back down here with a catch to Brevin Jordan for a little bit. And I cannot wait to get Isaiah Simmons back for us on defense. His health is going to be huge for us as Saquon Barkley wasn't able to get to the sticks here, and we're actually just going to be able to settle for a field goal. So Jake Elliott, once again, who did replace Graham Gano in Giants franchise, is going to knock that one in. And what we do is just need to keep upgrading their skill points at the run support spot. That's how we're going to be able to win these games, as Devontae Adams is going to come wide open. Our pass rush couldn't get there, and when the Raiders aren't running the ball, they're doing a great job here in pass pro as another one comes wide open here. That's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. The Raiders are driving on us again here, and in man-to-man coverage, it looks like our guys just got completely lost with this one. None of our linebackers was supposed to take him, but nonetheless here we have to go forward, and they're going to go quick out to Devontae Adams, and a really good tackle coming out from Belton. And with the Raiders in these heavy sets, we're just going to continue to bring the pressure, bring the blitz, and that one's knocked out by Christian Harris. So now we're in a 3rd and 6, and we have to make the stop here, and they're going to the outside, and they went over the top of Travis Hunter's head. If he dropped just a little bit more in coverage, we would have been able to pick that ball off. And this is what I don't like down in the goal line. They're one-on-one here, Devontae Adams versus Micah McFadden, but Dexy's able to lock it up in the middle, and they're going to go one more time here to the run. run, and they're going to bounce it out, and Bobby Okereke can't get there, and Josh Jacobs has got number 2 on the ball game for him as the Raiders retake the lead. So Patriots, Raiders, and Bears, we have not played a franchise yet in the past couple of weeks with a win at all, but Roman Wilson's got a good grab, and none of those games have been easy for us, but maybe it was Mac Jones as that one's knocked down. We needed Travis Hunter to do that. So we're already now sitting in a 3rd and 10, and we have to get things to work, and I'm going to try to get this one across the middle, and that's going to be almost jumped and picked off. And so it's going to be Presley Harvin who's going to try to pin him deep here, and this is going to hit off of him, and it's a live football, and we actually recovered it, and it should be our ball. Travis Hunter making an impact play for us that I didn't see coming. And this is the second Raiders big mistake here in this ball game, as we're going to try to put it up and over the top to Brevin Jordan. We're not able to fit it in, and I feel like we've gotten away from Saquon Barkley in this one, so we're going to go back to him, but Jalen Hyatt wasn't able to hold the block on the outside, and so just like that, our offense already stuttered out, and we're going to have Jake Elliott kick this one in to make it a 13-14 ball game. And so we need to do whatever we can here to stop the run in the middle, and it's going to start with that guy right there, Dexter Lawrence. What a good play, another TFL for him on the season. And I'm actually going to burn a timeout here because, again, we only had 10 guys on the field for this one. I tried to sub out Bryce Huff in that package, but it seems to be glitching Madden a little bit. But no worries, we're coming out here again, and we're going to run with the tight end drag as they just dump it off underneath to Nick Emery. He's got the tackle along with Travis Hunter. So we're actually going to check to a blitz here and try to go in coverage, and that one's knocked down. James Williams making another impact play for us on defense. I love to see that from him. And we're going to try to bring the rush here. We're almost going to have an opportunity for a block, and thank goodness we don't get called there for a hit on the punter. And so after the Darrington Evans fair catch, we're going to go on the ground here to Saquon Barkley to start it off for nothing at all. But we need to go to the air to get this drive sparked off. We're going underneath here, and Jalen Hyatt's got the good grab. And even though there was a guy underneath, it was Tyree Wilson, who's just a linebacker, so I think we have a lot better faith there in coverage. And Brevin Jordan is wide open again, and Drake May's off to a good start in this game, 11 for 19 for 120 and 1 touchdown. And so knock on wood so far, we have not committed a turnover in this one just yet as Barkley's out to the outside. He's breaking tackles, and Saquon Barkley, this is why you love Saquon Barkley, a superstar X Factor who could make plays like that in the run game. I didn't intend for that one to go all the way for a touchdown. I was going to use it to set up a play action, but he broke not one but 2 tackles there, and Jordan Poyer couldn't dive at his ankles, and that's such a good play from him there. The second dive couldn't reach him, and he's able to take it in as we take the lead now going into halftime. But to get there, we still have to stop this Raiders offense as they're going to go to the air here. We're going to run with it across, and that should be a pick from one of our guys as we actually get mossed. No way. Travis Hunter getting mossed by the tight end, and we do have a personal foul call being called. And Travis Hunter also gets called for the unnecessary roughness on that play for a late hit. Are you kidding me? So he gets revealed as a superstar, and in this game, actually having a pretty rough one coming out in coverage today, but up the middle is going to go for nothing, and that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. That was almost a 50-yard play that came out. Here's a Nick Emery across the middle. I dropped right into it. I couldn't jump in front of it, and that's Devontae Adams with the grab. And the scary thing is here, Quinn Ewers can actually call for runs here because they do have all 3 timeouts in this ball game, but they have no reason to so far. And he's averaged so far this season 155 passing yards a game, but he's already got that already as they're down to the 1-yard line. And we are guessing this is going to be a run up the middle. Let's see what we can do here. They are going to hand it off, and Micah McFadden's up there not able to make the tackle, but Dane Belton's able to hold him. And so it looks like another run up the middle coming back to the back side a little bit, but Dexy is there again for another TFL in this game. And the clock's ticking all the way down with this one, and we got Sexy Dexy actually at linebacker. As they go out to the outside, we just need to break it up, and we don't. Nick Emery in coverage is going to give up that one to Cody Parkinson, the big tight end, formerly with Seattle, and that's a huge touchdown for the Raiders going into halftime. And so now here we're kicking off the 3rd quarter, and I said all we need to do going into halftime was hold them, and somehow we couldn't, and it was a bad play by Travis Hunter that cost us the rookie. But that's football. Plays like that are going to happen this season as across the middle, Keon Coleman's going to have his first catch of the ball game. I think this is another play here where Saquon Barkley is actually struggling as across the middle. Is this going to be Roman Wilson again with another good grab? So 2 weeks in a row back to back, Roman Wilson has put up pretty good games for us. And at a 73 overall, it's going to be very interesting on how he develops. Oh, it was a bad throw to the outside, and somehow Keon Coleman was able to pull that one in. That one was definitely a bad decision on my part, but we were able to make up for it, and Keon Coleman's going to get a great block here. And so finally our offense is clicking though across the board. We're going to dump this one off to the big fella, and he's going to get a juke move. Brevin Jordan going forward into the end zone, getting us down to the 1-yard line. And we're going to set up this play on the outside to Jalen Hyatt, and the whip route absolutely beats him, and Hyatt's able to get in for the touchdown. I love the whip route play to the outside. It gets the corner one-on-one, and Jalen Hyatt, who's had such a good development for us, is going to make it happen. And we are going to go for the 2-point conversion here to try to get things to work. Brevin Jordan can't get off him, and if we dump it off, he's not able to get there. So that's a terrible mistake from our offense. We weren't able to punch in the 2-point conversion, and now this turns into a 5-point ball game. So maybe this is the drive where we're going to be able to make a stop on this Raiders team right now as they go to deep hook routes here, and Deontay Deonte Banks trips up in coverage, and maybe I move around Deonte Banks a little bit. Maybe I switch him out with Stingley, playing different sides of the football. And with that, really just focus on bringing him out in one-on-one matchups here, but a good tackle is going to force a 3rd and 1. And I am going to bring the blitz here, and they're actually going to go to the air, and the quick slant underneath is able to be caught. There was a lot of commotion there, but Nick Emirari wasn't able to get it to work as Dane Belton just gets decleated. And thank God we're able to tackle Josh Jacobs on that one. And I just have to look at this play in full speed here. We're coming across to make the tackle, and we didn't even see him. But perks to him for popping up right away. And with us going one-on-one here, we keep throwing these quick routes to the outside to get the receivers in space. And I would be doing the same thing here because one-on-one, we're having no answers for this Raiders offense. And after they were able to pick up a 3rd down, they're going to do a pitch play to the outside, and we're stuck up on again, and Nick Emirari can't make the tackle. We're making the drive easier for the Raiders because we keep getting them in 3rd downs, yes, but they're 3rd and 2s and 3rd and 3s, which are extremely manageable. But now they're going to go for 2, and it looks like just some quick spot routes on the outside. We have it kind of all bottled up here. They throw it, and it is actually going to be caught by Josh Jacobs. And this has been going against everything we've been doing this season, which is getting teams in 3rd and 10s to 3rd and 15s, where we're able to bring pressure and make the quarterback get the ball out quick and lead to a lot of mistakes and interceptions. And so maybe a team has finally found our kryptonite so far, as we're going to go to the outside with Saquon Barkley in this one. And Trenton Simpson is so fast at linebacker coming over from the Baltimore Ravens. He was traded last season to the Colts, and he's already bounced around to a couple teams so far this year, as Roman Wilson's got another good catch dropped in over top. And he's been having a pretty good day for them today with a couple good tackles here, but we're going to have to scramble out. We're just going to dump it off underneath, and that's going to be an errant throw to Darrington Evans. And with the game this close, I really can't afford to stall out in this one, and Travis Hunter's going to have to make a great grab, and he does on the sideline to pick up the 1st. So it's finally good to see the superstar on offense and defense making plays. Yes, he has the one mistake, but so far he's been pretty good. But that does bring us to the 4th quarter here, where we're locked in a close one, and Albert O's going to have a catch on the sideline, and we're not able to pick up the stiff arm, but he makes 2nd down a lot more manageable for us. But Saquon Barkley did jump on that one, so now we're going to get backed up 5 yards. And for some reason, we're rewarding him for that with a stretch play to the outside, and Jalen Hyatt's able to pick up his block this time, as one juke move should almost get us down to the end zone, down to the 2-yard line. And with Travis Hunter one-on-one to the outside, I want to test the whip route, see if we can get it there, or at least get it down to the 2-yard line, and what a grab from the rookie. It was a false start that backed us up, but we're going to a stretch play to the outside, and Saquon Barkley is going to take the edge, and we're going to reclaim the lead in this ball game. And I really think that if it wasn't for some of the Raiders' mistakes today, we'd really have the opportunity to make some good plays. That one hits off Josh Jacobs' helmet. And so finally we get into a 3rd and 10 look here, and this should be easy for us, and Dane Belton's got the interception. This is why we need to get teams into 3rd and 10s, because we're able to make plays like that. Dane Belton is going to help us seal a late game win here, hopefully. And we're going to start off with a run to Saquon Barkley, and his shoe clock already on. Yes, it is in this one, as Barkley's over 113 on today. But we jumped off sides again as I was trying to make an audible, and it's going to be Saquon Barkley for the 3rd time this ball game. And so we're already stuck into a 3rd and 11, and I'm going to try to get this one to Travis Hunter on the sideline. That one's not going to fit in, but if we lead the pass here, maybe we get Keon Coleman to get it, but Hobbs comes down with the interception. So that's our first interception in 10 quarters of football for us. And that's the first interception in 10 quarters of football for us. We've been playing pretty good as they go underneath here to Josh Jacobs, and the hit stick doesn't quite work. But now it's our turn to try to hold this roster here out to Devontae Adams, and that's going to be tackled. I'm sorry, that's Jacoby Meyer. But once again, they're in a manageable 3rd down. We're going to bring the blitz, and that one is knocked out. Micah McFadden goes down with an injury, but Derek Stingley makes one of the best plays of the game for us so far. And that's going to see Darrington Evans have a lot of space on this punt return as we break it to the outside. And if Adoree Jackson, the former Giant, wasn't there, that could have been a great return for us. With this game close to being an end, we're actually going to sub out Micah McFadden to make sure he doesn't get injured again. And the Raiders are stacking the box, but we're going to run against this, and Saquon Barkley's going to break it to the outside. If Keon Coleman can pick up that block, that'd be huge for us, and I want to stay in bounds with Barkley. And this is easily the best rushing day that he's put together for us so far. I was worried coming into this season about his usability, but just right here, he's got another good run breaking a tackle. And what I hope that does is maybe trigger an X-Factor development for us. He hasn't had an X-Factor in a long time here. And so we're finally here, the 2-minute warning. The Raiders have not used their timeouts yet, but we want to continue to make this drive at least end up in a field goal so we can push it to a 7-point ball game. And so I don't have to worry about Brevin Jordan blocking Max Crosby here, because we're actually going to go to a read option instead, and Barkley up the middle is able to fall forward for us. And this makes this one of the biggest snaps in the ball game here, a 3rd and 2, and up the middle, we can almost try to get it. We actually get carried an extra couple of yards there, as that might just be enough here to end this ball game. Saquon Barkley outside, Jalen Hyatt picking up a great block, and we're going to dive into the end zone with Barkley to push our lead to an insurmountable one for the Raiders. With the kicking slider set as it is, we did actually end up missing that field goal, but nonetheless, it's now a 10-point ball game, and we just have to hold this Raiders team here as they're going to go across the middle where they're running with it. And once again, we have the Raiders in a 3rd and long, and this should seal it here if we can make a good play coming out, and the blitz gets there, and Corey Foreman hops on it. We're going to take a knee, and this is is going to be another win for the New York Giants, as we've now won 5 straight ball games, sitting at 5-1 and atop of the NFC East. And Drake May's really come into his own with the lack of turnovers and the good passes that he's thrown. And it's funny that Roman Wilson once again led us in receiving yards in this game, as we really spread the ball out today, as 10 different receivers caught passes for us, and Drake May having 252 tutties and an interception, and Saquon Barkley finishing with 177 rushing yards in this game and 3 touchdowns again for us on the ground. And that's going to bring us to an early bye week, but we do have good news as Saquon Barkley walked away with Player of the Week last week. But I am going to spend this time to bring back Wan'Dale Robinson to a 3-year deal. But I don't know what I'm going to do about Bryce Huff, because his contract is huge for a right end to play opposite of Kayvon Thibodeau. But I don't think I want to bring back Cordero Flott or Kenyon Green, and Tyron Smith sitting here on a 1-year deal. But I am going to spend this time to bring back Dane Belton on a 4-year deal. This is a lot of money we're giving him, but he's going to develop, I still think, into a pretty good safety, and he's going to end up taking this offer. But for some reason, he doesn't. We went above everything he asked for. Malcolm Rodriguez and Christian Harris are both interested in re-signing, but they both dropped in dev traits this offseason. But the 5th-year option to Deonte Banks, I think we all know that one's going to end up being accepted. And this is an interesting trade block offer coming out from the Buffalo Bills. They want to take on BJ Hill and dump the massive contract from Ed Oliver. And also, maybe we could start moving to a 4-3 because of this. And this may be the move that allows us to move to a 4-3 to truly help stop the run going forward. So I'm going to go ahead and accept this offer. And so with the bye week here, we're going to focus on upgrading our awareness for our players across the board, and they're going to have a +7 awareness for the next game. And looking at the latest mock draft, this is taking Anthony Hill out of Texas, which does make sense based on our overall needs by position. And after playing some pretty terrible franchises, it's time to take down the Philadelphia Eagles once again this season. And even though Jalen Hurts is having a good year, our only goal is to have DeAndre Swift not beat us. And on defense, they do bring the blitz a lot, so we're going to go ahead and do blitz protection. And I'm so excited to see how we can use that Oliver. We're going to go ahead and change our playbook before jumping in this game just to utilize him more. And putting it at run stop for him and Sexy Dexy are going to be beasts in the middle. Nick Emery's also got another upgrade point, and putting it on run support seems like the only good option here. And because of that, we're switching our playbook to the 4-3 defense. And so jumping into the last game of this episode, almost all of our goals are still available here. We got Travis Hunter's dev trade revealed. Drake May is held under 8 turnovers so far in this season. And lastly, I want to make a trade at the deadline, a big splash. We got Ed Oliver, but using this game today against the really good Philadelphia Eagles, what moves do we need to make to solidify this roster in the second half of the season? And with us losing the coin toss to start in the link, it's going to be Saquon Barkley who's going to get the first handoff of the ball game. And he had a really good game last week, and I want to try to continue that, as Saquon Barkley's going to get tripped up by the big man in the middle, and that's going to go for a big loss. So our first drive is going to go nowhere, and the Eagles are going to have a good chance to return one here. James Williams, luckily enough, held off the kick return. But what beat him in the past before is bringing the blitz early and often with him, and that's going to be a good tackle from Stingley to start it out. And I completely redid our formation subs across the board, so expect to really see some different defensive looks today. The Eagles are already in a 3rd and 8, and we're just running zone coverage here, and as long as we don't let it catch underneath, and this one's going to almost go for a first down, and it does. So we had him bottled up, but instead this one goes for a lot here. It's across the middle, and there with Dane Belton trying to swat it away, but Stingley's giving chase, and Devontae Smith's going to get to the edge, and he's going to get all the way out to the 10-yard line. And we definitely should be off the field already in this football game, as Belton's going to come up and make a great tackle. And with the Eagles going 3 tight ends, they're going to try to run this one here, but we're going to meet it again. Dane Belton, as Yaya Black for us goes down with an injury at the defensive line spot. He was a draft pick 2 years ago, and he's gotten minimal playing time, but when he has played, he's done pretty well for us. So on 3rd and 4, we are guessing pass, as it's going to be early. Jalen Hurts is going to go to scramble, and our guys were still in coverage, and Jalen Hurts is going to take this one in for an opening game touchdown. The past couple of weeks, we've been actually playing with the lead, so this is a different feeling here today, but Keon Coleman's got a good catch on the slant route, and we were able to come back against the Eagles in week number 2, but I don't want that to be the case today, but Barkley's going to get the first down for us. And the key in that game was Jalen Hyatt, and I want to see him here. Nothing going on underneath, and I'm going to try to throw it to Keon Coleman, and Drake May's going to go down with an injury. And so that's a huge injury for us, and that means Derek Carr's going to come out, and he's going to throw a screen pass to Odell Beckham Jr., who's going to be down the sideline. We've been good at avoiding shots from Drake May here in this game, as well as the entire season, but this injury, I cannot wait to see what it is, because I don't know if he's going to miss a lot of time. And he actually has an Achilles sprain, and with a higher injury risk, we're going to have to sub him out for the remainder of this game. So Derek Carr is going to be a quarterback for the remainder of this game today, and I don't want to make anything too complex, but Travis Hunter on a good catch to the outside is able to get us up to the 9-yard line, but his arm strength isn't that of Drake May, so that's going to be a big difference maker in the game for us, especially when throwing the ball deep. But at the 3-yard line, we're putting Joshua Izuditsu out there at tight end, and he's going to seal the edge for us, so we're going to be able to get in with Saquon Barkley. So even though Drake May went down, Derek Carr was able to step up and help finish off the touchdown drive to tie up the football game. Anytime we run the base 4-3, 3, that's where you're going to see Bobby Okereke come in at linebacker, as Dane Belton can't finish the tackle, but thank goodness Dane Belton's there. Deontay Banks, I'm sorry, but anytime we're running the nickel is when James Williams and Nick Amrawari are going to come in at linebacker, but anytime we're in the base 4-3, that's where you're going to see Isaiah Simmons, Bobby Okereke, and Micah McFadden. And so that's going to help us mix up our defense a little bit as Travis Hunter gets a good TFL there. But that does bring us the end of the first quarter. We're neck and neck here with the Philadelphia Eagles. But while we are sitting in the nickel, Isaiah Simmons is going to come down at defensive end for us as they're going to go out quick to the seam route, and that's going to be the big tight end making the catch. And I'm mistaken, that's actually Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon, making the grab. We've just getting beat up today as they're going to pull this one. Bryce Huff's got to get off the block, and he's going to be the one giving chase here down, and he's going to make the tackle, but they're already down to the 3-yard line. And now Jalen Hurts' X Factor is enabled, and DeAndre Swift's going to easily walk into the end zone. So the Eagles have had 2 drives and resulted in 2 touchdowns for them today. And the worst is we haven't even let up any big plays today. It's really just been the diamond dunks down the field for the Eagles. So with that pass not working, we're going to go on the ground here, and Saquon Barkley's got nothing working. And for what feels like the 3rd week in the row, we're really struggling here getting things working as Derek Carr is going to go down with an instant sack here. That's Big Davis in the middle. And after the pretty good return, the Eagles are sitting with great field position right now, and DeAndre Swift's off to the races one more time. He's got 6 carries for 41 yards already in this football game. And I think anytime going forward where they have a tight end on the field, we're going to sit in the 43 personnel as Devontae Smith was able to make the grab. Bringing the blitz here on 1st and 10, they're going to go to a quick slant route again, and it's caught. But the Eagles are just having their way with us in this one as the read option should be a good tackle from Dane Belton, but Bobby Okereke goes down with an injury, so Micah McFadden's going to get a little bit more playing time. Corey Foreman's also going to check into the ball game, and the quick pass to the outside is going to be caught, but that's going to be a good tackle from Xavier McKinley to force a field goal. And with Bobby Okereke's injury risk being a medium, I am going to bring him back. So we only have 70 yards of offense so far in this game, and Wan'Dale Robinson's going to add to that total by just a little bit with a catch there. But good news for us, A.J. Brown will not be playing the rest of this game, it looks like, as he did go to the injury tent in the last drive, and he's even gotten a catch this so far this game. And I've been looking, I really haven't seen our deep pass come open as the blocks don't get there. I know Odell Beckham Jr. is going to lose too, but I do want to go to the play action. I want to try to get out in open space, and Daniel Bellinger is going to be absolutely wide open. If blocks can get there, Belly's got a lot of space down the sideline, and Derek Carr so far cooking, being 6 of 7 for 82. But it won't matter because we need points. That's all we need in this ball game here, and I see him crossing, and we're throwing it up to him, and that one's intercepted. That ball was just floated to the outside, and I was trying to lead him across to the sideline as Mitchell Smith, who was in on the tackle, is going to go down with an injury now for us. But I tried to put it across the field to get to the pylon maybe with Keon Coleman, but the ball was so deeply thrown, it allowed the corner to run underneath. And that's just a bad play, but coming out of the 2-minute warning, we just have to hold him here. That's how it is. And Travis Hunter, good breakup, no look breakup from him, and already forcing him to a 3rd and 8. This is absolutely perfect for us here. They did have the deep shot there, but the sack comes in from Kayvon Thibodeau, and Stingley here got caught up on the crossing routes, and he came wide open. But we're going to start with really good field position here with an Evans return to the outside at the 49-yard line. And so our goal here is to just put in at least a field goal, and I see Travis Hunter, and he's got a lot of space to run again, and I am going to burn our first time out after that one, and maybe I should have taken that one out of bounds, but nonetheless, we're going to Barkley here on the sideline. He ends up dropping it, but maybe while they're in the nickel look, we can catch him slipping here on a draw play, but Barkley's not able to break the tackle, and I'm going to burn another timeout early, and we're going to see if Wan'Dale Robinson can sit right here at the sticks, and he is, but the ball is coming out a little late, and Derek Carr gets hit, and we're going to have to take a field goal, and that's going to lead us into halftime. Jake Elliott against his former team here. We just need to push this one in. It's going to be a little bit left, but nonetheless, that one's going to go in. But before that, the Eagles are going to have the ball here, and they're going to take a deep shot, and Deontay Banks gets absolutely burned. Why are we doing that in coverage? It's simple man-to-man, and the press just doesn't work as they have it again here, and it's almost caught. And that was such a huge breakup because that could have been very, very bad for us. Is that going to go across the middle? Good breakup by Nick Amrawari. So on this 3rd and 10, I just want to take it into halftime, so we are going to bring the blitz. They do throw it, and it is underneath, and we're going to force them to a field goal, or we're going to force them to a punt, and it is going to be a very long field goal, but this one is going to have the distance actually, and he's able to fit it through, so the Eagles are going to take a field goal going into half, and that's going to be it, 20-10, and we're going to have another comeback against the Philadelphia Eagles, hopefully this season. But going into halftime, looking at the yardage, we just don't have enough to win a football game so far, and the worst is the Eagles are going to start with the ball here to start the second, and they're actually going to run this one out of the back of the end zone. Let's try to come down and force a fumble. Why not? That didn't work, but we are coming down in the box here. We're going to run, and crosser deep in the middle is caught. Deontay Banks is just getting burned today. I'm about to move him back into the box. I think that's the only way to get it to work is Jalen Hurts takes this read option almost for a first down. He does get it, so there was a false start that backed them up 5, but they had no problem getting the first down there. I think the only thing we can rely on now is hopefully an interception as the ball is thrown wide there, but they are going to the air here, and it should be thrown underneath, and they actually try the deep pass, and that's Travis Hunter in coverage. And so we're going to bring our 2 big safeties right up the middle. middle. Try the blitz to work as Deontay Banks drops the interception. He's been having such a bad day so far, and that could have been his redemption moment right there, but it wasn't enough. And that's going to allow the Eagles to get another long field goal in this game, but it goes wide right, and we're going to get the ball back. And so maybe that field goal is a life we needed, but Derek Carr is going to have to lead a second half comeback, and we're going to start with a Saquon Barkley screen to the outside, and he's going to get enough for the first. And being that it is 1st and 10, I want to try to take a deep shot here with only one high safety, and Jalen Hyatt's going to have open space, and Jalen Hyatt, he dominated the Philadelphia Eagles last time, and this time he's able to get into the end zone, and it's going to make it a 3-point ball game. With the one high safety, I wanted to try to take a deep shot, and it did work out that time running past the defenders as James Bradbury's just get burnt by him all season long. And with A.J. Brown out, Troy Franklin's actually had a great day for the Eagles so far with 105 yards on the ground, but thank goodness his holding call is going to move a DeAndre Swift run back, as that's going to be on Tyler Steen, the right guard. And on this 1st and 17, they are going to go to the air quick out to the outside, and we almost jumped that here, but Travis Hunter's going to finish up the tackle. And that's going to make this 2nd and 15 very long, and they are going to go to the play action, but Jalen Hurts is going to have all day to run the football, and that's Cordero Flott actually coming up to make a tackle. Star Dev Cordero Flott, he hasn't gotten a lot of playing time with us this season, but he has played well when we needed him. He is going to be somebody that I may look to move at the trade deadlines. We're going to go out quick here with the running back as Jalen Hurts is going to be able to step up again, and there's a lot of space as we maybe could force a fumble, but Nick Amrawari is just going to make the tackle. And when we go in the nickel look, I am going to leave Isaiah Simmons in there just to act as a QB spy, and that's not going to work out here as Isaiah Simmons is moving so slow. So maybe that's not going to be the answer, but they are going to run up the middle, and Dexy's going to be able to be all over it. And so they are in a 3rd and 3. We're going to run out here one-on-one. Devonta Smith's got the easy catch on Stingley. So we're able to get a sack to move the ball back just a little bit as they're going to go out to the end zone here, and Deontay Banks, this is his time, and it gets knocked out. The 2nd interception that he's dropped in this ball game. This time he had it, but Troy Franklin made a good play to break it up, actually. And with them going 5 wide, that means there's only 5 guys in to block here, and so we should have a free rusher at the quarterback, but I don't know what's going on. Jalen Hurts is scrambling out of field goal range, and the ball comes out, and we were not able to recover it. Jalen Hurts ends up with a football, but that makes it a 4th and 34. And that is such a big play coming out from our defense as Wisnowski's going to pin us very, very deep here. Actually, this one's going to be a touchback, and if we could get our offense moving here, that'd be huge, but they stacked the box. Luckily, Saquon Barkley's got the edge, and the block's not able to get there from Jalen Hyatt, but nonetheless, Saquon Barkley's going to get us a good first. And I do want to try this again. We ran it last week with Travis Hunter, and it didn't work, but this time it is going to work out to the outside. Hunter's going to break one, and he's going to get a good run of 5. So at least now he won't have negative rushing yards on the season. That makes 2nd down a lot more manageable, and we're just going to try to run the football here. Saquon Barkley pushing through, and he's got another first. He's 11 for 53 in this ball game, so it has been a lot more quieter than last week, but nonetheless, he's made good plays when we need it from him. And so in the 2nd down, we're going to go right back to him here, but the Eagles are all over it for a good, and this is going to bring up a 3rd and 12. And we may be able to play the positional field game a little bit here, as this is not going to work. We're just going to throw this one out. I was looking for Wan'Dale Robinson there on the sideline, but we weren't able to get it to him. And so we have the opportunity to pin him deep, and a Presley Harvin punt with just that. We're doing full power because he's not the strongest leg in the league, but this one's going to drop right down at the 5-yard line, and Travis Hunter's going to recover it at the 9. So all we need is a stop in this one. Nice and easy. I'm looking up the middle to see it, but they're going to go out to the tight end underneath, and we're able to tackle him out of bounds. But that's going to bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter. We're going into the 4th with a chance to still win this ball game. And Jalen Hurts has had a pretty good game so far in this one, 13 of 24, and we bottle up DeAndre Swift there. But playing him earlier this season, we were able to force a lot of turnovers, but that hasn't been the case today, as Swift's going to get the first. The worst is we've had opportunities today with some of the guys like Deontay Banks having a chance at an interception. I have a feeling that eventually it's going to happen. As a stretch play to the outside, we're completely bottling it up with Dane Belton out there. And it's nice with this new defensive scheme, we can play Dane Belton and at the same time, but Derek Stingley's got the interception. Derek Stingley may have his 2nd pick 6 in this game, and as I was talking about it, we're finally able to get the turnover that we've so desperately craved, and we're going to jump out to a 24-20 lead against the Philadelphia Eagles. What a huge play there. We only rushed 4. The throw came out a little late, and Stingley was able to jump it for the interception and run it all the way back. And that's the first interception I feel like we've had in a minute, but maybe it's just been a long couple of days between recordings. Nonetheless, here, Jake Elliott's going to nail it in, and we're going to take the 24-20 lead. Our cornerbacks group has been amazing so far this season as Nick Amrawari's got a good tackle. And it's so awesome with Stingley missing so much time for us last season, be able to come out here and make good plays, but he does get burnt for the first down. And the clock is slowly ticking down in this game as they're just going to go to the ground, and Bryce Huff, who we haven't heard his name a lot today, comes up with a good tackle off the stretch play. But this may be one of the last chances the Philadelphia Eagles have. And this one across the middle, I saw it all the way, and we're not able to break it up, and he's continuing to break tackles. But I am going to try to get him slipping here on the quick blitz, and that gets wide open, and Deontay Banks gets burned again. So the Eagles are going to recapture the lead here in this one. Troy Franklin Franklin having his way with Deontay Banks in man-to-man coverage. And that one just hurts for us because Banks has had such a bad game today. So it all comes down to this final drive for us, and Darrington Evans is going to start us off with a bad kick return. But Derek Carr, who's come in place of the injured Drake May in this game, has played pretty well. Luckily enough, I checked, Drake May will be back for us next week and next episode. But with the yardage counts in this game being 225 to 400, our work's cut out for us here as Odell Beckham Jr.'s got a good grab. We just need to continue to find the open receiver going down the field here. Jalen Hyatt on the hitch route's got a good grab. And that's going to be 2 quick first downs for us so far. But Saquon Barkley's got the outside, making Reed Blankenship miss, and that's going to be a huge carry. And with how hot we are working down the field, I'm going to take a shot to the end zone here, and I see him. Brevin Jordan, can we get the ball in? No, that would have been a huge touchdown for us. So that makes this third down very, very difficult here. As pressure's in our face, I'm going to have to scramble out here. Derek Carr doesn't have quite the speed, and I should have thrown it away. And so with 6-mile-an-hour winds, Jake Elliott's going to hit this 55-yarder to keep us in this ball game here. Some reason Drake May's holding for us, but Jake Elliott doesn't have the distance, and it barely is going to squeak through, and we tied this football game late. So the 2-minute warning's almost here, and they're going to start with a run up the middle, and Swift's going to have a lot of space. Simmons getting absolutely bullied there. And from here on out, it's going to be a lot of pass plays as we're going to run with some of the drags here, but a good tackle coming out from Travis Hunter. And the Eagles actually have 2 100-yard receivers today. That's kind of the day we've been having so far, as Deontay Banks gets the interception late, finally makes the play with the errant throw coming out from Jalen Hurts. And the quarterback accuracy on the sliders is set to almost 90 at this point, but we do maybe get some pressure, and that's what forced it. I have to rewatch. And it was actually Dexter Lawrence that got the pressure there, as Saquon Barkley in the draw play doesn't get anywhere. But we do just need to get into field goal range here, and I'm looking for the screenplay. We're going to dump it out to Barkley out to the sideline, but the blocks aren't picked up by Evan Neal. And I am going to let the clock run down just a little bit just in case we don't get it here, as underneath Jalen Hyatt's got the grab, and we just want to turn this one upfield, and I tried to go for the juke move, and it's 3rd and inches. And so we are going to punt this football away, and I cannot believe it. I went for the juke move, he wouldn't turn upfield, and we're going to pin the Eagles back with 27 seconds left. And for the second time against the Eagles this season, we're going to be going to overtime. But there still is 27 seconds left in the clock. They're going to go for a nice and easy run here. A good tackle by Nick Amrawari. And they're just going to run the play one more time. DeAndre Swift, as long as we don't let him get into the end zone. Thank goodness. It scared me a little bit, but we're going to go to overtime. And so the Eagles have had so much more success than us in this ball game, but somehow we've managed to tie it at the end of regulation. It all comes down to the coin toss, and the Eagles have won it. And if they score here, we're not going to get a shot in this ball game, as they're going to go to Swift first, and Swift is breaking tackles already. And after a neutral zone infraction by us, the ball moves forward a little bit, and a Jalen Hurts scramble brought it to a 2nd and inches, and they're going to pick up another first down. And with a successful drive today, we may have let up officially 500 yards in this ball game, as there's going to be a good tackles on the outside. We are really struggling to find our footing as the play action's coming out. Deep pass to the outside, and it's almost mossed by Devontae Smith, but luckily Stingley's there in coverage as Simmons goes down, who just came back from an injury, by the way. Cordell Flot's lined up on the wrong side of the field. Have to bring him over. No worries. Xavier McKinney coming on the blitz. Instead, we're going to run with the tight end here a little bit. And across the middle, that's going to be Travis Hunter letting up the big catch. And the Eagles are going to be at the 20-yard line looking to score in this one. And with Simmons going down in the 4-3, it's going to be Malcolm Rodriguez in coverage. And Malcolm Rodriguez, I tried to get over there with the wheel route, but that's going to be a touchdown, as Malcolm Rodriguez, the only snap he played today, led up the game-winning touchdown for the Philadelphia Eagles. As this episode was full of up and downs, played a lot of winless football teams, but the Philadelphia Eagles are going to walk away with a win here today. But maybe this is a sign that when we play actually good teams, it's going to be a lot harder than this. So maybe we need to make a trade at the deadline here. It's week number 8, so go in the comments. Let me know your trades that you want to see. But a loss here today means we're going to move to 5-2 past the trade deadline in the second half of the season, and it's a lot better start than we had last year. And the nice thing is we did get Travis Hunter's hidden development revealed, and we kept Drake May's turnovers at a minimum and turnovers across the board at a minimum. And outside of this Philadelphia Eagles game, our defense is now top 10 in the league. Looking at the roster right now, I want to go over to the defense, and there is a glaring hole ever since we did switch to the 4-3 look, and that's going to be our linebacking core. Micah McFadden's there, and maybe we could move him to left outside linebacker now that he's not going to be coming off the edge, but still, we are missing a key linebacker. It could be Corey Foreman. He's played pretty well for us, but I also Malcolm Rodriguez. It could be Corey Foreman. He's played pretty well for us when he's come in, but Malcolm Rodriguez too, and I don't think that's cutting it. So this is what our linebacking core could look like, and see, there is still that glaring hole. And for trade pieces, we're sitting with Cordero Flott being a 67 overall. He's a star buried on our depth chart, but also our captain Xavier McKinney could be an interesting guy to move. So looking at the trades options for Xavier McKinney across the board right now, there's none of these that I'm really that interested in. If they are an outside linebacker, they're an edge rusher, which sucks for us. And I was testing some of the other trade offers on the table, and this is what came up for Dane Belton, Gerald Everett, Jacob Martin, or Jackson Smith-Njigba at wide receiver. So that's crazy, but we're not going to make any of those trades. And one player I didn't think about moving on from was Tyron Smith. He's come in and played right tackle for us, played pretty well, but to solidify our defense that struggled this year moving forward, maybe he's the guy we need to move on from. And this is the trade I set up. I want to bring in Luke Musgrave to compete with Daniel Bellinger and Brevin Jordan, Quay Walker to fill out that linebacker spot, and Dontavion Wicks as another receiving threat for us, as well as a second-round pick. So submitting this trade offer, it's just barely declined. So we're going to go ahead, make a third, and this is going to be the new group of players that are going to be added to the New York Giants roster. And this trade would leave us with 3 third-round picks in next year's draft, but the Packers finally got a replacement to play right tackle for them. Shedeur Sanders for the Green Bay Packers has taken the most sacks this season, and one player we're going to move to practice squad because of this trade is going to be Eric Gray, and that goes the same for Matt Sawyer, one of our draft picks. And with the Cowboys at 7-1, we have to be able to take them down today. Dontavion Wicks and Quay Walker are all going to get playing time today, as well as Luke Musgrave, who will be coming in for Daniel Bellinger in some sets. But Dak Prescott's been on an absolute tear, so we're going to have to bring him down in this ball game today. Practice reps, thank you to my camera for cutting out. Nobody was injured this week, so we're going to go ahead and win the toss and quick off to ETN, back deep to return, who's going to run it, and Quay Walker almost gets a huge hit on his first play as a New York Giant. But as I was saying, Dak Prescott's on a hot streak lately with the Cowboys at 7-1, and we are going to start off this game in the nickel, so Eamon Wari as well as James Williams are going to be in at linebacker. Banks going to come off to create the tackle. But coming out in our base 4-3, this is what our team's going to look like here. We're going to be able to hold Tony Pollard to a 3rd and 1, and sitting here across the middle, Bobby Okereke is going to be able to maybe get the stop, and Quay Walker helps him off to force the Cowboys to punt. Nice thing is Drake May's back from injury, but I'm so excited with how our defense started out in this one. But this is where we need to go ahead in this one and see what we lost, as our tackles are going to be a lot weaker in this one. Jack Nelson coming in at guard, Evan Neal out to left tackle, and that's going to cause us to run a screen here on 3rd and 9. Pressure's coming early. We're going to get it out though, but the blocks don't quite get there. Jack Nelson couldn't get it. So coming back out, they're going to go to the run here. Tony Pollard up the middle is going to get bottled up here by Xavier McKinney, and I felt bad thinking about trading him because honestly, he's been such a key part of our defense. But with his struggles as of late, I thought maybe that's where we made the move, and a good breakup from Deontay Banks is going to force the Cowboys to another 3 and out. So here's Travis Hunter back to return, and he's got some space on the left-hand side. We're going to juke back in, and he's going to get us out to the 45-yard line. And he's only in at punt returner because Darrington Evans, who's been one of the best kick returners in the NFL, hasn't been doing well in the punting game. And with the running game just not working so far, I want to try to go across the middle, and Brevin Jordan's got the grab. We were able to fit that one in a very, very tight window, but I'm very happy to have Drake May back healthy for us. And that's going to allow us to go back to the run here. And if Brevin Jordan can pick up this block, and he does, we're going to have the edge, but not quite enough. And that one really could have been a breakaway run there, but Jalen Hyde's going to have the catch, not enough for the first. And so to pick up this 3rd down, we're going to run behind Barkley, and a good pickup from Green there, the left guard. We're going to definitely need him to step up with Tyron Smith gone. And so our drive so far in this game is moving as Barkley's got another handoff for a good gain. But there's a chance that we could actually end the first quarter in this one with the score being 0-0 as Musgrave's going to get the catch, and I didn't realize coming in that he's actually got 89 speed. So between him and Quay Walker, we got some absolute playmakers for us as Barkley's going to barely get the first. And so with Saquon getting tired, Pierre Strong's going to come in, and we're going to roll out. And I don't see anybody open. We're just going to try to step up and at least maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, and we do. And we're going to keep these play actions going, and Musgrave could be open again in the flats, and we're just going to dump it off to him, and he stopped on his route. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter, and so far, not a lot of offense has been happening in this one. So on 3rd down, we're going to have to try to make a shot to get something open, and Daniel Bellinger is going to become open in the flats here. Odell, you could pick up the block, but he's not gonna. I tried to go to the corner there on the flood route, but the corner was all over it, and that means we're going to have to open up this game with a field goal from Jake Elliott. I'll still take the points. And while you're here, thanks for the love on the Giants franchise so far. So make sure to like and subscribe if you guys want to see more. But I really like sitting on this 4-3 here on 1st down, and the hole's going to open up, and we're going to be all over it. And when we get teams into the 2nd and long, that's where we can really run the nickel. But I got burned there by CeeDee Lamb. I thought he was breaking out. And so it took till the 2nd quarter for Dak Prescott to actually get his first completion. He gets the 2nd one here. But they're going to go to the play action. And across the middle, we're going to be there with Okereke, but he can't jump up. So maybe the Cowboys figured it out. They can beat us through the air as this one goes up to CeeDee Lamb, and the jump ball comes down in his favor. A weird pass, but I guess it works. And so on the goal line, we're guessing run. We're going to come up with Bobby Okereke and make a good tackle. And we're holding Tony Pollard to 2 yards per carry, which is the season low across the board for our defense. And I'm expecting them to go to the air here, and they do. The slant route's coming out. We're going to run, and it's actually going to be a sack, and that's going to be Bryce Huff coming off the edge for us, a good sack. So for the former pro soccer player is going to come out and nail this one, and we're going to have a tie ball game here halfway through the second quarter. And so here we go with Travis Hunter. Darrington Evans, I did put him on the bench just for this one. Our drive started out with an incompletion, but don't worry, we're going back to the air here. We're going to throw underneath to Jalen Hyatt, who ran a great route. Trayvon Diggs had no answer for that one. And we're going to go back to that same route concept here, and it's 1-0 Robinson this time bringing it in. And I want to continue to strike through the air. This has been a low-scoring game so far, but we're going to be okay. We're just going to scramble out here with Drake May. He's going to get a couple. I could have maybe taken a shot deep there, but I wanted to hold and run. As my only goal is I just want to commit no turnovers at all, as Daniel Bellinger can't get the crucial block on that run. So that's going to make this 3rd and 7 so much harder to convert, and it's going to be outside. Keon Coleman's got it for the first. But Evan Neal's going to go down with an injury in this one, and we're going to have to go to Matt Parrott to back him up. And so we're going to have Matt Parrott on Micah Parsons. That's how bad we are right now at offensive line. So not the injury we needed in this one. And with a medium re-injury risk, I'm going to have to bring him back in. And so we're going to go back to the air here. And we're just going to throw the outside to Odell Beckham Jr. Hopefully get a couple. And so the 2-minute warning is here, and it's at the second. And with us not getting anything going, Jake Elliott's going to have to come in and hit another field goal for us. And maybe we'll end up a little bit right. Nope, it's going to go straight down the middle. It's going to be a 6-3 ball game. Two of the best offenses so far in the NFL, in the New York Giants and the Dallas Cowboys. And this one's a defensive battle. So we know the Cowboys are going to go to the air here. It's as simple as that. And if we can make a good play happen, that'd be huge. That play starts off weirdly, though. And I want to stay running man-to-man across the board here as the stop route on the left-hand side works out in 1-on-1. And the Cowboys are immediately going to the hurry up here. Dak Prescott's going to continue to drive the ball down the field. The out route, I'm running with it. I saw it all the way, and we just have no answer for CeeDee Lamb. But I'm going to burn a timeout because I don't like the personnel that I was in with Bobby Okereke on the field. And that's going to bring Nick Amorori on the field. And then also Deonte Banks one-on-one here with CeeDee as a good breakup happens exactly. That's why the timeout was worth it. And I'm going to stay in that look and actually bring the pressures. The slant route broken up by Travis Hunter now. And so stretch to a 3rd and 10. They're going to go to the air. We have the pressure coming up the middle. Nick Amorori was almost able to get the sack, but actually Dak Prescott broke out of it. Nonetheless, it was a great disruption. He throws it away, and they're in 4th and 10. And having the field position that we do, we're just going to take this clock down unless Saquon Barkley can get a huge run. Jalen Hyatt get the block. Saquon Barkley, 95 yards. Can he take it all the way? He's getting chased. Finally gets pushed out of the 13-yard line. And that's the single biggest play that we have had all season long outside of the Jalen Hyatt catch in the Eagles game. I wasn't expecting that to work at all. Somehow we hit the open field. I just wanted to take it to halftime, but now we're looking to score. So after that great catch, we're going to go to the run concept. Oh, that didn't even come out right. And after Travis Hunter was able to pick up the first down, we're going to go out to Daniel Bellinger in the flats, and he's going to pick up our first touchdown of the ball game. Not a lot of time left in the first half, and it took this long to punch a score in. And luckily, it's our tight end, Daniel Bellinger. Maybe he felt the pressure from Luke Musgrave, Brevin Jordan, Albert O. We got a pretty good tight end group now. And Daniel Bellinger still remains at the top of that list, but for how long, we don't know. And they're actually going to go to the air here before the 2-minute warning. We just can't let up any big receptions, take it to halftime, and that should be it. But the Cowboys are actually pushing the ball here. We're just going to drop in some zone coverage, and they throw it all the way across his body, and we have nobody over there because they're running with it. Tackles are going to be pushed out. He gets to the 41, and that's absolutely killer as the Cowboys line up in quads, and Dak Prescott just throws it away. And that's the perks of a free runner. We're going to try it again underneath, and that's a good play by Travis Hunter. And that's going to have Dallas trying a very long field goal, and Audrey's going to be wide left, so the former pro soccer player is not able to put it in. And we're going into halftime against the #1 team in the NFL with a very, very nice lead. And so coming out of the half, we are going to receive the kickoff here, and Travis Hunter's got some space on the left-hand side. He's got to make some good runs, and he's going to get the user spin all the way out to the 35. And a score here would look very, very good for us. I'm going to look for Musgrave on the drag, but throw it up and over the top. Can we fit it in there? Wan'Dale Robinson's got it, and this bad spin move comes, but don't worry. Drake May, 15 for 17 for 121 and a touchdown. It's very good to have him back. And with Evan Neal fully back in this one, let's try to run it behind him, see how we can get things to work. Barkley's breaking some tackles, but Roman Wilson goes down with an injury. One of the receivers who's been playing pretty good for us recently. Last episode, I think almost had 100 yards, 120 yards. So though it doesn't seem that big, he will be surely missed. And I'm looking at the crossers real quick. I thought about going to OBJ, but I saw that linebacker coming across, and we're going to take a bad sack. So 4 verticals coming out here, one-on-ones across the board. I'm going to throw it up to Jalen Hyatt, try to get it in there, and he gets absolutely tabletop. There should be a penalty on the way that whole situation went. But we're going to come out with Jake Elliott here and try to nail a 58-yard field goal. Will it have the distance? And it does not. So we're going to give the Cowboys the ball at the 50-yard line. as the field goal is no good. And if we could hold the Cowboys touchdownless in this ball game, that would be awesome, but I don't want to say anything because already Tony Pollard's got a good run. As that good run was already against our 4-3 defense, I can't have that happening again. But who got pancaked there? Was that Christian Harris? And it seems Isaiah Simmons actually gotten tired in this game, so it's going to be Micah McFadden moving down to the defensive end for us. And so I just checked, both Micah McFadden and Huff are tired, so Micah McFadden does have to play D end, and then the outside linebacker spot's going to play Christian Harris. So that really means we need to manage our practice reps better. Simple as that, as Gallup has a terrible drop. So that does make it an obvious passing situation, and I'm going to be man on man here as they go up and over the top. Dame Belton's got the interception. Dame Belton with the pick on Dak Prescott. We're going to try to run it back with him as the safety that's everybody's doubted continues to impress in Giants franchise year number 2. He floated the corner route in just a little bit too late. Dame Belton was able to get over top from the safety spot. Such a good play from him. And we're going to continue to hold the Cowboys touchdownless in this ball game. 3 points, all the Cowboys have so far. This has been a great job by our offense and by our defense. Wan'Dale Robinson now getting in the open space on the whip route. Sitting one-on-one to the outside. I had to be able to go to him here as Barkley up the middle is not going to get much. But at 10 carries for 113 yards, so I'll take those numbers all day long. And if the safeties do rotate here to a too high, Jalen Hyatt should come open. And we're getting a bad sack coming off the edge here. Jack Nelson, one of our guards, goes down with an injury. So in comes in Cody Ford, but that is going to be the problem that we are going to see for our offensive line. There's going to be some more sacks given up, so maybe Drake May's health's at risk. But on a 3rd and 15, we're going to the 4 verticals look, and I'm going to try to throw quick, and Travis Hunter's actually going to get the grab on the seam. And so our drive stays alive here. I was going to look for Keon Coleman on this crosser route, and he should be able to get into this end zone here. The hurdle doesn't quite work, so maybe not. And this is where the tight ends are going to come into play here. We're going to run right up the middle of the power that doesn't quite work. So we're going to fake it to him this time, go to the play action. I see Brevin Jordan on the flats. Can we just force this ball to him? And he's going to drop it. So this is a huge 3rd down and goal for us. We got to be able to put this one in the end zone. I'm looking to the outside. Nothing. If we throw it across the body, and that's such a bad pass. The crossbody throw didn't work, and that's our first interception of the ball game. I want to try to force it in. It was no Jordan Love-esque, or as Tony Romo would say, it's Patrick Mahomes. But Malik Hooker is going to be able to walk away with the interception as our drive ends there without any points. So it's such a bad decision on my part. We need to come out better as Bobby Okereke gets absolutely planted by Tony Pollard. We've kind of bottled him so far in this ball game, but not right now as Deonte Banks lets up the reception. But we need to continue to do that here if we want a chance in this ball game, and that's a really good play on the inside. And that tackle came out from Ed Oliver, who's been very, very good for us in the middle, and we weren't able to hold him there, but Travis Hunter coming from the other side to make the play as well. And so far, I really love the decisions that we made on our team so far, but Sexy Dexy, who's been a giant, will always be a giant on the inside for the tackle. Look at the push-ups from the big man. But we're almost in the 4th quarter as they do go to a play action, as nothing's open here, and Dak Prescott's going to throw it out, making it a 3rd and 13. Ooh, scratch. And after the incompletion, we're bringing a free rusher on the outside. Deonte Banks almost has the interception, able to jump in front of it, knock it away, makes it a 3rd or 4th and 13. And we are going to force the Cowboys to punt the ball away in this defensive matchup. It's nice to see the Sliders giving us a defensive game every once in a while where we really have to fight tooth and nail to get our points. But 13 points isn't enough. We got to be able to run the football here. We got to be able to put some points back on the board, and Saquon's coming out with a good run. And outside of his 195-yard run today, he hasn't been having the best day, but that's been fine for us. And with maybe one of the most important 3rd down conversions needed in this ball game, here we go. Saquon Barkley's going to be able to pick it up. A touchdown here may as well end the ball game, but I'm going to try a deep shot here to Coleman, and that's almost intercepted. And looking at Keon Coleman, I wanted to test him early, but he got absolutely jammed off the line. So having no love in the air, we're going to go back, and Saquon Barkley, the cutback is kind of there if we can get forward. And so to keep the drive alive, here we go. Wicks is absolutely balled up. We're going to throw it to Brevin Jordan. He's not able to catch it. We're going to have to punt this football away. But with the 2-score game, we're still pinning the Cowboys here in this one as Travis Hunter's going to down the punt. But I think on this drive, the Cowboys are going to go to the air a lot, and that's going to be CeeDee Lamb with a good grab. But I do want to go ahead and put some pressure as this is actually a run, but we're coming across the field with Dame Belton to stuff it. And I'm still in shock about how well this trade worked out for us, completely honest. As Stingley on the outside, almost intercepted off the tip by Bobby Okereke. And with how good Dak Prescott's been all season long, the day that he's having today is unfathomable. And we're going to bring a heavy blitz here again to try to force the ball out as quickly as possible, as Dak Prescott's going to scramble right into it almost. He's going to throw it out. Nick Amorwari and James Williams have both been able to get to the quarterback, unfortunately not bring him down. But they are going for it on 4th and 10. We're going to try to bring the heat. We're bottled up here out to the outside, and the catch is made by Tony Pollard, but it's out of bounds as Dak Prescott's 12 for 26 in this ball game. And that is absolutely insane, as we're just going to run the football here with Barkley to the outside, and our goal is just to start wasting time immediately. And running behind this offensive line is interesting, to say the least. And after another run got us to 3rd and inches, we're going to fake it here. And Saquon Barkley's going to be out in the flat. Saquon Barkley's going to be able to almost get into the end zone. That spin move took out maybe 3 defenders. And so putting us down on the 1-yard line, a glitch play is all we need. I'm running out of words as Saquon Barkley taken down for a loss of 8. So we are going to go to the air. Pressure's coming. I'm just going to throw it out. I don't want to take a bad sack or fumble. And with nothing working for us, we're going to have Jake Elliott kick another field goal in this football game. There's only been 1 touchdown so far. So here we go. Drive to end the game. It's going to start right here underneath. Travis Hunter actually gets B, and Michael Gallup stays up. And luckily, this is the formation I want to stay in right here, running out. And why is my whole team slow? All of our guys are tired. And I'm going to burn a timeout here. I have to switch over to the dime, but my entire team is exhausted. Nick Amrawari can't be on the field right now. But that is going to bring us to the 2-minute warning. And so to protect ourselves, I'm sitting in the 4-3 as they go out to the outside to CD, who almost gets a break and tackle. And Nick Amrawari accidentally checked back in, but I got to run with him here just to make sure. CD comes all the way back and steps out of bounds. And to maybe hide him right now, I'm just going to bring him on a blitz as they go out to the outside, and that ball doesn't get in. So we are changing it to a zone coverage. And nothing's going to be open for Dak as the sack does come out. That's going to be Ed Oliver making it a 4th and goal. They're going to go ahead and go to the hurry up here. We're going to sit in deep zone coverage once again. Run with CD. I see him. I don't want him to test. Pockets closing in. We're just going to need to break it up. And Banks gets the tip, almost caught by the tight end. And we get the ball back. We're going to knee this one out and win this football game in an absolute defensive battle. Did our trade work out? Absolutely. So we were able to walk away with the win, holding the Cowboys without a touchdown in the ball game. First time that's happened for them in 2 years. But now we're going to have to move into some more defensive games because this NFC East is getting tighter and tighter. And after the great win against the top-ranked Cowboys, one of the best teams in the league, we now have to go up against Patrick Mahomes, who's also sitting at 6-2. But looking at the bottom, they're the 2nd best offense in the league as well as the 4th best defense in the league. So it's just like the Cowboys, but harder now. And we do have some guys to re-sign I want to jump into. First, Micah McFadden. He's going to be a key piece of this New York Giants defense going forward. I'm going to bring him back on a good deal. And Bryce Huff as well is an interesting player that we want to maybe keep around. Playing outside and next to Kayvon Thibodeau is going to be huge for our defensive line, and he's also going to accept that deal. And so very soon we may run into some cap problems. The next guy I want to bring back is Dane Belton. And based off the last offer we submitted, we have to go up just a little bit. Let's see if he takes this offer for a 4-year deal, and he does. But I'm still going to wait on these other guys to re-sign. Daniel Bellinger is going to be a big decision, but let me know what you guys think about the rest of our roster moving forward. And going into the game plan, I just want to stop the deep pass. That's as much as it goes. And fatigue becoming an issue at the end of the game here. I don't know how we're going to go ahead and play this. I want to maybe split with half pads. But with Isaiah Simmons sitting at the bottom of the middle linebacker depth chart, I'm going to move that to starters as well as strong safety. But our offense, on the other hand, is sitting pretty. I'm still going to go ahead and spread around the points. I may finally change the running back numbers here to split to make sure that Darrington Evans and Pierre Strong with Eric Gray gone can get some XP points. And looking at it across the board, it doesn't seem like we have any injuries. I do have to go through the defense here, and it looks like everybody's good. So we're going to go ahead and jump to some upgrades. And Evan Neal's a big one, especially because he's going back out to the tackle spot. We're going to upgrade pass protector. And not what you want to see out of that upgrade point, but James Williams, I'm going to go ahead and put it on run support so he continues playing down in the box for us. I know it's not part of the scheme, but I think it's going to work for us in the long run. And the +2 block shedding as well as the press is huge. And last but not least, the man, the myth, the legend, you got to put it on elusive back, Darrington Evans, for how well he's played for us this season. And the +1 awareness is going to take his overall points up. I love it. But just so you can understand how I'm moving around the receivers so much and all these different shotgun formations and packages, if you see, I have so many different receivers in at each spot. So that helps us get different receivers on the field and different looks based on how I feel. And then the same with our defense here in this 4-3. You see our main linebackers are in there. But as we go over to the nickel, you see some of the bigger linebackers. But as we go over to the nickel, you see some of the bigger safeties coming down into the box. And our strength of schedule so far this season has been extremely easy across the board, playing the Detroit Lions, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Chicago Bears. But now we have one of the best teams in the league to face off against. And we are playing in the rain today and did lose the toss, but we are at home here, and Travis Hunter's going to take this one out. And our goal today is to continue to limit the turnovers across the board for Drake May. He's had such a good stretch of games for us. But with Saquon Barkley getting a lot of the touchdowns here, something we haven't really seen so far from our other guys. And with Saquon Barkley getting a lot of rushing touchdowns this season, it's taken away from some of Drake May's stats, but that's okay. What a block on the outside that's going to pick up the first for us. But with Saquon coming off a 140-yard performance, I'm going to try to do the same here again today, and I don't know what that glitch coach was, but Barkley's going to get upfield. And I'll be honest, after the trade deadline or before the trade deadline, I was looking to trade him away. And with the performance that he was putting on, I just didn't want to. But we're going to be into a long 3rd and 16 here. And Travis Hunter maybe can get the separation, but the little push at the top of the route's going to force us to punt the football away. And that was Taylor Rapp in coverage. And if we can't beat him today, we're going to have a lot of problems across the board here. Is that Mecole Hardman, who's still in the Kansas City Chiefs with the first catch of the ball game? And after the performance he had in the playoff game the other day, he should never touch a football field again, but I digress as they do pick up the first down. But this is the type of team I feel like we match up against very, very well across the board, as Sky Moore's got a good grab. And that's because with a very athletic secondary, I think we'll have the ability to be good in coverage against Travis Kelce, but Travis Hunter's got a good breakup. But on the second down, they haven't gone to the run yet. We're going to bring the pressure, and it's going to go underneath to Sidney Rice, and he's got a grab. I can't believe I said Sidney Rice. That's a little bit of a throwback there, but they're going to go underneath and a good breakup coming out from Stingley. Make sure to like this video if you remember Sidney Rice. And they haven't gone to a run play yet in this game, and they're not going to do so here as Travis Kelce on the outside, like a little wheel route's going to get them down to the 3-yard line, but he's going to get banged up on this play. So maybe this is where they decide to finally go to the run, and up the middle, it's not going to work. Kayvon Thibodeau's going to come in for the TFL. And so we are risking it coming out here in the nickel. If we could bottle it up, it'd be huge, but Isaiah Pacheco, the Rutgers legend, decides to get into the end zone, breaking one tackle. If we could just finish, it would have worked out for us, but tell some of our guys aren't good at finishing. Let's move on, though, to offense. And with the Chiefs coming out hot in this one, I do want to be able to strike back here as I see Musgrave up and over the top. If we could just hit him, that would have been a touchdown. And Drake May's starting this game right now 2 for 5, but Travis Hunter's going to make it 6 for 6, and that is going to bring up a 3rd and 4. And Barkley, if you could just get out to the flats a little bit quicker, that'd be nice, and he does enough to pick up the first. But finally here, we are going to go back to the run, and Green can get off that block, and I guess the wrong way off of that block, as this game has been a little bit of a struggle for us off the rip. Dontavion Wicks, the new guy here in the New York Giants uniform, is going to get enough for the first down, though, and Drake May hit very, very late on the play. He's going to go out and get checked out here by the medical tent. And so now Derek Carr is back in the ball game here. We saw him a little bit earlier this season. We just want to start with some simple passes to get things rolling. And we are going to lean on Saquon Barkley to kind of keep this drive alive here. And he's almost got a good run. If he could just get through one more tackle, he would have broken it off to the second level. And Drake May's got a bruised sternum for the second time this year, also known as a head injury. So Derek Carr is going to come in for quarterback for the rest of this game. And we do have Max Duggan backing him up, so that should be enough for us, but Hyatt was such a good grab on 3rd down. And so our drive does continue here. It's going to be Barkley getting a little bit on the ground, but that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter, and we do have more yards. We're just about the same as the Kansas City Chiefs, but I digress. They still have the lead. But it's our second drive that has proven fruitful so far here, as we're going to go up to the tight end, and Daniel Bellinger is going to get into the end zone to kick off this second quarter. The ball game's going to be tied. The Chiefs are going to get the ball back, and we'll see what they can do. So the Chiefs are starting out here, stretch play to the outside, and the block does get there, but we do miss some tackles, and that's going to be Pacheco getting another good run to kick off this drive. And I need to shut him down, because if we want a chance in this one, it's going to be the Patrick Mahomes show, and he may have 300 passing yards, but as long as we can force them to be one-dimensional, then that's going to be the goal, as Patty Mahomes here is going to take the snap, and they're going to go to a counter play again. And Pacheco, I need Emeka Nwari to make that tackle, and he does. And so on this 3rd and 2, we're bringing the pressure again, but our guys get absolutely beaten. Pacheco's in the open field. We missed the tackle, and eventually we're going to be able to push him out here at the 42-yard line. But Pacheco, his first big run in this one, and that could really make this game a little bit scary for us here. But Dane Belton's almost able to bring him down, and he doesn't get much out of that one. So on the first drive, they did all pass. Second drive has been almost all run here, and the blitz isn't able to work. And so they've really had their way with us so far in this ball game. It's out to the outside. They do have a guy open, and he's going to be able to get into the end zone. Brian McBride's going to get in. I think with that whole jumbled mess of receivers and corners running through, somebody got stuck on one another, and they're able to get in. So we need to be able to put a good drive together here, and I don't want to be losing in the rushing column, and Saquon Barkley outside is going to try to get that started for us, but he's only got 4, and I don't think he's had a run over 4 yards today yet. But I plan on using the play action in this one to set up some good plays, and it's going to be Brevin Jordan is going to get the first down for us, hopefully, and he does. And Derek Carr is 4 for 4 so far to start out his stint today, but it does make us one-dimensional. We cannot run with the quarterback here. We just got to make easy passes. There's really nothing we can do when it comes to Derek Carr and scrambling, but those easy tight end out routes are going to be huge for us, as Jalen Hyatt's now going to get just a nice little spot for the first. And I do want to try to catch them slipping with this RPO action, as Wan'Dale Robinson caught the ball. Keon Coleman couldn't get the block, and that's going to be almost a loss there. So we did have to take a timeout because of the delay of game. And I'm looking around. I don't see anybody open, and I'm just going to throw this ball away. So finally we'll get our first incompletion of the day for Derek Carr. And that's going to bring up a third down. If I can go quick across the middle here, Travis Hunter making the grab, but it does fall out. And at the 46-yard line, we're going to have to punt this football away. And after Presley Harvin pinned them in the end zone here, it kind of ruined our good chances when it came to good field position battle. But Dane Belton makes a good break up here, forcing third down early. And so in the nickel, I want to bring a quick blitz to try to get it going out to the outside. Deontay Banks isn't able to get the breakup. And so the 2-minute warning is here, and they're doing a good job keeping the running back in the field, but James Williams maybe gets the accidental breakup. But with Isaiah Pachenko, whenever we try to run blitzes, leaving him into block is ruining that whole opportunity of being able to rush the quarterback so quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to play on Nick Amrawari. We're going to blitz up the middle as well and wait to see if he does go out. And there's the pressure that we wanted. A crossbody throw from Patrick Mahomes to Sky Moore. And as Tony Romo would say, that one was a little Mahomey as a 2-minute warning. 1 minute 45 seconds now left on the clock, and they're not even going to the hurry up here. They don't give a crap as they go under scratch, and they're comfortable. They're not even sitting in the hurry up at all, and they're going to go out here. Patrick Mahomes scrambling out. He's going to try to force this one. Instead, takes it out of bounds, and they're on a 3rd down and 7. So instead of sitting in the nickel and maybe bringing a blitz out of it, we're going to go in pass coverage here, but it's Nick Amrawari getting burnt, and now they're using their timeouts. As they do snap it here, Patrick Mahomes looking across the middle, and we could have been there with Nick Amrawari, but Rashid Rice, I got it right this time. Rashid Rice is able to get into the end zone. And the Chiefs are going to take a 21-7 point lead going into the halftime here. But unless we do get a good return here with Travis Hunter, Darrington Evans will be coming back to as returner after this one. But with a bad return, we're just going to run a draw here play, and we're just going to take it to halftime. It took no time off the clock. We went for a punt, and it didn't take a single second off the clock. And after halftime, looking at the stats, we need to get those passing numbers up, but it's hard with Derek Carr at quarterback. And the worst thing is the Chiefs do start with a ball here, and it's going to be a tough road to hoe if we want to get back in this one. But it's going to be very, very tough to stop this high-powered offense from Patrick Mahomes as he's wheeling and dealing with, even with Travis Kelce gone. But let's go ahead and try to catch them slipping here on this blitz off the left side. But the whip route inside gets Deontay Banks. And this is not like our Dak Prescott game at all, as Sexy Dexy makes a huge play to force a 3rd down. And on this 3rd and 8, we're going to try to bring the blitz again, try to get the pressure going, and we can't get the breakup again. Another 3rd down conversion for this Kansas City Chiefs team. And this is absolutely killer for us. We have absolutely no reason we should be losing this football game for the amount of 3rd downs we've forced. And after EA decided to boot us thanks to some connection issues, we're going to go underneath. Sky Moore's got the grab. And I think I'm going to get rid of the blitz for the rest of the game. I'm going to stay in straight coverage here, but James Williams couldn't do it. And I'm going to instead try this dollar look across the board, see if we can get that working with at least some of the bigger linebackers in while keeping out a lot of big secondary guys. But they are in the I formation, and they're going to fake it here on a play action. Across the drag is going to be wide open, and the Chiefs are going to put in another touchdown, and they're slowly running away with this ball game. So I guess the comeback has got to start here, because as we're playing some of the better teams in the league, the success just isn't happening, because we've only played 3 teams so far over 500, with the Chiefs being the 3rd team, and we're 1-1 so far between the Eagles and the Cowboys. Actually make it a 4th, because we did beat the Eagles already once this season, and going 2-2 against teams over 500 isn't the best record, especially if we want to be able to be a top team in this league. So maybe it's going to be Saquon Barkley who's going to start it out for us on this one. If we could beat him to the edge, that'd be huge, and we're not able to get there. And we're just getting no explosive plays in this one to work, as Wandale Robinson, maybe a screenplay can get it to run, but nope, that only goes for about 5, so still a good play though. But I want to try to take a deep shot, and the safeties are rolling down, so maybe Hyatt will be open, but that pass goes so incomplete. And maybe Derek Carr just isn't the answer at the backup quarterback spot. But I am going to throw this one out, and we were hit as we threw, and this already forces us to a 3rd and 10. And I'm looking for Keon Coleman on this flag route to maybe pop open, but that's not going to work, because we're going to scramble out here. Derek Carr's got to be able to truck forward for the first, and he's not able to do it. And at the 45-yard line, we may have to punt this football away. But on 4th and 2, we are going to try to go for it to pick up the 1st down. It's going to be a Derek Carr pull read, and we just need to get forward for the 1st down. I think he's got it. And he does, just barely. And so our drive barely stays alive in this one. It's Brevin Jordan. I needed that block, and we're going to be able to stay in and maybe get the 1st again. And just nothing is working for us. No big plays, but maybe Musgrave here. I like him on the outside as a number 2 tight end. I'm looking for him to break out for us, and maybe not Daniel Bellinger anymore. Because with Daniel Bellinger's contract running up, maybe this is where we make the move. As we're going to try to throw it up, but we're hit as we threw, and it is an interception, our first one of the game. And so that was an absolute killer for our team in this one. We have no answer unless Travis Hunter could almost get the interception. That was a huge opportunity for us, but with our guys getting stuck up again in this bunch look, they're able to convert. And this is just a killer. We're getting outworked across the board here, running the ball better, passing the ball better, and now Nick Amrawari goes down with an injury. So that means in the nickel, I'm going to bring back in Bobby Okereke. It's as simple as that, and underneath, Travis Hunter's got his first interception of the game. And our first one across the board, and maybe this is the spark that we need. He's flopping around. You love it, though. And maybe we need to move him to CB2 to try to give us some life here after letting up actually a lot of 100-yard receivers from both sides of the ball for our team. But the fourth quarter is here. 115 passing yards. That's all we have in this game. We can't get things to work. Our offense is just not clicking, and we need to be able to come back in this one. And maybe we can do it here on a deep shot. I'm going to look across. I see Dontavion Wicks, but we get hit as we throw again. Our offensive line is having a lot of problems today. And I think this is where I'm really starting to miss Tyron Smith on the outside, being able to block the edge for us because the pressure's just getting to us. As across the board, this has just been a terrible game for us. Brevin Jordan, though, on the outside, what a good route from him. And this is going to be one of our only opportunities to punch into the end zone here. Is a bad pass out to Daniel Bellinger, holds him up a little bit, and he's not able to turn upfield. But we're going to head right to the hurry up here to try to catch them in a good personnel. And Luke Musgrave's got the grab, but enough for the first. And we're going to come out and look at some slant routes here, see if we can make it work. And Travis Hunter's got his first touchdown as a New York Giant receiver. Playing both ways. He gets the interception, then he gets the touchdown. You can't make it up any better. And he's continuing every single week to get more reps for us at receiver. We're plugging him into more formations, and on secondary, we're putting him in more packages, and I love to see the way he's developed for us. Continuing bringing pressure here is our goal, but they go to Pachenko on the ground. That's a good play by Kayvon Thibodeau, but we're going to need to force a punt early in this game. That's how we're going to come back, as he's going across, and coming back to the middle is going to be Rashee Rice, and that one was absolutely killer. Up the middle, we're able to get a good stop. I'm running man-to-man across the field. We need good coverage, and Rashee Rice got the catch on Travis Hunter. He had his number on the last drive, but this time around, Rice got the grab, and that's just an absolute killer right there. But in the middle, that's a good tackle from Quay. But it made me really happy to see that we re-signed Micah McFadden. I think he's going to be a key piece of our defense going forward. And I really like Deonte Banks and Stingley, as we're going to be here with the zone coverage, and we almost were able to read the screenplay, but they do get the first. But coming in, I didn't know if we were going to keep Stingley around, as Dane Belton makes a good play. But I'm not sure if he was going to be worth the roster spot and the money that we were prepared to give him. But with how he started this season, I couldn't be more happy. As Pachenko to the outside, there's nobody there. Across the field comes Stingley and Travis Hunter, and Travis is able to bring him down on the 1-yard line as Pachenko touches 100 yards. And the clock is just running down in this one as Pachenko takes it into the end zone, and that's going to end the ball game. I was debating on whether or not to use timeouts just there or yet, but with a 2-minute warning in tow, I thought maybe we would wait. But this score by Pachenko is going to put this ball game away, as we're going to fall to 6-3 on this season. And with the Chiefs taking a knee there, that's going to bring it to the end of the game. I tried to maybe go on one more push. It didn't quite work out. And looking at our stacks, Derek Carr just didn't cut it as the backup quarterback. We really couldn't get things working. He started out good, though, but Drake May getting injured was huge for us. And rushing, we should have just gave it to Saquon probably more in this one, but our offense just wasn't clicking. And receiving, yeah, we spread the ball around, but we could not hit a ball deep at all. I think our longest pass of the day was to Dontavion Wicks for only 19 yards. And our defense just got dog-tired in this one, and this is the first game this season where we didn't even get a single sack. So with that loss, we're going to move forward, and we're going to play an arch nemesis from the first ever Giants franchise ever released, the Atlanta Falcons, who are sitting at 7-2, and it's the Danny Dimes revenge game. And looking at Daniel Jones, he actually won the starting spot, it looks like, over Desmond Ridder, and he's been absolutely balling out. 11 touchdowns, 2 picks, and the Falcons are 7-2 right now in the NFL. But going into this week, finally at the talent tree, I unlocked all 3 extra slots. But the one thing we are going to do is put Travis Hunter in there as wide receiver and as cornerback. I think that's going to be the best way to develop him on both sides of the football. And so going through our weekly strategy, Daniel Jones has had a rating across the field that is insane. And defensively, they've locked down the medium pass like it's absolutely insane. But we like to throw it short, though. And so this is going to be what our board's going to look like for focus players going forward. Now, I may sub out Keon Coleman for Jalen Hyatt or Drake May, but we'll see. And across the board, we have no injuries, so it's time to jump into this game and try to get a Danny Dimes revenge game to not happen. And we did win the toss, so Daniel Jones is going to come out first to try to lead the Falcons on a good drive, but we hope that's not going to happen. And I am excited to see what Daniel Jones can do. Obviously, we want him to do nothing against us, but our defense is finally back when it comes to stamina, so we should get everybody to play across the board. And that's mainly targeted at Isaiah Simmons and the guy who just got burned there, Quay Walker, as well as Nick Amrawari. All 3 of them struggled last week and against the Cowboys. So it's nice to have all of them back with no issues, as Nick Amrawari is going to get juked out of his shoes by Bijan Robinson, but Dane Belton's going to clean it up. And I really think right now that our team is the best it's ever been defensively, as Dexter Lawrence is giving chase and sacks his former quarterback. And that was only on a 3rd down pressure. We only rushed 4, as Deonte Banks is going to start it off with an interception against his former quarterback, getting chased down by Kyle Pitts. but we open up the game with an interception on the former New York Giants quarterback. That's going to be interception, I think, number 4 for him this year, so he's off to a strong start in this one. And it makes me laugh even harder because who was Daniel Jones targeting on that play? But Kadarius Toney, the former New York Giants wide receiver, who decided to pursue a rap career and then forget how to catch the football. And he spent more time trying to drop heat than drop footballs. Wait, actually, that shouldn't work like that. But we're going to go to the corner of the end zone. Luke Musgrave is in for the touchdown. And he's got his first touchdown catch as a New York Giants. So early, we're on the board in this ball game. And I'm very excited to be able to use Luke Musgrave on this offense and get it to work. Daniel Bellinger's been leading our team in touchdown grabs this season, I think with 4. So Luke Musgrave is going to be climbing up the ranks now with his first one in blue. So Daniel Jones, who's only had 2 interceptions all year long. I think he's played about 8 games for the Atlanta Falcons. Through his 3rd one of the year here as we're going across the middle. We're there in coverage against Kyle Pitts, but they go underneath. And they're in a 3rd and 8 early again, and we're dropping in coverage, and the sack comes out from Nick Amrawari, as we already forced a 3 and out from the Falcons. So they started out about as cold as can be, and we're going to get the ball back here. And it's going to be Travis Hunter back to return. Good block from Dane Belton, so we're going to take this one to the outside. The juke move is going to put us about at the 40. But this is also a breakout game for Drake May in its own right today because, you know, we went with Drake May over Daniel Jones, and so far he's been playing pretty well for us, but Daniel Jones has maybe been doing better. So we're really competing to see who really made the biggest impact for our team, as Saquon Barkley's not going to get the first down. And I honestly may be making a change at the punter position because I'll be honest, that's another touchback for Presley Harvin that we put at the 10-yard line and bounced all the way in. And we could look to bring some other players in, but they're going to go underneath here to Kyle Pitts. And that's really their first good reception all game long, as Kayvon Thibodeau dislocated his shoulder on that tackle from Bijan Robinson, and he's going to miss some time. But on another 3rd down, we're bringing the pressure, and we should have an easy play here to the outside. And Xavier McKinney all over, read it like an absolute book, and nabs the interception. And Kyle Pitts is down grabbing his knee. What is it, MetLife Field? If you don't have an ACL tear, 2 per game. And we're really going to have great field position in this one. I'm going to start off with a deep ball to Wan'Dale Robinson right away. I took a shot to the end zone, and we're up 14-0 already in this ball game. Wan'Dale Robinson. We haven't had a receiver over like 65 yards in a couple of games now with the way we've spread the ball, and maybe Wan'Dale Robinson's going to be our guy to break out today. So the revenge game isn't going the way that Daniel Jones would have expected in this one. He's scrambling for his life again, and he's going to try to throw it across body, but we get a Bryce Huff sack, and him coming in place of the injured Kayvon Thibodeau makes him the #1 pass rusher that we have on our team, and good thing we resigned him, but we're really going to need him to ball out in the future right now as they go out to the outside. Is that Pruitt with a grab? No, it's not. Instead, that catch comes out from Tim Patrick, but we are bringing blitz here, running across. Bijan Robinson in the flat, but a good breakup from James Williams, and what a start for this New York Giants defense. Travis Hunter on the return here. We got a little bit of space. If we can break to the outside, it's not going to work. So because it was another 3rd and out, we do have great field position again, and I'm going to Wan'Dale Robinson here one more time, and he's almost got a first, and he does. And Drake May is absolutely balling in this one. We're going to go up and over the top to Odell Beckham Jr., and that one fits in. And just like that, our biggest first quarter that we've ever had, Odell Beckham Jr. going up and over the top on the corner route. Even the sliders set to the hardest difficulty can't help the Atlanta Falcons today, because we have their number, and we are absolutely balling in this one. 3 different players on our team with touchdowns. Drake May 6 for 6 with 3 touchdowns. Field position's been our way. Our defense has 2 picks, and we're absolutely feasting in the best quarter of football that we've ever played. We have 11 seconds. There's no way that we can make it a 28-0 first quarter. That would be absolutely crazy, but Daniel Jones on the read option gets nothing, and that's going to take us to the end of the first quarter, the best one we've ever played. And just looking at the stats in this game, an absolute slaughter, and it has been so awesome for us. But we've had comebacks against us happen before, so we don't want to do anything crazy or feel too good about ourselves, as Bijan Robinson's finally got his first good run. And for the first time in this game, it's not a 3rd and like 28 yards to go, as Drake London's got it. And they're going to continue to go through the air here with Daniel Jones. I don't know why they would trust him after that, as that pass almost intercepted again if Micah McFadden just looked. And I want to start going to the blitz even more in this ball game, trying to get him off settled, as Kadarius Toney's got the reception, but doesn't go for a lot. And it's a 3rd down blitz again. Then we're going to back up last second here to try to see, and that one almost intercepted. You saw Deontay Banks go for it, but there is going to be a penalty here for roughing the passer. It's actually going to be holding on the offense. I expect Daniel Jones to get hit, but Chris Lindstrom's going to back him up, make it a 3rd and 14. So just nothing has worked for the Atlanta Falcons so far, as they're going to take a deep shot here. We're just going to try to swat it down, and we do. I saw Kadarius Toney go up for it, and there was no way I was letting that ball be caught. And for the first time in this game, we got to start a drive on the 20-yard line. Let's see if we can go the actual distance in this one, but a bad Saquon Barkley rush to start. So instead, we're going to go to immediate play action. I see Musgrave out in the flat. We're just going to hit him right away. keep the drive going, keep guys moving upfield, but Evan Neal with the injury here, and that's going to put me at a severe disadvantage at the tackle spot here, but we're going to try and get absolutely sacked up the middle instead. Grady Jarrett's going to force us to punt this ball away. And that was a very bad sack to take up the middle. I'm not going to lie, I was kind of surprised that Drake May didn't get injured there. But Deonte Banks has been absolutely balling in this one as they're going to go just lightly across the middle. Kadarius Toney with another grab. And stuck in another third down. They're going student body run there, and Williams is able to hold and make the initial hit. And Xavier McKinley stuffs him, so Bijan Robinson starts this game 6 for 8. So back on offense, I want to put up one more score before half, but we'll see how hard that turns out to be as Dontavian Wicks with a good catch to start it, as Drake May's now 8 for 8 for 130 and 3 touchdowns. And the best part is we are spreading the ball around a lot here as Jalen Hyatt just catch it and go down. I was worried about the interception there, as Micah McFadden's going to have to come back into this game after injury. And the only guy I haven't hit so far is Travis Hunter, so we're going to try to go to him, and the pass was there and he was caught. It was a bad accuracy pass coming in. Travis Hunter adjusted and was able to make the grab. And we're keeping this drive alive here, pushing the ball down. I'm just going to dump off to Darren Bellinger. Daniel Bellinger down the sideline. I almost said Darren Waller for a second. And we're continuing pushing it here. Everybody is getting involved in this drive. And we still have more games to play. And I promise you, none of them are going to be this easy as Saquon Barkley getting chased. I try to break it out to the backside. And the one thing we are struggling to do here is just run the football. I don't know why we can't get off blocks. We can't get work in here. We can't get our linebackers, our linemen up to the second level. And coming out of the 2-minute warning, we got to get it to work here. I'm looking. I don't see anybody. I'm just going to have to throw this football away. So we're going to take our first incompletion of the ball game, yes, but we're still going to settle for 3. And if I were the Falcons, you know they have to push the ball here in this ball game, and we're going to be off cross coverage, and Daniel Jones can't hit the mark again. And at this point, we're going man-to-man coverage across the board. I want to dare them to beat us here, and they do with Drake May, but they're going to the hurry up, and we're dropping deep to the middle with Travis Hunter as they go underneath again. And we're stuck in our nickel look, but honestly, I'm okay with that. I think we're fine in coverage as they go underneath, and we're not letting anything deep, and that's perfectly fine with me because the clock continues to run down. But I'm surprised I haven't mixed in a draw or anything like that, but the drive could end right here if it is a drop, and it's not. So there's 45 seconds left on the clock, and they finally take a deep shot here. And there's actually a guy that got burned there. That's Travis Hunter who got burned, and Tim Patrick got the reception. And I'm worried about getting caught in this look here because Micah McFadden's one-on-one with Tim Patrick. So that's going to be a tough matchup as they do go to the backside, and that's caught there, but a bad play by Stingley as another Falcons lineman pulls up. And we all know that only happens so they can get more time on the clock, but out to the outside it is caught. The Atlanta Falcons were able to put up a score before halftime. Okay, but score's still 24-7 in this one. And we're going to go into halftime with a very, very nice lead here, and we get the ball back first. And looking at the stats, we're in such a good spot. The only thing I want to get up is the rushing yards, so we're going to try to take control of the ground in the second half. And so early on in this game, we are turning on shoe clock. I want to see what our team is able to do as Drake May. That goes for nothing to start out, but I want to keep our team in balance, keep things working as this double team isn't able to get there, as Andrew Thomas looks lost. We just have to try to cut it up for yards. And so coming out in the second half, I tried to lean on the ground. Didn't quite work. We're going to drop this one off the belly. Hopefully get some blocks here. What a good block from the big fella, Matt Parrott. And coming in place of the injured Evan Neal, he's looking pretty good. But we do have to punt this ball away, and this one's going to be really, really deep, and we're able to pin him at the 15 to start. So we know if they want to come back in this game, they're going to have to go to the air, but they're starting out with the run, and Nick Amawari is playing so good in the middle today. Our nickel for the first time ever is working against the run, something I've never had this season. And with how hard these sliders is, it's absolutely insane to me as we're just going to continue to try to force him back inside, and we do. And this puts them in an early 3rd and 4, and the pressure coming out. Can we get the breakup? Wow, what a good catch by Drake. But this is going to be a very, very long game for us. Out the outside, that should be an easy pick. Dane Belton, what a diving interception's able to get it in, and we got our 3rd one in this ball game against Danny Dimes, and that's maybe our best interception all year long. Let's see the replay here. Daniel Jones on the outside, I think it was just a bad throw in general thanks to a Deonte Banks jam, and he absolutely laid out for it. The ball hawking safety. I'm so happy the Giants took him almost 3 or 4 years ago now, but he's super, super fun to play with on this roster. So our defensive MVP continues to make good plays for us. If we could just get Saquon working on the ground. Last week he struggled too against the Kansas City Chiefs, but we are continuing to play the long game here in this one. That just doesn't work. We can't get John Mitchell-Schmitz to come off. And Saquon Barkley in this game only has 10 carries for 22 yards, and we need to get the ball out in space better. So I do want to try to go to the stretch plays, and we need to reach all the way out to him. And Andrew Thomas, I asked him to reach really far out to almost a 9-tech guy, and that didn't work. For those of you that don't know, a 9-tech's a very, very wide edge rusher, but Saquon out in the flats, the linebacker's eventually going to bring him down, but he's going to get the first. And I think it's so funny about how much he actually leads our team in receptions this year. I think he's got 10 more receptions than our next leading guy, but officially every guy on our roster has a couple of receiving yards this year, except for Darrington Evans. But Luke Musgrave's here. I was trying to talk about didn't even think about going to the deep shot there. I was thinking about going underneath, but I saw him come open on that kind of slot fade there, and Luke Musgrave has got his second touchdown of the game. And so Daniel Bellinger, who's the question, as he gets wide open there, and the safety couldn't get over in time. And we're up to 31-7 in this ball game. And I still want one more stop. I want to keep Daniel Jones under 200 yards passing. That's the goal in the game right now. And out to the outside, the receiver actually came back to it in a good throw. And they're actually going to be driving here in this one. But a good tackle from Travis Hunter up the middle is going to snuff the Bijan run. And on a second down, we're going to run the Tampa 2. Something we usually don't run, but I'll take it, as they are going to take a deep shot here. Xavier McKinley just knock it down. Oh my goodness. I tried to jump up to knock it down. Drake London pulled it in, and Daniel Jones is trying to get the Falcons back in this ball game. And I'm hitting square for the life of me. Came back to the ball. You saw Xavier McKinney try to jump up to knock it down, but this is just an absolute moss coming out from Drake London. And the Falcons are going to attempt a 2-point conversion here, try to get to work, and it is going to fall incomplete, so it's 13-31. But I would love here a Travis Hunter return, but that's not going to happen. But the Falcons still have a lot to go in this ball game, and I just need to break one run with Saquon to finally finish it off. But we are to the end of the third quarter. We lead the Falcons in everything except for plays because of how good our defense has been playing. And maybe we finally have to go to the counter to get it to work here. Up the middle, I saw the hole open up. We just don't have it working. 14 carries for 31 now. And Roman Wilson goes down with a broken collarbone at the receiver slot. So that's going to be a rough injury for him for how well he's played, at least last episode and a little bit into this episode. But on 3rd and 5, we're going to have to get it to the sticks here, and Belly's going to get the catch to the outside. Stiff arm's not going to work, and we are hopefully going to stay in bounds. No, we go out. Drake Mays 16 for 17 with 3 touchdowns to his name today. Actually 4, as Saquon Barkley can't even break 2 yards per carry. And maybe we're just forcing the run too much. Maybe that's the answer here, as Jalen Hyatt's going to have the catch on the outside, get up for a couple. So we are going to have to go to the air here again on 3rd down, and I don't know what Belly's doing, but we are going to throw him, try to lead him up the field, and he's maybe got enough for the first. He's going to fall short. We're going to punt this football away again. So is our offense fumbling here in the second half? Maybe, but I think we're going to still good, as that's going to be a pass interference. Are you kidding me? I came down the field expecting to lay a nice hit stick or at least break it up, but James Williams does get called for it. But our offense has still managed to put some good drives together, as they go back to the same exact play that doesn't go anywhere. And I'm surprised they haven't gone to the hurry up. Honestly, the way this team's been looking, they need to go to the hurry up to get plays to work, but never mind. James Williams gets absolutely toasted there. I'm trying to dive in to bring it in, but that's going to be a huge play. And Daniel Jones is almost up to 300 passing yards in this game with 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. But I still think, honestly, that we've had a much better day, as underneath that one's almost picked off by Stingley. And yes, the Falcons still may be 7-3, but I like the way our team's looked right now, as Banks is going to get one more. On Kadarius Toney, of all people, I love it again. Deontay Banks versus Kadarius Toney, the first-round draft pick a couple years prior versus the first-round draft pick coming into the 2024 season. Very, very different. We can tell who is the better player. Deontay Banks balled out for us today, and that's going to be the end of the ball game, and we're going to take it on to next week right away. And at the end of the game, we were able to walk away with the win in this one. And I think we silenced all the haters about who was better, Daniel Jones or Drake May. Daniel Jones may be leading the Falcons to a great record, but we're better in the end. And looking at the stats, Drake May, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 18 of 19. What a stat booster for him in this one, as Daniel Jones, 3 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. They did score late in the game. I was a little bit worried about the running game across the board. Every team struggled. Bijan Robinson, 9 for 16. Saquon Barkley, 25 for almost barely 60 yards. And across the board in the running game, everybody struggled. Saquon Barkley, 2.2 yards per carry, 1.7 coming out for Bijan. So a rough game there. And receiving-wise, Odell Beckham Jr. led us with 1 catch, 1 touchdown for 50 yards. Across the board, though, pretty good game from everybody. Travis Hunter's even getting in there. Jalen Hyatt down at the bottom. But I still like the way we're spreading the ball. It gives a more realistic feel when you're going through franchise. And because we don't have one bona fide superstar receiver, it seems realistic to me. And because of this, Drake Mays finally got an upgrade point for us, and at the end of this game, we're going to put it on field general. I want to keep upgrading that stat to fit our scheme moving forward. He can run, he can throw, and the +3 short accuracy is all we get. So that's a killer, but we do have focus players for our scouting. I want to go in and look at it. And I know it's not fun, but I do want to scout some of the tackles. Tyrell Carrington from Tennessee at 6'7" could be a beast for us. But then at tight end, Colton Perry's the only first-round projection. I want to put one there. And then at edge rushers, Marcus Peppers, a guy I don't want to pronounce his name just yet before I listen to some YouTube videos to listen to it, but we're actually going to put it on him, because I want to move forward here, and maybe edge rusher could be our move if we move on from Bryce Huff or Kayvon Thibodeau next year. But looking at some injuries now that are going to be affecting us, Dante Corleone's been out with an injury for a very long time now. Roman Wilson's going to miss 7 games, and Quay Walker at the end of the game on a kick return dislocated his hip, so we traded for him. And now we're going to lose him again, so that's going to affect our team a lot. Christian Harris is going to just have to come in and play some really good linebacker for us. And coming into our game against Minnesota, we did get a weekly award first time, I think, this year. Drake May walking away with 4 touchdown passes. And I just have to make sure we haven't gotten yet this year. I don't think we have. Oh, wait, Saquon Barkley did get it with the 177-yard performance, but that's it for our team. And I see it right there. We do have a breakout opportunity for Drake May, and we have to throw 1 or fewer interceptions and have 400 scrimmage yards or 4 total touchdowns. So no picks, and we need to get it working in this game. And Baker Mayfield's still out the helm for the Minnesota Vikings. He's been pretty good for them so far in this one. Last season finished them to a top record. This year, they're also got a pretty good record as well. And it looks like their secondaries actually struggle. So that's going to be good for us coming into this game. 400 yards, though, is a lot to ask for from Drake May. We haven't hit that total yet this year. And we've only topped 300 yards only a couple times. And very, very quickly looking through, no injuries. We don't have a lot to do this week. I do want to look at the contracts after this game, but I want to jump in and let's get this breakout. But before that, we do have some upgrade points, and it's 2 wide receivers, which is absolutely huge for us. Jalen Hyatt put it on playmaker, and the +2 awareness, plus the juke move, plus the ability slot's huge. And then Travis Hunter, I'm going to put on a deep threat. I want to see if I can get another speed increase. He's at 94. Let's see if we can get him up 1 more. We can't, but across the board, those are some athletic attributes up. But look at across the board, those are some athletic attribute upgrades. That's huge for us. And then with Micah McFadden, it says pass coverage, but I want to make him a field general for us. I want to keep upgrading that stat, and we should get some block shedding with it, and we do. +1, but +3 awareness is ridiculous. And looking at it last game, Drake May absolutely did ball out. Those stats are insane. But Baker Mayfield in his own right is off to a pretty good start this season. Very typical Baker Mayfield stats. The completion percentage is a little iffy. The touchdowns are there, though, but so are the picks. So the Vikings won the toss, got the ball first, and after a really good return, they're going to start here at around midfield, and Cam Akers is in at running back. Katron Allen, former Penn State running back, is their starting back, but he got injured on the kick return, so that's a little win for us early in the game as they do go to the slant route and is picked up. And Justin Jefferson, who's now a veteran in the NFL, it seems, with this Minnesota Vikings team, gets that reception. We're going to continue to bring the blitz against this Vikings roster as they do have TJ Hawkinson and Dane Belton's in coverage. And Dane Belton's really been a beast for this Giants team so far as we're going to go out here. Why is Williams so slow? Oh, he's already tired in this one. I thought I said at the practice reps where he's getting no reps at all. But looking at it, he's gassed here in the formations tab. So I'm either going to have to sub him out or change. So I'm going to have to sub him out of this ball game just to make sure he's not in any packages. So Okereke is there for the sack. I mean, tackle, but they're going quick underneath again. And did he get to the first down to gain? He did not. And Deontay Banks with a good tackle. And though they threw the ball 7 different times on this drive, I was going to say they were going to go to the field goal, but they do go to the run, and Cam Akers has got the space, and Cam Akers is going to get into the end zone first for this Minnesota Vikings team. So last week, we played phenomenal on defense, being able to hold the Atlanta Falcons. Now against the Minnesota Vikings, they drive down the field right away on us and make us pay. And so with a breakout opportunity on the line, I want to try a deep pass right away here with Drake May, and nothing's really there. We're going to throw this ball away. So starting out, we couldn't get things working. No worries. We're going to go underneath to Travis Hunter for the first catch of this drive. And I'm going to be looking here for Dontavian Wicks on this whip route, and I'm throwing right into coverage here. He's got to be able to catch it, and he does, but it is a 4th and 2, and we're going to punt this ball away. And so coming back out on defense, we're going to have to go to a lot of 52 personnel because I think that's how we're going to be able to win this field position game and game in general, especially with some of our guys being tired. But it's really something we haven't done a lot this year, but that's okay. Is in the middle, Sexy Dexy's got a good stop. And coming out of it, we're going to bring a free blitzer up the middle here, and the pass is broken up, forcing a 3rd and 12. So that's going to lead us to bring some more pressure up the middle, but a crosser route comes out, and Christian Harris, that's where it's bad zone coverage, as he did not even see the crosser running right behind him. And with the Vikings on the other side of the field, they're going to try to pin us very, very deep here, and that looks like a very good punt, and it's going to be out at the 8-yard line. And so continuing on, we're just going to have to keep going to the air here. Saquon Barkley out in the flats is going to get a good start, and we're going to go back to a play action we tried earlier in this game, and it did not work, but the coverage across the field is just too good. They're so deep on us, and I'm telling you right now, Barkley is not going to have a good game unless we go to him through the air, and that one doesn't quite work. So maybe we could try to mix it up here. I'm going to see a corner route by Jalen Hyatt as he breaks to it very quickly, and that one's almost picked off. We almost lost our X factor, but that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter where the Vikings have a very good lead, and they're completely dominating us on both sides of the football. And it looks like they're going to cover 3 here across the board, and pressure's coming at us right away, and I'm just going to have to throw this one out, and we're going to have to punt this football away. Our offensive line completely broke down instantly on the right-hand side, and I had nothing to do for it. And so I'm already thinking in this game, maybe we go away from the breakout situation for Drake May, but I do like the way this 5-2 is feeling as we're just leaving Justin Jefferson one-on-one on an island, though. And that's really going to be my biggest fear in this game across the board here. But the sack comes in from Bobby Okereke. The blitz actually does work. But we are going to drop with Kayvon Thibodeau, and we drop right into a little hitch route from Jordan Addison. So we're mixing up with something we usually don't do, a zone blitz here. We should have a free rusher at the quarterback, and it is working. And if we could just get the break up here, Dane Belton, what a good play in the secondary. We were running a cover 2 there, but with a blitz coming off the edge, we had only 1 hook curl drop and 2 deep drops and 2 flat drops, and that was it. But it is going to give Travis Hunter an opportunity for a kick return here, a punt return, I mean, but we do not get any. Cut that. So back out on offense, let's try to take a deep shot. And I want to try to go to Jalen Hyatt one-on-one, but our pressure just gets to us again. And we're just having no love here across the board. Maybe the slant route hitting behind, and that's a window shopping throw, but it doesn't get in. And that one's an absolute killer for us. But Keon Coleman out to the outside, and he's got space, and Keon Coleman breaks one. He's got space. What a good catch coming out from him. There is a flag, and I think that's going to be roughing the passer. And it's actually pass interference on the defense, so we're going to accept that for some more yardage. And so we're going to keep going here. Wait, I don't think we got the right yardage on that one. But I'm going to break out here, and we're just going to scramble up. We just need 400 all-purpose yards in this one, so I'll take the run. And even though we need to pass, I am going to go to a stretch play every once in a while with Saquon Barkley, and a good blocking at the edge there. Saquon's able to get us the first. But now we're going to go back to throwing the football here. Let's see what we can do. And I throw right into coverage, and that's the easiest interception I've ever seen. I basically said I was going to throw to that guy all the way. I thought the corner was going to drop deep, but he dropped underneath, and I just wasn't ready for it, and we threw an interception. So that's an absolute killer for us. We weren't able to get it to work, and now they're going to hit Deontay Banks up the seam. They go after him, and Jordan Addison has the grab. We've done a good job in the past couple of weeks of just not getting Drake May interception, and that just really kills our entire momentum in this ballgame and that we've been building the past couple of weeks. But we are going to be still here across the middle, and Justin Jefferson's got the touchdown, so the Vikings jump out to a 14-0 lead in this ballgame, and I'm doing a terrible job of managing this game. We need to get back into it. We need to score on this next drive here, at least before the half. So after the failed attempt to break out Drake May, we're going to go to the run, see if we can get working here, and Saquon Barkley spinning off tackles, something you haven't seen the past week. And with them sacking the box, we are going to at least try to go to the air here. And I see Wan'Dale Robinson. We may be able to get that one in, but we don't, and it's already a 3rd down. So after going 18 of 19 in the last game, this one's just not going to work, and I just need Travis Hunter to stay in bounds, and he got the grab, but Kenyon Green goes down with an injury, and this is just not where we need this game to be for us right now, as I'm going to try to throw it out, and we do get sacked by Daniel Hunter. So let's try to make this 3rd down a lot more manageable for us, and Saquon Barkley in the angle route's not going to be able to bring it in as Daniel Hunter goes down. So this is going to be very hard for us to convert here, and if we can get it, Travis Hunter is going to be able to pick up the 1st down for us on a good out route. The corner bit down with Saquon Barkley going down into the flats, and we were able to fit it up over top. And Travis Hunter's really been the only receiver in this game who's been playing well for us. And we're going to go to again right here, and he's got over 50 yards receiving on the day already for us. So let's keep this drive going here and try to put on some points. And there's just nothing going on. John Mitchell-Schmidt's getting no movement, but the 2-minute warning's here, but we can still play with the clock a little bit. And I usually don't check here, but with the corner playing that far off, I'm just going to put Wan'Dale Robinson a little hook to curl route and see if we can fit it in there. And we do, and Wan'Dale Robinson's going to pick up another first for us. And now is where I need to start worrying about the cap here as I see him. Travis Hunter not able to hold it in. He ran the slant route a little too deep, so that's an absolute killer for our team here. But underneath, and that one almost picked off. I saw the corner come down last second. That's Murphy almost able to get the play. As on 3rd and 10 around the goal line, we're going to run a little bit of a slip screen, and Saquon Barkley gets stuck up, so we're just going to have to take a field goal. So Jake Elliott's going to bang this one through with a minute left on the clock. We'll see what the Vikings do, whether they try to take it to half or go down and score, or at least yet try to score. But we're going to run out here, and the sack's going to come in from James Williams. I've been trying to stay out of the nickel because he seems tired. But here we bring him in, and he's able to rush up the middle and get a good sack. And it looks like the Vikings, that's going to be all she wrote for them, and they're going to take this one into halftime. So here we go. Travis Hunter's kicking off the second half here. And so starting out the second half, I just want to get back to the basics here, and that's going to include Wan'Dale Robinson here in the slot getting in a good first right away, as well as some play action coming out. And Luke Musgrave should be open on this crosser, but I actually see him. Who is that? Is that Jalen Hyatt? Jalen Hyatt, who hasn't been active the past couple of weeks in terms of just getting receiving yards for us, is able to come open on the crosser. But someone else who we haven't gone too much this week, Keon Coleman's going to be on a deep route here, and he's not open, but we are going to go to Saquon Barkley for the first. And so we're coming out so far feeling and looking like a different team, and Saquon Barkley on the cutback's going to get a nice run, but he's not getting the yards the past couple weeks that we really need from him. But Keon Coleman's going to come so wide open here, and if we can get one more juke move, Danielle Hunter's going to bottle us up, but we got a 1st and goal. And I am going to be looking back at Keon Coleman here on the zig route, and that's not going to come open. I'm just going to throw this one away, and that's going to call us for an and it is an intentional grounding. I thought I was out of the tackle box on that one. And that's going to kill this drive for us right here. But actually, Keon Coleman's going to come open on the deep cross, one-on-one against Murphy Jr., and he was able to get into a great position and catch that ball, bring it in. So Keon Coleman, somebody else who hasn't been very loud for us recently, comes up with the biggest touchdown of the game to make this only a 4-score affair. And I actually am going to go for 2 here to try to make it a 3-score game. We're going to go out to Darren Bellinger, and he's not able to break the tackle on Josie Jewell. So now it is a 5-score game, but that's okay. We still got time. James Williams out in the flat. He's going to be able to make the tackle on Cam Akers, and he's going to go down with an injury. So the Vikings are down to their 3rd-string running back in this game. And it says that James Williams is good to go, so that's going to be good for us. So, I won't have to worry about his stamina too much anymore. But with them on a 3rd and 8, we're going to try to bring pressure, and across the middle, it's going to be Jordan Addison who comes wide open on the crosser. So that's definitely not what we wanted, but they are going to the air, and pressure's coming, and James Williams got his 2nd sack on the day. He was tired. We had trouble with him. He's back in the game, back playing healthy. Here we go. And this is how we come back in this ball game, but they are going to a run up the middle, and it's Williams. I don't know who it is. I'll have to check, but he gets brought down. And the running back's actually Avery Williams out of Boise State here, and we're getting pressure. It was Kayvon Thibodeau one-on-one with poor Avery Williams, and the 3rd-string back, who didn't even think he was going to see time today, had to block one of the best defensive ends in the league. And the Vikings are going to punt this football away again. And so we are missing our breakout opportunity for Drake May. And honestly, it sucks. But nonetheless, we'll still try to win a football game here, because that's what I care about more, is winning and taking the Giants to the playoffs. As I think maybe I was just forcing the issue too much here. But Barkley's finally got some open space. And Barkley to the outside. What a good juke move. Barkley's got a lot of room to run here and finally gets brought down. That's his longest run since his 90-yarder against I think it was the Las Vegas Raiders. And it's really scary when all facets of our team are working right away. Jalen Hyatt with a good grab. And we are finally winning the yards battle, and this one is out to the outside. I'm going to try to juke back in, but it's not going to work as Saquon goes down with an injury. This is not what we needed. Darrington Evans and Pierre Strong are going to have to come in and carry. And on this 3rd and 6, there's nobody out there with Pierre Strong, so I'm thinking about throwing it out there now and just leaving him one-on-one to try to win the battle, but the spin move doesn't work. I tried to set it up to have him win the drive for us, and the Vikings are going to force us to a field goal. And Saquon Barkley does have a bruised sternum, so we know what that means. He may get a little knock to the head, but Jake Elliott's going to nail this one in, and we're still down in this ball game. But I think momentum at this point is on our side. But it does look like Cam Akers is back in the game here for the Minnesota Vikings. And I expect him to lean on him here. And he's got his 2nd run already on this drive. But it is a 3rd and 4. We're bringing the pressure right away. And the underneath is going to be caught. Dane Belton is getting tired too in this ball game, I did see. So leaving him out in man-to-man coverage may prove to be difficult here, as Nick Amrawari is going to make a good play on Cam. So the 4th quarter is here, and Sexy Dexy starts it off making plays. This sets up a 3rd and 10 where we're actually not bringing the blitz, but instead Stingley gets burdened, but Baker misses him. That's a huge miscue from Baker Mayfield, because that's going to give us the ball back when that could have almost been a touchdown maybe for Justin Jefferson. But a good return from Travis Hunter here would be huge, and we're going to go cross the field here, and Travis Hunter's only got the punter to beat, and a good juke move is going to put us all the way out to the 43-yard line. And so it's going to be Pierre Strong at running back starting it off for us, and they go right at him right away. And with Saquon out, I think our running game is going to struggle a little bit, so what I'm going to do is run in some read options and try to get it to work that way. But already in a 3rd and 8, we really got to make something happen here, and I see him to the outside. Travis Hunter with another good grab, and Travis Hunter may be our first 100-yard receiver in a very long time with how he's playing today. But it's all going to be how we can finish in this ball game. We only got 1 touchdown. That one, Evan Neal gets absolutely blown back into the running back. And so let's see here on 2nd and 10 if Jordan could make our life any easier, but he actually gets stuck up, and we're just going to have to scramble out here. I saw Luke Musgrave last second with the corner coming down. That should be a late hit, but nonetheless, it is a 3rd and 4. So we are most likely going to go to Musgrave here out in the flats to get the first down. He's so wide open. He's going to turn up the field and the truck a little too early. But let's see if we can go back to him on the sprint out, one-on-one coverage, and that's not going to work. But I do see him fit him underneath Wan'Dale Robinson. We just couldn't get the ball to him. So this is such a big drive for us, and I do not want to finish it with a field goal, as Musgrave's going to make it a 3rd and 3. And so let's see if these spot routes can really get us there. I'm actually going to go out to Brevin Jordan, and Brevin Jordan can turn up the field for the first down, and he makes it a 4th and inches. And so this late in the game, I'm just going to take the points. We weren't able to get it. I thought that was a pretty good read coming out from us. Brevin just wasn't able to fall forward, and we are going to make it a 1-point lead, but it is the Vikings who have a chance, and they're going to start with a run, but we came down perfectly with Dane Belton in that hook to curl zone, and being one of the top teams in the league in takeaways, actually surprisingly, we're 9th. It feels like we should be 1st, but we have not been able to get any interceptions today, so they're going to go across the middle, and I'm there to break it up. I thought we had a chance, but we're still playing pretty well in this one here. It is going to be a screenplay, and we're going to go out with him, And there is a penalty on the play, and we were there to make the tackle, but we just couldn't wrap up. And the penalty is going to be a personal foul, roughing the passer anyway. So the Vikings are going to get a huge play out of the deal. That's going to be added on to the end. So that's going to be almost the game here. We got to see how it all goes because they are in field goal range. And I really got to start thinking about when the heck we're going to start using our timeouts here because the blitz isn't working, man-to-man coverage isn't working, and they did get a first. And I'm actually going to start using them now. But across the middle, Deontay Banks can't make it, and I'm going to burn another one. And I don't know why they're not just running the football. They have the game in hand right now as Baker Mayfield's going to step up. We get a big hit. We did decapitate him, but we currently have no more timeouts left in this ball game here. So they're just go underneath again to the running back. And I think they're finally going to go to the ground, and we just got to bottle him up, and Sexy Dexy does just that, forcing him to a field goal. So the game's going to be back in our hands here with the use Drake May. Go on a huge drive and try to win this football game. But I do want to try to block it first, and it is up and good. The Minnesota Vikings now have a 2-point lead. And I did put Travis Hunter back for this kick return. Darrington Evans was supposed to be there, but Travis Hunter's got a good return all the way out to the 26. And so this is the drive. Here we go. We got to get things working here. I'm going to try to put it up and over the top to Jalen Hyatt, and Jalen Hyatt makes a great catch. I cannot believe we were able to fit that one in there. And I'm going to go to Dontavian Wicks across the middle, and Dontavian Wicks already got it. I'm already going to the hurry up here. We're going to some curl flats because we're already in field goal range. I'm okay with just throwing this ball out if we really need to, and I just will. And I don't know if we need any more yards, but I am going to go to a pass play here, and I'm just going to throw right here to Keon Coleman, who's going to take it, make it a 3rd and 5. And so we are going to run a stretch play with Pierre Strong just to make sure we're in a good position, and he's going to get out. Clock is going to stop, though. I kind of wanted to stay in, but nonetheless, Jake Elliott, we're going to be able to boot this one in between the post, and if this is a little bit right, I'm going to lose my mind here. Jake Elliott, the kick is up and good. And we got back the lead 18-17 in this ball game. A little bit of a defensive battle. We came out throwing the ball strong, but we do have the lead very, very late in this ball game. The only problem is they still have all 3 timeouts to work with, so we got to be very, very safe in coverage, and that one gets tipped up off the lineman. And their rookie kicker says they need to get to the 35-yard line here, but Sexy Dexy on a 4-man pressure makes a huge sack, possibly one of the biggest sacks this season, because we're still 2 games out of this one when it comes to the Cowboys in the division. And another sack up the middle on Bryce Huff, and they have to burn another timeout. So all of a sudden, for the first time ever, a 4-man pressure is getting there, and Baker Mayfield's got to get to the sticks. And he's just going to throw it out underneath, and we're going to make the tackle and secure the win. And so we're just going to run this football with Strong up the middle, get tackled, and that's going to be the ball game here. As the next play, we're going to kneel this one down. And even though we didn't get the X Factor, like I said 100 times over, it always feels good to walk away with a win. And looking at the stats, Travis Hunter, 91 receiving yards, his best day yet playing at receiver for us. And Jalen Hyatt had the clutch catch on the sideline to put us into almost field goal range there. Dontavian Wicks also has been playing well for us, especially now with Roman Wilson out with injury. Wan'Dale Robinson didn't do anything. Daniel Bellinger didn't even have a single catch. Neither did Odell Beckham. Both had drops instead. And passing the ball, 22 of 35. Not the best numbers across the board. 1 touchdown, 1 pick. But hey, it worked for us here. And so looking at the breakout, we didn't quite get it. He did a good job, and I think we're still going to get some XP from it. Don't worry, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. But we do have one more game to play in the Los Angeles Chargers. And as this news broke, John Harbaugh's now going to be their brand new head coach. And looking at the playoff picture right now, we are sitting at the 5 seed, and the Cowboys still have the 1st seed. But looking at the standings there in the bottom right, we are only, it seems like a game, maybe a game and a half behind them. And playing Justin Herbert today, our goal is going to be applying pressure. Our blitz has been working out for us, especially in the nickel and the 3rd longs, and I want to continue that. And so if we get 2 sacks today, that's going to be huge for our defense when it comes to XP. But before the game starts, I want to show you guys the stats so we can end episode on a high note when we beat the Chargers eventually. Drake May sitting at 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, a pretty good completion percentage coming out from him. And this yardage, I think, puts him at 21st in the league. And then rushing wise, Saquon Barkley is about to top 1,000 yards this year in this game. But other than that, we haven't really had a strong number 2 running back this season. We did a lot better rushing the ball last year. But the guy who did that, Eric Gray's not even on our roster right now. And then receiving, this is where it gets a little wild. Look how much we've actually spread the ball out in this game. We're not going to have a 1,000-yard receiver, I can tell you right now. But only one guy in our roster doesn't have a reception, and the rest of our team's looking pretty strong across the board, as Musgrave's actually got more receiving yards than Daniel Bellinger. And when it comes to reception, Saquon Barkley actually leads the way. That's kind of crazy. And then on defense, Dane Belton's leading the way for us on tackles. I'm not counting in Quay Walker just yet because he hasn't taken enough time with us on defense. And with his injury, that's actually going to go way down in terms of team rankings. And James Williams leading the way with us in sacks, but Scratch. James Williams is leading the way with us for sacks with 6.5. Kayvon Thibodeau is only at 4.5. He only finished with 8.5 sacks last year, and I get it. We're running a very Wink Martindale's type defense with the amount of guys we're running across the board, so a lot of players on our team have sacks, but nobody's really got that high number. But then at interceptions, Deonte Banks got 5, Derek Stingley's got 4, Dane Belton with 3, you love to see it. Travis Hunter does have 2 as well, and the young safety's coming in with 1 of his own. And that interception on Quinn Ewers against the Las Vegas Raiders was actually insane from that nickel linebacker look. But then at kick return, Darrington Evans will be back in the starting role. I keep saying he will. Well, now he is, as he's got 2 kick returns in 1 game this season. But at punt returns, he will not be the starter going forward. Travis Hunter actually took that spot from him. But I did want to show this compared to the rest of the league. The league has thrown a lot of interceptions this year. Rodgers with 15, Bryce Young with 13. He still hasn't developed very well yet. Kyler Murray's still at a negative percentage there. Quinn Ewers at 13. It's crazy to see across the board. Even rookie Drew Aller is struggling. And going down the list here, a lot of quarterbacks have thrown interceptions. Jordan Love's now the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You love to see it. But when it comes to interception to touchdown ratio, there's only a couple guys leading the way here that are hot. Shedeur Sanders, actually for the Green Bay Packers, is. But it's now time to get into the weekly strategy. We're going to be defending the deep pass. I want to make sure our fatigue is not an issue going forward still, so we're going to keep it the same way. And then on offense, they do have a very good secondary with Derwin James back there. We are going to try to throw it short, and I am changing it from full pads to half pads going forward. And with the half pads, there should be no injuries across the board. Micah McFadden and Bobby Okereke drop a little bit, but that's fine. No worries, but we're ready to jump into this football game. And we are starting this one in SoFi Stadium, so we finally get another away game, and this is going to be a kneel down here to see Justin Herbert come out for the Los Angeles Chargers. And looking at it, he's actually got some crazy stats this year. 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions only to his name. So our goal today is going to be to up that number in interceptions. But this year's going to be big for Christian Harris, as we need to get a fumble on the first play coming out in the tackle battle. I don't think we're going to get another break like that in a while, but as I was saying, Christian Harris has got to have a good end of year for us across the board, and that's really because he's 4 to 5 overall points lower than the next player on our defense. But I still am a Christian Harris fan just because of his size and speed at the linebacker position. He can cover almost anybody, but that is excluding any slot receivers here, as Bobby Okereke is going to get a great tackle, and Christian Harris, we're talking about him on the opening drive, is grabbing his back now. So now we might be sitting in the nickel a little bit more for this game, as the pass underneath is going to be broken up by Deonte Banks. But that is going to allow Corey Foreman to come in, somebody we haven't seen much this year at all, but that pass goes errant. So you just love opening up a game talking about how much you like a player and how much of an impact he could have, even though it was low overall, and then he gets injured on that first drive. But as football always works, it's going to be next man up mentality, as Jalen Hyatt's going to make it a 3rd and 6 early. And I am going to be looking at Dontavian Wicks here, as he's going to be quick there, and he's not able to bring it in. The safety came down hard on him. So it's an early punt now coming out from both teams, and Cordero Flott, who hasn't gotten a lot of time at a star development for us this season, makes a good tackle. And the Chargers right now are winning the field position battle, but we're coming in. And is that Christian Harris? I guess he's back on the field, so I don't know what's going on there, but we are going to the air here, and we're going to be bottling him up. They are going to go underneath, and Travis Hunter is going to make it a 3rd down. And on this 3rd and 2, I'm guessing pass, they go to a run instead, and Nick Amrawari is going to bottle it up. So 3 punts to start out this football game, as I love in the second half of the season how well our defense has played. The first half of the season, we were allowing almost 300 passing yards a game, as well as 100 rushing yards per game, putting that total right around 400 yards per game total for our offenses playing against us. But that number now has dropped to just around 330 yards, and I'll take that huge drop. But next episode, we will show the team stats, so make sure you guys stay around for that, as Travis Hunter is going to start here with a good grab. And we haven't gone to the run yet, nor are we going to right here, as I'm going to let Wan'Dale Robinson beat Joey Bosa to the edge. And so we were almost able to outrun the worst Bosa brother there, is we're going to throw it away before he gets his first sack. So we are finally going to go to the run here, and we're going to have to try to beat him to the edge, and Kenneth Murray's just too fast for us. Maybe we should have just tried to truck through him for the first down. I got pretty and cute with it, and we're going to punt this football away. So a defensive battle here again, what's been 2 high-powered offenses, and a run from Austin Eckler is not going to go anywhere. And we are going to try to fulfill our goal of getting as much pressure to the quarterback as possible. As Dane Belton, a good tackle on the outside, is going to make it a 3rd and 6. As these drives here are going back and forth, but Travis Hunter's going to have an opportunity to get a sack. Nonetheless, Stingley makes a great tackle at the yard to gain, and the reception's not going to be enough for the first down, and we're going to get the ball right back. So when it comes to realistic games, you're seeing it here right now, as Travis Hunter's going to go down with a tackle, but we haven't had any scores put up yet. But I definitely would like to be the one to break that here. Saquon Barkley with a good juke move, another good juke move. He's got 10 on the carry, and that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter, and there's 70 yards of offense total in this game, an all-time low, I think, for us so far. But you know what? I'll take it, and we are going to go back to the run here, start leaning on Saquon Barkley a little bit more in this drive, but getting stuck at another 3rd down, we are going to go to the air here, and Darrington Evans is just a bad underthrow right there. I tried to get it onto the outside, the hook to curl route. Jalen Hyatt actually ended up on a go on that concept, and we do throw the interception, give the Chargers the ball at the 43-yard line. And that interception came out from Malachi Moore, the good safety. I just threw it way too late. I should have thrown it before Darrington Evans broke. But now our defense has to make their best stop yet. It's going to be a slant route coming out first, and they're across midfield. And it really was going to be which team was going to break first, as Travis Hunter on the blitz makes a good stop. But we still put ourselves in a very, very bad position here, as Gerald Everett's almost going to get the first. And a stop here would make it a very, very long field goal, and we weren't able to chase down Justin Herbert. He scrambled out behind us. Bobby Okereke came in unfree there. And so unless we get a turnover here, this is going to end up in points for the Los Angeles Chargers. I see him here, and we're going to be there. Bobby Okereke, we're not able to get the sack. I meant interceptions, but this has just been a game of inches for Bobby Okereke so far. We almost got the sack. We almost got the interception, and instead the Chargers walk away with 7. But is it 3 o'clock in the morning as I'm recording this? Yes. Is it almost time for Darrington Evans to get a kick return? Maybe. But do I have a quiz tomorrow? Absolutely. But am I recording a video? Absolutely. So we are coming back here on offense, and we have points to match now in this one, as Barkley's going to get started off with a good run. But something we haven't done in the past couple weeks is just take a deep shot. It's as simple as that. We haven't got our receivers deep downfield. That's like Jalen Hyatt's job for us. So as you see here for this game, I actually put him in the slot a lot more because I just want to be able to get him the ball. But it's going to be Daniel Bellinger out in the flat, who's got a lot of space on the read option kind of look there. But Evan Neal's going to get injured. He's going to miss this drive. But we're finally able to cross the midfield point in this ball game right now. And I want to take a deep shot here, lead him to the middle. Keon Coleman going up, and he's not going to be able to bring it in. I did just want to take a deep shot to Keon Coleman. He's a big body, and he hasn't used that big body much for us. But with Evan Neal getting a really high re-injury risk, we are going to bring in Cody Ford. And so our offensive line is struggling and is going to struggle even more in this one. But Cam Coleman does have a lot of space here, and he's not the best juker in the world, but he is going to fall forward. And so I do want to try something here with Wan'Dale Robinson. We haven't run this play a lot this year, but we are going to get Wan'Dale Robinson to the edge. Please turn upfield. Wan'Dale Robinson, the slot receiver, is going to put us all the way down at the 5-yard line. And that is such a big rush from us. But Saquon Barkley up the middle. Can we find a hole? We can a little bit, and he falls forward down to the 2. And I am going to look to Wan'Dale Robinson on this whip route here. Can he just get down? And he almost intercepted, almost jumped. But we are going to be able to get this touchdown here because I'm calling it. Daniel Bellinger on the spot route is wide open. Touchdown number 5 for him on this season so far, as that's going to help us tie the lead here against the Los Angeles Chargers. So coming out here, almost a 2-minute warning, and it's going to be us. We have to make a good stop here on defense. But Herbert has been absolutely wheeling and dealing in this game, as an out route's going to barely fall in. Is that Williams again? And it is. And there's really not a lot across the board that's been working for us here. The underneaths have been open. Is actually Keenan Allen's able to break one, but the clock's continuing to run here as they just go underneath this time, and I tried to go for the big hit and it didn't work, and Palmer's got a great grab as Micah McFadden went down again for us. It's been a couple times this season he's gone down with an injury, but that won't really matter to finish this half, as we are going to go to a lot of nickel combinations, as that throw is really across his body, and they now just are letting this clock run down as they're going to try to take a deep shot in between, and they just get it in between Stingley and the safety. And so down on the 5-yard line, it's all up to here, and I see him in the window, and they are shopping here. Justin Herbert fitted into Palmer, and Joshua Palmer is going to help the Chargers regain the lead in this one at the end of the first half. And with not a lot of time left, I'm just going to take it to halftime, avoid any mistakes, and we're going to come out in the second half, and we do get the ball first, so let's see what we can do. So going into halftime, we're obviously getting beat through the air. Justin Herbert's absolutely wheeling and dealing on us, and we need to shut that down. And this is the first game this season where an entire half of football, we have not even thrown the ball downfield, a medium route even once. And that is absolutely killer for us, is hopefully Saquon Barkley can get the edge, and he's not able to. The blocking from the receivers just doesn't hold up. And Saquon's only averaging 3.2 yards per game in this one, as he looks like he's down a little bit. But he is going to stay on the field for us, and I'm hoping Belly can come open here and maybe throw it across, and that's going to be OBJ with the catch of the day on this 3rd down. And that's our largest reception in this game so far here, is I'm going to look and try to go to Wan'Dale Robinson. That's just overthrown. Actually tipped up. So if we have to go on slow methodical drives, that's just what we're going to have to do here, and I'm going to dump it off to Belly and have Belly get a couple, and a good truck coming out from him. And it's going to make this 3rd down a lot more manageable for us, as Saquon Barkley up the middle, a good truck through. And so we are going to go back to the ground here. Andrew Thomas on Bosa, and Andrew Thomas wins that one, as a Barkley juke move's not going to work. And with Barkley getting tired, Pierre Strong's going to come into this ball game, And it's going to be Musgrave in a one-on-one situation against Derwin James that he's not going to walk away with the win. And so on this 3rd and 10, they come out in a zone look here. We're going to throw to Keon Coleman on the sideline, but that pass doesn't get in, and it's a poor accuracy throw. And Jake Elliott's not going to be able to hit from 59, so we're going to try to pin them deep here with a very, very high punt. And Travis Hunter's not able to catch it at the 2-yard line. Nonetheless, we get it at the 7. And so if the Chargers want to have any success on this drive, it's not going to come from Austin Ekeler, who we've been bottling up all day long. And that's why I really love this 4-3 look, and a slant route underneath is going to make it a 3rd and about long. But this is where we're going to bring our bread and butter, a full house blitz here, and a great catch from Joshua Palmer to convert. And with Ekeler coming in there to block, it kind of ruined that opportunity for us, and now we're going to go underneath. And it is going to be a 2nd down. But Herbert continues to ball out into this ball game right now, but Austin Ekeler doesn't. But Justin Herbert's 18 of 20 in this game, as that's actually one of the worst completion percentages that we've allowed this year is in the spot route. Maybe we should have been in that hole, but it's going to be Keenan Allen picking it up. And so the Chargers are just having their way with us right now as Dane Belton gets sucked in. And look at the blocking on the outside from the Chargers receivers. It's absolutely insane. Eventually, Xavier McKinney's able to make the tackle. But that's the first good Austin Ekeler run in this one. And I cannot let up a score right now in this 3rd quarter as we're bringing the heat into the box again, and it works out. But sitting in some man-to-man, they actually go play action here, and I'm running with it, but they do go underneath to the tight end, and we're able to hold him, making a 3rd and 1. But Herbert's now top 200 passing yards on the day. And so on this 3rd and 1, we are bringing the heat up the middle. We're able to get the good stop. Isaiah Simmons from the linebacker spot, replacing Micah McFadden, gets the tackle. As it appears, Micah McFadden won't be back for a couple of weeks. He did dislocate his elbow, so I don't know what that all means. But the Chargers are going to try to get a field goal here and do get it through right down the middle. So 17-7 is the score in the ball game, and we got our work cut out for us. So Evans back to return for us, and this is where we need a spark. We got lead blocking from actually both the Travis Hunters. That's funny. But that was not the best return that we could have asked for in this one, as it's going to be such bad blocking on the outside. Bellinger on Bosa is just not going to work. And we still not have topped 100 yards in this game, and that's how bad it's been, as Saquon Barkley in the screenplay just doesn't get open. But we're now to the 4th quarter, and I meant 100 passing yards with 97 on the day. We need to get those numbers up right now because we're just having no movement in this ball game. So I think I'm going to try to rely on a veteran here to get this to work. Can we get OBJ to make a good catch? And it's knocked out last second, and a 4th and 12. I just have to punt this football away. And I would understand why in this ball game as our offense is getting tired. I'm sorry, defense, but it's a Mike Williams catch to start it. But I'm going to try to switch to a lot of zone coverage here. Maybe that'll help us out, as underneath Gerald Everett with a good grab. Travis Hunter, an even better tackle. But we had the ball in the last drive for all of maybe 27 seconds. That's about it. As now Herbert's even running the football here, and he's got so much space, and he's just going to get down here after a gain of 24 yards. This is the type of game that's just sad for us across the board, as Ekeler now getting the carry to the outside. Ekeler only one man to beat, and Dane Belton's not able to get the ankles, and Austin Ekeler runs in, and that extends the Chargers' lead to 24-7 now in this game. So if we make a comeback, it's got to start right now. Simple as that. And Darrington Evans up the middle is going to get a good return to start it. But Wan'Dale Robinson, actually Jalen Hyatt one-on-one to the outside. I do want to go to him. Never mind. Wan'Dale Robinson underneath. He's got a lot of space to run, as he gets hit hard by Derwin James, falls hard, and it's going to be a bruised sternum, I'm calling it right now, which is a knock to the head. Actually, he's limping with the ankle, but this is why our receiver room is so built up for moments like this when our receivers do get injured. I need that block here, and we're going to try juke back inside, and Saquon Barkley's going to be able to pick up the first. As now Saquon goes down with an injury. The injury sliders are lower than they've ever been in Giants franchise. I'm letting you know right now. So this is just killing us across the board. Is that a concussion test? I don't know what's going on with that test there. But I do like the way this drive has been going right now. Is I'm just going to try to take a deep shot here. Jalen Hyatt, can we get the right positioning? And Jalen Hyatt's going to put us down to the 2-yard line. So finally we're able to hit a deep shot over top. I accidentally did run, hurry up with it. And it's going to be OBJ getting into the end zone for us. As long as the blocks get there, and they do. OBJ, I think that may be his first touchdown of the season. Nonetheless, OBJ gets into the end zone for us. I want to get back to Madden. What was it, Madden 17 with the whip and nay from him? That'd be awesome to see. But we do take the lead into this scratch. But we do cut into the lead a little bit for the Los Angeles Chargers. Our defense, though, has to make some stops here. And Wan'Dale Robinson gets a complete PCL tear. If you know, his rookie year, he went down with a really bad ACL tear. So the PCL tear is going to mean he's probably going to miss the rest of this season. And I'll tell you right now, our goal with our wide receiving core is to really spread the ball around. Yes, we have a lot of receivers. That means no 1,000-yard receivers. But I want to see out of that mix of guys, who's going to break out, who's going to have the best game, who's going to consistently get open for us, and then slowly insert him more and more into different formations until he becomes a bona fide number one. Wan'Dale Robinson was doing that a little bit throughout the season, so I was excited. So now that he goes down with an injury and we don't have him for the remainder of this season, because it looks like we are going to make the playoffs, his loss is going to be huge for us, and we're going to need Keon Coleman to step up. We're going going to need OBJ to step up, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this all works out. But a quick pass play to the tight end does set them up here as they do go across, and Stingley drops the interception. Oh, Stingley, that would have been such a big play. Our defense today has just not been it. It was it to start the game. We were playing very well, but I think we just got tired across the board. But the one thing we haven't done is gotten a sack today, and that's just absolutely crazy. Because even now, Cordero Flott's checking in the game for us, but a run up the middle, and Sexy Dexy just had us way so far today. But I would love to see something out of Travis Hunter right now. We're going to try to break it to the outside. He's got a lot of space, but I don't know if he's going to be able to break tackles enough. But starting at the 34 is not too bad. But down 10 in this game, the score is very much more manageable for us right now. And Saquon Barkley's back in the game. Doesn't know if completely is healthy, but I love that he's back. And we are going to be moving fast in this one out to the outside. The whip route, or wheel route from Barkley, and he's going to get up the field. Scratch. And after a good screen pass to Beckham, we're able to get up the field here. I'm going to scramble out with Drake May. Maybe try to force this one. If Keon Coleman can get it in, almost intercepted. But it looks like there's a blitz here coming off the left-hand side, so maybe Travis Hunter can get open right away. But they are playing inside coverage, so we're going to dump it off to Odell, and I wanted him to be a little bit faster on Camille Mack. But we are going to the hurry up here. And Jalen Hyatt's going to be open on a crosser, and he's able to hold on to the football here. But we're going to keep this drive rolling right now and scramble out here, actually, as that pressure in our face forces have to throw this one away. And even though the time isn't on our side, I want to try to run here with Barkley. And if Keon Coleman can pick up a good block, and he does, Saquon Barkley's going to take this one into the end zone. He's struggled all day long. Saquon Barkley finally coming up huge there. What a good play call coming out on the stretch. And Keon Coleman may not get all the receptions in the world, but that man is a fantastic blocker on the outside. So our defense now more than ever needs to come up with a stop, and they're starting with Austin Eckler, and Austin Eckler's got a lot of space. Austin Eckler running down the left-hand sideline. We brought the blitz. It didn't quite work out, and Deontay Banks is finally able to bring him down. What a bad play. And that's an absolute killer coming out, but we are bringing the blitz. And Corey Foreman, good TFL there. But that one really was rough for us, as now a blitz coming out, and it is a QB draw, and we're able to hold it, making it a 3rd and 11. And I kind of want to burn a timeout right now, but I'm not gonna. And they are going 5 wide here, so if we bring a 6-man pressure, we should get a free rusher. James Williams, I'm looking for the sack here. They're coming in hot, and it's going to be a throw to Austin Eckler, and Deontay Banks in coverage holds it. So we're going to force the Chargers to a field goal after the crazy Austin Eckler run. We still have some life in this ball game. And so with the kick up and good, the Chargers extend their lead now to 6. But if we get a touchdown, we can walk away with the win in this ball game. So here we go. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Darrington Evans is going to have a good kick return here again. I think if I hit that left side a little bit more, maybe we could have broken it. But this drive is going to be mostly exclusively through the air here, and I don't see anybody. I'm just going to throw this away. And we weren't out of the tackle box. Are you kidding me? So that penalty is going to back us up a lot, make it a 2nd and 24. So our job just became even harder. So now let's see what we can do here in this ball game. And I'm going to take a deep shot right away to Jalen Hyatt. And if I bring it inside, it was off his hands last second. And so we are coming out in a 4 verticals look. Simple as that, and the pressure's in our face right away, and it's a 4th and 24, and we just have to go for it. So we're keeping Bellinger in the block. We got to get this play to work here, and I'm going to try to go across to OBJ, and that one's just not going to work. I should have tested one of the one-on-ones on the outside. We do have all our timeouts, but if they get a field goal here, that makes it a 9-point game, so that one is just a terrible decision by me. And we were going to throw at the end of this game. But we did do pretty well in this. And they're actually going to the air. What is going on? Wait a second. I have no idea why they threw the ball there. And we're going to make another timeout right now. And it's already 3rd and 11. And it is going to be a run to the outside with Austin Eckler. And as long as we can make the tackle, burn another one, here we go. We may have a little bit of life in this ballgame. I'm saying just a little bit. You know, went from a 1% to a 3%, but let's see what we can do. And we are going to try to bring the pressure on the kick, and that one is up and through. So it is a 9-point game, but there's a minute 50 left. Maybe we could do something crazy here. We're going to need an onside kick to work for us. And so Evans is going to start off with a kick return here. We're going to break it out, and it's not going to work. And I know I'm just feel like I'm chucking it up here, but I do want to try a deep shot here to Keon Coleman. Use his size, and I need him to get one of those jump balls eventually. But maybe Travis Hunter can come open here on the edge. We're going to have to scramble out, and nothing's really open. Where's the throw it away? But this may be the ball game right here. We're going to try to see if we can get something to work. And I see OBJ, and that pass just isn't going to work. So it is just a rough game for us in total. And pressure's already coming, and we just get sacked on the very last play. We had no time. Our offensive line crippled us in this ball game as we go down here, falling to the Chargers 30-21. Looking at the playoff picture to start, we are the number 5 seed. We do have to play the Packers. That is going to be an issue, but we also have the Vikings sitting at the 7th seed. So far we're looking pretty good. And just checking, the Vikings are 7-5, and we do have a lot of teams on our tail in this playoff race. It's actually just such a lopsided conference this year. 2 teams sitting at 1-11 in the NFC. And the nice thing is Drake May's finally slinging the rock for us pretty pretty well. He was injured last episode for a game, but no worries. He's back and healthy for us. And we do have a nice upgrade point before we start our game. Saquon Barkley, we're going to apply it to elusive back, keep him up there. He's up to a 96 overall. I still don't have that superstar X factor yet from him, but the +1 injury is going to be huge for us. Going to our offensive game plan today, I do want to run it to the outside, get those stretch plays working, and I am still going to keep an eye on our fatigue rate, especially on our defensive side. Make sure everything's split, make sure our guys can regen as much as possible. And at this point, I am not running full pads at all for us, but it is going to mean nobody's going to get injured, which is nice. But speaking about injuries, Wan'Dale Robinson is going to be out for this season, 36 weeks to be exact, with a PCL strain, actually tear, I mean. But we're going to go ahead and place him on injured reserve. I want to keep him out of the lineup. We'll bring in somebody else to play, but also Micah McFadden's going to be out and Quay Walker, so our linebacking core is a little bit banged up. And with him being out, we are going to pick up Ladd McConkey off of our practice squad. I took a look at some of the other free agents available, but Ladd McConkey's still the best overall guy, so he's going to be back on our roster. And so for the second time, he's going to make a late season appearance. But looking at our offensive ranks right now, we're sitting at number 19, but bottom categories for rushing touchdowns. And hey, we're still doing pretty good with the giveaways. And then defensive rank, we're actually sitting at number 20. Sacks were first, takeaways were first, but it is just the amount of passing yards that we're giving up, number 22 in the league. But the Broncos in their right aren't that good as well. But so we're going to jump into this game. Starting out this game, we did select to receive, something we usually don't do, but I wanted to get our offense rolling today. And that's because I feel like every game that we've been losing so far this year has only been because we don't have a lead going into halftime. But that was a great catch by Keon Coleman to start it off. We're going back to the ground here with Barkley up for another good run. And it's crazy to think that we also don't even have a 500-yard receiver on the season so far. So we're already in a 3rd and 6, and we need to get something working here. And a pressure's coming. I backed up too much here, and that's Patino, and we're knocked out of field goal range. We are going to have the opportunity to pin him deep here as that ball just jumps over Travis Hunter's head. We could have pinned him down on like the 4. But coming out as a quarterback, I was looking at if we didn't go ahead and draft Drake May, Drew Aller, but he's off to a rough start with 11 touchdowns and 12 interceptions in his rookie year and leading the league in takeaways. I hope we can continue that because that would be absolutely awesome. But Banks is going to let up a huge reception to start this game. But after the Broncos did jump off sides, we're going to go here and swallow this run. And this is a passing down. We're bringing blitz, and Travis Hunter was almost there and could have made a great play, but James Williams can't figure out how to tackle. So it's our turn to make a stop here on 3rd and 5. We're going cover 2, and that was just a terrible coverage coming out. And the whole goal here was to get our offense hot, but it's really the Broncos getting hot in this one as Sutton just has more speed than Stingley. And so the Broncos already in 1st and goal. We're going across and out to the outside, and that was a perfect opportunity for Deontay Banks to get an interception. He cut underneath the route, and I think he overran the route there, and the tight end was able to bring it in. So the Broncos are on the board first. And this game really is a must win because right now we have 2 teams on our tail in the Washington Commanders and the Redskins. So we're going to have to keep this drive rolling. We need to put up points right away, and Barkley's so wide open on the flats here, and a spin move doesn't work, but we did pick up another first. But what's got me more stressed out is that both the teams right now are on a win streak in terms of the Eagles and Odell Beckham Jr. making a catch, but also Caleb Williams finally put it together. So this race is going to get tighter than ever. We're going to try to hit it quick in the slot up the seam, and Odell's going to get us down to the 2. And Barkley should be easy and able to walk into the end zone here, but he does get stuffed. And looking at the bottom of the screen, it's nice to see the Minnesota Vikings lost their game as we walk in with a touchdown to tie up this one against the Denver Broncos. With the Broncos coming back out on offense here, Sexy Dexy's got a good stop. But what I think is really funny is I'm looking at some of the social media posts. That's a good breakup, but the comments I get on that are people calling the New York Giants frauds because of the record right now against bad teams. And that's just how this series has worked so far. As a deep shot here, Dane Belton's going to be able to pick off Drew Aller for his 13th interception of the year. And that is a massive play coming out of the 3rd-year man himself, or 4th year. Yeah, this is his 4th year now. This is really his breakout for us, and I would not mind making him captain for next year. It's going to be interesting to see what we do with Xavier McKinney, because looking at it, he hasn't really progressed the way we've been wanting him to, but that's a good first down by Keon Coleman. And really, shout out Keon Coleman for showing some love on the Giants franchise. And we're actually going to go to him again right here, as that one's going to be undercut by the safety. A good play. I wanted to hit it up and over the top, and we weren't able to fit it in. But enough with going through the air. I want to go back to the ground here for hopefully a good drive. And it is Saquon making 3rd down a little bit more manageable. But one of my goals for this game is really have to focus on the 3rd downs that aren't too long. But with the blitz coming out, Daniel Bellinger with one of the best catches we've had from him since Giants franchise has started. I don't know what happened on that play from the Denver Broncos, but we were able to find more green grass than I could ever imagine as Moses parted the Red Sea, Daniel Bellinger parted this defense, and we were able to get in for one of the easiest touchdowns. A good juke move coming out, though. I've said a couple times this year he hasn't been able to juke at all, but that juke move, that worked for us. And it looks like it really just was the linebacker that bit on the play action, and he was just so wide open across the middle. One more time, I got to look at this juke move. Woo! Perfect juke move and broken tackle coming out from Daniel Bellinger. But with that, Jake Elliott is going to make this a 7-point lead for us, and I wanted to get our offense rolling. That was a big thing. 19th best offense in the league. We need to bump those numbers up. James Williams did go down with cramps a little bit earlier in this game, but I'm glad to see him back for us on defense. And the nice thing for our defense today is we won't have to go up against Javonte Williams at all in this game, but we will have to go against McLaughlin, who just breaks one to the outside. Nobody's there to force player, as that run completely gashes us for such a big game. But the sack up the middle, Nick Amrawari with the sack, the rookie safety being a James Williams 2.0 for us. That combination of just safety play is actually insane, as Banks isn't able to bring him down. Bobby Okereke, good hit, and it is forcing a 3rd and 12. So I am going to bring a 5-man pressure here. Let's hope our guys can get to the quarterback. Nick Amrawari coming again, and another sack back-to-back. That time it was only a 5-man pressure, and with the Broncos only leaving a couple of guys in to block, we somehow were able to get that one to work. A good club move coming out from Nick Amrawari for a good sack. And so the 5 and 7 Denver Broncos are going to punt this one to Travis Hunter, and we're not going to have the speed to get around, and that's going to pin us all the way down at the 8. But our offense has been working so far in this game, so let's go back to a good drive, and we do start off with a decent run. The problem is Barkley's just had a lot of struggles since we decided to move on from Tyron Smith, because honestly, Evan Neal was playing great at the guard position. Out to the outside, Keon Coleman, what a good first down pickup. And on this first down, I do want to try to feed the hot hand here, and Keon Coleman's got space as long as he's able to hold on to it. It was a cover 2. And so when you're trying to attack the cover 2, the corner is actually going to sit down underneath of that route, which leaves a little bit of space, a little gap where you can hit it in right underneath of the safety, and we were able to do it that time. Usually with how hard these sliders work, that kind of pass has just been hard to hit all season long. And so that pass is going to get us all the way out to just around the 50-yard line, and Barkley finding a lot of space here. Maybe I shouldn't have juked back inside, but that's a good 8-yard run. And it is time now to see if we can find Travis Hunter on the drag route. That's not going to work. Actually, it is last second, but we were hit as we threw, which is maybe could have been a better thing for us, as we were kind of throwing that one right at the DB there. And on 3rd and 2, they are stacking the box against us, and I'm going to try to throw it up to the tight end, and that was such a bad pass. I didn't get a chance to even set my feet. Holy crap, I thought I had enough to set my feet, but the linebacker, is running, and Drake May got injured again. Are you kidding me? I lowered the injury slider so that wouldn't be a problem anymore. I feel like we've been hit with too many injuries in this game. So maybe I was able to set my feet, and we just got hit as we threw. I cannot believe, but they are going to take a shot here, and in one play, they do get a touchdown. So just like that, the Denver Broncos, bad play from us, 100% by us. And the Broncos turn it around into some points here. We got a tied football game. And Drake May dislocated his wrist. Are you kidding me? And so stepping out at quarterback for us is going to be an unfamiliar face. It's not going to be Derek Carr. Instead, it's going to be Max Duggan. Derek Carr, he's just been playing terrible lately, to the point where his overall's been dropping anytime he's in, but Saquon Barkley's going to start him off with a good run. And I really hope Drake May's injury doesn't keep him out too long here. As to the sideline, Musgrave's got a good catch and barely able to tiptoe up the field, so Max Duggan has his first completion in an NFL game. It only took him a couple years to get it, but the man out of TCU, we're going to be wheeling and dealing. Let's try to put up points here before the 2-minute warning. And even though we don't have a lot of time, I am going to still keep it on the ground as much as possible. I think that's how we're going to win this football game here, leaning on Saquon Barkley. And if he's got to have 200 all-purpose yards for us to win a football game, so be it. He hasn't had that for us lately, as that one just gets battered around. But I really don't foresee us taking a lot of deep shots in this one, as Jalen Hyatt, that's such a bad pass. Throw it more outside. So we are now in a 3rd and 10, and they're going man-to-man across the board here, and I'm just going to try to scramble out. Can we throw this underneath? No, it's under pressure, and that one goes out of reach. So we do get a field goal. Max Duggan, though, not the best start in the world, but nonetheless, Jake Elliott's going to come in, and he's going to give us the lead once more time here. Jake Elliott, the strongest leg in the NFL, is going to put it through to make it 17-14. The reason why I'm going with Duggan is actually Derek Carr dropped it down in overall by a lot thanks to his 2 losses he took and 3 interceptions. And it's really only the awareness rating that's separating the 2 quarterbacks right now, but a good sack. Nick Amrawari's got his 3rd one today, and they're going to have to punt this football away. I'm actually going to burn one. And it really looks like the rookie safety is having a breakout game for us here, as Travis Hunter is not able to turn the edge again. So we are going to give life back to our offense here, and I'm looking around. I'm just going to throw this one away, as this Broncos defense is just coming at us really quick here, but Saquon Barkley out open in the flats. You just have to outrun a linebacker, but that is finally another completion for Duggan. And so up at the midfield, we're going to run a play action. We're going to try to roll out here, and Belly's open in the flats if we can just get upfield a little bit more. And so maybe it's going to be possible where we can actually get another field goal out of this. Dante Tavion Wicks. That's going to be a poor accuracy to him. So on a 3rd and 2 and 30 seconds left, we're going to trick everybody here and run the football as Saquon barely able to get the first down after recovering, and we're going to burn one. But we still have to maybe get to like the 34-yard line is where I am going to test a deep ball here with Keon Coleman, and he finally, the big-bodied receiver, makes a jump ball catch. Maybe all I needed to do was to give him a new quarterback throwing those deep balls, but Max Duggan out of nowhere, he gets it for us. And I love how we're lining up here with only 10 men on offense. We're missing a receiver for some reason. So let's see if Keon Coleman runs the right route. Obviously doesn't, but I am rolling to the outside here. Can I throw this to the corner? No, we don't. And I do step out of bounds. I was trying to throw it. So you got to love it when you only show up with 10 guys here, but I see him corner the end zone. Keon Coleman, and he does get the feet in bounds. This is a Keon Coleman breakout game. I said it last episode. I've been just looking for one receiver who can really become the guy for us. I had to take a breath there, but has to become the guy for us because we need a receiver at least to get over 500 receiving yards on the season so far. And I thought that was going to be Jalen Hyatt, but finally we're getting a good breakout from Keon Coleman here today, over 100 yards receiving. And going into halftime, we already have 270 passing yards on the day for a team where we've only averaged about 240 a game. That is astronomically different than what we're used to doing. Having 320 yards of offense already in this game is actually insane as James Williams gets taken out, but they do start off the drive here with a good run. Max Duggan just seems to have maybe gotten our team a little bit of a spark there as a short throw underneath is going to give him enough for the first. But I do want to get just one more interception on Drew Aller, but Sexy Dexy's been feasting in the middle all year long, leads the league in tackles for loss, but still, even in Madden, won't get the respect that he deserves as they just dump off to the running back here. Imawari, another good tackle. He's having a day as well. So far, we're getting love from some unlikely players on this team as the pass goes errant, and I think that's going to be enough for the Denver Broncos here to punt middle of the 3rd quarter already. And look at Keon Coleman's stats so far. 109 yards receiving, 1 touchdown on 7 targets. That's also the most we probably targeted a receiver so far this year. And the idea of spreading the ball around just isn't happening today like it usually does, but that's fine. But Saquon Barkley rushes goes for nowhere. And because Max Duggan is in at quarterback, one thing we can do today is the read option a little bit more, but Barkley's going to keep it on the give. And we're just going to go back to that same exact play unless Keon Coleman here gets open, but the block from Travis Hunter just doesn't come out. No worries here. We are going to go to the air back again, and I'm seeing Luke Musgrave dragging. I'm going to try to dump it off, see if he can actually beat the defensive end, and he does. Luke Musgrave, what a good grab and run after. And it really looks as Duggan as this part is actually settled in, but he's not going to be able to break that tackle. They read it like a book, and Duggan takes a big loss. But our drive does continue. Like I said, we have to make 3rd down a lot easier, and I'm scrambling around with Duggan a little bit more than I would most people. But Duggan's going to get the first down on the run, and we're not sliding, and I'm just happy he didn't fumble the ball. But we're going to just keep feeding him here, and this is going to be a pull read with Duggan. He's a little bit tired. That's fine. It's a hold that came out. And these are the things that are just going to kill drives for us across the board. Andrew Thomas gets called with the hold. So that is going to back us up a little bit here. Across the board, tight coverage. Brevin Jordan's going to hold on to it, though. And it's going to be another one of these tight concepts here. Quick out to Luke Musgrave, and he's going to be able to break one. And somehow Luke Musgrave is breaking tackles, getting us all the way to the 33-yard line. What a good play after the catch to break the tackle. And that's why I like our offense. I like the way we built it so far. A lot of speed, a lot of big guys at the receiver position. But on offense and defense, with such a big emphasis on just getting athletes, we'll get the attributes up. As long as we get the body types and the athletes, we're making this team work. And I would really love to put another score on the board here, and I see him again. Keon Coleman is so wide open. Keon Coleman off to the races again. The speed's not going to be it all the time, but Max Duggan, 10 of 15 for 150 as we really just are feeding him today. And I'm looking for the out. Oh, I should have thrown it. I should have thrown it right away, but Max Duggan's going to carry it in for a quarterback rushing touchdown, something we don't always see in Giants franchise. But the 3rd stringer who overtook to become the 2nd stringer is going to be the one walking into the end zone for us. Such a weird feeling because usually when your starting quarterback goes out and your backup comes in, at least we haven't won a football game doing that yet. But this game was tied when Max Duggan came in, and he has come out and absolutely balled out for us. Nick Imawari, another huge hit. But I really want to know how much time Max Duggan is going to have to be our quarterback for, and how much time Drake May's going to miss with that dislocated wrist. But that does all lead us to the 4th quarter, where we are dominating. 331 passing yards on the day, 104 rushing yards as well, with Duggan using his leg. So all we need to do is just have our defense bottle them up here. Nick Imawari, we're going to be all over that screenplay. Even as a user, I'm making plays with him. Drew Aller in this game really only has 150 passing yards so far. He's going to add a little bit more there, up to 164 on the day. But we've really just been limiting the explosive plays across the board. That's how easy this is. And this is going to be a deep shot here with Banks. We're just going to swat this one away. I don't want to go for the pick because it's 3rd down. Make it 4th. They got to punt this ball here unless they choose to go for it. And they are going to choose to go for it here. Quick to the outside. The pass comes in. Nick Imawari wasn't there enough to stop him. And so the drive is going to continue. Quick underneath to the tight end, and Nick Amawari breaks it up again. If he doesn't win Rookie of the Year, I would just be absolutely shocked as they go to another screenplay. We're there. Travis Hunter, Dane Belton bottling him up, and this defense too is just so full of athletes. You can really go man-to-man, zone coverage, anything you really need here. Out to the outside, though, James Williams, who actually, I'll be honest, he hasn't been playing that great across the board, at least the past couple of episodes, but he's playing a lot more linebacker than even Nick Amawari as they go to another screenplay. And why is he running so slow? Is he tired so far already in this game? His stamina has been such an issue this season. It's actually crazy, but across the middle, is that Mims again with more speed beating out Deonte Banks? It is, and they're down at the 4-yard line. So I'm going to bring the pressure with the two safeties up the middle, and we're there, ready to stop and turn in that little bit of a jet play. Now going to the heavier packages here, they're going to give this one up the middle. There is some space for the running back, but Isaiah Simmons was able to bottle up Batty, and we are completely guessing run up the middle, and it is with the fullback Patrick Ricard. I think that was him, and it is Patrick Ricard, the fullback that used to be formerly with the Baltimore Ravens, is coming over to Denver and scoring touchdowns on us from that little fullback dive. So they did take a chunk out of our lead. No worries, we're gonna get the ball back here. Hopefully they're gonna kick this deep to us, and we're gonna try to go on a drive, run the clock down to end this football game. And so all we need here is a couple of first downs, and we can really get our first Giants win with a backup quarterback as Saquon Barkley. Are you kidding me? The injury sliders all the way down to regular, like the regular injury slider that they make for Madden. And I swear, if we lose more players this season, it's going to be actually ridiculous. And so, but besides me losing my mind, we're going to go to a run. Pierre Strong's not able to get it. -3 yards for his first rush coming in. So we're going to have to pull off a good route here if we want to pick up this first down. I see window shopping, and that one's intercepted. We threw a pick with Max Duggan, and all of a sudden, the Denver Broncos are kind of in this game. Oh, but Saquon Barkley's fine. Luckily enough, he'll return. We need to keep him in the ball game because we need to run him a little bit more. And if it sounds like I'm getting a little bit tilted, I am. I would rather take another one of my quizzes. That one should have been picked off. Another one of my economy quizzes. That would have been great. I'd rather be doing that than having Drake May get injured. So our linebacking core is hurt. Our team is hurt. In general, Travis Hunter, can we break this one up? And we do with Deonte Banks. I saw Travis Hunter coming in on the blitz. We are almost able to get to the quarterback. Here we go, 3rd and 10. Can we just get the stop? That's all we need. Out to the outside. Travis Hunter, huge breakup opportunity, and we weren't able to get it. And they have the ball at the 8-yard line. So they are going to check to a pass here. Out to the outside. Tipped up. Good defense across the board. Is that Xavier McKinney and Stingley? It is. And I'm moving Deonte Banks out to the outside in coverage as they do go. And if we could get some reaction, that'd be great from Travis Hunter. We're not able to, as the Denver Broncos do score here. Tight end, I think that's rookie Mason Tyler, maybe second-year man. Mason Tyler is able to get in the end zone, and the Denver Broncos are right back in this ball game thanks to our absolute flounder. And so it's 14 points off turnovers for the Denver Broncos. Nonetheless, I see a huge lane here for Darrington Evans to run through. We weren't able to hit it that much, but it is time to put this game away here as Saquon Barkley's going to take it up the middle, not for a big gain, but we are going to start draining that clock now. And one more play should take us to the 2-minute warning here. Maybe I'm trying to find the hole with Barkley. We're not able to do it, and I am going to run the ball here. I could try to pass for the first down, but I want to make sure we make the Broncos use one of their timeouts, because if this goes incomplete here, this could be very, very rough. But a run up the middle, and Barkley's got a lot of space. Barkley on the read option. We got it to work. We got the first down. We just need one more, and I am running read options. I'm going to try to keep this moving here. Is Barkley outside? Just stay in bounds. That's all I need from him. And we are just staying in this read option look. They just want to let us play the quarterback here, but Barkley, as long as he stays in bounds, should burn one, and then he gets hurt again, and that's going to give him a free timeout. Oh, that is so bad for our team here. Barkley, you're fine, dude. Why are you getting injured? It's regular. I mean, it is Saquon Barkley. Let's be real. He gets injured all the time, but still. And so that injury might have just gave this Broncos a second life in this football game, but we are going to try to run it here again. Pierre Strong making plays, and Pierre Strong is going to save this game for us on the run. But watch this. They have nobody out on Keon Coleman. We're going to throw it right away. And we're just going to run it with Keon Coleman. He's had such a good day so far. Just get down. He's going to pick up the next first down, and that's going to be game. That's going to be all she wrote. We're going to take it to the end screen. I want to take a look at the stats for this one. Keon Coleman, 147 receiving yards. We haven't even gotten a guy close to that all game long. He got a shoulder strain. Saquon Barkley, thank you for almost throwing, and we're going to knee this one down. And so after almost throwing this game, completely throwing, like taking it, throwing it into the dumpster, saying this game was horrible, somehow we were able to walk away with a win. Max Duggan, backup quarterback, came in, and we were finally able to put together some good offense with a backup quarterback. So he'll definitely be the backup going forward over Derek Carr. But now we have to see how long it's going to take till Saquon Barkley comes back. How long will it take till Drake May comes back? Looking at the stats first, team stats, 147 yards of total offense. That's got to be a record for us. Passing yards, Drake May did have 200 before he went down with an injury. That's kind of insane. Max Duggan, 150 as well. Both had a touchdown and an interception. And then running the ball, Saquon Barkley put up 103. Duggan came in and ran for 6 different times in this one. That's something we don't usually do. And then receiving receiving, I got to go over to Giants only. Keon Coleman, 144. Something we haven't seen from any Giants receiver in such a long time. Daniel Bellinger also had 62. OBJ and Jalen Hyatt was down there with only one catch on the day for 26 yards. Nick Amrawari, we said he was going to have a great day on defense, and he did. 3 different sacks, 4 TFLs, and then Dane Belton coming up with another huge interception, as I think he's got 5 now on the season, tying Deontay Banks. And going into the next week, we are going to be without Saquon Barkley as well as Drake May. So we're going to have Max Duggan and Pierre Strong hopefully try to lead our offense because they're going to be out until the playoffs. And with Barkley out, I'm going to sign Ezekiel Elliott to come onto our team. And because of this, we're going to cut Calvin Joseph. And our defense is still dealing with some fatigue issues, but the defense for the Cardinals is actually really bad this year. But we do have a lot of upgrades going into this week. Xavier McKinney's up first, and I'm going to put it on zone coverage. He's the one safety who we don't roll down into the box a lot. And the +1 awareness is perfect for us. And the +2 zone, I'll take it. And then from there, Isaiah Simmons, make him more and more of a run stopper in the middle. That's going to be huge for us. And let's see what he gets it on. The +1 block shedding's big because he has been taken out by some big linemen this year. And with Dane Belton, I do want to put it on hybrid. I was thinking about putting it on run support, but I want to put it on hybrid because I want to split him in between. And the +1 speed from him is huge because going over now, he's up to a 92, which makes you a little bit more comfortable about if he's in that little slot position. The last one is Ladd McConkey, the former Georgia wide receiver. He's got a little bit of playmaker boost across the board, up to a 73 overall. I can see him eventually getting playing time with us, but I'm not sure right now. But it's time to jump in and play one of the worst teams in football. So coming out, Kyler Murray's going to be up first for the Arizona Cardinals, and across the board, he is having probably the roughest year of his career. 11 touchdowns to 15 interceptions so far in this season. This Arizona Cardinals roster has just been atrocious across the board here. But starting out, Trey McBride, good little catch. And that's actually not Trey McBride. He actually left to go somewhere else. That's actually Brock Bowers, former Georgia tight end. So he was really used to winning in college, but not here in the NFL. But that's going to be somebody in this game that we definitely need to shut down as they hit us in the window there. Michael Wilson, the guy out of Stanford's got a good grab. Our team this week is just going to look so much different across the board without Drake May, without Saquon Barkley, without Bryce Huff. I lowered the injury slider. None of these injuries should be happening anymore, but I need to start paying attention, especially when we go into this next offseason, about the injury rating, because that's going to have such a big impact across the board. As a nice pass underneath, a good breakup from Dane Belton. That's going to cause a 3rd and 11 here where they're going to go up and over the top, and a good pass coverage by Stingley. Maybe could have been a PI a little bit with the way Stingley was all over him. And Bryce Huff has a PCL strain, so that means he's going to miss at least the rest of this game, but maybe a couple more. But they are going to go ahead and punt it away here, and they weren't able to pin us that deep. But now comes out Max Duggan for his first ever career start. Pretty good in coming in of the injured Drake May. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. That bad interception on the slant route. When you have a guy like this, usually you want to lead on a running game, but the running game's not doing too good either here. Saquon Barkley was injured, but Pierre Strong starting off the game with a great run. So maybe that'll just be our offense today. If this Cardinals defense is just not that good, maybe we'll just run it down their throats all day long. Maybe Darrington Evans will finally come in on offense for us. And it'd be crazy if we could hold Max Duggan under like 25 attempts in this game. That'd be huge, but Pierre Strong out to the open field again. We're opening this game with all runs, and it's just 3 runs. We got all the way down the field. Pierre Strong running out of stamina, but he's able to get in there on the read option. Good juke move coming out from him. And we jump out to an early lead in this ball game against one of the worst teams in the NFL. I feel like we played every single one of the worst teams throughout the first 4 episodes of Giants franchise. When we played the Raiders, they haven't found a win yet. The Cardinals here are 1-12 coming into this game. The Lions have had a super down year when we played them, but we are going to jump out to the early lead in this game. Our new look offense got things working right away in this game, but they're going to go out to the outside. Good catch by Michael Wilson on the sideline. And I really think today our bread and butter is going to be man-to-man. I looked across the board. They don't really have the wide receiver core to make any big impact as long as Travis Hunter can keep up with Brown on the inside in the slot. And as long as that works, we should be golden here. But Banks is going to come up and make a great tackle on 2nd down to force it to a 3rd. And another punt here would be very nice. They are going to go to the play action, and we ran away from the safety help over top. I brought Dane Belton way down into the box. I thought they were going to go run. I tried to get really, really aggressive with it and left nothing at all over top and 1 burn. I was worried about Brown's speed. That was, I said, the only one in our receiving core, the Cardinals receiving core, I was really worried about. And they did burn us right there. So bad judgment call on my part. Also, I tried to click on to Stingley. Clicked on to Banks instead. That's how far away he was. The Cardinals tie up this football game in the first quarter. And so are we going to keep the ball on the ground? Absolutely. Pierre Strong just having his way so far. 4 rushes for 87 yards. As in this game, we are just fighting for a playoff spot. We just need things to work for us as another first down comes out from the running back. And really what scares me most is the Eagles are just right on our tail. Across the board, they're right there ready to catch up to us as Luke Musgrave's going to get banged up. He'll probably come back in, though. And surprisingly, the stamina from Pierre Strong is working here. We're just going to keep feeding him the ball. But actually, this is a pull read here. As long as Duggan can pick up the first down, there we go. And we may go a first quarter without even giving a single pass play. As if Keon Coleman can pick up this block, we're running, but Pierre Strong's running out of speed, running out of stamina. He's got over 100 yards in this first quarter. And at this point, I may manually sub in another running back to come in as we do finally get bottled up, but it's still a gain of 3. And finally, Darrington Evans is coming in at running back for us, and he's got the outside a little bit. The juke move not working, but we do only pick up 1, so maybe finally we'll have to go to the air. And it looks like man-to-man across the board here. No, it is zone, as we're going to take a deep shot to the end zone here. Up and over the top, I went to Keon Coleman. We weren't able to fit it in there. It was a one-on-one against the safety, and it was Jalen Thompson in coverage there. I thought we were going to be able to fit it up and over the top, but Jake Elliott, we're going to take a field goal, no worries. And technically speaking, we still have not completed a pass in this ball game, no worries. We do have the lead though, so I'll take that going to the end of the first quarter. Sticking to man-to-man, I'm not rolling down the safety anymore into the box like that, but they do get out to the outside very, very easily, out to Brock Bowers, who breaks one. And I really want to make him Isaiah Simmons' problem today. I think that's how we're going to be able to make this defense work. But James Williams, I also trust him in coverage against him, but they do go underneath and Stingley, and we're not able to break it up. And that does finally bring us to the end of the first quarter, where you can clearly see 0 passing yards on the day so far. 128 rushing yards, though, is absolutely insane. And we are finally going to the nickel look here in this 5 wide, and we're going to run here with Brock Bowers, but it's going to be Kyler Murray just taking off, breaking, spinning, and he finally gets brought down, though. Gain of 14 for him, and they're inside the red zone now. What I'm going to be doing for a little bit is at least bringing in a QB spy. I think it's going to work, but Spears has got a lot of space to the outside. He's going to carry this one down to the 4-yard line, and the Cardinals are looking ready to score. And I expect them to go back to the run here, but they don't. They go to the air, and it's a slant route coming out. Brown's got his second touchdown of the day, and just like that, the Arizona Cardinals have a lead on us. Our defense is just not working in this ball game so far. I need to force a 3 and out, get something going, get maybe a big turnover to switch the momentum. On this drive, I do finally want to go to the air a little bit more. I think that's going to be a good thing to get Max Duggan finally rolling. And one of the ways I think we can easily do that is just the play action. Simple as that. And I see him there. Jalen Hyatt with a good catch. And he's just going to go out of bounds, but that's going to be a gain of 22. And we finally have our first completion in this ball game. And I'm feeling it. I want to go right back to it here. And Daniel Bellinger should be wide open in the flats, and he's not. But if I can get a little dump over the top and we can't get it, bad accuracy coming out. But that would have been a Keon Coleman, who had such a great game last week here. But Brevin Jordan got in front of me, pick up the block, and it does make it a 3rd and 1. But still, if we got the block there from Brevin Jordan, that could have been a lot more. And so to pick up this first down, we're going to bring Daniel Bellinger in motion. A little slam concept here up the middle, and it is going to get enough to work. And so I am now going to bring Ezekiel Elliott in at running back to see what we can do with him. And he's just a horrible speed. I tried to do a special play to the outside. Could have cut it up there, but holy, the speed is just not there. And after the one run, he is already tired in this ball game. We're just going to go out to Keon Coleman. Was it a one concept read? It kind of was. I was kind of staring him down the whole way, but we were able to fit it in, making 3rd down a little bit more manageable for us. I'm going to break this to the outside, look to scramble. And I'm just going to take off with Duggan here. If we can get the first down, and we do, and that's going to be a huge first down scramble. Duggan moving a little slow there, not like he was last week, but he was able to pick up the first. I guess the best way to keep your offense rolling right now is to go to Darrington Evans in the flats. Darrington Evans finally. Every single player on our roster now has a reception outside of Ladd McConkley, who we just picked up. But something I haven't ever done in Madden, I don't think, is get every single player on our roster a reception. We have so many guys with over 200 receiving yards this season. But Darrington Evans was the last guy on our roster, needed a catch. And that's absolutely awesome. But I was going to say, the offense is working the best when you can take the ball out of the hands of your quarterback and get it in the hands of the playmakers to make plays early and often, especially in the run game. We take back the lead from the Arizona Cardinals here in the second quarter. So coming out, I just want to stop Brown. That's really all I want to do. He's got 2 touchdowns on the day already, but holy crap, the running back wheel is going to be big to start it off, and we're going to get hit with a penalty after the fact. And that personal foul is going to give them another 15 yards added. We really haven't found a system that's worked so far, and the running back wheel's wide open again, and they're going to be all the way down, making it a 1st and goal, just like that. 2 running back wheels, 2 easy catches, and they're already down, ready to score. The bringing pressure's not really working. They're going the wheel routes again, but Deontay Banks jumps the route there, and Deontay Banks is going to have open space to run. I cannot believe he jumped the slant route going to Michael Wilson. He is getting chased down by Martinez. Nonetheless, Deontay Banks with the incredible pick 6 before halftime here. I have to see this one again because that's one of the best interceptions we've had all season long. That'll give him 6 on the year. This one returning it 100 yards. You see him just jump the slant route underneath. And one of you guys in the comments, I think in episode 2, told me to start playing more underneath with the corners. I did it there, and it actually worked. I cannot believe it, breaking one tackle along the way. Maybe we should move him to offense with the way he's moving with the football. But we're going to have 24 points now going into halftime. But that is, of course, unless anything else crazy happens, is that A.J. Dillon there on the run, the big power back coming over from Green Bay. As ever since he left Green Bay, he actually bounced around a couple teams there, but Brock Bowers just getting open in coverage, and Brock Bowers off to the races. We're not able to give chase, and I have to go back. I need to see what happened there. I think that was James Williams in coverage, and I'm getting so tired of him playing slow, having stamina problems. Just every single week there's an issue with James Williams. As in coverage, yeah, he got completely stuck up. I want to see this one more time here. We're going to the instant replay. James Williams in his linebacker spot there covering, and he comes downhill, and he just gets stuck up on absolutely everybody. Completely blown coverage across the board. And so somehow it feels like we're going into a shootout with one of the worst teams in football. And we do have the opportunity to run just once, so I'm going to take it here. Safety coming down hard into the box, and that's going to be bottled up. And this is a risk, but I do want to get into field goal range. Here's a bad throw coming out from Max Duggan. And so just like that, it's already 3rd and 10, where this could spell doom for us, but we are going to scramble out, and I just have to try to dump it off here. We're getting chased hard by the big safety, and we're going to have to punt this football away early, with this drive being a complete disaster. And unless we can contain Martinez here, they're going to have a good field position in this one with 1:43 left. And we know they're going to go to the air here early and often. I'm running to the outside, and they do throw underneath there to Spears. And I see it now. Kyler Murray's already almost up to 300 passing yards in this game. 279 off of only 11 passes. I'm sorry, that just cannot happen in this ball game as they go quick to the outside, and we try to go for the breakup, not able to get there. But we are going to continue to bring this pressure here as they do just jump it off to the running back, and James Williams is just so slow again. Maybe it's a Thursday night football game. Maybe it's something else. I don't really know. Is it's another blown coverage? We're just having so much trouble. All of our guys are tired across the board. I did split, I did half pads, anything to keep our guys' stamina where we need it to be. And I'm finally going over to look, and this is ridiculous. We're just blown coverages, not working across the board. I'm trying to find right now formations that our guys are just not tired in. And I also just have to get away from man-to-man coverage. I think that's what we need to do right now, is they do burn one, as we can't just run any of our bread and butter in this game at all. But with one timeout, they do have the opportunity to try to run it on the goal line. I don't think they're going to go for it here, and Spears isn't going to be able to get out of bounds and going to burn one. I think they're just going to take the field goal at this point, and they are going to go ahead and knock this one through. So it was a very, very eventful end of the second quarter. We go into halftime tied 24-24 against the worst team in football. And looking at the stats, we're getting absolutely beaten up through the air. 330 passing yards so far in this game. And looking around the league, there is a couple big games that we need to keep an eye on here. The Commanders are playing the Lions. We need the Lions to squeak out that game there. But then also, both the Vikings and the Eagles are fighting for a playoff spot for the wild card beneath us. Whoever loses, whoever wins. I'd love to see the Vikings win because they are one game behind the Eagles for that last seed in the wild card. That would be a huge game for us. But then also, we need the Chargers to beat Dallas if we want to even have a chance at the 1 seed. And coming back out, my data did corrupt for this part of the recording, but nonetheless, I'll fill you in. Touchdown for the Arizona Cardinals first. Max Duggan on the opening drive coming out of halftime. Fumbled. Arizona Cardinals turned into a quick score. We drove down the field and eventually found Keon Coleman for a score of our own. So all we did was traded scores, and we continue this shootout now, picking up 3 minutes left in. We pick up this now, 5 minutes left in the third as they go for some deep shots here, and Kayvon Thibodeau finally getting to Kyler Murray. We've led the NFL in sacks for a good portion of this season, but we haven't really been able to get to the quarterback as much as of late, especially from the 4-man pressures. Only when we get there is from the extensive blitz from Nick Emirwari or James Williams, but they do go to the air here underneath, and that one's tipped up by Sexy Dexy, the short quarterback, and Kyler Murray not able to get it, setting up a 3rd and 13. And this is where I want to bring the blitz, and they do not keep Taji Spears in, and Nick Emirwari now 4 sacks in 2 weeks for us. Absolutely balling out. Getting help from unexpected places here as a rookie stepping up. We're getting Max Duggan to step up for us. And Pierre Strong quite literally having a career-defining day for him. I was not going to think about keeping him back, bringing him back after this season, but it looks like now we are, as Travis Hunter on the return here is not able to break it to the edge. So coming back out on offense, I want to run the ball here with Pierre Strong a little bit more. And what a good Good block there from John Mitchell-Smith as Pierre Strong's going to break it off. Now getting up to 162 on the day on only 14 carries. We've been updating the sliders as we go along in this season. At this point, I think the run blocking slider for the user set all the way down to 23 at this point, which has been making it very tough to run the ball, but I guess not for Pierre Strong as he breaks off another good one. And I do want to use it to set up the play action here. As quick to the inside, if we could hit it, and he gets completely jumped. That route was completely jumped. He had him beat, but the corner came back underneath. And at 95 speed, I didn't really think that anybody could catch up to Jalen Hyatt like that. So a bad pass coming out from us. As Marco Wilson returned to the Cardinals. No freaking way he returned to the Cardinals. That's actually incredible. So that one quite literally leaves a really bad taste in your mouth here as they go out to the outside. Brock Bowers, who's having his own day there. But our goal here, force him to another 3rd and long. I'm watching the running back out to the outside. Dane Belton, why'd you break off in coverage? He just stopped running. As actually his feet was out of bounds. That one's not going to get reviewed, and we're going to have a free rusher here. Dane Belton's able to force the incompletion. So on another 3rd and long, we bring another pressure. This time, Dane Belton coming all the way down from the safety spot, something we don't usually do, but it did work out for us as Travis Hunter is going to have a shot for a return here. And I would love to see him finally break something here out to the outside. Not gonna happen. Davis in coverage there, but Pierre Strong 162 yards today. I cannot believe the day we're having with him as he's really playing himself into another contract here as we're going to try to go to the outside. Juke move coming, but I love the spinning and falling forward, and it's really the less throwing the ball we need to do, the better. Here is another broken tackle coming out from Pierre Strong. That's insane. He's up to 178 now. I think only one time in Giants franchise so far we've reached numbers like that. But if we can get Belly to catch this one here, that's huge. We try to go for the hurdle. It doesn't quite work. But we are inside of the red zone. And this is going to be a Max Duggan pull. And if the juke move can work out, and it does, we're able to get up a good chunk of yards there. Evan Neal a little bit banged up after the play. And so this is a huge 3rd down so far in this game. And if I can get Keon Coleman wide open, we do. Keon Coleman's got his 2nd touchdown in this 2nd half. You missed the first one. I got you a 2nd one there. Keon Coleman able to get in on a nice little deeper whip route than usual. That one took it about 5 yards. Right to the sticks is what we needed, but the coverage bit in. He broke to the outside, and so the shootout with the Arizona Cardinals continues. Max Duggan, I love it, man. Just keeping us in ball games, something Derek Carr wasn't able to do, and the sliders continually get harder, so he's facing harder competition when it comes to the sliders than Derek Carr did. But for those of you asking, I will probably make a sliders video after Giants franchise this season finishes up, as Evan Neal actually goes down with a pretty nasty injury there, torn labrum. And I get it, people are coming after me like, oh, you set the injuries too high, you make it too much of an impact on the game. But in a realistic NFL franchise, you're going to have a ton of injuries. I remember one season, I think the Los Angeles Chargers had over 20 members on their team on the IR. And so injuries are just a real thing. But the score is 38-31. We only have 128 passing yards, 229 yards on the ground, and we are leading the Arizona Cardinals, who are 1-12 on the season. But yeah, injuries are a real thing over the course of the season. You're going to have game-defining, season-defining injuries that are going to happen, whether you lose a starting left tackle that's a 90 overall. It happens. And for us in this season, it's really just been our linebacking core and our interior offensive line now, because I don't think that Kenyon Green is going to be back in this game either. So that will cause some problems for us as they do run a counterplay. We're all over it. James Williams still a little bit tired. I'm tired of talking about it, but he is able to finish up the tackle there. We are just sticking in zone coverage across the board. Dane Belton's not able to finish off this one. Stingley's able to bring him down, making it a 3rd and 2. We made and got off our blocks there with Sexy Dexy. It probably would have been a 3rd and about 8. They want me to go coverage here, but it's just not going to work. We're just going to sit. And that lineman came very, very far upfield and engaged with us, I think 3 yards deep, but they were able to pick up the 1st down pretty easily there as they go across the middle. Again, I ran with Brock Bowers a little too much. So we are going to be coming back out in zone coverage here. I only want to try to rush 3, something we haven't done, and it's going to be a run up the middle with Tajay Spears. I backed up a little bit too much with Bobby Okereke, and Tajay Spears quietly having not a bad day. 11 rushes, 47 yards. But at this point in the 4th quarter, I need something to go our way in this ball game. Is underneath. We're just too slow with James Williams. I just can't move with him, and I need to just completely take him out of the ball game. So we're back to the 5-2 here once again. We're coming out. Pressure's in the face, and that's Dante Corleone, somebody who has not gotten a lot of playing time for us. He was a draft pick back in Giants year number 1, and Dante Corleone's able to come in for the sack. He struggled with injuries a lot. Back before I even adjusted the injury slider, he was breaking his collarbone, hurting his wrist. And so it's finally nice to see him actually getting on the field for us a little bit here. And we're going to bring him again here on a little zone blitz. And it is working. And this time Bobby Okereke gets a sack. So back-to-back sacks backs him up to a 3rd and goal from the 22-yard line. That is our 4th sack on the day so far. So we now are only going to rush 3. And they actually go to the ground with A.J. Dillon. I'll take that all day long. They're conceding. they're going to give in to the field goal here unless they decide to go for it this late in the ball game with only 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. And it looks like they're not going to do it. So that's going to be perfect. They're going to take the field goal. We got to get a couple first downs running the football, which is something we've actually had a lot of success with today. We may escape this game alive here, but it's all going to be about making absolutely no mistakes on this drive here. As Darrington Evans, good little kick return to start. And forward, I just want Andrew Thomas to win this game for us right here, but we can't get the blocks from, I think that was Brevin Jordan on the outside. So not the best start on this drive, but we are going to go back to the run here. He gets held up. Jack Nelson easily allows his guy to get off the block. And so we're now past the 2-minute warning. We're going to force him to burn a timeout here. And if I can get Duggan to go upfield a little bit, he's not going to be able to do it, but it does force them to burn a timeout. And so we just need good coverage on this punt, and it looks like we're going to get it here as they do fair catch it at the 23-yard line. So Presley Harvin with such a good punt here at the end of this ball game. But we just have to play good coverage across the board. We know they're going to go to the air. We know we just need to tackle them underneath, continue to let this clock run and milk it down. Kyler Murray's, he's going to top 400 passing yards in this game. But I'm also too afraid to run the nickel right now. That's how our team has gotten as they go up and over the top here, and Michael Wilson gets behind us on the little corner route. And I really am just checking this formation to see if we can bring James Williams in. It is risky business whenever we go to him here, and he's going to be man-on-man underneath. Cordero Flott's in at safety, too, so we could bring some help as they do go underneath. Easy comp, but the clock's going to continue to spin, and they are sitting in hurry up here, and it's actually fake to Brock Bowers. That's actually hilarious, as they do find a guy. Michael Wilson, I go for the hit stick. That doesn't work. Clock continues to go. They are inside of the red zone at this point in the game, and Stingley, it hits you on the leg. Just turn around. That really could have been the game there, but we are keeping everybody in, and James Williams gets burned up the seam down to the 1-yard line. With timeouts here, they can just run the football if they really want to out to the outside. It was a little bit of a pick play, and the Arizona Cardinals get into the end zone. So this late in the ball game, 25 seconds left, the Cardinals take the lead here. The 1-12 Cardinals. This is a game I could not afford to lose, and our defense absolutely squandered this Thursday night football game. We got to try to do something with 25 seconds left. And it's all going to start here on this kick return. Darrington Evans, we need a good one out of you. Out to the outside. He's got a little bit of space. Does get chased down by Owen Papala. Now there's 19 left on the clock. They know that we're going to try to throw it deep. I'm going to try to throw it underneath. And if that was caught by Travis Hunter, that would put us in a great opportunity to get into field goal range. That one really just hurt here as we're going to go out to the outside, let up and over, and it's knocked down by the corner. So across the board, it's time to take a deep shot here, and I see him. Wait a second. Odell Beckham Jr. up and over the top. Odell Beckham Jr. beats Williams. He's got space. There's 2 seconds left, 1 second left. If he got tackled, that would have been game. But holy crap. Odell Beckham Jr. saving the football game for us here. Up and over the tops. Max Duggan's the absolute hero with no time left. Absolutely just dusting him off of it. And with pass reaction and pass coverage all set to 99, it's ridiculous here as we go up and over the top of Williams. I get it. They were tired too. But somehow OBJ saving the game for us. The Giants legend returns. And I cannot believe the catch that he just made. And this is what I just saw instantaneously, right? This amount of separation on a receiver here. I was actually going to think about going to the slot here and trying to have Brevin Jordan in a speed mismatch. And that didn't work. And then I was also looking over here to Keon Coleman. But Keon Coleman did get a little bit of a jump off. But he only had about 1 yard or 2 of separation. This amount of separation here, 3 to 4 yards of space, allowed OBJ to easily run underneath of it. It still wasn't the best pass in the world. And then with the clock coming down to the wire, he was able to run it into the end zone. So we are going to get an opportunity here. We do have to kick off, but luckily enough, Jake Elliott's going to make it a 4-point game for us. 45-41 is the score. I cannot believe we got that play to work. And we are going to be smart about this, right? Our defense, I don't think, maybe gotten 2 stops all game long. We're just going to squib it, make him return this one. As long as we can make the tackle, we'll be just fine. Tyler Boyd with the catch, and the clock goes to 0, and somehow, in this ball game, with everything that happened, including my corrupt data file for quarter number 3, which sucks, but move forward, we walk away with the win in this ball game. Max Duggan, 2-0 when he needs to come in for us and play quarterback. Pierre Strong, 180 yards on the ground in this ball game. He actually had 4 passing touchdowns as well. Yes, he had the 1 interception, but 4 passing touchdowns on only 10 completions is actually insane. Pierre Strong, 178 yards on the ground for us. Max Duggan also added 60 in tow. And receiving-wise, Keon Coleman, 45. Daniel Bellinger, 44. Darrington Evans getting involved. OBJ with only 1 catch, made it for 77. Travis Hunter, that drop was crazy. And then on defense, the can't forget the pick six coming out from Deonte Banks. That was huge. A couple good sacks across the board for our guys. And I need to make a decision on him. I may bench him for a point just to get his stamina back up. But surviving the disaster that could have been against the 1-12 Arizona Cardinals, we're going to move forward and on to the next week. And so we're at the final stretch now of the seasons, week 16, 17, and 18. And we're in a little bit of an interesting situation because the Eagles are sitting at the 7th seed, and they're only one game behind us. And so looking at it, yes, we're 10-4. Packers are right behind us. Falcons, Eagles. This is just a really tight race right now. Behind the Eagles is going to be the 49ers sitting at 8-6. And looking at our offense, we still have an interesting situation there with Max Duggan at quarterback. But Luke Musgrave's also going to be missing time. Same with Evan Neal at right guard in this one. And the nice thing this week is both Micah McFadden and Quay Walker are back in. I got to move them back in the lineup. And we do have a trench boost for this week. And it's all up to the amount of rushing yards we get. I don't know how much we're going to rush against this Cowboys good defensive line, but we will see. And the Cowboys are very, very hot, so we're going to choose to be confident in our next press conference. And as the Cowboys have won, I think, 7 games in a row right now. Actually, the last time they did lose was to us, and all of their players have plus 10 break tackle for this game, so that makes the receiving core even more dangerous now. But we also have plus break tackle for this week and play rec. See, that's what I need. And going in against Dak Prescott, I want to stop the medium pass. I feel like up and over the top deep balls we can do good with, but stopping the medium pass is going to be huge for us. And us on offense, it's just going to be throw it short. We're going to split across the board. Hopefully, now Zeke will be less tired. He'll be able to get some more reps for us today. Had one run for us last game for absolutely no yards, but I digress. We continue, and it looks like our defense coming off that Thursday Night Football game is back with no issues with the stamina, and our offense is good to go. So we do have some upgrades, and it's going to start with Keon Coleman. I know we put it on playmaker before, but I want to put it on physical. I want him to be a jump ball receiver for us more. It's such a big body. You need to be able to make those catches. The catch in traffic and the spec catch, I will take it. And Malcolm Rodriguez, who got a little bit of playing time today, we'll put that on pass coverage. He just hasn't gotten too much playing time for us, and I don't see him honestly playing with how our linebacking core is developed. But Kenyon Green, this is a big one. I need to put on pass protector. Are the pressures that we've allowed up the middle have been destroying our quarterbacks. Ergo, Drake May's injuries. But the last one is Pierre Strong. We're going to stick it on elusive back. He's up to a 76 overall with the boost. You love to see it, but he got nothing from that upgrade point. And a cool little thing to note before we jump into the game is that Deonte Banks did win Player of the Week with the pick 6 he had against Kyler Murray. That was a phenomenal 99-yard interception return. But it is time to jump in and take on the number 2 offense and the number 10 defense in the Dallas Cowboys with Max Duggan. And we did win the toss, and I did not want the ball first in this one. So the Cowboys are going to start it with Tony Pollard up the middle and James Williams. I'm going to need a better day from him than we saw last week. But actually, one of the viewers did point it out to me that in the latest patch update, which just came out today, that there were some issues with the fatigue, and it switched it all around. Some of that could be blamed for the issues, but it is a 3rd and 7, and they're going to the air. We've got pressure on already, and Kayvon Thibodeau was able to get there, forced Dak Prescott to throw it away. So we played very well against the Cowboys the first time we played them. I think it was the only game this season where we haven't let up a touchdown. The score was 16-3, if I'm not mistaken. So if we can continue that success today, that would be absolutely awesome. But this is something I've been looking forward to all year. So Travis Hunter punt return. And we haven't been able to get one so far. But Dane Belton couldn't hold his block, and that one only goes down at the 41. Could have had more space, but Max Duggan comes back out. Threw for 4 touchdowns last week, and I'm really excited to see how he continues to ball out for us. A 4-touchdown performance is nuts from a guy who hasn't played in his first 4 seasons in the NFL. But then again, our entire team is pretty beat up at this point, as Pierre Strong's going to start us off on the ground. And yeah, he had 178 yards last week, but we need to be able to continue that success here into this game. Obviously, the upgrade point didn't help, but we still need to find ways to get him involved. I really think today is going to be Jalen. Oh, that was such a bad pass. We were under pressure, but we had Jalen Hyatt there. But our big main focus today is actually going to, you don't want to put Drake May up there. That's awesome. But the one big thing I want to focus on today is getting our tight ends involved. Yes, Luke Musgrave is out, but Daniel Bellinger, Albert O, and Brevin Jordan are one of the best tight end cores in football right now. We spent a lot of time building it up. I want to get these guys involved, and that one's dropped. Then we're going to punt it away. Staying in this 4-3 to start the game. They're going to go back to the run with Tony Pollard. And I did check. Dexter Lawrence leads the NFL in TFLs with over 23 this season. But if he can continue that success, that would be awesome when we were coming up here to cause another early 3rd down for the Cowboys. And it may be risky, but we are bringing the blitz as they go to play action here. Nick Amrawari right up the middle. We called pass. And when you call pass or guess pass, your guy's not going to play the play action. He's going to go straight for the quarterback there. all worked out, and that's going to leave Travis Hunter to give us an opportunity to get into great field position here. And if I break this one out, oh my goodness, I thought Stingley was going to pin up on the other guy. We reversed field there, could have really worked. I was staring down that side. We're going to start this drive here on the ground again, break it out. Wow, okay, Nelson got absolutely bullied there, and Pierre Strong, not the same start that we had last week. And when you look at total yards there on the top, it's -1-1. A great start across the board for both offenses. As I'm going to try to throw it out. And to Daniel Bellinger, we're not going to get it there. I waited a little too long. So could this be the 4-3 and out to start this football game here? Let's see if we can go to him. Travis Hunter making the great opportunity to get the grab, but he dropped it. You couldn't have asked for a ball to get placed any better than that. It just didn't get reeled in by the first round draft pick. And the only thing we're doing in this game is winning the field position battle, but that's about it here as that backspin goes crazy amounts backwards. Quay Walker, I'm glad to have him back, but he downs it. But we are finally coming out in the nickel, and it is a run here, but we do bottle up with Travis Hunter. He dropped the pass, comes out, makes a good TFL though, so I'll take that. And with them going 5 wide, I'm actually going to bring a heavy blitz here. We should have another free rusher across the board. They do go underneath to CeeDee Lamb, who is so unbelievably fast, but it is 3rd and 3, and I did try earlier this season to match up by speed, and it just didn't work. Maybe we go away from it here, but CeeDee Lamb, with wide receiver catching at an 80 slider, just drops it. Such a bad drop coming out from them. 5 3 and outs in a row to start this football game, but the Cowboys are slowly and surely flipping this field if we get another 3 and out here. Good juke move 1 to break a tackle, but we didn't end up getting at the 34-yard line. So back comes out. 3rd time on offense. Let's see if we can make it work. I'm going to change it up here. We are going to go to the air. That's going to be our big difference here. Out to Travis Hunter, and he's actually able to hold on to it. So the second game in a row, it's taken us a while to get our team going here, but I'm going to try to throw us across, and we had complete out of reach. That pass was out of reach? Well, that's bad because we need to be able to throw the ball deep here as we're going to go out to Odell Beckham Jr. and that ball just gets thrown wide. Another inaccurate pass. And so that's not the start you want in this ball game at all as Tony Pollard's going to try to get to the edge and he does break 1 tackle there. Sexy Dexy chasing him all the way down backside, but I think that may be the first down of this football game. But they are going to keep it on the ground. Again, another stretch play to the outside. This time we're able to make the tackle. And that break tackle bonus really hasn't come into effect much yet as they're going to go underneath to CeeDee Lamb. I thought they were going the other way. I read it, but Quay Walker, luckily enough, makes the tackle. But the Cowboys are right around midfield for the first time in this football game. My guess here is they're going to go back to the run, stretch play to the outside. We're chasing with Okereke. We weren't able to get it working. If somebody could punch out this football, that'd be awesome, but they do get the first. They're still maybe 3 yards out of field goal range. That's about it, but they are going to dump this one off here to Gallup. And looking at the stats so far, we have 4 passing yards and -1 rushing yards. The complete opposite of what we experienced last week against the Arizona Cardinals. But on the 2nd and 6, we are going to the play action. Already cover 3, but Stingley gets the interception on Dak Prescott. And Stingley's going to be able to stop the drive in its tracks here. They ran a slot fade. And with the cover 3, you kind of drop right into it. Stingley was able to come up and underneath of the receiver and make the interception. That's his 6th or 5th on the year. But I think that was actually just a pretty good play call against what they were trying to do there. If you were in man-to-man coverage, or at least you thought you were in man-to-man coverage, and the corner went off like that, that would be your perfect read to go to. But we were able to make it work. And I don't think we're first in league in takeovers yet, or takeaways yet, but I'd like to get there soon here as Pierre Strong's out to the open field, juking people out. And it may have taken a quarter, but looks like the offense has finally come alive here, but that's what's going to happen here. Andrew Thomas against Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is going to win a couple of those every game. So if their incredible D-line gets you, you go against them here, and you go for a read option, but you got stuck up. You got stuck up. You love to see it. So this is a 3rd and 24 now. And it's crazy how much a sack can just absolutely end a drive here. I'm going to try deep here to Keon Coleman as he's not able to get up and over the top and win the jump ball. So we start this game 1 for 8 passing the football. I may need to look to do some things different, go back to the read option as well as the play action, really just start dumping off into the flat. But Presley Harvin really getting a workout today. Not the best punts in the world, I'll be honest with you, across the board. I may look to replace him after this season. Luckily enough, our defense is still just holding strong here. They go out. Travis Hunter is going to make a very, very, very nice tackle. It does get shoved off, but does get the TFL for it. And with the 12 personnel look, they are going to go to the air, out to the flats again. And James Williams, good tackle, 3rd and 9. I think this is a situation where I bring a man blitz again. And that's going to be bringing Travis Hunter, something we usually don't do here. But when nothing gets there, nothing's going to get there. As Michael Gallup just makes a good grab and gets something working. Dak Prescott had all day to sit in that pocket there. It was simple as that. We couldn't get anything going up the middle. I mean, Travis Hunter was blocked. That means there should have been a free rusher. Oh, it was Tony Pollard stayed in. I thought he went out. I mislooked at that, but Tony Pollard went out. And he was able to pick up James Williams there, so no worries. I digress. They're going to continue to try to drive down the field. Now, Travis Hunter doing a good job of tackling. We're going to try another 6-man pressure here. Actually, make it 7 with the guys we're bringing. And Deontay Banks almost had that interception, went for the jump. I didn't even click on, I'll be honest. And he let it go right past him. Now almost inside the red zone here, almost guaranteeing points as we run and bump Michael Gallup off his route. Perfect coverage from James Williams. Can't get any better than that. And in this game, I want to bring in a lot more zone blitzes and zone looks as they're going to go to the corner of the end zone here, and it is dropped. Luckily enough, our footsteps were there just in time to knock it out, and Audrey's going to come in to kick this field goal. So the former pro soccer player Aubrey's going to nail this one through, and the Cowboys are going to jump out to a 3-0 lead. So after the fair catch from Darrington Evans, something I don't usually do, we're going to go to the air, and I'm looking around to see anybody open, and I'm going to try to just throw it. Bellinger on the sideline, he's able to reel it in. There's a flag. What could the flag be unless it's illegal touching coming out from D-Bell? And it is a personal foul, and that's going to be on unnecessary roughness, and that's going to be on the opponent's 37. We're going to definitely accept that. And look at this one here. This was on Trayvon Diggs. After the play, we stepped out of bounds, and it looks like he went for just a bigger tackle. The replay doesn't go that way, but that's what seemed to happen there. And I'm going to run a stretch play to the weak side here, and if we can reach and get it work, or just go into a foot race. Complete foot race, and we just beat him to the edge there, so not a bad play call. Something I like to do, run stretch plays to the weak side and just say, hey, 1v1, you, me versus the linebacker. And being able to punch in a score here would be huge, especially with the way our quarterback is playing right now. That one getting into Keon Coleman, who's been on an absolute tear the past couple of weeks. And maybe the adage is true, man. It's just, I don't know what it is, but when you have a different quarterback, it's easier to throw to different receivers, but Pierre Strong, continuing maybe a little bit of the success he had last week with a touchdown run here as we jump out to the lead against the Dallas Cowboys. 7-3 is your score. A lot different than it was last week. I think it was 24-24 going into halftime. So a lot different here today, but hey, it's going to be a absolute dogfight here in the NFC East matchup. And so with almost 3 minutes left on the clock here, the goal is just to hold the Cowboys out of any sort of points. The clock's going to run quickly. We're going to reach the 2-minute warning, but they're going to go to the air very quickly here soon. My guess is going to come here. Yes, it is on the pass, as they go to another slot fade here, but we're going to knock it out again. Stingley playing really good. We're running a lot of zone coverage today, and it's actually working. This is where it gets interesting, because they can run the ball in that situation, but they just don't. Instead, they go to the sideline, and it's Rice, who's not able to bring it in. And I really expected that pass to be caught, so all of a sudden, we're going to get the ball back here. And after the Kroger punt, let's see something here from Travis Hunter. That'd be awesome. We're going to get the ball around the 38-yard line to start, so maybe we try to push it down to grab 3 more. And if it is man-to-man, Keon Coleman's on a linebacker here. And he kind of is. No, it's actually a zone, but we still get a little completion out of it. I'm going to go hurry up, though, right away. And I'm looking for almost an angle route here, but this is actually man-to-man. Keon Coleman should be wide open if we were able to fit it in. And the completion percentage is still absolutely terrible. Looking like a Baker Mayfield stat line. By that, I mean no hate to Baker Mayfield. That's just how he plays sometimes, and if it is man coverage here again, we should have some success. I'm going to try to throw it here. Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter's got a lot of space in the crossing route. Travis Hunter, 94 speed. He's going to get into the end zone for us. What a good play. Max Duggan. The completion percentage isn't there. A lot of the passes aren't getting where we need them to get, but hey, you make the ones that count, and we have a 14-3 lead here against the Dallas Cowboys. Second time this year we've played the Dallas Cowboys and had a lot of success in the ball game, and especially with our defense playing well, forcing a lot of 3 and outs. But yeah, the defensive back just got caught up there, and Travis Hunter was able to make them pay with the speed. I love the way he's played this season. I can't wait to see his cumulative stats from the offense and defensive side. For those of you guys who don't know, we are using 2 players. Yes, there is a glitch with it, and yes, I also thought about using modded Madden to make it happen, but Matt Parrott's going to go down with an injury. We don't have another tackle unless I move Josh. Oh my gosh, we don't have another tackle. And Matt Parrott dislocated his shoulder. So yeah, Joshua Izuditsu is the last guy on roster that's going to be able to come in and play line. Joshua Izuditsu is going to be out. That means him, Cody Ford, I think everybody besides Kenyon Green from the starting point standpoint. Oh wait, as well as Andrew Thomas is healthy. John Mitchell Smith's just been a dog in the middle for us, but it's going to be a very, very long end of season if we cannot keep our offensive line healthy. Out of the 11 guys we have on roster, I think we only have 6 right now. So I may have to move some guys to IR depending on how the injuries work, just so we can pick up somebody. But with not a lot of time left, the Cowboys are going to try to go on a drive here, and that crosser works, but the Cowboys are finally burning time out. And we are running a lot of man-to-man coverage here, so let's see if we can get it to work. That's pretty good coverage by Banks, I'm not going to lie. He was well over top of it, ready for it. But the Cowboys coming out here in doubles to both sides, a bench concept, and we're running with it. Xavier McKinney with such a good breakup. I saw it all the way. The corner route was there. And in a cover 2, that's a hard play to get over up on top of. So somehow we were able to make that work. We're going to go out here with a running back, Tony Pollard versus Amrawari, and somehow we just couldn't get the tackle. So that just wasn't letting me click on, but here we go. Here, another corner route coming out. Dane Belton. Wow, I tried to go for the swat. He just went and dove for it. Brendan Rice is going to get in for the touchdown here on the 2-minute warning. So 14-10 is going to be the score going into halftime. No worries, we still got the lead, but this Dallas Cowboys roster is scary when they are firing on all cylinders like that. Made that drive look easy on us, to be honest. And I think nonetheless, he was going to get into the end zone. And Rice, who's torched us now for couple games over the course of Giants franchise, comes in and does it again on us. And looking at the halftime stats so far, we're running the ball pretty decently. It's just the passing numbers. I want to get the completion numbers up going into this next half. And so coming out of half, I'd love more than anything right now is a Darrington Evans kick return. And that's definitely not going to happen. The coverage was all over us there. Andrew Thomas is in on kickoff return. That's how hurt our team is right now, especially on the skill position guys. Well, we are going to start off this half with a read option. That's going to be a give read here. And I see the hole a little bit, and we're able to squeak in for 7. And after a Pierre Strong run to start us out here, we're going to go to the air. And I see him absolutely crossing. OBJ is so unbelievably wide open. The good juke move coming out. And that's going to be a huge play to start this second half for us with the crazy catch that won the game for us against the Arizona Cardinals with no time left on the clock. We're able to go back to the big fella here. And the Giants legend continues his hot streak for us in this ending part of the season. And one player we haven't gone to a lot, actually, is Jalen Hyatt. But we are going to go to him here in a little sit round. He's able to hold on to it. He's been our #1 receiver, but he just hasn't had a lot of success for us here. As I'm just going to try to go up to him. Why not? And he does bring it in. There's no way. Oh, they got knocked out based on the tabletop from Deron Bland. Oh, that could have been such a good play. But now we're just hoping the double team from Nelson and John Mitchell-Schmidt can move Mozzie Smith out of the way, and we absolutely cannot. He got off the double team way too early, and it's 4th and inches. And we're going to show our might here. We are going to go for this on 4th down, and it's Micah Parsons saying absolutely no to that. Coach suggestions, thought maybe the field goal was necessary. I wanted to make a statement here in this second half. Read option, and just nothing. Nobody decided to touch Micah Parsons. He came in free. He wasn't even the read man there. OBJ was giving chase to him, so I guess OBJ was supposed to block him. But what a momentum killer here to start this game as Dane Belton comes in. We're not able to finish the tackle, but it did finish off for only a 2-yard gain, so I'll take it. But they're going some really wide bunch looks here, and they are going to go quick to the outside, and Stingley almost had another interception right into his hands, and he dropped it. So this is bring up 3rd and 8. And if you watch Giants franchise, this is where we're bringing the pressure here. You're already pretty much later into this video as they do go across here, and it's Nick Imrawari letting up the completion. Honestly, we just didn't get that pressure quick enough here, but I am running out to try to force this ball back in. But Harris, I love the speed from the linebacker, and I really don't know what we're going to do with him. Nick Imrawari, and he's coming down to play sub linebacker along with James Williams, and they've both been pretty good. And with McFadden, Okereke, as well as some of the other guys on our roster, I don't know how much I'm going to keep Christian Harris around, but it will be an interesting decision. He could be a good trade piece for us, though, as they do go underneath to Rice and make it a 3rd and 4. And we are going cover 2 on this 3rd and 4, and they're going to go quick to the outside, and we didn't have anybody out there. Stingley should have been out there in zone coverage, but they got a 1st and goal. So it's looking like a score could be imminent here if the coverage does not get there. And we do have some guys in chase, and I see it. User interception all the way across. Dane Belton, we're there in coverage, and this could be the 2nd week in a row we're going to get a 99-yard or more pick 6 return. I read it like a book all the way across. They were trying to force the ball there to CeeDee Lamb. I think it was Dexter Lawrence who was rushing the quarterback. And I need to go back and see exactly what happened on this play. I was so focused on double teaming CeeDee Lamb. I was like, hey, if they're going to get to anybody, it's going to be CeeDee Lamb, especially crossing across the back of the end zone there. And we're able to jump up and pick it off. Travis Hunter was still pretty good in coverage, though, anyways. And what an absolutely heroic play from the new captain of the Giants roster. I need to make him captain for how well he's played for us. He's a tackle leader. He's a turnover leader. Across the board, he's an absolute stud for us, and we're going to take this field goal here to end the 3rd quarter. Why couldn't we do this last week when we were playing one of the worst teams in football, but we're playing pretty well today? Is Dane Belton again with the cleanup there on Tony Pollard, but they are going 5 wide, which means they're going to go to the air here. We're going to go out on CeeDee Lamb. I tried to bait the quarterback a little bit for maybe another interception, but that one didn't quite work. But last time we played the Cowboys, they were one of the best offenses in the league. I think ranked 3rd at the time when we went into that game. And today coming in, they are #2. So across the board, we're just having so much success against this top-rated offense. And this could really impact us based on the standings here because the end of the season is coming. But a win today means that we're only 1 game out of 1st place in the NFC East. It's only 2 games from falling out of the playoffs. That's how tight this race is right now. Is Dane Belton not going to get the break up there? The tight end beat him on that corner route. Another bench concept coming out from the Cowboys. And I'm sorry, I am guessing run up the middle. We're going to try to get there, and we do. Nick Imrawari went for the little punch. I saw that. We weren't able to get it, though. But let's see if we can do it one more time here. That hole's open up the middle. Nick Imrawari's able to meet him. I mean, they're stacking it. They're going to give the ball right at the middle one more time. Isaiah Simmons makes the absolute great play of the day here, forcing a 4th and goal. And if the Cowboys go for it, That's a huge risk on their part. They didn't want to go to the air at all on that one. Just ran every single time. We were able to run commit to it and getting some pretty good looks. And just because it sketches me out a little bit, we are going to go field goal safe, man. Let the former professional soccer player kick this field goal. It is a 13-21 ball game. So we still have the lead by 8 points here. Some first downs, really churn out the clock in this drive. Next drive is going to be the goal. But running out the clock is going to be a tall tale here, especially against this Cowboys defensive line as Mozzie Smith in the middle. But Trayvon Diggs gets injured. First injury really seems like today. We haven't lost a lot of guys besides Matt Parrott. But I am going to mix it up here a little bit. But it is still going to be a handoff here. Pierre Strong's not able to get much out of it. But we are averaging 5 yards per carry here. And if Odell can make this catch, and he does, that is a huge play for us. So the drive goes on here. Travis Hunter out into the flats. And Travis Hunter's got a lot of speed here. Nice little juke move's going to get him up to open space, crosses the midfield point, 9 of 18. That's what we've gotten today. So not a lot of work out of the quarterback, but hey, not a bad thing. He's a backup. We're not going to stress him out too much. Travis Hunter up to 82 yards of receiving on the day. That's his second best day so far. He did have 94 a couple of weeks ago. That is awesome coming out from him. Now I just need Brevin Jordan to keep and hold on his block out there, and he does for enough to give us 3. And I want to see if a deep shot is going to come available for us here. As we're just going to throw this one underneath, and it's intercepted. I tried to force it so hard with pressure in our face. I should have just thrown it away. A horrible interception coming out from me. I thought we could zip it in there. The arm strength's not quite what Drake Mays is. I don't even know if that was perfect accuracy at all. We got hit really, really hard there from the linebacker, Williams. And that was just an absolute killer in this ball game. I wanted to take more time off the clock, at least extend our lead to maybe 11 if we could. So now a little under 5 minutes left in the ball game. Dexy was such a good play. And we're holding the Cowboys right now to only 44 yards on the ground from Tony Pollard on 16 carries, which is pretty impressive. But we are pressing across the board here. And pressure's coming, and Travis Hunter, you have a drop problem on both sides of the field. It's ridiculous. You could have had a pick and 90 yards receiving in this game, but he doesn't quite get there, and that one just hurt. But it is a 3rd and 5, and they are going to go to the air, and Dane Belton gets absolutely toasted off the line. That one is such a killer. We could have had the Cowboys dead to rights in this one. Doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite go our way. Now they're past the midfield stripe, and they're going to see a stretch play to the outside, and all the blocks are going to be able to get picked up. Luckily enough, Kayvon Thibodeau made a really good play holding him up for just a second, and this clock's just going to continue to churn here. Is up the middle. Dexy, another good tackle. I'll take that because I could have broken for a lot more, and he's quietly been the single best player and Madden franchise for the New York Giants as James Williams. I have to show you this. I just saw it. If you didn't see it, I'm going to show you this one more time. So James Williams coming off the ball, man-on-man against CeeDee Lamb. You'll love the effort, don't you? You'll absolutely love the effort. Nobody else on our team is having a problem except for this guy week in and week out, and he will not be seeing the field for us for the rest of this game. I do not care. But they are going to go for 2 here to tie it, and Dexy's going to be right there to nail him down. That's such a big play from the interior defensive lineman. He's been the MVP. Like I was saying, best player in Giants franchise. But it's now a 2-score ball game, and we need to control this clock for as long as we can here. And we're not going to just do it on the ground. We're going to do it through a lot of RPOs in this football game here. And it's going to be Max Duggan taking the first one here, just sliding down. And if this is how we got to beat the Cowboys, I'll take it all day long. Max Duggan's got a lot of space again. We're going to turn up the field here and just take it down. Don't fumble the football, please. But the 2-minute warning is here. And a couple more plays should do it. If we can just get to the linebacker here. A little cutback lane. Juke move's not going to quite work, but the timeouts come out. And if I were the Cowboys, you almost have to bite down on this one. And that's going to leave Max Duggan free again to run. We're a little bit abusing the system, but I love it. Let's see about this read option here. They're actually going to make it a give read. And then Pierre Strong's got a lot of space, making it a 2nd and 1. Our life just became so much easier. So we're going to go I formation here, and we're going to have ISO on that middle linebacker there. As long as Brevin Jordan can pick him up, we're golden. That's a first down, baby, and that is going to be the ball game. We're going to run this clock down, take it to the end of the game. Somehow we walked away with a win against the Cowboys. The 2-point attempt from the Cowboys didn't go their way. Max Duggan, 3-0 when he's had to come in. And I absolutely love it from him. And so we walked away with the win, 21-19. We're now 1 game out of first in the NFC East, as well as that puts us a little bit more of safe distance away from getting eliminated and falling out of the wild card. And looking at the stats, Max Duggan, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. The interception was pretty rough, but hey, the completion percentage worked out. And Pierre Strong, another strong day from him on the ground, 4.9 yards per rushing. Duggan was able to get it done there on that final drive. And at receiving, Travis Hunter having an absolute day. Jalen Hyatt slowly disappearing when it comes to reps for us this season. But when you only complete 9 passes all day long, you're not going to get a lot of receiving yards. And defensively, this is the guy who saved the game for us. Dexter Lawrence on the 2-point conversion, able to make this stop. But then the interceptions from Dane Belton and Derek Singletary, huge. Dane Belton's going all the way to the house. 102 yards is what it officially came out as. The nice thing is the trench boost after the game is going to give us some extra XP. I think just for the rushing yards and finishing with around 100 rushing yards. Let's see how much XP we get. And we walk away with 2,500, not too bad. And then knocking off a hot opponent, I think we're able to get things rolling, and we will have plus 10 break tackle, play rec, and tackling for the next game. And on top of that, we did get 2,500 XP as well, so our entire team got 5,000 XP across the board. Wait, I think our lineman only got extra 2,500. That's going to lead us in to play the Commanders, another game that haunted us a little bit earlier in this season. And so going in 2 games left in this season, you see we're 1 game behind the Cowboys now after the win, and the Commanders have actually dropped to 3 straight here. But before we jump into the game, we do have some upgrade points, and there is a lot to go through here. So starting out, Andrew Thomas, I want to put him on agile, and that's going to bring him up just a little bit here. Let's take a look. Pass blocking finesse is good, and I like the strength. And then Kayvon Thibodeau, who's playing all the way up to a 90 overall. I'm going to go ahead and put it on speed rusher, and that's going to bring him up 1 overall point, but we did lose one of the bonus increases in the +2 awareness. I guess I'll take it. And then Deonte Banks, I have to work on his man-to-man. That's going to be a big thing for his development in the future. I want to be a lockdown. And the +3 awareness is going to skyrocket his overall. That's going to bring us to Drake May, who will be back for us next week. So that's a huge thing for us, up to an 83 overall. He is still that superstar dev, and he's got almost nothing from that upgrade point, and that just really sucks. And then for Travis Hunter, I'm going to put it on deep threat. I want to play him more on the outside moving forward. At the height, maybe we could make it happen. And the deep route and the release is huge. And then the big man in the middle, who's honestly been pretty freaking good for us, John Mitchell-Schmitz. The only problem is the pressures up the middle and passing plays, and that's nothing from him. So upgrades haven't been going well too far. Nick Amrawari, I'm going to put him in run support. Nickel linebacker look, playing up to an 84 overall, which is insane. I'm surprised we haven't got a breakout from him. But then this guy right here, his counterpart, who I've been just struggling with this season, especially in the back half. He's not going to be playing as much today, but that's going to bring up Evan Neal, and that's going to go in pass protector as well, moving him to guard, but he is playing a little tackle. He's going in between, but I do want to give one here to our starting quarterback, and I'm going to put it all the way down on improviser. I know that's not usually where you put it on the quarterback here, but the break sack, throw on the run. The throw on the run is what I wanted to try to get. But back to the guys protecting him. Jack Nelson, another one on pass protector. He's still developing. We did draft him as a tackle and moved him inside, but I think at 6'7", maybe I think about moving him outside for next season again. But now down Tavion Wicks, I love the way he's been playing for us, up to a 75, which is huge. And across the board, a lot of good upgrades. And if we don't bring back Darrington Evans, he could be really a good kick returner for us, him and Travis Hunter. But I really love all the XP that we've gotten so far. Dante Corleone, I want to make him a power rusher through and through. The draft pick hasn't really worked out for us so far from him, as this upgrade point is horrible. Last but not least, Presley Harvin, I'm going to put it on power, and he's going to be up to a 78 playing for us. But now taking a look at the playoff picture one more time, still the Eagles sitting all the way at the 7th spot, and we have a 2-game lead on them, and so it is confirmed that we did clinch a playoff spot, but we still need to go all out on this one because there's still a chance we could snag the #1 spot from the Cowboys. But we did already lose to the Washington Commanders once on this season, actually to open up this season. It's only been up since then, and you look at the bottom, James Williams and Nick Amrawari are both really struggling with their player health. Looking at here again, but on the offensive side with Duggan, I just want to keep throwing it short, still using his abilities just to scramble out, make plays when we need to. And I'm going half pads across the board again. It's nice to see that James Williams got the -5 fatigue, but with no injuries in practice once again. That's because we haven't gone full pads since I think week 7. It's gonna be time to jump into this game. And so it is a rainy day across the board. Jahan Dotson's gonna start it off with a knee, and we're gonna come out on defense first. I decided with the -5 fatigue that we're going to move James Williams actually still into that nickel look, but I will be quick to take him out if we see any more issues with him going forward. But out comes out Caleb Williams, 19 touchdowns, 11 picks. Not the best season from him, but he's also struggled with injury just like Drake May this year. And seeing the Commanders playbook, we're going to run a lot of 4-3 looks today. The only time I really see us getting out of it is when they go to any 4 wide receiver or 4 or 5 wide receiver sets. But I just saw James Williams struggle there, and that's where we're eventually just going to say, hey, we got to give up on him for right now. Let him rest, not play him the whole game. But Brian Robinson starts off with a good run. And so the nickel's going to be a key look that we won't be able to go to much this game at all. But that is going to see Isaiah Simmons come down and play that edge spot a little bit for us as a good tackle comes in from Malcolm Rodriguez. Shout out Malcolm Rodriguez for his interception in the NFC Championship game for the Lions. But he's a Giants franchise legend. But we are on 3rd down. And on this 3rd and 12, we're just going to bring a 5-man pressure across the board, kind of lurk here. And the sack does come out from Kayvon Thibodeau, who's actually had such a down year for us. I looked at the stats before the game. his pressures off the edge is just not there. And I think maybe because we used the blitz a little bit more, played a little bit of the positionless football. But it's going to be Travis Hunter here back to return. And Travis Hunter is going to be blocking for him as well. Travis Hunter picks up a block for Travis Hunter. And for the first time this year, we've Travis Hunter in open field. A punt return, something that has not happened for us this year or any year of Giants franchise. We finally get one in this game. If you don't know, I play Travis Hunter with two different characters, both on offense, both on defense. There's a glitch that allows you to do it, but it makes the depth charts really, really tricky to work with and edit throughout the season. But I edit the depth charts every single week for you guys, so we're always filling in, doing something new. But Travis Hunter here, the wide receiver version, is able to get the punt return. I absolutely love that. I have had it set where they never should be able to share the field together, but I digress. It doesn't matter. Could have been Cordero Flott there blocking for him, but we do get on the board first in this ballgame. Our offense hasn't seen the field yet, but we do have the points on the board here. DeAndre Hopkins, though, with a good catch on Stingley. And this whole idea of defense today is going to be so predicated on moving players around. Nick Amrawari's battling tiredness along with James Williams. I just saw in the formations tab. So what we're doing, if you see here, I'm using the right stick. We're going to be cycling through a bunch of different looks, bunch of different packages per defensive sets. But on this 3rd and 5, we are just sitting a nice little zone coverage here, and they are going to test us deep. And Deonte Banks got burned. If that pass was accurate, that would have fell in for a huge Commanders touchdown. Luckily enough, even with the slider set all the way to, I think, 85 QB accuracy, they're not able to fit it in. We're going to get this ball back. And that is a bad punt coming out from Dixon here. It's going to be Travis Hunter returning, and I tried to turn backwards, run away from it. We're down to the 20, no worries. And on that punt, Travis Hunter actually went down with an injury. And so starting out the drive, we had an intentional grounding, and on top of that, Travis Hunter dislocated his hip. So Travis Hunter will be moved out of the lineup for both sides of the football moving forward. And so we lose a decent wide receiver, but probably an even more valuable corner here is Odell Beckham Jr. if we could fit this one in for the first down, and we do. So that is a huge loss on both sides of the football here, but Pierre Strong is going to continue that hot streak he's been on. Granted, he only ran for 75 yards last week, but the week before that, with his rushing abilities, getting him all the way up to almost 180, and he does a little bit more here, getting it 2 for 20 to start the day. But our goal is to get that completion percentage up for Duggan here today, as that one's almost intercepted as we go out to the stop route. So correction, I love running the football. It's been the best thing of all time here as Andrew Thomas. If we could just pick up that block, oh, why are we diving like that? Nonetheless, we get the first, but I'm trying to slide here, but we are really just starting out hot in this one as we're going to throw to Brodell as that one's broken up. He gets sandwiched between two receivers, but getting up 14 early would be huge in this ball game here as it's going to be a 3rd and 7 though. We're going to have to go back to the air. I'm going to look for Bellinger here out in the flats. I don't see anything, but I do see the crosser coming out. We're able to hit Keon Coleman, who's been on his own little hot streak as he's able to get it up down to the 17. Such a last second throw coming out there. That was absolutely awesome, but this hole opens up very, very wide for Strong. And we did bring in Ezekiel Elliott, but right now I've really seen no need to really go to him here as we're going to run this with Duggan, and Duggan's going to scramble his way into the end zone. So we end the first quarter on a high note here. 14-0 is the score, and I just love his scrambling ability. Something we really didn't do a lot with Drake, man. I really did that because of his arm strength. Yeah, he does have like 88 speed or something like that, but with Duggan, I really can't rely on the accuracy all the time. You've seen it, a lot of missed throws, so if I can get it done with him on the ground, I will. And the TCU product has helped us to a couple wins now on the season and kept us in this number 1 seed race, which I didn't think was possible. If we can get another 3 and out on this drive, that'd be absolutely huge. And they're going to start it with a nice little throw to the outside. And I would really love to see Max Duggan just completely out-duel Caleb Williams. The jokes behind that would be hilarious as Rob Hovenstein goes down. And we already have them into a 3rd down quick, but the tight end's going to be able to haul that one in. But I do really, really like this 5-2 look as Kayvon comes in absolutely free for his 2nd sack on the day. Maybe I was calling our defense wrong all year long, allowing Kayvon to really take the tackles one-on-one this season because it's something I really didn't do, and he was really getting double teamed all season long and really not given a good opportunity to make things happen as that one's going to go the outside, and Bobby Okereke doesn't quite get the interception, but I think that's going to be a roughing the passer, and it is. And if that's on Kayvon after I was hyping him up, I'm going to be so mad. And it was on Bryce Huff, the former Jet, now Giant with us, and that's going to give Commanders a second life here on this drive as up the middle the run goes, but Brian Robinson bounces, but that's just absolutely killer. And at the linebacker spot as well, as they do find a window actually, as that was Hopkins who got the reception. DeAndre Hopkins, good grab, but I was going to say we're going to rotate the linebackers a little bit more too to try to keep him fresh, and that's going to mean Corey Foreman's also going to get some playing time today, but I love this. We are with Christian Harris, the fast user linebacker, able to get out there on the run, and Xavier McKinney is hurt. We set the injury sliders, just like I said last episode, we set the injury sliders all the way back down to regular, and we're still getting injuries to our team. So this game is just going to be all Dane Belton. If we could just make the plays with him like we almost did right there. And so coming into the other safety spot a little bit is going to be Cordero Flott of all people here, and they're going to go deep, and that's going to be knocked out. But Cordero Flott's going to have to finish this game at safety for us. Somebody who hasn't got a lot of playing time all season long. Made some good plays on special teams, though. I'll be first guy to say that. But Xavier McKinney, he's going to be out with a bruised sternum. The Commanders are going to settle for a field goal. That one's going to be absolutely drilled coming out here. And we're going to push this here to get the ball back. We still have a lot of time left in the second quarter, so let's try to make a score. And after Darrington Evans was able to get us all the way out here on a good return, we're going to try to go on a drive. And I love what we've been doing with Max Duggan here. A little bit of that RPO, read, pitch, and pull, whatever we want here with him. He's got 44 rushing yards so far. But when we're not doing that, we can go to the air a little bit here, and I'm looking for Daniel Bellinger. If we can get this to him, that'd be nice, but yeah, that's the problem with him. So we're going to go back to that RPO play again. This time, Zeke Elliott's going to get the ball, and this is going to be his first carry since that negative 4-yard rush he took. So backed up to a 3rd and long, something I don't like doing. We're going to go to a screen play here to the outside. If we can just get the blocks, that'd be very, very nice, and that one's going to leave us short here, so we're going to take the field goal instead. I don't want to risk it. And so in the pouring rain, a 52-yarder, Jake Elliott, we have to be able to put this one in. I put the mark just a little bit below, but that's a barely able to squeak in. So we got 17 to the Commanders, 3. The sliders for kicking make it so much harder. That one barely went through. So with a lot of guys who don't usually get time, we got to make plays. But the one man who has always been there, Sexy Dex, he's going to force an early 3rd down on this drive. They tried to go to the ground twice. Didn't quite work. Nonetheless, here we're going to run across with these drags. It's not going to work. We're actually going to step up and give chase to Caleb Williams. And he's going to throw it away. Was that Scary Terry screaming up the field there? Luckily enough, Caleb Williams didn't see him. We get the ball back here. We're still with 2 minutes, so maybe we get something working. So with 1:54 on the clock, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to look for the running back coming out. I do see him right away. Pierre Strong's got a lot of room to work with in the spin move. He's just horrible with it. And for the first time ever, we actually got a good completion percentage with Duggan here. Zeke's got a good run, and Zeke's going to pick us up a 1st down. I'm going to burn an early timeout because I want to keep our guys from not getting tired at all and sub some people out. So already pushing the ball across midfield. Now let's see what we can do. I see the drag route underneath. We're just going to take it with Brevin Jordan, get out. But I do want to take a shot here. Keon Coleman on a slot fade. He does get stuck up a little bit. Keon Coleman can go up, but he can't. So we are going to use Zeke to try to pick up this 1st down here. And running up the middle, a strong run. We're not able to get it. Timeout's burned. CPU wants us to go for it, but I want the points no matter what here. And so with Zeke, and so with Jake Elliott, we are going to be able to nail this one through, make it a 20-3 game. Hopefully that's all she wrote for the rest of this half, unless we're able to force a turnover. So the Commanders are going for a score here. They're going hurry up right away on this drive. We got to make some good plays. I'm running run with this crosser. They're going to throw it right over our heads. And that was actually Travis Hunter on the field, so I have to make sure he never comes back on for us in this game. But I am really afraid here in running man-to-man coverage. It's something I don't see working for us, but DeAndre Hopkins with another good grab, and they're driving. And with everything going on in our defense, we're asking the linebackers now to do an absolute lot. Do a lot more man coverage than they're used to. But the clock is running now. There's only 6 seconds left, and this may be the only play they get before half, and they're just going to burn a timeout. I don't know why they didn't go hurry up. And so right before half, they are going to be able to nail a field goal here. So 6-20, not bad. I did not want to give up another point, but we still hold them absolutely touchdownless in this ball game. So far, without the problems going on, it's just worked out a little bit here. We're going to have a chance at 1 kick return, but we're going to see it the next half. And looking at the halftime stats, rushing yards is a big win for us across the board. Pierre Strong continuing to really help us get to the playoffs here, maybe even grab the number 1 seed. So coming back out here to start the second half, it's going to be a big turn of events for us if we can win this game. I tried to look at halftime. The Cowboys game has not started yet. You see it at the bottom of the screen there. They're playing the Philadelphia Eagles. But the Eagles are fighting for life as well, so hopefully they're going to be able to take them down and give us that number 1 seed. So that will be definitely a game to check out here, as Duggan's going to maybe try to run for the 1st down, not able to get it. So the RPO that we went to a lot in this game, this time doesn't quite work for us. So Presley Harvin finally on the field to punt this one away for us. Deontay Banks, that's how low we are. Deontay Banks and Stingley are our 2 gunners right now. But the Commanders are basically out of life here on this season. Being now 7-8, they have to beat us and win the next game to even have a chance. But that percentage is still pretty low. So here we go back to the, sexy Dexy, let's go, baby. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of falling in love with this look here, this 5-2 look as Hopkins drops that ball. But I am going to be moving some guys around. We are finally going to the nickel here, and Stingley's going to get burned in coverage this time for the 1st. And they are bringing a guy in motion here on this 1st down. They're going to go to the ground. We're trying to fill up, and Flott's going to be there along with Ed Oliver. And so here we go. Got to make a stop. They're going to go underneath, test James Williams, but that ball's dropped. Thank goodness, dude. Our secondary is burnt toast right now. And one more injury. I don't even know what formation we're going to be able to run as that goes right over the top of our head. Bobby Okereke gets burnt. We can't sit in the nickel. We run a 4-3. We get burnt like that from the slot. So my last hope here is actually Isaiah Simmons to get it to work. But we have not forced a turnover just yet in this ball game here as Caleb Williams is going to scramble out and Kayvon's got number 3. It took till this long, but Kayvon's finally coming alive for us. Strapping the belt. You gotta love it. And so they are going to have to go to the air, and it is a screenplay here. We're going to give chase, but it hits off Kayvon's head. So once again, somehow our defense stands strong, and we are going to continue. Oh, no. I just saw at the top James Williams got down with an injury. And so looking at it, Amrawari and James Williams at safety, but James Williams hurt, so I got to move Dane Belton up. And then at corner, Bank Stingley Flott. And at slot corner, Flott, Bank Stingley. That's the only thing we can do in this ball game right now. And I'm also worried because if we have another injury, the game's going to make me put Travis Hunter back in the ball game. So I am very, very nervous in this one as we're going to throw underneath and Hyatt's not able to bring it in. So James Williams has a quadricep strain. So if Keon Coleman wants to, maybe we'll move Keon Coleman out to the outside and we'll have him play safety for us as Zeke's got another good run. But also maybe we could move Brevin Jordan there. He's an athletic freak. Maybe he can get things to work as Alberto, the other tight end's got a decent grab. But we are going to think about maybe using some of the play clock early. And this one is Keon Coleman's going to have another great grab. That's his second one on the day. The juke move coming out got it to work. And yeah, our receiver production's been bad ever since Max Duggan came in. A little bit. I'll say that. It's been down a little bit. But Coleman's been the one guy who has really fought through that with us as I'm going to try to lead him here as he's going to make the grab. No, the linebacker came all the way back to make the play. So I've been hyping him up a lot this freaking episode, but we're not able to get it to work there. But Jalen Hyatt, and that's such a bad pass. So that does stick us all the way in a very third and long here as the comeback route maybe, but the corner almost broke before the receiver did. And that was something that happened all the way back in episode 1, if I'm not mistaken. But this time we were able to get it to, wait, Jalen Hyatt dropped it. And I was talking like it was a catch here, but Jalen Hyatt somehow didn't hold on to that. I saw it stuck into his body. And so we're going to have to hit a very, very long field goal with Jake Elliott. That one should be more than good here as it's going to squeak through and we're going to extend our lead 9-23. And so my worry is this is still a very, very close game, and this one is a good knockout coming out. But I know only 14 points separate the two teams here, so we have to make some good plays. But DeAndre Hopkins has really had our number all day long as another sack coming out, and Kayvon Thibodeau's now got 3.5. Malcolm Rodriguez stole 1/2 of that sack from him. But I still don't think Scary Terry has a single catch in this ball game yet at all. And that's really credit to Deontay Banks, the way he's been playing in this game at the outside. Superstar on superstar, and Deontay Banks has stepped up to the challenge. But Deontay Banks has really been one of the catalysts to our defense and its success, especially when he got to a superstar dev. But the fourth quarter is here, and I'm already putting on shoe clock. I want to make sure this game ends as quickly as possible. And with the way we're running the ball, I see no reason why we should have any more problems. And that's such a good block by Andrew Thomas. Holy crap. And I'm going to run right behind him again here, and he's able to see off the edge one more time. And Zeke Elliott, just stay in bounds, please. But splitting the carries has been a lot better working out for us today. So we're just going to go out to the running back again. Let him run. Have some fun with it. Pierre Strong's going to get another 5. We still don't even have above 100 passing yards in this game, but a couple more first downs should do it. I need Andrew Thomas to pick up another good block there, and he does. But that was really close to getting it to work there, and I'm going to scramble out with Duggan. Going to look downfield, and actually, it's a foot race. Can we get to the first down marker? And no, we get chased down. And that's the big fella, Timalau, the draft pick coming out for the Commanders, who was able to shut us down on this third. And we've let some teams come back on us this year. I do not want that happening right now. I need Cordero Flott to down this one in a perfect spot. We're going to run right underneath of it, and we don't down it. And it hits the guy. Oh, my goodness. It hits Ford. So for some reason, we don't have to tackle him, but it's down at 4-yard line. And I don't care. I'm bringing the house here. Stingler, we're hovering over. They're going to go fullback dive, actually, and somehow that almost works. So I was almost going to try to catch him slipping. That one didn't work, but they are going to do underneath to Brian Robinson. If we get a strip, maybe. But while this game's coming to a close, it's really helping me realize that the way we set up the time on this game has been actually pretty awesome for us. We have a focus on realism a little bit in this series, and the way the clock has been going is producing some pretty realistic stats. Because if you honestly look at it, outside of the kick return or punt return, we haven't really gotten much. But the Commanders on 3rd and 7 are going to go to the air again. We're man-on-man with the linebacker, and I see him throwing it up, and Stingley with the knockdown. I went for the swat. I thought it was going to be a little bit more of a contested catch. Could we have picked that off? Absolutely. And we have to switch this over to cover 3 because I can't have Corey Foreman doing this right now, but they do go to the outside. Stingley need a knockdown, and Stingley does get it again. And so I would love to punch in a touchdown here. Can we get it to work? Pierre Strong to the outside on the first run. We're going to try to juke it back inside. Make sure we stay in bounds and let this clock burn. And already in a 1st and goal. Let's see. I see the cutback lane there. We should almost be able to fight it in, but we only have 140 yards on offense today. As Duggan's going to try to fight this one, and he breaks the tackle. Max Duggan break the tackle, getting in for the rushing touchdown. And with only 141 now yards of of offense today. We walk away with a pretty good game here. This is going to be all she wrote. We're going to end it here, and we're going to look forward now to the final weeks of the year and see, did the Cowboys lose? Are we tied? What's going on? We hold the tiebreaker, so all we need is an even record with them. And so we do walk away with a win. The Commanders get a last-second touchdown, but hey, it's absolutely okay. Brian Robinson was able to punch it in on a wheel route. But 16-30 is your final score. A lot of good plays across the board. We have a lot of issues, though, with our roster. The Commanders maybe even more because their win streak drops, or loss streak now drops to 4 games. But we won by only throwing for less than 100 yards. Instead, we really focus on the ground game. 6 yards per carry across the board for all of our guys. You'll love to see it. Receiving, Pierre Strong almost led us there as well. Jalen Hyatt, 2 drops in the day. Keon Coleman led us with 2 catches for 37 yards. But I cannot say enough. I am happy to have Drake May back next week. We are slinging the rock as we try to go for this number 1 seed, but it's time to see. So it's time to see if the Philadelphia Eagles could pick up the win against Dallas. Looking at it, and we're tied. We have the first place spot in the division. The Eagles walked away with a win. And looking here at the playoff picture, we have the number 1 seed. So we went from 0 to hero with the New York Giants having a rough season last year. I think we finished with 6 wins. Now all the way up to sitting at 12-4 on the season, especially with the troubles that we have had across the board with injuries and players going down. But shout out the Eagles for getting it done. And looking at weekly awards, Kayvon Thibodeau walked away with the weekly award for the NFC. And we do have some upgrade points. First, Dane Belton, very, very needed. I'm going to put it in zone because he's going to be playing back this week because I have to check out the injuries and we have to see what's going on. But Nick Amorari as well. I am going to actually put this one in zone. His run support, we've been really focusing on that, but I do want to put it back on zone every once in a while. And looking at stats here to end the season as we go into our last game, Drake May, 18 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He did miss a lot of games for us. Luckily, he's back. Max Duggan, way to pick it up in relief. And then our running back, Barkley's finally back, and we can maybe get him 1,200 yards on this season. But receiving now, Keon Coleman's got that top spot for us. Jalen Hyatt's still there. He's really struggled the past couple of weeks with Max Duggan. Wan'Dale Robinson out for the season. Saquon Barkley finally back. OBJ stepped it up for us. Musgrave and Bellinger, both those 2 tight ends have played very, very well. Travis Hunter, he's going to be out. We have to check on him. Then on defense, Kayvon's actually up to 9 sacks now. James Williams, 6.5. Nick Amorari's got 6. Bobby Okereke, 5.5. But what really surprises me is this tackle for loss. Dexter Lawrence up to 32. That is absolutely disgusting. And with interceptions, Deonte Banks at 6, Belton and Staley at 5. But the rookie Travis Hunter having 2 on the season is not bad in any stretch of the imagination. And so it's time to see who is going to be injured for us. Travis Hunter is going to be out for the remainder of the playoffs. So I'm going to stick him on the IR. Evan Neal and Luke Musgrave are still going to be out. Luckily enough, though, they will be back in time for the playoffs. So all the injuries that we've been stressing out about, looks like we're at the back end of it. We just won't have our first round pick for the playoffs. But I do have to do this here. Travis Hunter, we have to put him on the IR. So this week, week number 18, then wild card, divisional, championship, Pro Bowl, and then Super Bowl, that would make it 6 weeks. He's going to miss all that time, so placing him on the IR and making sure he's not going to play any corner for us either. And so going to free agency here, I have to pick up somebody to come in, play a little bit of corner, play a little bit of safety for us, but I'm going to look at the corner spots, and I don't really want an old guy. Maybe an old guy would be good to plug and play just with overalls. And Blue Kelly would be a really good guy to come in from Stanford. The only thing I don't like from him is his speed. So looking at guys who are on practice squads here, Rush looks good, Terrell Smith looks good, but he's 26. I could just call up Trey Hawkins, who was drafted by the Giants, and maybe promoting from within is going to make our lives a lot easier. So let's go ahead and do that. He is a 69 overall. That's rough, but I think he'll maybe even get some playing time. So I finally got everything set with the depth chart, so it's really here to focus on stopping Shedeur Sanders, the new quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. He's led him to a great record. That is unbelievable what he's been able to do. But we're still going to try to keep our team as healthy as possible through practice, not risk it. I'm so happy Drake May's coming back, and we are going to try to counter the blitz because it looks like they do blitz a lot here, 10th in the league in blitzes. And with some upgrades available after practice for us, we're first going to go with Corey Foreman here, and I'm going to put him on pass coverage. I want to keep developing him. He came in as an edge rusher. Maybe I move him down to play behind Kayvon Thibodeau next year. And then with Trey Hawkins, picking him up off our practice squad here, we got to put on man-to-man, at least get something up to a 70, and he's up to a 70 overall. And plus 3-man coverage, I'll take it. And so it is time to jump into this game. Shedeur Sanders with the shutdown, one of the best quarterbacks, hottest quarterbacks in the NFL. To close out our season, we must win to keep the first seed here today. And looking at Jaden Reed to start off, I usually don't go to these scenes, but 1,300 yards from the receiver is actually insane. But on our side, it's so nice to have our entire core back together, outside of Travis Hunter, obviously. And I did not check, but I really need to know who Dallas is playing today. I think that's going to be a huge thing for us as Bo Melton takes a knee to start this one. And looking at Shedeur Sanders' stats, though, he's absolutely balling out. 32 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He wears the number 19, which is so ugly. Starting out here, they are going to go to the ground, and Shedeur Sanders is a superstar dev. That's crazy. And that's actually crazy because his development's actually gone better than some of our guys. But with them in 5 wide, I tried to go to the dime look, but Bobby Okereke in a middle linebacker, we just can't run that. It's just not going to work here, but we are going to hang with them, but they are going to the outside. And what a breakup from Dame Belton. What an absolute tone setter from the captain to help us start off this fight for the first seed well. But also Xavier McKinney's back, and that's going to be nice for us as this punt's going to be very, very deep. And Darrington Evans going to get this one to start off, and the juke move doesn't work. But finally, he's back. The guy we drafted, the guy we claimed we wanted to build this team around, Drake May, 18 touchdowns, 11 interceptions to his name. Doesn't have a lot of yards, only 2,700. But at the end of the day, our goal is a Super Bowl here, and we're running behind Jack Nelson to start it with Saquon Barkley, who goes for 5. But I'm so excited to do this right here. Jalen Hyatt up and over the top. Can we fit it in? And Jalen Hyatt's back connecting with Drake May. I love it. You see, I stacked the corner there with Jalen Hyatt switching on, and we're able to go up and make the grab. And that's a really good matchup. That's Denzel Burke there, but we're going to go out to Barkley and catching balls again for us. Pause, resume, whatever, but we're going to keep this drive rolling. And the weapons across the field that we have are absolutely awesome. It's now going to be OBJ, and I know people have been yelling at me in my comments to change his number. I like him rocking the number 6. Banks has 3. Jalen Hyatt has 13, so he can't get 3, so 3 plus 3 equals 6, and, you know, it looks kind of clean on him, but we are going to be looking end zone here. The first drive for him coming back, and we're just going to dump this over to Saquon Barkley. Can we get a good juke move? And we do. But Drake May starting out 4 for 4 already in this ball game, and as long as somebody could pick up Denzel Burke on the edge there, we should have a easy route into the end zone. Jalen Hyatt, what a good block coming out from him. And Saquon Barkley's back. I feel bad because it was Pierre Strong and Max Duggan who battled us to the first seed, and somehow Drake May gets to enjoy it. And for the second week in a row, we are just starting out strong here. Okereke, good tackle. And I'm really excited to see what moves we make this offseason. We have so many good players. A lot of trade pieces, too, to play with. But I don't know why they keep going to the run here on the first 2 drives. Is they're going to do a settle route here again and up the middle. That's going to be a blitz from the big fella, pinning them down to the 5-yard line here. We only brought a 4-man pressure, but we were able to get it to work. And the center got hurt on that play. And so we're bringing a rush here, and Xavier McKinney's able to almost get it. But it is going to be deep here, and we're catching it at the 50-yard line. That is absolutely awesome. Starting on the other side of the field, controlling field position. And I want to take a shot here right away. And I'm looking, I don't see anybody. We're just going to throw this one out. I'm not going to risk it. And is it bad I get scared now every single time Drake May gets hit? I can't have him miss any more time. But I've been looking at the bottom of the screen, waiting to see the Cowboys pop up. I haven't seen them quite yet. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as we walk away with a win here, is I'm going to force this one into belly for the first. And I did decide we are not running the ball once with Drake May. I'm not going to allow it to happen. And if we do, we are going to slide down. At the end of the game, if we do have a pretty solid lead, what I'm actually going to do is bench some of those guys again and bring back in Max Duggan. As I did look, the Green Bay Packers, almost their entire schedule this season has been against really bad teams, but we are going to settle in this drive for a field goal from Jake Elliott. This one cannot be wide right, please. And it is going to be up and good. There's 8-mile-an-hour winds coming back at us, but we're able to make it work. And so far in this game, we've held the Green Bay Packers to negative total yards, 6 negative total yards on the day. Shedeur Sanders starts off 1 for 2 for -1. As our defense seems to be firing on all cylinders here, we're going to come underneath and almost break that one up, forcing another 3rd and long. And they're finally not coming out in 5 wide, but the slant route's there and it's knocked out again. Bobby Okereke dropped right into it. Dane Belton made the play, and 3 straight 3-and-outs for our defense here in this one. So here we go, Evans. I'd love to see a good punt return here out to the outside. He's tackled down at the 34. So let's keep it rolling here in this one. Let's make sure our drives go our way out to the outside. Saquon Barkley, good juke moves. And so I want to go to a long drawn out play action, try to look here to find somebody. I'm going to go underneath maybe to Barkley if he's able to catch it, and he does. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter where they have -6 passing yards. We're wheeling and dealing here with 10 points to show for it. And I did decide to keep Ezekiel Elliott on roster right now. I kind of like using him as a fullback. He's kind of fun to use, but Saquon Barkley's in space. Saquon Barkley's got so much space here, and we're running down. And we are just having our way right now as long as I could fit it in the hole. And that was actually going to be our first bad run of the day. So I'm going to try to go 5 wide. Looking across the board. Odell's open underneath, and he's barely able to hold on to it. So on this 3rd and 5, we do have a corner route coming out from OBJ. I see him underneath. Jalen Hyatt's got another good grab, and the juke move comes out, and he's able to work. But we got 99 yards passing already in this ball game, more than we had last game. Crazy how much we can actually get things to work here in this one. Albert O should be open here, and we're going to try to put it in perfect accuracy. And Albert O is going to turn up the field and get down at the 1-yard line. And so our 4th string tight end was able to make plays here. We're going to a pitch play to Barkley. We're going to have to try to cut this one up, but we're not able to. as Jack Nelson's going to be banged up on the play. But I am going to go to a weak side toss, and Elliott can catch the edge. We should be able to get in here, and we do. Saquon Barkley. I said Elliott. Elliott got the edge for us. Barkley get us into the end zone. We're up 17-0 already in this game. They really have to start going to the air here if they want things to work, because our run defense is absolutely feasting, especially when we're in this 4-3 look. Aaron Jones, 1 yard on 5 carries. We're really just daring them to go to the air, but it's just not happening across the board. As Dave Belton's in great coverage there. Another great breakup. He's just been the catalyst for our entire success so far here, as pressure's coming. If we get the breakup, and we almost do, Stingley, we're almost able to hold him to 4 straight 3-and-outs as the unlikely heroes continue to come for us. Quay Walker's not able to catch that one, and all of a sudden the Packers were off to the races. So maybe we just need to settle back down, get back into a groove here, and see what they're doing. And there go to the outside. McFadden makes the tackle there. But now finally the Packers have life, and that's what's going to happen in this ball game as Dane Belton gets the sack. Are you kidding me? Dane Belton, we did a zone blitz, something we don't usually do, and it worked. And Dane Belton continues to feast for us. I am in love with this defense right now as up the middle, Sexy Dexy holds them to a 4th down, and they're going to probably take 3 here, I think. And we are going field goal safe, man. I don't trust nobody out here, but the Packers do put up the field goal. 17-3 is your score. Gonzalez puts it in. Our defense did let up some points, but we need to stay hot here in this one. And we're going to start with Jalen Hyatt to the outside on a comeback route. Nice and easy. And Hyatt's finally back for us in this one. You love to see it. Barkley's going to be way open in these flats. We just got to make one guy miss, and we do. And we're going to have a lot of space. And the spin move's going to give us the first, hopefully. But the 2-minute warning is here. 17-3 is your score in this one so far. So here we go. Let's see if we can put up another score. And I saw Jalen Hyatt on the stop route, and I just missed him. And this is where we're doing something I don't want to do. Scramble out, and we're just going to slide down. Please stop taking hits, Drake May. Thank you very much. And I was so worried about getting an injury here, but I'm going to chuck this one up to Odell. And it looks like he's got the burners on. Holy crap, we were able to fit it in. Drake May, our superstar quarterback, is back. Absolutely wheeling and dealing in this one. I saw it open. I thought maybe it'd be a jump ball opportunity for Odell to get in, but no, he completely burnt Ford there. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the safety out of Pittsburgh. Ford got burned. OBJ hit the whip, hit the nay-nay for the one time, bring back the nostalgia. And so we know they got to go to the air here if they want to get something working across the board, but Shador Sanders is going to run. Dave Belton there to stop him from running. And so we are going to go man-to-man coverage across the board. Quick out route. And I think that was Quay Walker who got burned. And it is. And they have a lot of room to run. Finally burned their first time out. So maybe we sit in a little bit more zone. Maybe we get that to work as they do go out to Austin Hooper. The old man is still in the NFL wheeling and dealing. But I don't want to really change up too much here, as I do see a deep shot opportunity here for him. Instead, they go underneath, and as long as Stingley makes a solid open field tackle, we are going to have life here. And if you do notice today, James Williams is just not playing, and that's just our decision. As Dane Belton, another great breakup. There's no way. But yeah, James Williams will not be getting a lot of playing time for us today. I decided to bench him after his poor performances. We're going to let this one drop in the end zone, and we are going to go forward here to the third quarter after this Saquon Barkley run, and that's going to be all she wrote here. 8 rushes, 36 yards, 2 touchdowns. And if one man wants it more than anybody right now, it's Dane Belton, holding the Packers to 68 passing yards, 5 rushing yards. That is it on this game. And looking at the Eagles battling for that wild card spot, they also are holding the Commanders only 3 points at the half. Jalen Hurts is wheeling and dealing. Troy Franklin, 142 receiving yards already. But this is the game I am worried about here. Dallas Cowboys versus the Chiefs. And a new quarterback is in, M. Morris, as maybe Dak Prescott went down with an injury against the Eagles. And that's why they ended up losing. And the crazy thing is we are starting with the ball here to start this second half. I'm going to try to look for a Darrington Evans kick return. We don't get it. We haven't gotten one now in a while. No worries. But I do want to slow it down in the second half, control the clock here, run it with Saquon Barkley, and let's see how it goes as he starts off with a great carry. But if we do put points up on this drive, I think I'm going to bring Max Duggan back in to avoid any injury here. So let's keep this rolling here. Saquon, enough for the first down, hopefully, and we don't. It is a 3rd and 2, and this will be a huge play for us in this ball game. I'm going to cut it up right behind a Bellinger block on the outside, and I am finally going to use this here to set up this play action. We have a lot of time in the pocket, and I'm looking, and we do take a bad sack. I should have thrown it a lot earlier. Preston Smith in for the sack, and the man whose esports org I did stream under for this past summer ends up sacking me, which is great. Hall of Fame Gaming, shout out. But that was such a bad sack I took right there. But if Jack Nelson can get the block, never mind, dude. We get these yards back instantly as Saquon Barkley breaking tackles picks up the first down from 21 yards out. And I love the way our offense is moving right now. A backside screenplay is going to have Jalen Hyatt making it a 3rd and 1. And I do just want to pick up this first down here. I'm looking across. Maybe we could force this one to Hyatt, and he does make the grab again. So our standard offense is back. The guys that we need are back here, as I am looking across, and we're just going to try to throw, but we do get hit again. And I really am really getting worried about some of these hits we're taking. So on this 3rd and 9, we are going to take off here, actually with Drake May. And we have a lot lot of space here, and Drake May's going to get his way all the way into the end zone. I said no running with him, but that play just opened up perfectly for us, and Drake May is able to do what Max Duggan was doing a little bit with these rushing touchdowns. And we're going to put in Max Duggan for the rest of this game. Pierre Strong's going to come in. Jalen Hyatt's going to come out. Ladd McConkley's going to come in. We're going to go to the backups here in this one because I don't want anybody to get injured, and I want to lock down this first seed without any problems at all. And Andrew Thomas is going to come out as well. And so our defense is also coming in with some of our backups here in this game. Micah McFadden with a good tackle there, still holding Aaron Johnson at a single yard rushing on the day. But this is still a very important part for us right now because I really need to see what players on our roster are going to get more playing time next year and what guys do we want to bring back on contracts, because 14 of these guys are not going to be back next year. 14 of these guys' contracts run up. And so on defense, you got guys like Malcolm Rodriguez, Christian Harris, and Corey Foreman sitting there at the linebacking core. And then Dante Corleone, a draft pick that just hasn't panned out for us at all in this one, as Trey Hawkins, who's fighting from our practice squad to maybe get a roster spot next year, doesn't make the play. So some of the guys we have to leave in this game are some of the safeties. Xavier McKinley's going to have to stay in this game as a flag now comes out. And it's going to be a holding to back up the Packers. So even our backup defense is having a little bit of success in this one. You got to love it. And Dane Belton is also going to stay in the field here, but Bobby Okereke is actually in on this package and not able to clean him up. And against this 5 wide, we are doing a zone blitz, and they hit us easily across the middle. Christian Harris can't finish him off, and he gets carried up for a little bit of yards. But I'm surprised they haven't gone to the air more. But they are going to go underneath once again. Christian Harris this time was able to finish it off, but that's going to bring us to the end of the third quarter. 31-3 is your score. I don't think we won a game this handedly in Giants franchise yet. That's a great way to end this season. Secure the number 1 seed, and we have one more quarter to do it. And we do need to see here in Giants franchise who we are going to play in our final game. I got the running back here on lock. Hawkins is going to be able to make a tackle. 4th and 5, we know that they're going to go for it. Out to the outside, Hawkins was there, and we're able to tackle him short. Hawkins making a great play from the zone spot. And so coming out at quarterback for us is going to be Max Duggan, and a running back, Darrington Evans, somebody we haven't played a lot at running back this season. And so we are going to just continue to try to drive the ball down the field, even with our backups in. But these may be Darrington Evans' only snaps for us at running back, and he's having no luck so far, so I feel so bad. And I did give him a multi-year contract, but I don't know how long that's going to stay for us here as Duggan's scrambling out. I can't get that ball to Brevin Jordan. His arm's not strong enough, but I do want to get the ball in Evans' hands once again. He's a good guy in open space. Let's see what we can do here. The blocks are picked up, and the first down almost able to get, and we're just going to punt this ball away. And they're not going to run the ball once at all, but we are going to run out with the wheel, and we were just a little bit late. But holding the Packers today has just been a great thing, and they do run the football. I don't understand why they're running the football this late in the game unless they've already given up on it. And Aaron Jones with 11 carries only has 22 yards, so what a good game for us as a interception from Belton. I tried to switch on. That'd be a great way to end this season, but they're definitely not going to be running hurry up at all as this one underneath doesn't quite get there. Let's see if we can get a stop here. That'd be awesome. We're running with the underneath, and they just throw it up here. Cordero Flott getting burned in coverage, and that's not a good look coming out from the star dev, 4th CB on our roster, because he's going to be a huge trade piece for us moving forward at this point, because I don't think he's going to get any playing time, and I can definitely see a draft pick coming our way forward here as Cordero Flott gets burned again. But down on the 4-yard line, they are going to go to the air, and Rodriguez is going to allow the touchdown from Reed. So Reed now up, completing one of the best Packers receivers season since Devontae Adams with that touchdown grab. But that's going to be the end of the game. We're going to take it and be done with this week, move on to the playoffs. Let's go ahead before we end this episode real quick and see what team we're going to be facing as the number 1 seed. We secured it. We completed our goal for this episode, and that is going to be all she wrote. But the game is over. Let's take a look at the stats real quick before we go in here. Drake May absolutely balled out, 16-20 for 200. Saquon Barkley, 85 yards rushing, 5.6 yards per carry is awesome. And receiving, Jalen Hyatt's back, but you know who had a bad day? Keon Coleman. So that's kind of interesting to see. But Trey Hawkins got picked up off the practice squad, finished the game with the most amount of tackles. That is just awesome to see across the board. And with pass deflections, Dane Belton absolutely having himself a day. You love to see it. And so going forward now into the playoffs, we have to see what the final playoff bracket looks like. And at the number 1 seed, you love to see it. We're either going to have to play probably the Dallas Cowboys or Philadelphia Eagles, depending if they walk away with wins in that game, unless the Atlanta Falcons could pull one off and we got a Daniel Jones rematch in the playoffs. The storyline from that would be absolutely fantastic. And with getting the number 1 seed, the first thing I want to look at is the playoff bracket. What are we dealing with across the board? I know we looked at it last episode, but this is a refresher for everybody here. On the NFC side, the Bucs are taking on the Falcons, so an interdivisional matchup there. And then Green Bay, who we absolutely walloped in the final week of the season, is going up against the Philadelphia Eagles, and the San Francisco 49ers won their division, and the Cowboys Cowboys, maybe the best wildcard team of all time, are going to be sitting at the 5th seed. But then the AFC, the Chargers got the number 2 seed, Chiefs with the 7, Jaguars with the 3, facing the number 6 Bengals, and the Patriots actually made it back in. I think their quarterback is Jaden Daniels. I do want to take a look at that, and they also have the Baltimore Ravens at the 5th seed, but the Steelers got the 1 seed. And looking at it, Jordan Love went over to Pittsburgh, so actually replaced Kirk Cousins, who was there. Kenny Pickett's just been such a good backup for them, but Najee Harris had himself one heck of a season. Now with Arthur Smith coming in as OC in real life, that'll be very interesting to see. And I do want to take a look at our stats before we jump in and see who we're going to be facing in round number 1. So Drake May, 19 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Max Duggan, 6-3. And then at rushing, Saquon Barkley just got him up to 1,200 yards. You gotta love it. But Pierre Strong in support finished with 407. And then at receiving, this is where the numbers get a little bit interesting. You're used to seeing receivers with over 1,000 yards, with our passing game being very interesting with multiple quarterbacks, a lot of moving parts, and Wan'Dale Robinson going down with a horrific injury. We actually put up a lot of stats across the board. A lot of guys sitting at a 300 to 500 range. And, I like that. I like spreading the ball around. I like getting guys involved. Look, everybody had a receiving touchdown on our roster besides only 5 guys. Defensively, Kayvon led our team with only 9 sacks. Williams, 6.5. Nick Amrawari got 6. Bobby Okereke. But in the middle, Dexter Lawrence was the MVP for our defense. I don't think I showed it enough, but the amount of tackles for loss we had shutting down teams' running game was huge for us. And with interceptions, I think we were second in the league in takeaways, but Dane Belton with 5, Stingley with 5, Deontay Banks, and even Travis Hunter got in there with 2, so I do like that. But Darrington Evans is going to have a lot of competition coming here soon. I know we gave him an extension on his contract, but a kick returner, Travis Hunter, was balling out for us, including the punt return against the Cowboys. And we did walk away with Coach of the Year, but I do want to go over and see if any of our guys even qualified for Offensive Player of the Year. Saquon Barkley was number 8 there. And Defensive Player of the Year, hey, Sexy Dexy's in there. You got to love it. Offensive Rookie of the Year, first looking at it, Travis Hunter's at the 9 spot. That's so cool to see. And Nick Amrawari beat out Travis Hunter for Defensive Rookie of the Year, as Travis Hunter actually placed 10th. So screw the number 1 pick. It was Nick Amrawari, the safety, who came in, played absolutely well for us. I think better than James Williams did. That's going to take us over to running back with Saquon Barkley being number 3. Wide receiver, I just don't see us having one in here. Yeah. How about offensive line? Hey, John Michael Schmidt's in there. So no tackles, no guards. We did get the center. Sexy Dex is getting no love at the D-line spot. Linebacker Bobby Okereke is actually in there. That's actually cool to see. But DBs, surprisingly, we did not get number 1. Deontay Banks, who I think was probably our best corner this year. Dane Belton at number 4. Stingley at 6. Now, the one thing I did want to point out about Stingley is I went back and looked. He allowed a crazy amount of receiving yards this year. Granted, a lot of teams had to throw the ball late in games, but still, he led up a lot of receiving yards for us. But with the playoff bracket looking like this, we're going to play one of these teams here. I would love to go up against Danny Dimes. That would be the coolest thing, a rematch in the divisional. Daniel Jones versus Drake May, his replacement. And so here we go, simming forward on to next week. Let's see who we play, and it's going to be the Atlanta Falcons. So looking at it, they took down the Bucks 31-37. I have to look at the stats here. Daniel Jones, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, but it looks like they just ran the ball better, and they were able to walk away with the win. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, and I forgot they have Kadarius Toney as well. So that receiving core is actually kind of disgusting. But both other NFC East teams did lose, so Packers playing San Francisco. We know how those games usually go. On the other side, the Chiefs knocked off the Jim Harbaugh-led Chargers, and the Baltimore Ravens and the Bengals are going to be matching up. And I have to look, it's actually Mac Jones at quarterback. Jaden Daniels is actually for the LA Rams, but Mac Jones kind of balling out over there. Who's their running back? Oh yeah, that's right. It's Nick Chubb, Bucky Irving as well. So that's crazy to see, but it's time now to prepare for the Falcons. First, looking at our defense, we need to eliminate the medium pass. That's where teams have absolutely cooked us this year. And if you remember, Travis Hunter's not going to be available for this entire playoff run, and we did put him on IR, so that completely takes one of our best slot corners out of the game, and Cordero Flott's going to have to come in. And it looks like the Falcons turned their season around in one of the best defenses in the NFL, except for takeaways. They only have 6 this year, so let's keep it at that. But we're going to try to throw it short against them, get our playmakers in open space. They have a pretty good passer rating where we can beat them there. And I'm just doing half pads. I want nobody injured in practice going into this game, and looking at it across the board, our weekly goal is going to be throw for 350. We're not throwing for 350, I'll tell you that much. We're going to be ground and pound, short completions, high completion percentage, and we're going to try to work this team to death today. I think the Falcons defense, we can kind of expose them, especially with their lack of takeaways. I know Jesse Bates is back there, but I am not worried too much about him. So we're all ready to go. One final look at the overall rankings. Points per game, we're up there at number 5 across the board. Offensive rushing yards per game, the Falcons are at 8. Defensive points per game is at 4. defensive passing yards per game at 1. So this is going to be a great matchup. Time to go take down Danny Dimes and prove once again Drake May is the guy. And the Falcons did win the toss, and they want to get the ball coming out of half here. So we're going to start it with Darrington Evans. I saw a little bit of the lane, but I'm excited to finally kick off this playoff matchup today. Drake May, who's been up and down. It's been a roller coaster ride with him this season ever since we announced him finally being the starter. 19 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. But we've had some phenomenal games as of late when he's healthy. So not the hottest start in the world. That's okay. We're going to go to Saquon Barkley. I just want to get a flow going in this game. And looking at the bottom of the screen, the Kansas City Chiefs at the 7th seed knocked out the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Cincinnati Bengals knocked out the Ravens. So it's going to be a Joey Burrow matchup versus Patrick Mahomes. We're going to go quick to the air again. Belly with a good grab. It's going to make it a 3rd and 8, so a little bit more manageable after the opening holding call from Evan Neal. So we are going to try a screenplay here on our first 3rd down. We got a lot of space here. If we could just beat the guy to the edge, and they do hold us to a 4th and 1, so we're going to have to punt this football away. Bobby Spillane quick there in coverage making the play. So maybe they really are the hottest defense in the NFL right now. Practice squad guy Trey Hawkins is going to come down, make a good tackle. And so here comes out now Daniel Jones, rocket number 10, his old predecessor Eli Manning's number now, 22 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Similar stats there to Drake May. Less yards, though, but he did take over as starter a little bit of the way through as he got used to the system, and then Desmond Ridder started playing horribly like usual. But we do have some moves here today on our defense across the board. Bobby Okereke, first off, that was a great tackle by Nick Amrawari. And as I was saying, Bobby Okereke is going to come down and rush off the edge for us a little bit in this one. I think that's going to give us a better opportunity to get to the quarterback, and we're going to move Isaiah Simmons back to linebacker. And with Travis Hunter out, Dane Belton will just be chilling in the slot for us. They go to the outside. Nick Amrawari, is that Simmons actually? Another good tackle. But I really hope these defensive moves don't kill us in today's ball game, as there's the impact that we get from Dexter Lawrence with Isaiah Simmons, the middle linebacker there. I see him on the come route as they're going to go ahead and get the sack. I was going to say he was on a comeback route, but the blitz from Dane Belton from the slot corner position, we ran a lot of blitzes with Travis Hunter from that spot, and they never worked. But we did force them to an opening punt on their first drive here. So we're going to try to go out with Darrington Evans. If we could just get a little bit more on that edge, we would have been able to break it, but we have great field position. We're winning that field position battle, and so our drive's going to start with Saquon Barkley here on the ground. As long as Zeke can make a good block, and he does. Saquon Barkley starting it out hot. We're crossing almost up to that midfield point, and there is so many ex-Giants on this Falcons roster right now as Keon Coleman gets the little bit of the bubble route up the field. But on defense as well, they do have Jihad Ward, and so that's just crazy to see as Jalen Hyatt gets us another first. And so I'm happy with how this drive is starting right now. As we're going to go to the bubble once again, just let Odell Beckham Jr. try to win in space, and he does. And Drake May starting out this game 5 for 5. That's perfect. I said in this game I want to get high completion percentages, make things work, as Barkley's going to force his way for the first. But I think this is one time where I can take a shot to the end zone if they're man-to-man. But the pressure's really coming up the middle, so I'm just going to scramble with Drake May. And Drake May down the sideline on an 18-yard scramble is going to put us at the 3-yard line. As long as he doesn't get injured, I'm okay taking those runs. I'm okay making plays in open space. He's got great speed. I think it's 88. Bellinger picked up a good block there, and we're going to be able to go on the goal line here. And so we are going to start with a pitch play here to Barkley out to the outside. Belly, I just need you to hold your block, and that just is just a bad play. And with Barkley coming out, Zeke's going to come in here and just try to cut this one up, and we get bottled up again. And so it's time to go to the air here, and it's a one-read look for me. Actually, it's not, because I was going to go to Keon Coleman on the outside, but we're just going to scramble this one in with Drake May. Okay, so Drake May's here. That's what I'm hearing about this game right now. His scrambling is working, which is something that we haven't really used as much this year. I think he's got like 150 yards scrambling on the season, but I was just looking for the spot route either by Daniel Bellinger, or I put Keon Coleman, motion him out, put him on a zig concept. I wanted him to go one-on-one. I wanted him to win that matchup, but when that wasn't there, the play broke down, everybody was covered. That's where I'm going to scramble out. And so with the first quarter almost coming to a close, we have the 7-0 lead. That was a very long drive coming out from us, but I did bite on the play action. That's going to allow Kyle Pitts just to get space and separation there. But the first quarter does come to a close. Both quarterbacks haven't thrown an incompletion yet. We just dominated time of possession and having over 6 minutes in the first quarter. That touchdown drive was just so long. So I've been on the play action again here. We're scrambling out, but luckily they just dump it off. And as long as we can make the tackle, hold them from the first, make it a 3rd down, and they do come out looking 5 wide. So that means you know what we're doing. 6-man blitz up the middle, force the ball out as quickly as possible, and they do. And the problem there, I think, was a little too short of the yard to gain there to be able to run that kind of blitz. I just wanted to see maybe if we could startle the quarterback, not force the ball out, get the sack, but it didn't work. Hot read to Kyle Pitts right away. Xavier McKinney was playing way too far off the ball, and so the drive will continue here. Trap play up the middle, but Sexy Dexy, that's what makes him absolutely elite. The trap to the 3-tech. It's a hard play to run, but it is a very efficient running play. If you can get the guard to pull through like that, Sexy Dexy's just not a guy who's going to fall for that, even in Madden, but I've seen him do it in real life. Trust me, he's dominant in real life there. But they do go to the ground again, and we're able to wrap it up, make it a 3rd and 5. And really, the one thing we focused on this year was building up our linebacking core to be better, and it just worked out for us. Is this 3rd down doesn't go the Falcons' way. So with the Darrington Evans return, they weren't able to pin us that much here, so we're going to try to go on a good drive again, put some more points up on the board. And the Falcons are going to have to go through this game without Gritty Jarrett, hopefully. You know, I hate injuries, but it happens. We've suffered our own. But without Grady Jarrett in the middle, maybe we could run it all over him. So we're going to try it here with Barkley. I don't really see a hole. Maybe we could break it out, but no, the corner folds down on us. And with 6-on-6 in the box, I'm going to try to run this football one more time here out to the outside, and we get absolutely leveled. I tried to kind of bounce it there, and it just didn't work at all. We got stuck up on the guard there, and the Falcons actually hold us. It was a swim move that bottled us, and we couldn't get the block from Kenyon Green to work. Right there, we got bottled up, and it was just too slow. We got the animation. I'm not risking it. We're going to punt this ball away back to the Atlanta Falcons here. Hey, the practice squad guys making plays for us on special teams. I love it. Cordero Flott couldn't get down there, but Daniel Jones back out here. I'm looking for any quick stops, quick reads that we can take away, but they do test a deep ball, and we're to try to come back to it, but Kadarius Toney makes the grab. Daniel Jones is 7 for 7 for 66, and so that play was just an absolute killer. So we're going to try to take away more routes like that, and there's the breakup that I wanted, but Isaiah Simmons does get banged up on the play, but that is okay still. It just means we're going to have to rely on some other players like Christian Harris to make good plays for us, as the underneath does get broken up with, and they are going to pass it here. We know that, and they do go to a screen here. We just got to meet Bijan Robinson out there. As long as we can make the tackle, the juke move's coming out. It's a 4th and 3 at the 45-yard line. Is this where they decide to go for it, maybe? And it is. This is exactly what I wanted here. Quick throw to the outside, though, and they just completely dialed up against our cover 3, so they get the first down very, very easily. So that's kind of killer. I'm not going to lie. I didn't want anything like that happening, but across the middle, Kadarius Toney is having his way with us right now in this ball game. So it's just about 1st and goal here, but it is a play action coming out. They probably are going to dump it. Actually, Daniel Jones is going to run. Kayvon Thibodeau, good chase down on Daniel Jones. Thank goodness we needed that one. I completely vacated the area to kind of watch for the running back there going out. But they are going to I formation. We should have it bottled up if we can come downhill with Nick Amrawari, and we do. We're holding Bijan 5 rushes for 4 yards. That will take that all day long, as they're probably going to run some spot routes here, and they do throw it, and it is caught by Kyle Pitts. Christian Harris was on him. I said he was maybe going to get some more playing time. That one just didn't work out. Kyle Pitts able to kind of come back on the route, put himself in a good position, catch the football, box out Christian Harris, as we are going to have a very tied football game right now. Maybe one thing I do is bring Cordero Flott, just with his speed in at corner, slot corner at least, to play a little bit there, and move Dane Belton back to safety, kind of sub out James Williams in total, and then play him at sub linebacker instead. But with the 2-minute warning just about approaching here, we're going to run it with Barkley up the middle, try to get some yards before the clock does stop. Barkley up to 31 on the day. Not too bad running the football so far, but this is where we just can't afford to make mistakes and need to get ourselves into the end zone. And Daniel Bellinger is going to start off with an easy first down. Is Drake May. Why are you grabbing your leg? Okay. Did you get hit that hard? Please, Drake May, I can't have you out in this game. Looking at the replay, I just need to see what happens here. So Drake May throws it, gets hit, just falls to the ground and grabs his leg. And so guess who's back in? Max Duggan's back in, baby. So let's see what we can do here. A little out route to Saquon's not going to go for much, but I am going to go to the early hurry up here. I want to try to get things working. And actually, I'm going to try, the corner stacked back on top. Thank goodness that wasn't intercepted. I thought the speed from Jalen Hyatt put him up and over the top. He pulled his hamstring. Are you kidding me? I don't care. Drake May's coming back into the game. We need to put a score up on the board here, and it's going to be Jalen Hyatt out to the outside, and he misthrows his first pass. So we're not able to put up any points. Is that killer? Absolutely, as Presley Harvin's going to try to pin him deep here. And it is. Cordero Flott's going to pin him down to the 5-yard line. So they're ready to risk it here. They're going 5 wide across the board. Out to the outside. It is dropped. That was a weird route coming out, and that's Tim Patrick, actually, former Broncos wide receiver who's battled through a lot of injuries. But if I were them, I'd just run the football here. Instead, they do go to a screenplay, and as long as we can tackle him in bounds, maybe I'll burn a timeout here, and I will, just because maybe we can get the ball back with them pinned back this deep. So maybe they, nope, they are going to go to the pass. Wow, was not expecting that, as the corner route's going to be dropped in up and over the top, and that is Maybe why I shouldn't have burned that timeout, but I thought maybe if we could get the stop, get the ball back, get the score, that's a risk you make when trying to win a football game. We just need to continue to make tackles in bounds. They go actually to the same play here. Out to the outside, Nick Emerawari's going to hit him, and I think his knee actually fell in bounds. Nope, he did get out. So that will allow me to switch to the nickel here. Is out to the outside once again. Good breakup on the play from Xavier McKinney. And I'm just going to sit in like a QB spy here where Simmons is coming down. Stingley read it like a book. Granted, the clock stopped. That's perfect. Maybe we could turn around and go on a good drive if we get a good return. But still, that was an interception opportunity that we just missed. So Evans is going to field this about the 15-yard line. I see room. Evans, please. I needed a juke move out of that to work. So I'm worried about the clock here. I'm worried about if we can't get things to work here. But Saquon Barkley, I need this pass to get in. And this is how we started off strong here. As Drake May did get hit really hard, but it doesn't look like he's injured. And they're double teaming Jalen Hyatt pretty hard over there. So I'm going to audible 204 verticals, try to attack Bellinger across the middle here. And it's just going to be a dump off to Barkley. That's almost intercepted. So yeah, not what I wanted. So we're just going to back, make it nice and easy. We're going to do a dump off here to Saquon. I'm going to cut this one back. I see it as he breaks one, and I'm going to burn a timeout now with 28 seconds left. Maybe this is where we take a shot to the end zone. I'm looking at Keon Coleman here. Maybe we can get him one-on-one or Hyatt. Hyatt's got the speed, but Keon Coleman's got the height. And the Falcons really have two X factors in their secondary. But I'm going to test the one and go up here to Keon Coleman, but we do get hit as we threw. So the pass blocking has just not been that great for us today, I'll be honest, across the board. But OBJ, catch it. Let's just get out of bounds and keep this drive going. It's 3rd and 5. Maybe we can get the first down. But instead, look, there's 19 seconds left. This is a one-on-one matchup out to the outside. I'm going to look for it right away off the press, Jalen Hyatt. If it doesn't work, then we'll make a play happen here. Maybe dump it out to Saquon Barkley, get the first. But I'm watching all the way, and he fell down. He fell down right away. Oh my gosh, read it like an absolute book. Holy crap. Man-on-man press coverage, Jalen Hyatt against one of their worst corners starting for them in this ball game. I will take that mismatch every single day. Test the receiver, test the corner. Holy crap. And that was actually rookie corner Benjamin Morrison. And I say worst starting corner, but he is an 85 overall. So he's actually disgusting and he's a rookie. But his speed just isn't going to compete with Jalen Hyatt. And with this run right here, this is where we're going to take it to halftime. We're going to watch this clock run down. We shut down Bijan Robinson, made him one-dimensional. Sexy Gexy's feasting in the middle. And looking at the stats, 52 rush yards, 129 yards through the air. Daniel Jones has got more than us, but our team is clicking right now. And I love to report, too, the Packers did it. It took Shador Sanders to do it, but they took down the 49ers led by Brock Purdy and were able to move on to the NFC Championship game. But Atlanta is going to come out to start this second half with the ball. And the game plan really doesn't change, but there is a flag that came out. I think it was an illegal motion. I don't think the team was set, actually. And it's offsides on the defense. Dexter Lawrence jumped. It's not the best start in the world, but there's a running back wheel here. And Christian Harris was so unbelievably burnt on that wheel route. If Daniel Jones looked at it, oh my goodness. But now that 3 and out's out of the picture, it's time to lock up here, and I see it. Oh my goodness. Oh, we did knock it out, but Isaiah Simmons, if he was just a little bit faster, maybe we could have gotten that interception. And the Falcons are just in love with this 5-wide look here as Dane Belton gets burnt out of the slot again. So here's how things are going to change. I'm going to move Dane Belton back to safety. I'm going to bring in Cordero Flott. James Williams, I'm going to bring him in at sub linebacker a little bit heavier. Actually, scratch that. Instead, we're moving James Williams out as that's a horrible pass coming out from Daniel Jones. But James Williams, no more stamina problems. He's well rested. We had the bye week. He's going to play slot corner for us instead. Cordero Flott, I looked at his man coverage. I still just don't feel comfortable enough with it. But Dane Belton is going to be moving back to safety no matter what here as the dump off to it. And Isaiah Simmons makes a tackle, forcing a 3rd and 7. And this is a perfect moment to bring a blitz. Let's see if we can get it to work. We're going to run out here with the running back. And this is where the blitz gets in. Isaiah Simmons, Kayvon Thibodeau there. And we're going to force him out of field goal range most definitely with that one. And so what a good play. They're going to try to pin us deep here. And this one actually goes into the end zone. Darrington Evans, do not touch it. So it's time to go back on work here on offense. And the hole's kind of there. Barkley kind of gets wrapped up. Decent run, though, to start off. If I could keep getting that kind of yards per rush, I will feed Saquon all day long. Or fake it to him here like we're going to do in this play action. And I see Odell crossing. If we could hit him eventually. Odell Beckham Jr. Hit the spin move of the century. Oh, my goodness. We're down to the 32-yard line. What a big catch coming out from Odell. The way he's played in the slot for us is beautiful. That could be Wan'Dale Robinson, but it just isn't. That's just how this works right now as Barkley gets wrapped up. But OBJ has filled that role so unbelievably well here as I'm looking, and we get absolutely walloped here by Latu. That makes it a 3rd and 18. We're kind of out of field goal range now. I had absolutely no time in the pocket there. And so after another incompletion, Jake Elliott's going to come out here. We got to kick this field goal with Jake. Try to put it through. It's barely going to be enough to squeak through, and it does. 17-7 is your score. Wow, we barely fit that one through. The last pass, we tried to go screen and got tackled. It just didn't work. But I'm a little bit more comfortable now that it is a 2-score game. But, you know, what we did to Daniel Jones last time we played him was insane. Is that happening today? Absolutely not. But our defense on third down is just playing very well. As we're going to run with these in routes here. They go back to the running back again. Nick Emery's not able to hold him. And Kadarius Toney, surprise, he's injured. He's going to go on Instagram Live next week and say, oh, the Falcons didn't play me. Little did he know, the Falcons aren't even going to be playing next week. I digress. I'm just a Kadarius Toney hater. You know, you have to be when the Giants draft him that high and he decides to pursue a rap career instead. But I didn't even realize that last catch was made by none other than Isaiah Hodgins, another former Giant heading over to Atlanta. But Kayvon Thibodeau goes down here a little bit banged up. I love that Sexy Dexy's got his X Factor enabled and he's running with that screenplay. I love it. I absolutely love it. We're going to force the Atlanta Falcons to punt this football away again. Our defense is just a black hole right now, swallowing up everybody. Darrington Evans, the outside. He just is allergic to the juke move. It's okay. I digress. Darrington Evans, I know you're a streamer, man. Just learn how to juke better, man. I need your Madden rating up. On Thibodeau, he's got a tear in his abdomen. That sucks. But Bryce Huff's going to get a lot more playing time behind him there in this one. We're going to go to the air here to start off. And maybe we could fit in the window. Oh my goodness, we get hit as we threw. So not the best start for both offenses here today, especially in this third quarter. But Saquon Barkley just getting things going is what a nasty juke move. He's almost at 50 yards on the day now. Maybe I just need to feed him more. I just like these easy completions out to the flats that they're just giving. Actually, I'm just going to force that one to Belly. He's going to catch it, get almost no yards out of it. But now we're going to go back to the ground here. Motion Keon Coleman over. And I want to see if we can pick up some more blocks here. Is this run up the middle? Just doesn't go for much. And so this is a huge third down in this ball game here as I'm trying to fit it. Can we fit it across? And Hyatt's got the catch. What a play from Jalen Hyatt. We're almost at 200 yards passing in this football game. Drake May sat in the pocket for as long as possible. And coming after that good play, I do want to take a deep shot here. Nothing's going to work. So we are going to go underneath to Ezekiel Elliott. Zeke's going to maybe get the truck, maybe not really. But I will take a good completion for 8 yards any day of the week. Here's another dump off here. OBJ, we're going to go slow with it. Try to juke back inside. So we are here, the coveted fourth quarter rushing. We are holding the Falcons right now, dominating on offense. I love it. And we just had really no reason to really test the deep ball besides right before the half. And I just love the short ball today. I'm just going to throw it actually out here to Odell. We just get a juke move. Okay, that just didn't work. I had a great idea, grand plan on that play. We're going to hit Odell there. He's going to make one guy miss. And it was him, blocker for us, and then one defender, and we're going to have all day. Yeah, it was going to be Saquon Barkley there picking up that block, and it just did not work. But we are going to bring Odell in motion again here. Snap it, fake the jet, make it play action. And this is where I need to go to Jalen Hyatt, but we get hit as we threw again in this ball game. We trade away Tyron Smith. Do I miss him? Absolutely. Every single time I film because I get hit as I throw constantly. But Jake Elliott's going to come in and nail this field goal. Should be through the uprights. Hopefully, barely hits off the post. Holy crap, but we're good to go. So the ball game remains at 2 scores here, and I love how they're just double teaming Sexy Dexy, and it's still not working. And we were the 20th ranked defense, which is kind of crazy to think about in terms of yards allowed. Hey, look, this series was about realism, and the stats reflected here as they're going to test it to Drake London. What a good grab on Deontay Banks. So after another incompletion, but still, they're just trying to air out the ball on us right now. Nick Emery, good stop, I guess. They do still pick up the first. But they're moving pretty much at ease right now as they're going to go out. I know they are. Actually, they go all the way back here. Banks, I'm looking for the SWAT. I don't know what's going on there. Play the receiver, I guess. So this is just killer here right now as we're going to run out, and they do hit another underneath route. These stop routes and these hook to curls are absolutely devastating as they do it again here. And that one, I don't know what happened there, but it worked out. It is a 3rd and 10, and we're going to hang in the middle here out, but they do go out. I don't even know who that is at receiver. Is that Ali? And it is. But Isaiah Simmons was in man-to-man coverage there. Something he hasn't done a lot for us this season, but I'm still comfortable with him doing that. But it didn't work out as they do run the football here. Up the middle, Dane Belton, make the hit, please. But we are holding the number 8 rushing offense to only 16 yards. And I'm not going to lie, I'm guessing run left here. And I did, and I just guessed it. I assumed they were going to run that. I fully committed to it, but RJ Maryland gets the grab. Now it's back to a 1-score game, and we only had the lead by 6. And that's what scares the ever-loving crap out of me. So at least we can get a field goal here. That's the goal on this drive. Get a field goal. get some points up on the board, and then we start off with a holding call. So this drive just became astronomically harder, and it's going to be on Christian Harris. Please, I'm so tired of him. But in this second half, we've only put up like 70 yards of offense right now as we tried to cut it back, and it didn't work. Jesse Bates came up hard as the Forest player inside. So I am going to go to the play action here and look for Odell Beckham Jr. leaking out, and that doesn't work. Can we throw it over the head to Jalen Hyatt? We do. Jalen, stay in bounds. But he's feasting up to almost 84 yards on the day, and finally we get a hole for us. And this is really where I would love to just run a read option here. Up the middle, Barkley. That's just a tough run. I like it. I cut back up, try to make the safety miss coming down. But you know what? I cannot stay worried about the injuries here. This is a pull read through and through. Drake May, just slide. Please. Oh my gosh. And they tackled him by the hamstring. And so the clock just continues to churn in this game as we just need something to work out for us. Another first. I'll take it. Stay in bounds. We're going to take this now to the 2-minute warning. So this is where they're going to start using their timeouts. We just need to get some runs working here, and I'll take that cutback because the other guy, the defensive lineman, got off that block so unbelievably easy. But I do want to get in field goal range here as the counter works. The counter works. Just get upfield, Barkley. Keep falling forward. And this is all she wrote. We just need a first down. John Michael Schmitz didn't even need to get a block there. We're going to fullback dive here with Ezekiel Elliott. Knee this ball out. And that is going to be the ball game. Just get down nice and easy here, Zeke. Just please don't fumble. Don't do anything stupid. He's got -3 rushing yards of the day. No worries. We're going to need this one out. And that's crappy because one of the Atlanta players actually got injured. So on this 4th down, I'm debating whether I just run backwards or take the point. And so I actually am just going to take the points here. But it's still going to make it a 9-point game in this one. 8 seconds left. They're not going to be able to do much. I'll still play through it. But Daniel Jones tried to face us twice during the season. It didn't work out. We were able to walk away victorious both times. And so we squibbed the ball to them. They didn't do much. So this is going to be all she wrote here in this one. Dane Belton, please finish it off with an interception. Oh my gosh, it was almost caught. Nonetheless, we walk away with a win. We take down the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to the NFC Championship game. Drake May battled through injuries again. Did it without Travis Hunter across the board. A very, very good team game. Final score is 23-14. I'll take that all day long. And let's move on to go see our matchup, a rematch against the Green Bay Packers. But first we need to see if there is any injuries, and there was the one in the ball game, and that's going to be Kayvon Thibodeaux. He's going to be out now for the remainder of this playoff run. Hopefully that's not going to be that big of a loss. Bryce Huff, we're going to have to lean on him a lot more now. We're going to place him on season-ending IRs. So that brings Wan'Dale Robinson, Travis Hunter, and Kayvon Thibodeaux all there. And I know people roast me. People say the injury slider is too much. I think it's at a perfect point here. In the NFL season, you're going to lose players. It just happens that our guys with low injury ratings, it does happen. But Drake May, that's a different story. But we are going to advance on to the next week here, the NFC Conference Championship game. And looking at it, their offense actually dropped off. I thought they were a little bit better when we played them. I guess not. But defensively, the number 2 ranked defense. So we've had to go through some pretty tough defenses. The Falcons were one of the best in the league. Now the Green Bay Packers. And looking at it, Shedeur Sanders did just completely ball out for them this year. Only 8 interceptions. And running the ball, Aaron Jones did pretty well. Trayvon Henderson's behind him. And then Jaden Reed, we all remember, had such a good year out of the slot for them. Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson both had pretty decent years in their own right. But they didn't do a good job getting to the quarterback at all. Really, their defense just held teams in terms of yards. That's about it. Jair Alexander's, though, a lockdown. Him on Jalen Hyatt's going to prove to be a lot of problems. And with the way we've been playing the run, I think our goal in today's game is going to be take Shedeur Sanders out of the game as much as possible. I'm doing half pads across the board split. I don't want any more fatigue issues. And then we are going to continue to throw it short. That's what we've been doing. That's what's been working for us, getting our guys in open space, really driving to the ball when we have that slot route with OBJ especially coming across the middle. That's what works for us here, but we are going to be simming our training, going through, making sure nobody's injured. And it looks like we are all good across the board. Our offensive line's going to have their work cut out for us today, but it is time to jump into this game in the NFC Conference Championship. And so winning the toss, we are going to get the ball here to start the second half. But if you look at the bottom of the screen, the Kansas City Chiefs 48, Cincinnati Bengals 42, so a shootout between Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. And so the winner of this game, either us or Shedeur Sanders and the Green Bay Packers, is going to face off against Patty Mahomes. So starting out on defense today, we got to get things going early and often here as they're getting it to read to start early. We're definitely going to be missing Kayvon Thibodeau. I think our only solution for that is letting Micah McFadden maybe Russell off the edge, Bryce Hall off the other, or Bobby Okereke coming off the edge. But looking at it right here, so many key players for us out. And they're almost up to the midfield stripe already. And for me, that's too early in this game. But I think the way we're going to take down this Green Bay Packers team is to run a lot of man-to-man coverage, mix in only a little bit of zone. But even with Travis Hunter out, I think we can go man-to-man with them across the board as Sexy Dexy gets the 3rd and 2 stop on Aaron Jones. And so we are forcing a very, very early punt. And if we could actually catch this here, Evans, stay in bounds. Oh my goodness, Evans. What a good return. Able to catch it on the run there. Turn up field. Got us all the way out to the 30-yard line. I'll take it. But Drake May, the man who's as fragile as glass right now, we need him to have a great day today. Running behind Saquon Barkley as well. But our offensive line has had their struggles. I'm not going to lie. It's been a rough go of things for our offensive line. So running behind Saquon may not be the answer all the time. But I still want to find ways to get him in spaces. OBJ is going to have enough for this first down. Make a guy miss, and we're almost up near midfield now. And I know the comments said it. So many people wanted me to change OBJ's number. It was just not going to happen. I'll be honest. I liked him wearing the number 6 with Banks rocking 3, and then Jalen Hyde actually be given the number 13 by OBJ. It only made sense. But Saquon Barkley, if we can keep this screenplay moving now up to the 36-yard line, what a good drawn-up play. But I really, if we can get him involved like that today, that'll be huge for us. So I'm just going to dump this one off to Musgrave. Nice and easy. Get a couple of yards up the field. I'm not going to force anything where we could have turnovers occur. But I did think we learned last game, if we want to win these games, we cannot play scared. We got to have Drake May be able to run the football like he does here for this first. And that's exactly what I need from him here. OBJ now taking the jet motion, and that's not going to go anywhere. Rashad Gary there for the stop. Packers legend. And hopefully that's not a drive killer, but we are going to go to OBJ here on the bubble. OBJ on the bubble is going to have enough to maybe pick up the first down. He does fall forward. Saquon Barkley with the push. 4 for 5 to start this game here. But we need to be able to turn this into 6. And I'm going to see him, Keon Coleman across the middle. Keon Coleman. Smith had inside leverage on him, but I'm like, hey, look, that's Preston Smith in coverage against Keon Coleman, a stud wide receiver, an absolute breakout guy in the second half of the year for this New York Giants franchise. And we're up and early and on the board first. What an absolute dot there. Window shopping on the post route. And I love Preston Smith. Shout out Hall of Fame Gaming. Worked for them this summer. But hey, I digress. We move forward. We got the 7-0 lead. Back out now on defense. They're going to continue to try to feed Aaron Jones in this game, but Bryce Huff, the guy we need to step up in this ball game, makes a great play there. And we actually have been taking him off the field in rush situations, but I am going to be able to leave him on today. So that's a new kind of look we're going to see. But Shedeur Sanders is going to take off here, and the hit stick comes out from him instead, and he trucks forward stingly enough to make it a 3rd and inches. I do want to try to bring a blitz here, try to catch them off guard. Underneath route, Deontay Banks, great job coming downhill, trying to knock that ball. I'll take that all day long. I do feel a lot more comfortable in this game running the 4-3 look, except for when that happens. Banks, I was just hyping you up. Then you get burned off the line by Reed. But as I was saying, the Packers have a really old tight end core, not a lot of speed to them. So that's going to allow us to use some of our guys, especially the linebackers like Christian Harris, Bobby Okereke, Quay Walker, to run with them in coverage. And then bumping Isaiah Simmons back. Overall, just we're going to work out pretty well here. But James Williams does give up the first on a little pick play. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. Winner this game goes to the Super Bowl. Pretty even right now across the board. The Packers are driving. The Packers are just loving this look here. The 2 tight ends set, but I'm there all the way. Oh, Bobby Okereke right through your hands. Oh, I read it like an absolute book. And that is absolutely killer, but David Bakhtiari did go out with an injury, so I tried blitzing right at it. Didn't quite work. 3rd and 5 now. So we are going to be sitting in a cover 3 here, and they are going to the outside. Can we knock it down? What a good play from James Williams. That's why I love him. I sat on it. I read that one as well. We're going to force the Packers to a field goal. He's 6'4" with an incredible reach out of Miami. In real life, I'm so excited to see where he ends up, but the Packers get 3. And this game just got a little bit closer. And I love Darrington Evans. So we're just been returning everything with him all season long. But that one, no luck there. And starting it out, I do want to establish a little bit of movement on the ground here. And Saquon Barkley doing just that. Out to the outside, making one guy miss, pushing another one up the field here. And if we could get that kind of movement all day long, that would be something special here. But Daniel Bellinger engaged Rashad Gary and then got off of him too quickly going up to the second level. That's not fun, but I digress. We move forward here. Belly, we're actually going to go to him now after he did miss the block. And on this 3rd and 4, we're going to try to catch him slipping for a run. That just doesn't work across the board. Clark completely bullied Andrew Thomas. Kenny Clark, an absolute menace in the middle. Their own Dexter Lawrence, if you will. And he just completely beat him inside shade there, scraped across the face, and we're going to punt this football away. And the ball is going to land. Hopefully it doesn't bounce into the end zone, and it does. The Packers have had some really good drives to start out throughout this game, and I just can't let that be the case again here. I was going to say I'd love a 3 and out, but that's already not happening here as we do bottle up this Aaron Jones run. And if I remember correctly, he's already got more rushing yards. Whoa, Micah McFadden coming in for the good tackle. But I was going to say he's got more rushing yards today than I think he had the last time we faced off in week number 18 here. But this is a huge third down for the Green Bay Packers as pressure up the middle is going to force Shedeur Sanders to scramble, and instead of taking off, Sexy Dexy's pressure up the middle, forces the throwaway, forces a punt from this Packers team. And if we could really get pressure with a 4-man, especially now with David Bakhtiari out, that would be huge for us as Preston Smith's going to bottle this one up. Starting out once again, I'm going to start with the ground. Get things kind of rolling here. Barkley, good run about 6. And after another play goes for nothing here, we're already in a third down. And this ball just goes way out of bounds, floats. We're not able to get the accuracy in there. Drake May, the incompletion's going to force us to give the ball right back. And in this jumbo look, it's got to be a run up the middle, and it is. Aaron Jones breaks one past Bobby Okereke. Luckily enough, Quay Walker's fast enough, but that could have been very, very bad to start out this drive. So not what we needed so far, but they're just going to Aaron Jones, and I'm actually appreciating that they're trying to run the ball against us, and they're having some success. Teams haven't done that a lot against us in the past couple of weeks, but it definitely means we're going to be sitting in the 4-3 a lot more. I'm seeing it right now. I was running it outside. I saw the tight end. That was Austin Hooper, got wide open. But we are at the 2-minute warning now already in this ball game, and it may be a more obvious passing situation. Now I'm going to sit here, and we do have pressure. Who was that? Was that Bobby Okereke off the edge? I have to look. I know it was actually Ed Oliver coming on the spin move, getting off and putting the pressure on the quarterback. We traded for him early on in the season for BJ Hill, and I could not be happier. He hasn't made a big splashes, but being consistent on the inside, drawing the double teams every once in a while is all you need. But Evans is going to get another chance to return here. And we just need to get a field for just a little bit. And Evans, I'll take that up to the 20-yard line. And this is an opportunity now where we could put another score up on the board. I'm going to throw it underneath. And that one should have been picked off. I threw it before the corner turned his shoulder. So we did kind of get away from one there. But OBJ out in the bubble, I tried to get some separation. Didn't quite work. Packers already burning a timeout. And I definitely don't want to give the ball back in this one. But this is where this should be open. It's another poor accuracy throw coming out from Drake May. Accuracy really hasn't been his problem this season, but it's showing here. A couple errant throws on some third down. And I wanted to stay in the nickel, but that's not going to be the case here, actually. We're going to come out in the 4-3 look with all the personnel they have on the field here. But a quick pass to the outside, and he does get out. Quay Walker, good tackle, though. This is where I am going to go man-to-man across the board. Across the middle, James Williams gets burnt by Romeo Dobbs for the first down. They're up to the 44-yard line, going in the hurry-up now. And I may be burning a timeout, maybe to switch the personnel grouping just a little bit. I'm not happy with how this is looking. But out to the outside, I try to go for the swat, didn't quite work. Jaden Reed, good grab. But the clock does continue to tick down here. Packers do call an audible. Quick to the outside, Dane Belton, good breakup. Somebody in the comments said Dane Belton plays like prime Ed Reed, and I love that comparison. Because watching his tape coming out of college, he really seemed like the guy who could make a big impact as we get the luckiest breakup of all time. I switched on, went for the swat, but I needed to know what happened here. So Stingley got completely burnt off the jump. Look how much separation is between the two. He folds back in to cut off the trajectory of the pass. That should have been a touchdown for the Packers, but our secondary steps up. So Green Bay is going to take a field goal here, cut it to 6-7. We're just going to take this one at halftime. I don't want to do anything crazy here. Mistakes equal points in this late in the season. And looking at it, it's crazy to think that in the playoff bracket, the Chiefs and the Bengals are the 6th and 7th seed. Well, us and the Green Bay Packers, the 1 and the 3 battling now. But the blessing is we are starting this half with the football here. Darrington Evans running it back. I'm looking for a lane. There's nothing there. But other than the first drive of the game, our offense has been kind of stagnant. Drake May's thrown some really, really bad passes. And we still have less than 100 yards of total offense in this game. And a lot of it's come from this guy right here, Saquon Barkley, starting off strong. And if I keep feeding him, I wonder how so much success we can have here as I saw the hole open up. If I could just cut a second sooner, we get that guy not to hit us. But then I also want to build plays off of it, like the play action here. And I see him. Belly, please bring this in. Daniel Bellinger with one of the best catches on the day. One of the first deep shots that we've had land. And we're already up to the 35-yard line. It was a simple play action. We held the linebacker a little bit. Then up and over the top, safety couldn't get over quick enough. And we dropped it in. So if our offense is running through Saquon Barkley, just let it here. Just let it. And that's another good run that time for 8. And if this is how we're starting our half, screw it. I will not not throw the ball at all. Instead, I'll let Saquon Barkley go to work, and there's a penalty flag. Oh, that's killer. And I think it's going to be on Andrew Thomas on Kenny Clark. That matchup is going to be absolutely killer. It's actually on Kenyon Green, the left guard. Luckily, we still get 1 yard out of it based on how the play worked out here, but Zeke is going to be able to actually break some and get up, make it a 3rd and 4. That's a pretty tough run from Zeke. I like that from the backup. But with Saquon still not in on this 3rd down, we're going to run a little bit of a triple option type look here. It's going to be just Drake May taking off. Drake May, please get the blocks, and we do get the first. Saquon finally in after a Drake May incompletion. No worries. We get hit as we threw. We're already in a 3rd and 10. And so going 5 wide, we got to put something in the end zone, and I'm going to test Belly. I'm going to test Bellinger. Bellinger, the tight end. We've been waiting for him to have a good season all year long. He's been extremely mediocre, even when Luke Musgrave got injured after we traded for Luke Musgrave to maybe replace Bellinger one day. Finally, in the NFC Championship game, he's got the huge catch and the jump ball here against the linebacker. That's exactly what we needed from the big guy. And so the 4th-year man gets into the end zone to make it a 14-6 ball game. And I hope it isn't the same in both halves. Here's Dane Belton on the RPO. Dane Belton just has to beat Shedeur Sanders to the pylon, and does. It was an RPO, and Shedeur Sanders pulled it and threw. No freaking way. Dane Belton, the hero of Giants franchise, multiple different games this year, jumps the RPO action, just easily sitting on it. He's sitting on it completely. A bad read from the rookie quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. He just got an absolute gift just sitting in the hole, picked it off, easy interception, ran it back. And you want to talk about momentum. In the span of 25 seconds, we put 2 scores up on the board. And the nice thing is this may make the Packers pretty one-dimensional here, as they're going to try to go to the air a lot. But I still want to bring a lot of blitzes. Fluster the rookie quarterback as we're getting to a scramble here, and Dane Belton's going to hold him from the first. And I'm feeling it here. We're going to bring another blitz. So they do go to a stop route, and it's just a bad throw. We're going to get the ball back again after the bad throw from Shedeur. Darrington Evans is going to field this punt here, and, we're not going to be able to run this one back, but it's still getting all the way up to the 35. I will take it. And this is where I really want to control the ground up the middle, but the Packers are going to make it hard. But one more score. This game might be over, but we are going to go out to Saquon out in the flats, and Saquon's turning it up enough for the first. Drake May, just say, we had a couple missed throws, but just a consistent day. 9 of 15 so far. Not a lot of yards, but 2 touchdowns to his name here, as we're going to try to truck through the defender there. Andrew Thomas pushing us forward, and we are averaging 5 yards on the ground with Barkley, which is exactly what we need from him. And we're going to continue to feed him here. We're going to continue to feed him right up the middle. As long as we can get the first, I'll take it. And with how our offensive line's cooking, we've really got no reason to throw the football. But I know we can't run up the middle every play, but I can do a stretch play to the outside. And as long as we get a little bit of space, Barkley picking up another one. And we're just having our way with this defense right now. And Belly's going to have another good catch. I absolutely love what we're getting from him today. But with Barkley getting tired, we are going to go to the 5 wide. I'm just going to go underneath to Belly, and we do get hit as we throw. My thing is I just can't force anything right now, but we are having no luck with Andrew Thomas versus Kenny Clark. So we have to try to throw to the sticks to pick up this first down, and I'm going to try to go to Keon Coleman, and he's got such a good range. Can make the catch, big body, boxed out. I'll take it. And I love that he's talking with Jair Alexander there. And with the last play of the 3rd quarter here, Barkley's going to be able to fight forward up to the 1, and that does bring us now to the final quarter of the NFC Championship game. And you look at the stats, our defense is holding down the fort. Bend but don't break on this Green Bay Packers team. Being at the inches yard line, we should have no problem here running this one in, and we do. Saquon Barkley, he hops on his back. It doesn't matter, getting into the end zone. And so now the score is extended 28-6. We're having our way with these Packers here. 2 times in the past 4 weeks, we have beat the crap out of the Green Bay Packers. I love it. Shedeur Sanders, the rookie quarterback, couldn't produce when it was needed. But I think for the rest of this game, I'm just going to go out here and sit and dime look, because that's a good breakup. That was actually Deontay Banks slid his little hand in there. But this is where we're going to make our money in this ball game. It is a screenplay, and as long as we could turn it in, that would be perfect. Dane Belton turning that play. Aaron Jones infield. As passing defense, we've been one of the worst in the league. Granted, we've had a ton of teams pass the ball against us, especially with them being down. But on this 3rd and 7, we're only rushing 3, but they do go to a draw play. Actually, great play design, but Dane Belton says absolutely not. Dane Belton, the hero of this game, and it probably means the Packers are going to have to go for it, and they are. But they are going 2 running back set I formation. We're bringing the blitz. I want this to be game right here. I want them to have no chance, and they are going to the air. Okay. And they do go underneath, and it is knocked out by Stingley. And so our defense coming up absolutely clutch in this one. Barkley breaking through tackles as he goes down with an injury. Oh my goodness. No freaking way. Please don't be that serious. I can't have this right now. Oh, he's limping off the field. Love that. So the question is now, will Ezekiel Elliott win a Super Bowl before the Cowboys do? As Keon Coleman, holy crap, on the drag route, just get himself into the end zone. It was that simple. That simple. The sliders have gotten harder every single week. This is now to the point where almost every single slider is maxed out for the CPU and away from us. Holy crap, Keon Coleman getting himself into the end zone. His second touchdown of the day. He didn't get the first touchdown of the day. We're up 35-6 now. You want to talk about momentum shifting. You know, it was kind of eating egg and egg at a half, but with our first score, the pick six, turned around score. Holy crap, our team is feasting. And while you're here, make sure to like and subscribe. I'll remind you again, you're probably a little bit through the episode, and Saquon Barkley goes down with an ACL tear. Are you joking? So we're going to be without Saquon Barkley, and that injury is going to run all the way into next season. Don't you just love life? You can't have everything go right. There's always got to be something. And now, I mean, it's going to be the Pierre Strong and Ezekiel Elliott show. And we're just going to keep sitting in dollar and dime looks and nickel looks, just trying to make things happen here. We're running across with the pass play. Romeo Doubs is so quick. This Packers team is just young. They're too young. They have a lot of weapons. And Romeo Doubs burns Isaiah Simmons again there. I like it when we're in the nickel or the dime and Isaiah Simmons is on the running back. That's the best matchup. Or when he's against tight ends. Not when he's against Romeo Doubs. That's not going to be work there as this pass goes errant. So it looks more and more like the winner of this game will have to be the Kansas City Chiefs here. Looking at the stats on the bottom of the screen, Patrick Mahomes threw for almost 500 passing yards. Pachenko got 75 here as they do go back to the ground here. I'm trying to break out, and we do hold him before the first. And Aaron Jones also averaging 5 yards per carry. He's having a good day of his own right. And next week when we face off against a better running back like Pachenko, it's going to be scary as it's going to be Quay Walker, the former Packer, bringing down Jones. But they did get a first down out of that, and they are going to go to the air here. We have to run with Jones really fast as Nick Amrawari almost picked off. Really good man-to-man coverage. As a safety, being able to bring him down, play him in linebacker, play him in man-to-man, play him in zone looks. He's been an absolute weapon for us this year. And defensive rookie of the year, and he's been absolutely just feasting for us today. As it's actually going to be Shedeur Sanders taking off, and he's going to take this one into the end zone. I didn't put a QB spy on. I didn't think that was going to be a big issue. It was. Green Bay Packers do score. Luckily, we still have a very, very nice lead in this ball game. And if I'm not mistaken, I think according to models, you need to start going for the two-point conversion now, but they're going to take the field goal instead here with 4 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock. Do they onside kick it this early? And they do. Okay, so good call on my part, making sure to go over to that. Who do we have up there? Is that Zeke up there? But Keon Coleman's going to fall on it. Perfect. Keon Coleman, just go down, please. But I guess we need to get used to Saquon Barkley gone, and our team's going to be leaning on Ezekiel Elliott and Pierre Strong, and we just cannot afford Drake May to go down in this ball game. That's something we need to stop from happening, so he's going to take no shots, no read options, no nothing. But if this showed me anything right here, our running game is going to be a struggle, unless, wait, timeout, Zeke out to the outside, truck through a defender, and get us to the first down. On a 3rd and 11, we're able to pick it up, and they're not even trying to burn timeouts. That's wild right now. It's actually good block by Musgrave on the outside. I was expecting him to get on over on top of us to make the tackle. Preston Smith, I mean, there. But now Pierre Strong's going to come in, and we're actually going to cut this one right back up the middle. The 2-minute warning does hit, and one more 3rd down conversion should do it here. As I'm trying to get up the middle, we do have just enough to get it to work, but John Michael Schmidt goes down hurting, grabbing his shoulder. Watch, he's going to be limping off the field. Oh, now he's in concussion protocol, apparently. But this is going to be all she wrote. We're going to take it to the end screen. Look at some of the stats, unless they do start burning timeouts now, which I don't foresee happening. And with Zeke carrying us all the way down to about the 3-yard line, didn't want to score, just decided to go down, but that is going to be all she wrote. Packers didn't use their timeouts, but we walk away in this game with a win. Holy crap, what a game from the New York Giants. Defense stepped up. Dane Belton got to take away MVP in that one. I need to start announcing team MVPs after every single game, who I think was the MVP, offense and defense. Offensively, Daniel Bellinger, man, way did he play today. Drake May, only 12 for 19, but 3 tutties to his name. He came in, ran in pretty good in support. He had one little breakaway run there at the end to get us down to the 3-yard line. But Keon Coleman, 2 touchdowns on 3 catches. And Belton, holy crap, leading our team in tackles, got the pick 6. Just a phenomenal day from the 3rd year, 4th year man now. And somebody in the comments, like I was saying earlier, he's playing like Ed Reed in this franchise. He really is. He really freaking is. Absolute unit. But that's going to be it for this game. Moving on now to the one we've all been waiting for, the one we've all been fighting for. It's time for the Super Bowl. Well, is here, so I'm sure you guys do want to see what players did make it. Shedeur Sanders made it. Michael Penix made it. for the NFC, as well as Jalen Hurts going down here. Anything that really sticks out. Kyle Juszczyk, gotta love the tight end there. Jayden Reed, absolute animal for the Packers this season. Just facing him, he was disgusting. But Michael Thomas is still somehow making Pro Bowls. I hate that guy. Not really, but if you can run a slant and catch, I guess you can make millions of dollars here. And it is sad because there are no Giants that are going to be here on the list, Lawrence. That's the other one. Don't worry. Going down, looking a little bit more. Yannick Ngakoue at a 75 overall made it. Another notable one here looking across. Is that Mozzie Smith from the Cowboys? I think that is. Mozzie Smith got it. Levante David still kicking. Mondon Jr. and JOK in there at linebacker. Willie Gay at 80 overall sneaking his way in. And corner's a little bit weird, but I love looking at the left-hand side there. Cooper DeJean making it the Iowa product. White boy corner. Sneaky athleticism, man. Getting in there. And then at free safety, it should have been our guys getting in there. Hafunga getting in. And kick returner, punt returner, Zonovan Knight. I love that. Jameson Williams at receiver for the Detroit Lions. But let's be real. Dane Belton should have made it. I think Saquon Barkley should have made it as well. Deonte Banks and Stingley, both of them might have made it. Kayvon Thibodeau maybe had a chance. That one was going to be a little bit tougher to maybe think about and really rationalize an argument for it. Offensive line, John Michael Schmitz should have been in there. Jalen Hyatt over the upgrade points. I'll take that. +2 awareness. And last but not least, Keon Coleman. I'm going to put it on deep threat. And I hear me out here. I need a speed upgrade from him coming soon. But the +3 catching, I'll take it, I guess. But with all that being said, it's time now to maybe end Giants franchise on top with a Super Bowl win. And so it comes down to this. We're here finally all the way through 2 seasons of Giants franchise. We built the roster a little bit faster than I even thought, and we're already got ourselves to the Super Bowl. And looking at our schedule, we did take an L to them back in week number 10. I had to play it twice thanks to EA losing connection. But if you guys remember that game, Derek Carr had to play quarterback for us, not Drake May. Drake May went down early with an injury. And Max Duggan, I was not sure we were going to be starting him just yet. And then rushing the ball as well. Saquon Barkley did not have a good day at all. We couldn't get anything working. But looking at Pat Mahomes' stats, 73% completion percentage, almost 300 yards per game, while Pacheco on the ground was absolutely balling out. And Pacheco's probably one of the best up-and-coming running backs in the NFL, at least in my opinion. I'm a Rutgers fan, so, I'm a little bit biased there. But they did have 3 1,000-yard receivers. Sky Moore finally came into his own. Pacheco even got some work through the air. But defensively, they didn't do that good. Yeah, they maybe held some teams in yards, but did not force a lot of turnovers, as well as sacks. Just didn't have a lot there either. But this is the one guy I'm scared about in this game, George Karlaftis, only because him coming off the edge against Matt Parrott or Andrew Thomas could create some problems. And up the middle, John Michael Schmitz has his work cut out for him in Chris Jones today. But we do have a Super Bowl media day. Every dream's coach is to host the Lombardi, and the confetti rains down, and you have a chance to do that for the first time. What would this win mean? It would mean everything for us. The Giants franchise either ends today, after this episode. If we lose, we go forward into next year. We're not stopping until we win a Super Bowl. But just looking at what the Chiefs did last game, Patrick Mahomes had an absolute crazy game. I know I talked about it a little bit during our game against the Green Bay Packers here, but this roster is just complete, especially when they're not rotating receivers like real life. This is a very dangerous team. Barrett Carter in the middle from Clemson. But I think our goal today is stop the deep pass. I don't want to let anything deep up and over the top, and that means Pacheco is going to have some issues in the run game against us. Maybe he'll make our life a little bit easier with the way we're going to be playing it. But today, I also want to throw the ball deep. It's as simple as that. I want this game to be a shootout. The Chiefs, they've had a lot of shootouts. We have not. I think our only shootout this year was against the Arizona Cardinals in that sort of aspect. So it's going to make this game very, very tough for us. But I am very, very excited for the challenge. I just have to make sure nobody's injured. It would suck going into the Super Bowl to have some people on our roster who aren't able to go. But luckily enough, we're all good. Splitting pads since week 8 has just been a blessing. So no practice injuries. But we are 4 overalls less than them. So we need to upgrade some players first. And I'm going to need a lot of good play from him. Nicky Mawari, he's up to now to an 81 with the 3 morale boosts. He's a beast. And if you want to take our look at our roster one more time before we jump in here across the board, we're going to have to get it done without Saquon Barkley on the offense. And then on the defense, we're going to have to do it without Kayvon Thibodeau. So Dante Corleone, the guy who's struggled with injuries since we drafted him 2 years ago, he's healthy enough where he's going to get the start today. And running this 4-3 look, having Ed Oliver and Sexy Dexy in the middle could be dangerous. But I do love this right here. If you guys haven't seen, Dane Belton is now up to a superstar, which is such a good feeling thanks to the awards that he won. And I couldn't be more excited, but it's finally now time to take the Giants to the Super Bowl. Let's see how we do. And looks like we're sitting in Mercedes-Benz Superdome. Home to the Falcons for this one, so I am very excited to see how this game kicks off. I do want to win the toss because I want the ball in the second half here, and it looks like we did win the toss, so we're going to be kicking this ball off here. The Chiefs are going to go on offense first. Pat McCoy, the rookie running back set to return. So we're going to start it off here with a Jake Elliott kick, and the Super Bowl is going to be underway as McCoy's going to take a knee. So Pat Mahomes couldn't get it done last year going to the Super Bowl, but hey, he's got another shot here in this one. In real life, he's also in the Super Bowl, but the Madden gods seem to love him. He seems to make it every other year. 36 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, as we've shown numerous times. And a big factor for us today is going to be how well we can play with our linebacking core. Isaiah Simmons, Nick Amrawari coming down, James Williams, Bobby Okereke, and Quay Walker, as it's really going to be a package-based game across the board here. Which packages can we put ourselves in to give us the best chance to win? But as you can see, we have so many guys that are down with injury right now that are key players for us heading into the Super Bowl. But the one matchup I am excited about is the Travis Kelce versus Isaiah Simmons and James Williams, and I want to be able to give him a run for his money today. As we're going to go out and try to break this one up to Travis Kelce, not able to get there in time, but they are going 5 wide here as they go to Kelce again, and we are able to knock it out. I like the move of Stingley coming into the slot on that one, and they're going with the 5 wide again, so we're going to bring pressure up the middle and have a free runner, and if James Williams can get to the quarterback, we beat up on James Williams so much, especially in the back half of the season. But he could be a key player for us in the Super Bowl. I called it, that linebacking core. I need him, of all people, to step up today, and he does here on this second down sack. He came in as a free rusher. 5 against 6, the numbers just don't match up. So it is 3rd and 18, and we just got to drop here in coverage. Simple as that. We almost had his sack there, but James Williams is going to come down and just make Patrick Mahomes throw this one away. Bryce Huff was almost able to get pressure off the edge, and after a decent return by Darrington Evans here, we're going to start off with the run, nice and easy. Chris Jones in the middle is going to be a big struggle for us in this ball game, but if we can establish this run, that'll set the tone for this entire game here, as Zeke's going to have the edge and just try to get up for that first down marker. It's already a 3rd and 2. And so we are going to make this a tone setter right here. Power up the middle. Zeke's able to fall forward for the first. The fullback, Brevin Jordan, completely missed this assignment. But nonetheless, we're able to get it to work here. And we're just going to continue to feed. As Zeke's going to have another good run here. He's going to pick up another first down as we're just feeding Zeke in this start of the ball game. And if I have no reason to pass it, I just won't here. As if we can get Green to pick up this block, we're going to have another good run. Zeke feeding his way up the field. 7 yards per carry to start off this one for him, and I couldn't be more happier. But out of a 3 tight end set, this is where I am going to go to the air, and I am going to go across the field here to Bellinger, and Bellinger's able to bring it down at the 10-yard line. So a pretty good start so far here, but Odell, if Keon Coleman can pick up that block, and he doesn't, that one doesn't go for anywhere. The Chiefs are an explosive team, and we have to be able to put points up on the board here, especially touchdowns if we want it to work. Underneath to Jalen Hyatt to put us down on the 4, but Joshua Izuditsu toes down with an injury, so at the guard spot, we're going to be hurting just a little bit more. Maybe he was in a tackle there, I didn't quite see. But we are going to try to punch it in with Zeke at the 4-yard line, and we are going to fall forward, but we're going to go down at the 1-yard line, and I'm not going to risk it. CPU, coach suggestions, everything tells me to take the points here, and we're going to walk away with 3 points to start this ball game. There was an injury at the top of the screen I didn't quite see. Nonetheless, we put some points up on the board, 3-0 now in this Super Bowl. And so Patty Mahomes is coming back out, but we have not gone to the 4-3 at all in this ball game. As I read the pass all the way to Rashid Rice, could have gotten an interception with Williams. I completely abandoned my assignment, I'm not going to lie. But that one could have been a beautiful start here as I'm going to run, and they're going to go across the middle here, and that's why I like Deontay Banks. Sky Moore, quick, fast, good off the line. His hands in real life are just a little bit questionable. So if we can get Deontay Banks to run with him, we should have some success today. But now we're finally coming out in the 4-3 as they go to a run, and Micah McFadden coming through the line, making a fantastic play to force another Chiefs punt. Formerly stuck at the bottom of the depth chart 5 years ago for the New York Giants, has developed into a core piece of that defense here, as we're going to try to run this one back with Evans, and we have a lot of space, and it is the punter that brings us down, but we get it all the way up to the 45, and we're going to start off this drive right away through the air right now. I saw Odell Beckham Jr., and we actually fumbled the football. Luckily, Matt Parrott's able to fall on it. I should have tried to throw a little bit quicker to OBJ. It just didn't go through. We take a really bad sack. And so that one really backs us up. Not the best play in the world here, but we're going to go to Zeke on the screenplay, try to pick up some of those yards back. And Zeke's going to fight his way forward to make it a 3rd and 10. But that's going to be the end of the first quarter. So a dangerous moment there to finish up the first quarter. But across the board, our offense is chugging. I can't lie. I'm excited with how our team's looking so far. Hopefully we can put up more points here. But I'm going to be looking at Keon Coleman here on the bubble, unless OBJ can sit in the slot. And he's not going to get enough for the first down. 4th 4th and 4. I don't want to go for it around midfield. I was hoping that the linebacker didn't rotate over in time in that zone coverage look. So we are going to have to punt this football away. Presley Harvin's going to try to really pin them deep here. It's going to land at about the 8-yard line. Fall forward and bounce into the end zone. This is why I'm tired of Presley Harvin. He does that too much. And that could have been a perfect opportunity for us if they do go to a little bit of the bench concept. And on second down, we are going to try to bring a blitz here, and we can come across. Pachenko's got a little bit of move to run, but we do bring him down. James Williams banged up, though, on the play. So this is going to be bad. Cordero Flott's going to have to come in for us a little bit on some of the different sets. And then at linebacker, we're going to have to ask a lot now of Quay Walker as this run does go for a first down. But yeah, nickel set's going forward. I'm not going to put in another safety. Instead, I'm going to run with Quay Walker. We dropped another interception. Quay Walker has like the worst hands for a linebacker. I swear, I've dropped multiple interceptions with him as James Williams breaks his collarbone. So that does suck. So that's going to be a big issue going forward in this Super Bowl. But this is where we have to run zone coverage here because I can't have Quay Walker man on man here. Patrick Mahomes is actually going to step up and he just chucks this one out of bounds. So another big third down for the Chiefs here. We're going to drop as they do find it in the little window there. The cover 3 just gives him just a little too much room to fit that one in. So maybe we'll stick to some heavier zone looks. I mean, man-to-man looks here, but Deontay Banks lets up another completion to Sky Moore. And that's a matchup I don't want to have to worry about in this ball game. But so far, Sky Moore has just won that one. And that's just how it's worked so far. But now Travis Kelce leaking out, and he's going to get enough for the first. And so what I really need is just Quay Walker to be man-on-man with Pacheco. I think that's how we're going to get this to work. But Sky Moore again with Deontay Banks, who couldn't even bring him down on the tackle. But they are going to a jumbo package here, and it is a pitch play to the outside. And we're there with Deontay Banks. I ran all the way out there immediately to try to hold it, and we do. Banks, good play. And Belton, good play as well. They're staying in this heavy look here, and it's a fullback dive up the middle to number 19. I don't even know who that is. O. Jones. At first, I thought it was Kadarius Toney, but, you know, he went over to the Falcons. So it is 3rd and goal, and they are going to hand it off one more time, and Jones is going to be able to get into the end zone. Orlando Jones, the big fullback, fights his way in, and the Chiefs gain the lead here in this Super Bowl in the second quarter. Not what we wanted to see. Definitely want to put some more points up on the board here. That Drake May sack on our last drive really killed our momentum. But with Joe Milton holding, they're going to put this one up and make it a 4-point ball game. So it's time now. We need a good return from the one, the only Darrington Evans. And I see it on the sideline. If that block just got in a little bit more, we could have broken that one away. But up to the 33, I'll take it. But I really, really need points on this drive here. As I'm looking across, and that's just a bad throw coming out. We are at poor accuracy. I thought we were going to be under pressure, but we're at poor accuracy. So now out to a mesh concept to try to get it working, and I see him. Luke Musgrave, the speed there from the big linebacker is enough to get past him, and that's perfect from the big tight end, Luke Musgrave. That 89 speed for his size is ridiculous. That's partially the reason we traded for him, but the Chiefs sitting in this 3-3 stack here, we should be able to break one up the middle. We do. Zeke, if he just had the explosive speed, we could have broken it, but I love the way this drive is going right now here, as we're going to throw this one out. Actually broken up. Holy crap. I thought Keon Coleman was on the corner. We're running together up the field, but it does bring up a 3rd and 2 that we're going to need to convert here. I'm just going to dump it off to Zeke just to get the first down. And if we could truck through one defender, and that's going to be a huge first down for the New York Giants. And I've kind of just waited for an opportunity to take a deep shot here in the ball game. And I think it's going to come right here as we're going to go up and over. And Jalen Hyatt on the corner route had the guy burned, had Williams left in the dust. And Jalen Hyatt, who has been our superstar receiver, didn't get as much out of him as I wanted to this year, steps up in one of the biggest moments for us so far, the corner route one-on-one with Williams. I'll take that all day long. Trust our receiver against your DB, and we're able to get in for the touchdown. Now, there is 2 minutes left on the clock, and if we know anything about the Kansas City Chiefs, that's still a lot of time for them in this ball game. And after one Chiefs run, it's already going to be the 2-minute warning. They have to manage. They do have all 3 timeouts, though, but we're going to sit a lot in the nickel looks here. We're going to need a 4-man pressure to really be a difference maker in this one, as Patrick Mahomes is going to be looking to throw here. And so taking the snap, we're looking quick to the outside, and he does hit it. Nick Emery, I need him to be a little bit more on top of that. But already in the no-huddle looks here, we're going to have to go man-on-man with Pachenko as they go up the seam, and Nick Emery again isn't able to break it up, and just like that, they're already at the 40. And I'm really uncomfortable with Quay Walker one-on-one and Travis Kelce. I'll be completely honest here, but up the seam again, and Nick Emery got burnt here again. And we're in the 4-3, and that's just a bad look here against this 5 wide, but it is going to be a slant route coming out, and good breakup from Micah McFadden. And I want our corners here playing inside. That's just a simple fact here, is it's going to be into Travis Kelce, a very tight window, and they do burn a timeout. And with 2 timeouts still remaining, they can actually run the ball here. I'm not going to lie. That's going to be an interesting concept if they do, but that's just too easy there to Travis Kelce. Holy crap. They made quick work of our defense going down the field. I said, hey, you give the Chiefs a little bit of time, they're going to make you pay for it, and they do here. Problem is, I don't think we can do the same thing. I'm a little bit worried about trying to force the ball with 45 seconds left in the Super Bowl. I may play a little bit more conservative and just take it to the half. And with the kick coming in, it's already a 4-score ball game again going into halftime. Luckily, we start with the ball, but I don't think I'm going to do anything here unless we can get a good return with Darrington Evans, and we don't. Only out to the 21. We're probably going to take this one into half, and we are just going to do a draw play here to Ezekiel Elliott, and Zeke's not going to go anywhere at all, and we're just going to let this clock run down and take it to half. And so starting out, it will be Evans here, and I need something explosive from him on this return. And up the middle, and the kicker brings us down. Second time today he's been tackled by a specialist, but this is really where we're going to start airing it out in this ball game here. Running, though, I'm going to have to throw this one away. The pressure there from Chris Jones got me a little bit worried. I didn't want to throw a bad pass out anywhere. So we're going to continue here to try to make it work. Jalen Hyatt just got absolutely jammed on that slant route. I was looking there the whole way out to the backside. The safety was sitting up and over top of Keon Coleman. Couldn't force that. And this is going to be a coverage sack all the way through. I was looking for it, and I just backed up too much right into a sack here. So we're going to go 4 vertical sets. Simple as that. Now I'm going to try to test one-on-one to the outside somewhere up the middle. The pressure's just there, but if we could get up with Jalen Hyatt, and it didn't quite work, I'm going to punt this football away. But holy crap, the Chiefs just had our number on that opening drive, and we are officially going to be playing from behind against the Kansas City Chiefs. Not what we wanted, and they start out with great field position, and I'm just going to try to put pressure on Pat Mahomes. It's as simple as that. This crossing route does get in, but a lot of man-to-man looks, a lot of blitz looks here as this stop route does get caught, and Banks get beat again, but a little bit more, and they're already in field goal range as a sack comes up the middle. Quay Walker, we brought a blitz on first down. My goal was to force the ball out fast if it was a pass play, and it was, and we were able to come up the middle. Quay Walker, an absolute free runner there. That's what we needed from him. And maybe that's the concept that we found. That is a little bit of a hole for them, but I am going to kind of shade over here to try to help this crosser, and we're there with it, I think, and we do knock it out with Dane Belton. I was a little bit worried about Quay Walker man-to-man coverage there. I'm not going to lie. So I wanted to run with it a little bit extra and it worked. And with it being a 3rd and 18, I have to bring, this is another blitzing situation. This is where we have to bring some pressure in, get something to work. Simmons one-on-one with Pacheco. We're just going to go across here, kind of run with some things, try to get things to fall in, and he just throws it away. And just like that, the sack from Quay Walker forces one of the biggest punts in this ball game so far, because we are already down, and the Chiefs start off with great field position, but this time they are going to pin us very, very deep, starting at the 12-yard line. They're dominating the field position battle, but Drake May and our offensive line needs to step up. And we didn't run the ball last time, but we will here with Ezekiel Elliott, and we're just going to try to break this one to the outside. Ezekiel Elliott's got a lot of room. We can make one juke move, get all the way up to the 25. He's already got almost 60 yards on the day, but I want to use the play action now to open up our passing game. I think that's how it's going to work as Jalen Hyatt's open. And if Jalen Hyatt can just make one guy miss, he would have went the distance, but we do get it all the way up to the 50 already, and I'm feeling the momentum going in our favor. But I do want to throw another wrinkle in here in the 3rd quarter, and that's going to be a read option. It's not going to work, but we do have Zeke up the middle, decent carry to get us 5. And now Pierre Strong's going to check in for us at running back. And there's going to be another run here up the middle, but that one gets absolutely bottled up by the Chiefs. And that was Taylor Rapp coming downfield really, really hard here, but ODJ's ought to be open. I couldn't pronounce his name. I was kind of stuttering there, but OBJ, great grab, goes down with an injury. So for the 2nd time in his career, gets injured in the Super Bowl, and he is limping his way to the sideline. Look at that. So we're going to need Roman Wilson to come in or Dontavion Wicks. So depending on the formation look, it's going to be a big difference maker now in this game, as Keon Coleman's going to have, I think, his first catch of the ball game out to the outside. And I'm going to continue to try to go now here through the air. I'm going to scramble out. I'm looking, and I do see him right there. Just stay in bounds, Coleman, please. And he does. And with that, OBJ will not be returning to the game. He pulled his groin. Okay, I get it, but I need you here in the Super Bowl. But we are going to go back to the ground here with a Pierre Strong run up the middle. He gets bottled up again, so maybe I have to bring Zeke back in. So we're gonna, but I'm going to run a power look right behind Andrew Thomas. I need him to bottle him up, and Zeke breaks one, and Zeke fights his way into the end zone. The New York Giants regain the lead here in this one. Ezekiel Elliott with a solid touchdown run. Couldn't get any better than that. And I'm really, really happy with how that drive turned out for us. We used to play action a little bit more, and that's exactly what I need from him. He just breaks the one tackle and is able to fight in. I'll take that all day long in this game. Saquon Barkley may not be here, but Zeke, the other guy, is helping us out today. And while we're kicking this off, I do want to say real quick, if you guys haven't liked and subscribed already, make sure you do, because after Giants franchise, we're either going to another season or more franchises coming. And also, thank you so much for all the support on the videos so far. 2024 is going to be a great year filled with a lot of good content and a lot of good things, but now we're up 3 in the third quarter towards the end here now, and Quay Walker is going to start us off with a good tackle. And it really is the blitz that has just worked out for us so far in this game, as Pacheco is going to have a catch for the first. Mahomes is already up to 200 yards in this ball game so far, absolutely shredding up our secondary, something that's been commonplace just about all season long here, as they're going to go out to the outside. Good tackle from Amawari. I don't like the way Amawari's been playing today, but we really have no choice now with James Williams going out with an injury, and it does throw a little bit of a wrinkle into our nickel looks. Maybe I drop one of our guys back, but I really just don't know what we're going to do, as Walker does actually knock that ball out, so it is a 3rd and 6, and that's the matchup I want to see. Dane Belton on Travis Kelce right there. That's how we're going to win this ball game, and they go the other way against Quay Walker, and that's a good completion, as I'm getting a little nervous with the way this drive is going so far for the Chiefs. No deep shots, just really dinking and diming us down the field here, and really nothing we can do. Man-to-man zone looks whatever, as they go here again, and it is Deonte Banks letting up another completion to Sky Moore. Sky Moore's already got 6 catches on Deonte Banks so far, something that we really just didn't want to have happen, but that does bring us to the end of the third quarter here. Looking at the stats across the board, 17-14 is your ball game. The whole Super Bowl comes down to right now. And on this 2nd and 3, the Chiefs are going to start this fourth quarter with a stop route here to Sky Moore with another grab, so nothing really changes. And so one thing I am doing is I'm flipping the sides of the field. I want Sky Moore on Stingley going forward. I'm going to try to mix it up here. Banks is going to be on Hardman, as I do go here to Amawari's guy, and that's Rice making the grab. And so now that's going to bring in another change. We're going to start by rotating Deonte Banks down into slot corner look. Simmons, please get out on Travis Kelce there. Thank you. I'm really just going to look here across the middle, and it is Banks letting up a touchdown. So Banks has become a liability in this game. And that's how it is. Banks is a liability. Chiefs grab back the lead in this Super Bowl right now, but Banks has let up 100 yards receiving today, minimum now, at least 8 catches. But going forward, we're going to rotate Amawari and Dane Belton. Belton's going to come down to slot corner. Amawari's going to go back up to strong safety. Xavier McKinley's going to be still sitting there over there at free. With this kick, it is going to become a 4-point ball game once again. And time-wise here, I want to score quickly because the Chiefs are going to make short work of everything. If we can't get it to work, is Evans, I'll take that kick return. But the momentum is absolutely killing us already, as I'm going to go out to Belly, who's got a good grab. And we really only have 30 plays on offense total so far in this game. But this Wham concept's going to open up for Pierre Strong to hopefully fight his way up for the first down, and he does last second. And off of this, I am going to look to the air here. I'm going to try one-on-one. Keon Coleman here. If Keon Coleman can go up, and he's not able to hold on to it, went to the animation. But I needed a jump ball catch from the big guy there, just not able to get it to work. And the Chiefs are focusing more now on the strip ball. That sucks, but it's okay. We're going to run a screen, and just please get out there. Pierre Strong and the lineman's not able to. I was trying to get him to set up that block, didn't quite lock on. And so this 3rd and 9 is huge here in this game, and I'm looking for Wicks here on the sideline, and Wicks is going to make the big grab coming in for the injured OBJ. A 3rd and 9 conversion is huge, and I'm going to use that momentum here to take a deep shot. Simple as that. And I'm going to go up and over the top, and Hyatt had him burnt. Oh, if we just had a little bit more time. Jalen Hyatt over the top. And this is what I was looking at here. The safety right on this cut. The safeties rolled down high. This was the option that I really loved here. We could have gotten it to work up and over the top, but I digress. We move on here. It's going to be Belly with a good catch, and he's actually going to pick up the first here. And if we can get that block from Coleman, that's going to be enough for a first down and more. Belly has really come on for us in this playoffs now, which is exactly what we needed. With Roman Wilson now checking in for Keon Coleman, we are going to go to Wicks here on a jet sweep. And Wicks had just enough to kind of get around the edge and get us a nice 7. And with a very manageable 3rd down opportunity, instead, we're going to go to a play action. We're scrambling. We have guys all over us here, but we do get the catch to Luke Musgrave. And Luke Musgrave, the hurdle's not able to work, but we get it down to the 7. Such a big play there. The pressure off the edge came instantly, and a good scramble by Drake May throwing across his body here. You see it just thrown back across, getting into Luke Musgrave. I saw Hyatt there too, but the safety over top I didn't quite like. And on this play action, maybe we could find Wicks one more time here, and we do. Out to him. If he could get forward for a touchdown, he gets blocked up, but we are down to the 2-yard line. So we just need Pierre Strong to be able to punch this one in. And I see the hole, and Pierre Strong is going to get in to the end zone, replacing the injured Saquon Barkley. Him and Zeke have played absolutely phenomenal. So the game now goes back up to 3 points in our favor thanks to this Jake Elliott point after attempt, and we move forward now. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. This is a close one. This is what we expected against the Chiefs. And so the Super Bowl, the fate of the NFL season in 2025, comes down to this final drive right here. We've held the Chiefs to no rushing yards on the day, and that's going to continue there after a failed truck attempt by Pacheco. And I'm going to really need Dane Belton here to play better in the slot than Nick Emery. That's what this final drive is really going to come up to, but Quay Walker gets burnt by Travis Kelce and breaks the tackle. Creed Humphrey goes down with an injury, though, and I think the dollar look, we have to go to the dollar look. It's as simple as that. Quay Walker, just can't have him on the field here in any sort of man-to-man situations. That's just how this is going to work. I'm instead going to flow with him. We're only going to bring a 3-man pressure, and the stop route across the middle is broken up by Stingley, and that's what I needed Stingley for, because I'll take that breakup all day long as we're going to continue to sit here on the dollar. I think that's going to be how we're going to win this football game. Any sort of crossers coming out instead, out to Isaiah Simmons, and it is Travis Kelce bringing it in once again. And so screw it, we're bringing the blitz. We were rushing 3, now we're bringing blitz here out to the outside. Good breakup, good collision there on the receiver, and Stingley's really playing lockdown in this game. I think he's only let up like 1 catch. While on the other side, Deonte Banks has just let up a crap ton of yards. Luckily, we're there to come back, and Stingley finally does let up a catch on the underneath drag route. But the 2-minute warning is here. It's 3rd down, so the Chiefs probably may take a field goal if we can't get this to work, if they can't get this to work here. And am I risking here by bringing a blitz? Absolutely. I need McKinley to come on over here. That's what I needed. As they go quick underneath to the outside, and it is caught. And Emery didn't get over either, so that audible just threw us all out of whack, and the clock continues to run. I'm starting to think maybe when do we start using our timeouts here to at least give us a chance, and this ball game's out to the outside. A good stop. Clock continues to run here, and I'm actually going to burn our first one. Partially to stop the clock, partially because I didn't like the formation of guys we had on the field, and that's perfectly fine. And they do go to a little RPO action. We're there to ball it up to make it a 3rd and 2. And I'm going to burn another one here, because if we can stop them on this play, force them to take a field goal, that's going to give us more time. And I want to get out of that 5-2 look. And it's as simple as this. We're in the 4-3. I'm bringing a blitz. It's a run up the middle, and Bobby Okereke wraps him up. I'm burning another timeout here. This is a field goal situation here for the Chiefs, and it's going to put a final drive on us. The game in our hands. Cordero Flott, a block on this field goal would be huge. That'd be astronomically crazy, and it's not going to happen. But the entire Super Bowl is now going to rest on one final drive. Hoyland was able to put it through. And so tied football game, it all comes now down to this final return by Darrington Evans. It's going to maybe be his last year in a Giants uniform, as this return doesn't get quite out where I want it to be. We had a free runner coming all the way down, and most dangerous man. You're supposed to block him if you're the second level guys sometimes. But here we go, starting with a simple play action. I just want to get our guys moving here, and I'm going to throw this one out to the outside, and it is going to be a flag. We drew the flag. I tried to run Daniel Bellinger last second into him, and it's going to be a pass interference. The Chiefs get the refs to turn against him here. Nice little gain, another 1st down. And so that's a great play coming out here, as now Jalen Hyatt on the slant route's going to have a catch. And we're going to go hurry up again here. Not a lot of time left on the clock. I'm not going to run it. We're going to go to the air. Nice and easy here. Daniel Bellinger, I need you to pick up this 1st down on this little stop route. And he is. Daniel Bellinger stays in. Daniel Bellinger stays running. Hurry up again. This whole drive is actually crazy here if we can get this to work. Can we snap the ball, please? I need time to be on our side here. Jalen Hyatt's got it in field goal range. Jalen Hyatt off to the races. No freaking way down the sideline. He's not going to get caught. The stop route. Jalen Hyatt able to get into the end zone. They were just in, I think they were sitting on a cover 3 there, or a man-to-man. I didn't see the safety roll over to the middle, but Jalen Hyatt may have just won us the Super Bowl. There is no freaking way. He caught it, made one guy miss. The speed from him, 94 speed. We haven't seen that all season long. He broke it out to the outside, turned out. Nobody was able to catch him. The swipe, but the legs didn't work. Holy crap. No freaking way we were able to get that to work. And so with 33 seconds and all timeouts now, we need to stop the Kansas City Chiefs. It's as simple as that. The Chiefs have an opportunity to push this to overtime, but that's crazy. 3 plays. And that's actually Jalen Hyatt's 2nd touchdown catch on the day, so maybe he'll walk home with Super Bowl MVP if we can get this to work. But the Chiefs are going to take a knee, but never count out the man, the myth, the legend, Patty Mahomes. Holy crap, I cannot believe how this game has went so far. And I think we're just going to sit in a heavy nickel here, and I do not want Quay Walker on anybody else besides either zone or on the running back. But nobody's out on Rice. Can we move somebody out on Rice, please? Thank you. As they're going to throw across the field, and they already got a catch. Timeout early. Banks is just getting beat. That is horrible here. And I think Isaiah Pacheco is going to stay in the block. Actually, he's going to go out here. He's going to go quick out across the middle, and we can't get a breakup from Dane Belton either. So now 24 seconds remaining on this clock. We're shifting our corners inside again on this one, as we're just going to run here, and they're going to go out to Pacheco, and he's going to be tackled by Quay Walker inbounds. So now all timeouts are gone, and I'm going to make a ballsy play here. I want to bring a blitz. I want to end this game right here. 19 seconds left. We have a free rusher. We'll have a free rusher right at the quarterback, but he throws it out of bounds. Ooh, that almost worked out for us there. A risky play call, but I'm going to drop guys back now into a deeper zone. Two safeties playing over top here, Amawari and Xavier McKinney. It's all going to come down to this here. As a crossing route is out, I'm going to run with it. So much time still left on the clock. As they go across the body, this one goes to Pacheco. And the clock's going to run 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And we did it. The New York Giants franchise. Holy crap, what a last play. I thought we let Pacheco get so open there into the end zone. No freaking way. We walk away with a Super Bowl win in this one. Pierre Strong coming up clutch for us in this season. Drake May coming up clutch. Our whole team getting it done when we really needed to get done, especially Drake May. And holy crap, Jalen Hyatt's going to probably walking away with Super Bowl MVP, but the Super Bowl trophy's coming down now. It was a very long season, only 6 wins last season, and with the guys we drafted and some of the trades we made, being able to come in and get it done, the craziest possibility did happen for us. So many last-second wins that just shouldn't have gone our way. The Arizona Cardinals game, this game, we got it to work. We were down going into halftime, and we were just able to come out and make it work. So now the question turns to you, the viewer. Do we continue with Giants franchise, or is it time to start anew? Thank you so much for enjoying the series so far. Let's take a look at the stats real quick. But as I'm talking through this, we took the Giants from 0 to hero here, and I think it's maybe time that we start a new franchise. So right now, in your head, what team do you want us to take over? We're going to take over actually at the end of this real NFL season if we do pick a new team. And how it's going to work is we're going to start at the NFL draft, at free agency, see what guys that we can go out and get. It's going to be as simple as that. We're going to have a really fun time with it, but make sure to like and subscribe if you guys enjoy Giants franchise. Thank you so much for the success of it. It's really changed my whole year to start 2024, and I look forward to many more videos coming your way and that I'm able to make for you guys. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in a new jersey.